Vhumad God chapter 59:65 to chapter 60:44. The palm in front of him moved slightly. There was hope. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He operated his Rinnegan with all his strength and gave all his power to the Hell Dao. The Hell Dao completely erupted with power. The palm floated in the void. Lin Xian felt that his soul could attach to it and control it. He tried it. Its power was not weaker than a strike from a great emperor. Furthermore, the flames on the palm were extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than his 9 sons' divine fire. If it attacked, it could definitely severely injure a great emperor. At that thought, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. Another trump card. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked out of the Sun Valley. He had already established a connection with this palm. He only needed to open the Hell Dao during battle to summon it. In addition, Lin Xian had another idea. He had an emperor bone here. It was the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, a terrifying emperor. The other party's strength must be extremely terrifying even among the great emperors. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to see if he could use his bone. After finding the emperor bone, Lin Xian used the Hell Dao to envelop it. He was ready to investigate. However, the emperor bone bounced the Hell Dao away. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. It seemed to be resisting. Lin Xian was surprised. It didn't work, he refused to give up. After all, the emperor bone was an extremely terrifying powerhouse when he was alive. If he was able to use his bones, the power of his attacks would increase exponentially. However, he tried a few times, but it didn't work. The third time, a voice came from the bone. It was like a thunderclap. Who was it? How dare you use my power? Are these people in hell tired of living? Lin Xian's ears hurt, and his blood and qi roiled. He was too shocked. This emperor bone was too mysterious. He hurriedly said to the bone, "Senior, please calm down. I didn't mean to offend you." Then, Lin Xian quickly took out the longevity lamp. He held it in his hand. The light of the longevity lamp flickered. Sensing this power, the overwhelming aura of the emperor bone slowly disappeared. Finally, it landed on the ground. After Lin Xian picked it up, he breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor bone was too terrifying. The emperor bone was definitely an unimaginable super powerhouse when he was alive. How would he compare to that immortal? Lin Xian knew that there was a powerhouse on the other side called the virtual immortal. Calling himself an immortal, I wonder if he's stronger than the venerable sovereign. From the looks of it, he couldn't summon the imperial venerate bone. However, to be able to summon the imperial venerate bone from the Sun Valley, that palm was already considered very good. Moreover, he could continue searching in the sword world. If he could dig out the corpses of other powerhouses, he could use the Hell Dao again. He was. Let's go. He clapped his hands, and the ancient crocodile suddenly grew bigger. He said, "I'll take you there." The group climbed onto the ancient crocodile's back. Then, the crocodile turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. It stopped at the place where Lin Xian lost track of it last time. Lin Xian said, "I couldn't sense its aura the last time I chased it here. Your soul has been summoned by it before, so I want your soul to sense it again." The plain-clothed old man nodded after hearing this. The next moment, his glabella split open, and a figure walked out. This figure was even older. After he came out, he sat there cross-legged. He whispered, and there seemed to be a mysterious sound of the great Tao. Not long after, he opened his eyes. The soul pointed down and said, "I feel it. The power that summoned me before is below. Just below." Lin Xian was surprised. "I didn't expect it to be so close." After he landed, he slashed the ground with his sword. The ground was split open, and a crack appeared. This scene shocked the ancient crocodile. One had to know that this was no ordinary place. This was the celestial heavens. How difficult was it to create a crack in this place? It took him all his strength to open a small crack. Now, Lin Xian could split it open with a single slash. This kind of monstrous combat power was really shocking. Lin Xian didn't think so much. After splitting it open, he looked down. Then, he furrowed his brows tightly. The ancient crocodile was also surprised. "There's nothing?" They all looked at the old man in linen. The old man in linen said, "It can't be wrong. I can feel it. It's just below. Young master, use your Rinnegan to feel it. Use the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation." After Lin Xian settled down, he nodded his head. From the looks of it, this should be a mysterious place. He integrated the power of the divine fire seed into the Rinnegan. In the next moment, the Rinnegan became even more powerful. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was activated. It formed an illusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation that shrouded the area below. Then, the cracked earth started to tremble violently. From below, a crack appeared. This crack was parallel to the crack that Lin Xian cut open with his sword energy. However, it seemed to be completely different. A huge mountain was slowly rising from the crack. However, only a few mountains appeared before it stopped. Most of them were still under the ground. "Great," it appeared. The ancient crocodile was overjoyed. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found it, and his mission had been completed. Lin Xian was also overjoyed. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Oh no. He cast the array formation seal format, but it couldn't seal it at all. The power of the 6 paths came from this mountain peak, like a sharp heavenly sword, piercing through the clouds and directly piercing through heaven and earth. And it spread to the surroundings. Lin Xian originally planned to explore this place himself. After all, this place was related to the evil spirit realm. Moreover, it was the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps, there was a fragment of the reincarnation sword. How could he have possibly spread the news? But this time, the result was beyond his expectations. The mountain peak directly emitted an aura. The others would definitely come after sensing it. And he couldn't stop the whole process at all. The ancient 6 paths of reincarnation? What a mysterious person. At this moment, those in the upper heavens all sensed it. They looked into the distance. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, what is that? Why do I feel a pillar of light that reaches the sky?" There is also the illusion of a mountain. That is the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Heavens, what has appeared? Countless people were shocked. Some supremes and some great emperors were shocked. The power of reincarnation made them happy. Let's go and take a look. One figure after another quickly rushed over. At the same time, in a mountain range, Great Emperor Baiyu also opened his eyes. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from his eyes. What a terrifying 6 paths of reincarnation. This time, I must not miss it. He soared into the sky and flew over. Oh no, this will alert the other emperors. The ancient crocodile's expression changed drastically. It looked at Lin Xian and said, "Sir, aren't you going to stop them?" Lin Xian said, "It's useless. The scene here is beyond our imagination. We can't stop it." They couldn't stop it. Everyone was even more shocked. It seemed that they were about to face a huge battle. I wonder what the scene will be like. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. The reason for that was because he could sense that this mountain was extremely mysterious. It wasn't time to go in yet. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. In the next moment, a figure rushed over. This person was wearing a black robe and exuded a terrifying black aura. The immortal martial monarch also had a mysterious black flame dancing on his body. The monstrous aura of a great emperor swept across the land, frightening the ancient crocodile and the others. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the other party. He was no stranger to this person. The immortal supremacy had broken the seal and become a great emperor. They had fought many times and were very familiar with each other. The immortal supremacy saw Lin Xian and exclaimed, "Did you create the power of the 6 paths?" He was too shocked. Damn it, it was this kid again. He was filled with killing intent, but he didn't act rashly. He wasn't in a good state now. Although the seal had been broken, his immortal heart had been snatched away by the demon emperor. He wasn't in peak condition now. "Kid, just you wait. I'll take revenge for what happened before," the immortal emperor said coldly. Lin Xian sneered, "You? His eyes were filled with disdain. The ancient crocodile said, "Save it. The emperor of the Permitha realm was defeated by the Sur. Not to mention, you're an injured person. I advise you to run away now, or kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit your mistake. You might be able to live if you do that. You're courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" The immortal emperor roared. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent that pierced through the heavens and earth. He charged at the ancient crocodile. The ancient crocodile was shocked. However, Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a vortex appeared, devouring all of the energy. He said, "You think you can teach my men a lesson?" He was right. Either get lost or kneel down and submit. What an arrogant fellow. At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Following that, a desolate aura filled the air, causing the surroundings to become desolate. The spirit sovereign had also come. He was with the immortal emperor, standing side by side in the sky. They were like two deities trying to suppress everything. This made the ancient crocodile nervous. "Can young master deal with it?" Lin Xian said. "These two have both been defeated by me, there's nothing to be afraid of. You have a sharp tongue. You're courting death." The eyes of the immortal martial monarch and the spiritual supremacy flickered as they prepared to make their moves. However, at this moment, another ray of light rushed over. It was Baiyu Nali. Martial monarch Baiyu descended from the sky like an angel. Her holy light shone in all directions. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she roared, "Kid, you're here. Go to hell." She raised her hand and slapped down. Lin Xian struck out with endless light to fight against it. The two forces swept out in all directions. Everyone was shocked and retreated. As for the others, they exclaimed, "Too strong." Even the immortal martial monarch and the spiritual supremacy were stunned. Who was this person? He was even more anxious than them. When they saw clearly who it was, they were surprised. This was martial monarch Baiyu, the martial monarch of the other side. She was also defeated by Lin Xian. Had she suffered a loss? When Lin Xian saw her, he also laughed. What a coincidence today. Were all the losers from before here? You people were no match for me in the past, and you're still no match for me now. What right do you have to stand in front of me? Get lost. Lin Xian's voice was extremely arrogant. Martial monarch Baiyu and the other two were so shocked that they trembled all over. Damn it. The three of them were about to join forces. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you want to fight? Then you'll have to bear the consequences. A trace of extremely terrifying reincarnation power appeared in his eyes as he stared at martial monarch Baiyu. Martial monarch Baiyu's soul trembled. He was shocked. Your eyes have improved again. Could it be that you fused with the hell path? That was impossible. How long had it been? The other party had succeeded. He was too shocked. Lin Xian said, "Thank you for your hell path." Martial monarch Baiyu's face was ugly. He was so angry that he vomited blood. However, he didn't make a move. Previously, he wasn't a match for Lin Xian. This time, the other party's strength had increased again. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to fight against him. However, he didn't leave. After all, the reincarnation mountain was extremely terrifying. There must be a shocking treasure here, and it was definitely related to the 6 paths of reincarnation. It didn't matter if he lost the hell path. He could find it here with the power of the other 6 paths. Lin Xian looked around. Then, he stared at the immortal emperor. It seems that you're the most miserable here. Your heart has been dug out, right? Indeed, the immortal emperor's heart had been lost. This point was hidden very well. However, it couldn't be hidden from Lin Xian's Rinnegan. Lin Xian threw a punch at the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor was furious. You're courting death. What did he mean? Did he think that he was the weakest and the easiest to bully? Damn it, how dare he underestimate him? He let out a furious roar and charged over with the indestructible heaven steel. The two of them fought fiercely. Boom. Boom. Soon, he was knocked back, his blood boiling. The immortal emperor was shocked. Your 9-yang divine body has become so powerful. He found that Lin Xian was even more terrifying than when he met him before. Lin Xian said, "This is just the beginning. Feel the power of my eyes." He threw the Rinnegan over. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came again. The immortal emperor covered his head, his face pale. "Damn it, your soul." He was too shocked. Although he wasn't in his peak state, he wasn't comparable to others. However, Lin Xian had actually managed to injure him, which shocked him greatly. This I was too terrifying. Some people had come to the heavens. The great emperors and those below the supremes were watching from afar. They belonged to different sects and forces. Many of them were from the other world. When they saw the scene, they exclaimed, "The immortal emperor was sent flying. That young man is so powerful. Who is he?" When someone looked carefully, they exclaimed, "He seems to be Lin Wudi." "What? He's our enemy from the other world? Damn it, he's so strong." "Don't worry, there are so many supremes and great emperors here this time. Maybe we can kill him. Let's work together and get rid of him." The immortal emperor roared. He looked at the spiritual supremes and great emperor Baiyu. The expressions of the plain-clothed old man and the others changed drastically upon hearing those words. Those three were all martial emperors. If they worked together, it would be too terrifying. The ancient crocodile also roared, "You've lived for hundreds of thousands of years, right? You're too shameless. Even I look down on you. Little beast, what do you know?" The spiritual supremes roared. The ancient crocodile said, "I'm a little beast? I'm a figure from 500,000 years ago, but I've been sleeping until now. In terms of age, you might not be older than me. Also, you're too shameless. Come and see, there's a shameless great emperor here." This voice spread in all directions, causing the people in the distance to discuss animatedly. Great Emperor Baiyu's expression was ugly. To be honest, he also wanted to work together to get rid of the other party. However, more and more people arrived. He couldn't make a move. He couldn't afford to lose face. Although he was a great emperor, he was from the other world. Joining the otherworld heavenly king would mean that he was a supreme existence among the great emperors. His glory and pride didn't allow him to join forces. The spiritual supremes didn't have that much. In order to survive, he was even willing to give up his immortal chi. Not to mention joining forces to attack a young man. To him, as long as he could achieve his goal, it didn't matter what method he used. Therefore, he walked out. The two of them wanted to join forces. In the distance, another great emperor-level figure arrived. A pink skeleton arrived with an army of skeletons. She chuckled softly and said, "Supreme Masters, do you want to join forces too? Moreover, it's to deal with a young man. How embarrassing. If you don't have the strength, get lost. Don't stay here. You don't deserve to be with us." Who was it? Hearing this mockery, the spirit sovereign was immediately angry. In his eyes, there was an extremely terrifying desolate law that swept across the 8 desolates. When he saw the white bones, his pupils shrank. "Bone Emperor, you're here too." This skeleton was not simple. It was also a great emperor, and its strength was not weaker than his. In fact, it seemed that it was even stronger than him. The Bone Emperor walked out. He looked at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Little guy, you're not simple. The last time I saw you in hell, you were only a little quasi-emperor. Now, you've grown into the 10-crown king. You're really a young hero." Humph, another cold snort came from the sky. Then, endless yellow spring water filled the air. From the yellow spring water, a figure emerged. The yellow spring great emperor. Everyone's scalp went numb. This was the power of death. The yellow spring great emperor came. He stared at Lin Xian and snorted coldly, but he didn't make a move. Lin Xian was surprised. There were so many old friends. He also knew the yellow spring great emperor, but he didn't know if Ming Di had come. Back then, 2 of the 3 great emperors in hell had come. Ming Di was the last one. He looked around but didn't see Ming Di. However, there were a few other people who had arrived. These people were arrogant and unruly. Their auras were also terrifying. Lin Xian had never seen them before. However, judging from the information on them, they were definitely great emperors or supremes. It seemed that these people were all ancient existences who had now awakened. Furthermore, these people seemed to be in their own camps and could be considered as rogue cultivators. On the other side, only Baiyu Great Emperor came. The Supremes didn't join forces with each other. Only the Spirit Sovereign and the imperishable Great Emperor were linked. Lin Xian was shocked. He wondered if all the Supreme Beings had joined the Supreme Being Palace. Or could it be that there were different factions in the Supreme Hall? The water is very deep. It was indeed this place. I felt that I had a great opportunity here. An old laugh could be heard. The crowd turned their heads around and saw an old man walking over. This old man was wearing cotton clothes and was holding a canvas in his hand. He was holding a big yellow dog in his left hand, baring his teeth. Beside the old man was a beautiful woman. Her physique was extremely mysterious. Lotuses of the great Tao covered her feet as she walked. Lotuses bloomed with every step she took. This person's understanding of the great Tao was extremely terrifying. This young man was really something. The sudden appearance of these two people attracted the attention of others. Everyone turned their heads to look. Lin Xian was also surprised. "It's you." The woman surrounded by the great Tao was none other than Zhong Lingxiu. At this moment, Zhong Lingxiu's strength was much stronger than before. Especially her born Taoism aptitude, it had improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Xian felt that even if it hadn't reached greater mastery, it was almost there. It seemed that there was indeed a fortuitous encounter. "Do you need help?" Zhong Lingxiu asked. "Sure." Lin Xian smiled. Zhong Lingxiu walked over. The others were shocked, especially Baiyu Great Emperor and the imperishable Great Emperor. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. Another super genius had arrived? And it was Lin Xian's side. The situation didn't look good. So what if there were more helpers? Baiyu Great Emperor and the other two walked out. This time, they also planned to join forces. After all, the number of people on the other side had increased. That's great. The imperishable Great Emperor was overjoyed. As long as Baiyu Great Emperor joined their side, they could definitely sweep everything away if they joined forces. The situation was once again in crisis. Chen Yixian shook his head. "You guys are really shameless." The big yellow dog beside him also barked twice with a disdainful expression. Baiyu Great Emperor had completely thrown caution to the wind. In order to kill this kid, so what if they joined forces? The surrounding people all retreated. They knew that a great battle was about to erupt. "Kid, your current situation isn't good, right? Do you want me to help you?" Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lin Xian's ears. Lin Xian frowned. He asked, "Who are you?" The voice said, "No matter who I am, I have a way to help you. At least I can help you block a supreme. This way, the pressure on you will be much less. Otherwise, you will probably be in danger today. Would you be so kind?" Lin Xian didn't believe it. The voice said, "Of course, I won't help you for no reason. I know that your physique is the 9-yang divine body. How about this, let's make a deal. You tell me the secret of the 9-yang divine body and I will help you. How about it? This is a good deal. You already have a divine body. You won't lose anything by giving this physique to me. And without my help, you might very well die here today. So I think you should know what to choose." The voice was very confident. However, Lin Xian frowned. Was this looting a burning house? Did she really think that he couldn't resolve this situation? He said coldly. "I don't even know if you are a human or a ghost. Come out and let me take a look." "No problem." The voice disappeared. At the same time, a figure walked over from afar. This person was wearing white clothes and a white mask. His entire person was extremely strange. There was a mysterious and abnormal aura on his body. His appearance caused the surrounding people to be shocked. Had another super strong cultivator arrived? "Kid, what do you think?" The mysterious person said coldly. Lin Xian saw the other party and his eyes flickered. "So it's you. You want to take my divine body? Hurry up and get lost, or I will kill you." The cold voice sounded, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. What did they see? Lin Wudy was actually scolding a super expert. What was going on? The mysterious expert was also enraged. Her body was trembling with anger. Good, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. I have no regrets. I have never been scolded. Today, you will pay the price. No regrets. Many people were stunned, but the eyes of the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the Spirit Sovereign lit up. May I ask if you are the immortal Heavenly Emperor of the Valley of No Return? Yes, it is me. The mysterious figure said proudly with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a mask on his face, so no expression could be seen, but his voice was full of arrogance. As expected of a fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist, don't cooperate with this kid. Join forces with us. What do you want? When the time comes, we can suppress him and get everything. He not only has the 9-yang divine body, but also other treasures. When the time comes, we will divide them equally. Okay. The immortal Heavenly Emperor nodded. He stared at Lin Xian and said coldly. Stupid kid, you will regret your decision later. Everyone, let's attack together. The immortal Heavenly Emperor laughed loudly. He felt that this time, he could definitely suppress the other party. The black heavenly steel in his hand attacked, and the indestructible laws erupted. The Spirit Sovereign also attacked. The desolate laws spread out as if they could take away all life. The immortal Heavenly Emperor also attacked. He made a strange sound that spread to the surroundings. The people who were enveloped by this sound only felt their souls shake. Some of them even had lifeless eyes. They couldn't help but walk forward. Not good, retreat quickly. Don't be enveloped by his soul attack, a great emperor roared. The others came back to their senses and were incomparably terrified. They quickly retreated. At the same time, they were shocked. The white-feathered great emperor hadn't even attacked yet, but these 3 people were already so terrifying. If they joined forces, they would sweep through everything. Together with the white-feathered great emperor, that would be a super lineup. Lin Wudy definitely wouldn't be able to resist. Could it be that the other party was going to die here? Bailing and the others were in despair. The ancient crocodile's expression was also ugly, but he took a deep breath and stood out. Zhong Lingxiu also walked out and said, I will help you stop a supreme. She waved her hand and attacked the Spirit Sovereign. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Be careful. He took out the immortal slaying sword and pointed it at the sky. The sharp sword light swept in all directions. The sword light swept out in all directions, directly enveloping the immortal Heavenly Emperor and the white-feathered Great Emperor. Is this guy going to fight 2 Great Emperors alone? Too arrogant. Let's deal with one too. Chen Yixin stared at Supreme Wu Hui. The big yellow dog under his feet roared to fight against the other party's soul attack. The ancient crocodile also came to Chen Yixin's side. He also cooperated with the big yellow dog to fight against Supreme Wu Hui. The battle broke out instantly. What shocked everyone was that the 4 great emperors working together couldn't kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian fought against 2 great emperors alone. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't show any signs of losing. As for the others, they actually managed to block the attacks of the Supremes as well. They were simply too powerful. Even such a lineup couldn't kill Lin Wudy. The immortal Great Emperor's face was twisted with anger. The white-feathered Great Emperor roared as well. He said, don't hold back. Immortal chi exploded from his body continuously. The immortal Great Emperor's divine flame was also flickering. The 2 of them were about to unleash a peerless attack. Lin Xian naturally felt the danger. He snorted coldly. You 2 don't know what's good for you. Then I'll let you see my power. He took out the great dragon sword soul. Together with the immortal slaying sword, he attacked the immortal Great Emperor. At the same time, the reincarnation sword's phantom was summoned by the Rinnegan and attacked the white-feathered Great Emperor. When the 2 forces appeared, countless people were shocked. Even the other great emperors were shocked. This was the power of the great dragon sword and the reincarnation sword. This kid actually controlled 2 of the 5 swords of the world. It was unbelievable. 2 streaks of sword chi surged and slashed at the 2 great emperors. Great Emperor Baiyu roared. He had been injured by the reincarnation sword's phantom before. After seeing it, he roared angrily, "I will never be injured again." The wings on his back kept expanding as if they had turned into two shields to block frantically. An earth-shattering sound was heard, turning into a black hole. On the other side, Great Emperor Vhumad retreated. The sharp aura of the great dragon sword's soul caused cracks to appear on his body. "Damn it, I'm immortal!" he roared crazily, "Immortal seal." He struck out with a large black seal that contained an extremely powerful force to block the attack. After the attack, Lin Xian stood there, but the two great emperors kept retreating. This shocked everyone. Lin Wudi was already so strong, he actually repelled the joint attack of two great emperors. Supreme Wu Hui and Supreme Huang Ling also frowned when they saw the scene. No, they had to work together to kill Lin Wudi first because he was too strong. Before they could even make a move, the reincarnation mountain beneath them began to change. This was because the reincarnation sword's phantom didn't disappear after slashing Great Emperor Baiyu back. Instead, it was absorbed by the reincarnation mountain below. The reincarnation mountain let out another rumble and continued to fly upward. This scene caused a strange phenomenon to take place. Everyone stopped and looked down at the reincarnation mountain. Even Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the Six Paths Gate was about to open. He didn't accept the challenge. After transmitting his voice to Zhonglingxiu, Qin Xin, and the ancient crocodile, Lin Xian turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At the same time, a black vortex appeared above the old man in linen clothes, Bailing, and the others. It swallowed them and took them away. Trying to escape? "Where are you going?" Great Emperor Baiyu roared furiously and chased after him. The others also began to move. "Let's see what's so mysterious about this mountain." They quickly entered the mountain. However, this mountain seemed to be different from the other mountains. Normally, there were no treasures at the foot of a mountain, but there were treasures at the top. However, there was something strange about this mountain. There was nothing at the top of the mountain, but there seemed to be a mysterious aura at the foot of the mountain. However, the foot of the mountain was still underground. Thus, the crowd could only descend rapidly. "Damn it, did I lose him?" Great Emperor Baiyu stopped and her face turned ugly. This mountain was abnormally terrifying. After he landed, he discovered that Lin Xian had already disappeared. Behind them, Emperor Vhumad, Supreme Huang Ling, and Supreme Wu Hui arrived as well. The four of them worked together for the time being. Among them, Paragon Regretless took out a cauldron and said, "Let me take a look." He slapped the cauldron with his palm, and the cauldron let out a sound that echoed in the surroundings. Then, he snorted coldly, "I've found him." With that, he pointed in a direction. Great Emperor Baiyu smiled. "Let's attack together." The four great emperors joined forces and attacked in that direction. This direction was indeed where Lin Xian was. At this moment, four extremely bright lights shone, illuminating the entire reincarnation mountain. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. This was the combined attack of the great emperors. It was too powerful. They saw the four great emperors joining forces and attacking in the same direction. And in that direction, several figures appeared. One of them was Lin Xian. "Retreat quickly." Lin Xian waved his hand and asked Zhonglingxiu and the others to retreat, while he went forward to meet them. The heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand, and he slapped it fiercely. A black vortex appeared. In the next moment, it collided with the four great emperors' attacks, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The black vortex was instantly penetrated and then torn apart. "Not good." Zhonglingxiu and the others exclaimed when they saw the scene. Let alone 10-crown king, even a true great emperor wouldn't be able to resist such an attack. Even if Lin Xian had more trump cards, it would be difficult for him to resist it. When the black vortex disappeared, they quickly searched. However, they discovered that Lin Xian was gone. Was he dead? When the other supremes and great emperors saw this scene, they discussed animatedly. Someone said, "He must be dead." After all, no one could resist such an attack. That was four martial monarchs teaming up against one another. Yes. The others also sighed. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was too arrogant and careless. If he had chosen to dodge earlier, Perhaps he could have survived. He was finally dead, Emperor Bumia smiled. The four of them walked forward to find Lin Xian's body. But soon, they were stunned. There was no one. There was nothing around, only broken cracks. Lin Xian's body was nowhere to be found. At the same time, Zhong Lingxiu and the others also received a voice transmission, "Continue on your way." The voice transmission was from Lin Xian. Zhong Lingxiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was not dead. Emperor Baiyu and the others also reacted instantly. Damn it, did they let him escape? Hurry up and find him. The four of them reached out their souls and searched everywhere, but they couldn't find him. Where was Lin Xian? Damn it, this time, they couldn't let him escape. They quickly chased after him. The other great emperors were also surprised. Bone Emperor said, "I knew this kid wouldn't die so easily." Emperor Huang Quan's eyes flickered. After thinking for a while, he didn't make a move. He said, "Let's look for the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation first. I have a feeling that this has something to do with the sword of reincarnation." The surrounding great emperors and the mysterious supremes all began to move. These people all had one goal, which was to find power and increase their strength. On the other side, Lin Xian also walked out from the void. His face was gloomy. The attack just now was indeed dangerous. He couldn't resist the joint attack of the 4 great emperors. The power of the heaven-devouring jar was shattered in an instant. However, at the critical moment, he entered the sword world. This was an ancient land, so he could completely dodge the attack of the 4. "I will remember the 4 of you. I will make all of you fall." Lin Xian snorted and then continued to search. He also felt the powerful power of the 6 paths of reincarnation here. Therefore, he was prepared to find this power first. Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring crown. At this moment, the old man in linen clothes and the others were in the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian said, "Continue to use your soul to sense." The old man in linen clothes nodded. His Shura soul walked out and sensed. Then, he said, "There." He pointed in a direction below. Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Not long after, he felt a mysterious power shrouding him. It was as if he had entered another world. This was the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian was surprised. He used his Rinnegan to investigate carefully. Then, he took a deep breath. This was a sect. Previously, they had discussed this reincarnation mountain. This was a mysterious mountain, but there were no buildings. But now, the scene in front of Lin Xian was different. There were broken buildings, cracked pavilions, and split-open halls. This was clearly the remnants of an ancient sect that had experienced a great war. Could it be that this was it, the ancient 6 paths of reincarnation? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Xian was extremely happy. It seemed that he had arrived earlier than the others. This was great. This way, he would have enough time to search for treasures. Lin Xian activated his Rinnegan to the extreme and continued to walk forward. Behind him, Bailing, the old man in linen, and the others were also surprised. This was the ancient 6 Daos gate. It was truly inconceivable. They carefully followed the path forward. Suddenly, Bailing exclaimed. She looked down and saw some broken bones on the ground. Although these bones were broken, the aura of the great Tao on them was still extremely terrifying. These were the bones of quasi-emperors. Some of them had even surpassed quasi-emperors. Could it be that these were the bones of great emperors? Heavens, did the great emperors fall here back then? What happened to the ancient 6 paths gate? Even Lin Xian was shocked. He lowered his head and carefully examined these bones. He wanted to see if there was anything that could still be used. After all, he now had the Hell Dao and could summon these corpses. However, he soon frowned. These white bones were all shattered to pieces. After all, the ancient 6 paths gate was more than 1,000,000 years old. It was so old that even great emperors might not be able to survive. Let's go. The group continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the more bones they found. Most of them were broken. Very few of them were intact. However, Lin Xian still managed to discover a few of them. Although their bodies had been shattered, they were still alive. Although these bones were broken, they seemed to be at the great emperor level. Perhaps they could be used to summon them. Lin Xian didn't miss this opportunity. He used the power of the Hell Dao to envelop these bones and leave a mark. It could be used as a trump card at a critical moment. Just like this, the group walked among the bones. Suddenly, they stopped. Bailing exclaimed, "What a beautiful stone." There was a stone in front of him. The stone was about 3 meters tall. It stood there, exuding a mysterious aura. What a strong reincarnation power. The old man in linen was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The reincarnation power contained in this stone was really too strong. Furthermore, the surface of the stone was as smooth as a mirror. They continued to walk forward, but suddenly, an extremely terrifying sword light shot towards them from all directions. It was as if the sword of a god had slashed down. Bailing and a plainclothed old man jumped in fright. They simply could not withstand such power. However, Lin Xian struck out with his palm and blocked the sword chi. At the same time, he retreated with the others. What a terrifying sword chi. There was actually a formation left behind here. Are there still any ancient 6 Dao gates left? However, thinking about it, it did make sense. After all, the wraith path from before was also here. He said to the 2 people behind him, "You too, be careful." Bailing and the old man nodded. Although he didn't act rashly anymore. Lin Xian walked forward alone. Sure enough, as he approached, he was attacked by the formation again. Those sword chi carried the power of the 6 Dao of reincarnation. Once he was hit, he would probably vanish into thin air. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan and the 6 Dao of reincarnation to fight against it. Not long after, he cracked these formations. Then, he turned around and said, "Okay, come here." Bailing and the old man in linen came over and followed Lin Xian to the strange-shaped stone. Lin Xian had seen many strange stones. He knew that after being cut, there was an unknown existence inside. However, this stone was obviously not used to be cut. There was a portrait on the strange-shaped stone. Bailing suddenly exclaimed. She found that there was a beautiful woman in the portrait, standing on auspicious clouds and flying between heaven and earth. Who is this? Why do I feel that she looks like me? Bailing was curious. The old man in linen was also shocked. The scene in front of him also changed. It turned into a mighty middle-aged man, sweeping in all directions. However, in the end, he was pierced by a sharp sword and died on the battlefield. It was very tragic. The old man in linen was also shocked. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Could it be that this is the legendary reincarnation stone of 3 lives? What is this?" Lin Xian was curious. Bailing was also puzzled. The old man in linen said, "This stone is very strange. Legend has it that you can see the appearance of your previous life." What? This is what I looked like in my previous life. Bailing was surprised. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Is there really reincarnation? Can people be reincarnated after death? He was not clear about all of this. After all, life was really too magical. Who could really see through life and death? What are other names and other previous lives? Lin Xian looked up, but in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the scene in front of him was blurry and he could not see it clearly at all. "Master, what's going on?" Bailing was curious and asked the old man in linen. The old man in linen frowned tightly. It was strange. People should have a previous life, and they could even see it several times. However, Lin Gongzi could not see it clearly. It could only mean that the young master's heavenly secrets were too mysterious. For the time being, it was not the time to unravel it. Is it like this? Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. Originally, he wanted to see what his previous life was like. However, it seemed that there was no hope now. However, Lin Xian felt a huge power of the 6 paths on this stone of 3 lives. If he absorbed it, it would definitely make his Rinnegan stronger again. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's Rinnegan erupted with an incomparable light. It shrouded the front. The stone of 3 lives shook violently, and the scene on it disappeared. His radiance seemed to have dimmed. At this moment, a deep roar was heard. Who dares to come here and behave atrociously? There's actually someone here. When Bailing and the others heard this, their expressions changed drastically and they turned their heads abruptly. In the next moment, they saw a black eye floating over. The black eye was extremely terrifying and strange. After seeing it, they exclaimed, "The Wraith Path." Lin Xian also turned his head and stared at the other party. He said, "You're here. It's you. Boy, it's you." The Wraith Path also saw Lin Xian, and his eyes immediately turned red. His murderous aura surged, and boundless killing power swept in all directions. Last time, he was defeated and scared away by the sky. He did not expect that the other party would chase after him. "How did you get in?" "You're only from the Wraith Path, and I have a Rinnegan. Why can't I come here? I can also use and cultivate the power of the Six Paths. Damn it, you're just a latecomer. You're not from the Six Paths at all. You don't deserve to cultivate the power of the Six Paths." Its black eyes roared non-stop. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He asked, "So, you're from the Six Paths?" The black eye said proudly, "Of course." "That's great." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. "In that case, you should know the secret of the ancient Six Paths. Tell me, how was your sect destroyed? Who destroyed it? Also, does your sect really control the reincarnation sword? Where is it now?" Lin Xian asked a lot of questions in an instant because he was really too curious and had too many doubts. However, the black eye opposite him was angry. "Damn kid, who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Also, you are a dying man, you don't need to know so much. You don't deserve to have the Rinnegan. I will take it." After that, the black eye began to bloom with a terrifying light. He summoned the terrifying resentful spirits between heaven and earth. "Kid, I know you are very powerful. Last time, I was no match for you. But now, this is the Six Paths Gate. There are too many powerhouses who have fallen here. Some of their souls are still in this space. I can summon them. Can you resist it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding cold wind blew, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. The cold aura suppressed the air to the extreme. Bailing and the linen-clothed old man's faces changed drastically, and they retreated in horror. Lin Xian unleashed a vortex that enveloped their bodies. Only then did they manage to preserve their lives. At the same time, he walked out and said, "Outside, you are no match for me. Here, you are no match for me. What a joke. You are too reckless. Charge." The black eyes roared angrily. In the surroundings, the remnant souls that he summoned rushed over crazily. These remnant souls were really terrifying. These were all powerhouses from the primordial age or even the ancient times. They rushed over crazily, and in an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. "Oh no, Lin Gongzi, be careful!" Bailing and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Six Paths, I am the master. Retreat." The power of the Six Paths of reincarnation poured into his body. He roared angrily, and like the god of the heavenly Tao, he forced these remnant souls to retreat. These remnant souls were indeed unparalleled powerhouses when they were alive. However, the passage of time had already worn away the majority of their power. "So, they are no match for me. Also, do you think you are the only one who can summon them? I will also let you see the new supernatural power that I have mastered." Lin Xian used the hell path of the Six Paths of reincarnation. Previously, he had marked the bones with his soul. They also walked out one after another. Some of them were as tall as ancient mountains. Some of them had black, purple, and golden bones. These were all the corpses left behind by terrifying experts after their deaths. Furthermore, their numbers were no less than those of the vengeful spirits. Seeing this scene, the black eyes were shocked and summoned the corpse. This was the power of the hell path. How could he possess the hell path? He was simply too shocked. He remembered that the last time he fought with the other party's Rinnegan only had 3 paths: heaven, earth, and human. But none of these 3 methods could summon corpses. How long had it been since they last met? Yet, the other party had already grasped the hell path. Why? Are you surprised? That's right. I'm not an existence that you can understand. Thus, you're simply no match for me. The remnant soul and the corpse fought fiercely, resulting in a terrifying explosion. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His Rinnegan was blooming with mysterious light. He was full of confidence. On the other side, the black eyes were exasperated. Boy, don't be arrogant. These are all strong masters of the past. But they're not from the Six Path sect. Now, I'm summoning people from the Six Path sect. Let's see if you can resist them. You're too naive to fight against the Six Path sect. The black eyes roared. The power of the evil spirit path above it became even more terrifying. Boom, in the distance, a broken palace suddenly split open. From inside, an extremely terrifying aura emerged. Then, an illusory figure walked out. This figure was very hazy. It was obvious that it was a remnant soul. However, he was really too terrifying. He was like a god above the 9 heavens. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed everything. What was this? Bailing's face turned pale. The linen-clothed old man's expression also changed drastically. He said, "It's really someone from the Six Path sect. Ling Gongzi, you must be careful. He's from the ancient Six Path sect. Moreover, he should be a peerless powerhouse of the past." Hearing this reminder, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He also felt a huge pressure. It was just a remnant soul, but it was already so terrifying. It seemed that this person was also a great emperor when he was alive. Moreover, he was a great emperor who had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation. How could he awaken such a terrifying remnant soul? It was a supreme elder. Even the black eyes lit up. He didn't expect to summon the remnant soul of a great emperor. He laughed. "Haha, the heavens are helping me. Kid, how are you going to resist? Ask the Grand Elder to kill them all, their enemies. They want to take the 6 paths of reincarnation." The summoned ancient figure suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. He raised his hand and struck out. A sword of the 6 paths came down fiercely. This sword was too terrifying. It wasn't the sword of reincarnation, but it contained the extremely strong power of the 6 paths. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He struck out the hand of the heavenly path to resist it. A pair of mystical eyes reached out a palm from inside and slapped at the sword of the 6 paths. After the collision, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Everyone's soul seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian also took 2 steps back. He was so powerful. How could he block it? The black eyes were shocked. This kid's strength was really beyond his expectations. As for the summoned ancient figure, he rushed over and attacked non-stop. The swords of the 6 paths were like mountains, pressing down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the power of the Rinnegan to fight back. However, in the end, he was angry. "Humph, do you really think I can't suppress you? You're not good enough in sword skills." He took out the immortal killing sword and slashed it out, splitting the sword of the 6 paths. He attacked fiercely, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. This time, the sword of the 6 paths was completely suppressed. Lin Xian said coldly, "What else do you have? Although you summoned the soul of a great emperor, it's still a remnant soul. I've even killed a great emperor before, let alone a mere remnant soul." In the end, Lin Xian's sword slashed across the sky, forming a sword steel and directly suppressed the remnant soul of the great emperor. The sharp aura made it impossible for the other party to escape. It was too powerful. Bailing and the others cheered. However, the black eye's expression was ugly. Lin Xian walked forward. "Okay, it's time to deal with you." He was like a sword god, forcing the black eyes to retreat. In the end, the black eyes seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Damn kid, just you wait. You're dead meat." After that, he flew into the distance. He actually rushed towards the Stone of 3 Lives. The Stone of 3 Lives was 3 meters tall. It emitted a mysterious light. The black eyes directly rushed towards it, causing a monstrous movement. Then, the power of the evil spirit realm completely enveloped the Stone of 3 Lives. What was he doing? Bailing and the others were stunned. Even Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he saw that the Stone of 3 Lives cracked. From inside, a heart jumped out. The heart was extremely terrifying. It let out an earth-shaking sound like thunder. The endless power of the six paths surrounded it. Then, an illusory figure appeared in his heart. It was a woman, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. This magical scene shocked everyone. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as he felt a sense of danger. The heart and the phantom of the woman had terrifying power. The evil spirit's eyes, however, laughed out loud. He said, "Kid, you're dead. Do you know what this heart is? Do you know what this woman's phantom is? She's the saintess of the Six Paths sect. Let's see how you'll die." The saintess of the ancient Six Paths sect was even more terrifying than the elder that was summoned before. "Who woke me up?" the saintess soul said in a deep voice. The black eyes said, "It's me, saintess. You're finally awake. This kid is not from the Six Paths sect. However, he has a Rinnegan. Capture him. If you take the Rinnegan, the Six Paths sect might have a chance to recover." The soul of the saintess of the Six Paths sect looked at Lin Xian. Suddenly, the world around Lin Xian collapsed. Lin Xian also kept retreating. His pupils constricted. His Rinnegan emitted a terrifying light and formed the 6 paths of reincarnation to resist. However, he was still forced back. What a terrifying power. This woman is too terrifying. Little guy, be careful. At this moment, De Long also spoke. He said, "This woman is very strong. Moreover, the heart beside her should be left behind by the sect leader of the 6 Paths sect. That's the source of power. The combination of the two probably surpasses the strength of an ordinary great emperor." Hearing De Long's words, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he stronger than the average great emperor? No wonder his qi and blood were roiling, as if he was facing a great enemy. "It turns out that you're an ancient senior. Junior greets you here. However, I obtained the Rinnegan by chance. It already belongs to me. I can't give it away. Senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you can tell me. I can help you fulfill them." Lin Xian's voice sounded. The black eyes in front snorted coldly, "You're not worthy. Saintess, don't listen to his excuses. This brat is very cunning. Immediately suppress him." The saintess of the 6 paths walked forward like an empress. As she walked, she carried the power of the 6 paths. "Not good," the ancient crocodile exclaimed. Bailing and the others were scared silly. Lin Xian also frowned. "Since we can't come to an agreement, we can only fight." He had never been afraid of anyone. He took out the immortal slaying sword and prepared to fight. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle. The figure ahead was a lot stronger than Martial Monarch Baiyu, the immortal Martial Monarch, and the others. Holy Daughter of the 6 Paths let out a cold harumph and waved her hand, causing the heart of the 6 Paths to thump violently. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire reincarnation mountain began to shake violently. Heaven and earth split open as countless mysterious forces erupted. Meanwhile, the martial monarchs and 9 heavens supremes who had stayed on the mountain were astounded too. They felt their blood run cold as they sensed an extremely powerful force. What's going on? The entire mountain peak was trembling. I could sense an astonishing power. Who is it? Is it an ancient existence that has awakened? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. Zhong Linqiu frowned. Xianxia's eyes also shone with a cold light. The aura of the ancient 6 Paths gate had surpassed that of an ordinary martial monarch. Could it be that there was still someone in the 6 Paths gate that had survived? Zhong Linqiu also said, "I wonder how Lin Xian is doing. Although he is still alive, he has disappeared." In the 6 Paths gate, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He took out the sky-devouring jar as if he was facing a great enemy. That heart had stirred up such a monstrous force with just a single beat. How powerful was this heart when it was alive? Could it have become an immortal? The black eyes laughed. "Kid, do you see that? This is the power of our saintess. You can't resist it at all. I only need one move and you will be suppressed. When that time comes, I will make you wish you were dead." He laughed proudly. The saintess of the 6 Paths was expressionless. Her illusory palm grabbed forward. Just at this moment of crisis, Lin Xian was startled, because he had previously sent a few clones to the Sword World to dig for treasures. His purpose was to dig out some corpses of martial monarchs to summon. Now that Lin Xian was facing such a terrifying attack, he wanted to use the Wraith Path to summon the Palm of the Sun Valley to block it. However, before he could summon it, one of the clones sent a message that they had dug out something. It was a token, unusually simple and unadorned. He wondered what kind of metal it was made of. The word samsara was written on one side and token on the other. It was a samsara token. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel an extremely ancient and mysterious aura from the token. Could it be related to the ancient Six Paths Gate? After thinking about it, Lin Xian immediately took out the token from the Sword World. He said coldly, "Do you dare to attack me? Look at what this is." The black eye snorted, "Kid, you're about to die and you're still playing tricks. Do you think that by taking out a command token, you can scare us? It's useless." He snorted disdainfully. However, the Saintess of the Six Paths was stunned. Her hand stopped moving. In the next moment, an extremely shocking light burst out from her eyes. Then, she knelt on the ground. Saintess of the Six Paths greets the Lord of Samsara. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Lin Xian was stunned. The black eyes were even more shocked. Behind him, Bailing and the plainclothed elder were also stunned. What did they see? The Saintess of the Six Paths, who was extremely powerful and had surpassed the martial monarchs, was now kneeling on the ground. Was it because of the token? Lin Xian immediately understood. The black eyes were talking about the Lord of Samsara. Could it be that the token belonged to the Lord of Samsara? Lin Xian was too shocked. The Lord of Samsara used to be the owner of the Samsara sword and was extremely powerful. He didn't expect his token to fall in the ancient land. It was really shocking. Impossible, how could you have the token of the Lord of Samsara? Who are you? The black eyes roared crazily. Lin Xian looked at the black eyes and snorted, "Why aren't you kneeling when you see the token?" The black eyes threw themselves on the ground. However, he still couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted and slapped the black eyes. The black eyes screamed in horror and didn't dare to fight back. "Now, do you still dare to take my Rinnegan?" The black eyes kept shaking his head. "No, I don't dare to. Young master, please spare me." "Very good." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "Now, I command you to give me the power of the Wraith Realm." The black eyes cried after hearing this. The Saintess of the Six Paths said, "Do you dare to disobey the order of the Lord of the Six Paths?" Hearing this, the black eyes quickly said, "No." He didn't dare to resist. He could only obediently hand over the evil spirit realm. In this way, Lin Xian successfully obtained the evil ghost path and absorbed its power. Lin Xian's Rinnegan would become more powerful. He looked at the Saintess of the Six Paths. He said, "Tell me about the Six Paths Gate. How was it destroyed in the beginning? And the whereabouts of the Samsara sword?" The Saintess of the Six Paths said, "I'm just a remnant soul now. My soul is missing a lot." "Who was the enemy?" "I don't know. I only know that countless strong masters came to the Six Paths Gate together and fought a great battle. There were countless great emperors and supreme masters in that battle. There were even immortal realm masters. In the end, the ancient Six Paths Gate was destroyed. The Samsara sword was broken." "What about the Samsara master?" "The Samsara master entered the cycle of reincarnation and only left a heart." "Were they all dead?" "In that battle, there was actually an immortal level expert that appeared." Lin Xian was shocked. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he knew how terrifying it would be if so many great emperors attacked together. "Were there any fragments of the Samsara sword?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes." The Saintess of the Samsara said, "They are all in this heart." Lin Xian looked up at the heart floating in front of the three-life stone. He was shocked. Was this the heart left by the Samsara master? There were fragments of the Samsara sword in it. If he could get it, his strength would become even more terrifying. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and walked forward. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped. The reason for that was because when he approached the heart beat once, and a destructive power burst forth. Heaven and earth started to tremble violently once again. Even Lin Xian's blood and qi started to churn. He was only able to withstand the attack by using his majesty and holding the token of the Lord of Samsara. Otherwise, even a great emperor would be torn into two halves by this attack. How could this be? I can't get close to it even with the token of the Samsara master? Lin Xian frowned. The saintess of the six paths said, "Your strength is a little weak." Weak? Lin Xian smiled bitterly. With his current strength, he could even defeat 10 crowned king and other great emperors. Who would dare to say that he was weak? However, the saintess of the six paths made it sound very normal. She said, "Is your reincarnation power not enough? Then what should he do?" "Enhance the power of Rinnegan?" Lin Xian asked. "Do you have any resources or secret methods?" Saintess of the six paths shook her head. "Look at the surroundings, it's already in ruins. The powerful Six Daos Gate has already been destroyed, there's nothing left." What was left behind was also a few dilapidated walls. There was no other way. Lin Xian frowned. He wanted to enhance the power of the Rinnegan, but it would be too slow. Even if he absorbed the evil spirit realm, it would still be difficult for him to get close. However, at this moment the saintess of the six paths spoke again, "There is still a way." Back then, there were still some things left behind. That was the three-life stone. The reincarnation three-life stone contained the power of reincarnation. The more he absorbed, the stronger the power of the six paths of reincarnation would be. The three-life stone. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stared at the 3-meter-tall three-life stone in front of him. However, the saintess of the six paths said, "This won't do. This contains the heart of the Lord of Reincarnation. Look for others." Then, she waved her hand and grabbed a stone from the distance. This stone was not big, only the size of a fist, but it also contained the power of the six paths of reincarnation. "This is the other three-life stone. You can absorb some." "Are there many of these stones?" Lin Xian asked. The saintess of the six paths shook her head. "There are 36 reincarnation three-life stone in total, distributed in different places in the reincarnation mountain. Not only here, but also on the mountain outside. You'd better do it quickly. I can sense the aura of many great emperors outside." Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "I know." Lin Xian began to use his Rinnegan to collect the three life stones. In the blink of an eye, he had collected 9, but it was still not enough. Lin Xian felt that he had to collect 36 of them. At the same time, the great emperors and supremes on the mountain outside were also shocked. Just now, it jumped again. What a terrifying power. "Look, I found a stone. This stone contains the power of the six paths." The spiritual sovereign laughed loudly. The other supremes and great emperors quickly turned their heads to look. In the next moment, their eyes turned red. A stone containing the power of the six paths of reincarnation. This was a treasure of the ancient six paths gate. Woof woof, at this moment, the big yellow dog under Xianxia's feet suddenly burst out and rushed out. It bit at Supreme Huangling's arm. Supreme Huangling screamed, and the three-life stone in his hand fell from his hand. "Damn it, where did this stupid dog come from? Get out of here." He sent the big yellow dog flying with a slap. The big yellow dog rolled a few times in the air and bared its teeth. It seemed that it was not injured. This surprised everyone. "This dog is so terrifying." "Don't worry, it's still here," Emperor Bu said. He stretched out his hand, enveloping the three-life stone and grabbing it. But at this moment, the space flashed, and the three-life stone disappeared. "How is this possible? Who is it? Get out of here." Emperor Bu roared crazily. He was going crazy. The three-life stone disappeared in his hand? Supreme Huangling also roared. They began to search in all directions. Some of them stared at the big yellow dog and Xianxia. "Did you do this?" Xianxia said, Xianxia, which eye of yours saw me do it?" The immortal emperor was puzzled as well. The disappearance of Lin Fan's soul was indeed strange. The two of them stared at Xianxia, unwilling to give up. At this moment, Emperor Baiyu laughed. "I found another one." He flapped the wings on his back and hit the mountain peak. Immediately, a rock flew toward him. It also contained the power of the six paths of reincarnation. It was another three-life stone. Great. He reached out to grab it, but the stone disappeared in the air. Damn it. Emperor Baiyu roared. The feathers on his body covered the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. But he still couldn't leave behind the 3 live stone. Just like that, the 3 live stone vanished into thin air. Is it the law of space? The immortal emperor asked. This scene was the same as when he had disappeared. However, Emperor Baiyu frowned. He said, I didn't sense the law of space. Is it the Gu family? Many people looked over. But they didn't find anything. Some people said, could there be someone stronger than us secretly attacking? The people who came were all experts. There were even a few great emperors. But they knew that they weren't the strongest. There were strong and weak great emperors. They had only cultivated 1 strand of immortal qi. There were people who managed to cultivate 2 daos. Therefore, perhaps there really was someone even more powerful hiding in the dark. A supreme being said, could it be someone from the ancient 6-path sect who hasn't died yet? If that was the case, then it would be an ancient senior. At this point, a supreme being hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Senior from the ancient 6-path sect, we didn't mean to disturb you. Senior, please be merciful. Emperor Bu didn't dare to be presumptuous. No matter how strong he was no match for an ancient expert. So he cupped his fists and said, Senior, please calm down. Senior, please be merciful. Emperor Baiyu, Supreme Huangling, and the others all cupped their fists. At this moment, they became extremely respectful. Then they said, let's go and find something else. They continued to search. There were already 20 stones in front of Lin Xian. Each of them contained information about the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to absorb the power on them. His eyes became more and more mysterious. The 3 life stones contained the complete power of the 6 paths. In other words, the missing Tao of Azura was also filled in by the 3 life stones. Lin Xian only needed to absorb the power of these 3 life stones. His Rinnegan would become perfect and powerful. The people outside continued to attack. Next, they found a few more 3 life stones and fought with each other. The battle between the great emperors and supremes erupted, shaking heaven and earth. However, just as they were about to get their hands on them, the 3 life stones all disappeared inexplicably. This made them vomit blood in anger. Damn it! This ancient senior was way too greedy, wasn't he? Could it be that he wanted all the treasures? Damn it, let's fight it out with him. There are so many of us, do we have to be afraid of him? Of course, there were also people who said, don't be rash. This is the 6 paths gate. Who knows what unknown power there is, it's not wise to offend them. Let's avoid them for now. There were all kinds of discussions. In the end, they didn't get anything. In front of Lin Xian, there were already 36 reincarnation stones. The 36 3 life stones circled around him. It was as if they formed a perfect 6 paths world. Endless 6 rays of light bloomed, and Lin Xian quickly absorbed the power. In the next moment, heaven and earth shook, and the entire reincarnation mountain changed. The supremes and great emperors outside were shocked. What happened? It was that mysterious power. When they looked carefully, they found that it seemed to be different. The mountain peak cracked, and there was a world inside. They found that the mountain peak cracked, and there was a new space inside. They all rushed out. In the next moment, they were stunned. What an ancient aura. The broken palace, the ancient power. Could this be the ancient 6 paths gate? The great emperors and supremes were stunned. Zhongling Shou and Xianxia were also surprised and looked around curiously. Suddenly, at this moment, someone said, look, isn't that the 3 life stones from before? They had disappeared outside, but all of them had appeared here. Someone pointed ahead. Everyone turned their heads. In the next moment, their eyes turned red. If they could get the 36 3 life stones, they could definitely condense the reincarnation law. At that time, they might even be able to summon the reincarnation sword. Everyone was extremely excited and quickly rushed over. Boom, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation erupted, knocking back all those who came. Everyone was terrified. How terrifying. Everyone, don't act rashly. Great Emperor Baiyu shouted, let's study it first. Are there any powerful formations? The rest of the martial monarchs and 9 heaven supremes nodded. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on the 3 live stone, giving everyone a fright. When they looked carefully, they discovered that some of the 3 live stones were indeed cracked. There was no light on it, and the power of reincarnation had disappeared. The immortal emperor roared, who is it? Get out here, Great Emperor Baiyu also snorted coldly. Could it be inside? They were murderous and wanted to attack. Stop. Who dares to attack? At this moment, the saintess of the 6 paths flew over and said coldly, who dares to attack the master of reincarnation? What? The master of reincarnation? Great Emperor Baiyu was stunned. The immortal emperor's scalp went numb. This was a legendary ancient powerhouse. Could it be that he really didn't die? Thinking of this, they hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. Greetings, Senior, Master of Reincarnation. Master of Reincarnation, please forgive my rudeness. Everyone bowed to him respectfully. Bailing and the old man in plain clothes had strange expressions after seeing this. It wasn't the Master of Reincarnation. It was Lin Xian who had taken the Master of Reincarnation's token. These people didn't worship the Master of Reincarnation. It was Lin Xian. They wondered what the great emperors and supremes' expressions would be when they found out. That was more like it. The saintess of the 6 paths didn't care about this. Whoever had the Master of Reincarnation's token was her master. Therefore, she said coldly, you people, wait. The Master of Reincarnation is cultivating. Don't disturb him. Yes. The immortal emperor, Supreme Huangling, and the others hurriedly nodded. They stood to the side respectfully. Everyone quieted down, not daring to disturb him. More and more cracks appeared on the 3 life stone. The last few 3 life stones shattered into pieces. Then, more 3 life stones shattered. When the final 3 live stone cracked open, Lin Xian walked out of it. He roared to the sky, and the rinnegan in his right eye shone with a mysterious light. At this moment, his eye became perfect. It contained the 6 paths and was much more powerful than before. This was great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. This time, his strength had increased so much that it was beyond his imagination. Moreover, he might get the fragment of the reincarnation sword. How could he not be excited? When the others saw this, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? It was this kid. This kid was the master of reincarnation. What kind of joke was this? The immortal emperor roared. The Baiyu emperor also frowned. He said coldly, kid, how dare you secretly absorb the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Kneel down and give me your power and your eye. Countless furious roars could be heard. At this moment, everyone stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed. How dare you be rude to me? You people are courting death. Weren't all of you respectfully addressing me as senior and bowing to me earlier? How could you forget it after a few days? You're courting death. The Baiyu emperor was so angry that he vomited blood. He bowed and spoke humbly because he thought it was the master of reincarnation, the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation. But he didn't expect it to be this kid. Supreme Huangling and Supreme Wuhui's faces darkened. They had been fooled. It was too embarrassing for them to bow to a young man. Kill him. This kid was pretending to be mysterious. Kill him to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Many people rushed out. Supreme Wuhui was the first to attack. He threw out the Wuhui cauldron. He knocked it fiercely. There were illusions on it that could make people's souls lose their minds. How bold. The saintess of the 6 paths roared and wanted to attack. Lin Xian stopped her. He said, no, I'll do it. I also want to try the power of the rinnegan. After that, Lin Xian looked at Supreme Wuhui and said, come here. I'll grant you death. You're courting death. Supreme Wuhui was furious. He said, seal of no regrets. He formed a seal with his palm and slapped it fiercely. His palm print carried an extremely terrifying murderous intent, as if there was no return. This was his famous unique skill. After the attack, the great emperor didn't feel good either. He didn't believe that the other party could resist it. Humph. Insignificant skill. Lin Xian sneered. His Rinnegan bloomed. This time, it really turned into 6 worlds. The 6 paths of reincarnation directly enveloped this attack. Boom, the seal of no regrets shattered. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation spun and slammed into Supreme Wuhui. Supreme Wuhui spat out blood and was sent flying. He held his head and screamed. His soul had been hit. Was he hurt? He sent Supreme Wuhui flying with just one look. Oh heavens, has this kid's soul become so strong to such an extent? The Rinnegan contained the true 6 paths. He had cultivated the perfect Rinnegan. The immortal emperor roared madly as well. Martial monarch Baiyu, Supreme Huang Ling, and the others wore twisted expressions. He had absorbed so much power from the 3 live stone. Had he finally evolved his Rinnegan to this level? Damn it, we can't let him live anymore. Everyone, attacked together. Martial monarch Baiyu stepped forward. Emperor Bumya and Supreme Huang Ling also stepped forward. On the other side, Supreme Wuhui also came back. He was covered in blood and looked ferocious. How dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The 4 top experts joined forces again. Last time, Lin Xian couldn't resist such an attack. This time, he was going to die. How dare you attack the master of reincarnation? Do you want to die? The saintess of the 6 paths walked out and snorted. Emperor Baiyu said, I'm from the other world. How dare you interfere with my business? Get lost. The saintess of the 6 paths sneered, so what if you're from the other world? I'm the saintess of the 6 paths gate. Although this place is destroyed, it's still the territory of the 6 paths gate. Are you challenging me? Her cold voice resounded in all directions. When the people around heard this, they were all stunned. What? She's the saintess of the 6 paths, the saintess of the ancient 6 paths gate? It was too inconceivable. Her remnant soul actually still existed. So what if she was the saintess of the 6 paths? Emperor Baiyu roared, it's already a broken sect. How can it compete with the other world? The other world is the strongest overlord. Then, he slapped out. Terrifying immortal chi surrounded him as he attacked the saintess of the 6 paths. The saintess of the 6 paths snorted, fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The broken soul threw out a super strong punch with a terrifying power that caused the void to tremble. The punch sent martial monarch Baiyu flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His arms were all broken, blood dripping down into the 9 heavens. The surrounding people were shocked. Even a remnant soul was so powerful. It was too unbelievable. The holy daughter of the 6 paths must have been a great emperor when she was alive. As expected of the ancient 6 paths gate, it was truly terrifying. Even after being dead for tens of thousands of years, it still possessed such power. Damn it, how is this possible? So powerful. Emperor Baiyu's face turned ugly. He did not expect a remnant soul to be so quiet. However, the immortal emperor said, no, look in the distance, there's a heart. His soul was connected to the saintess of the 6 paths, and he was providing her with power. Everyone looked into the distance, and sure enough, there was a heart there. Beside the heart, there was a 3-meter-tall rock. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation on it was even more terrifying. This was the real reincarnation stone of 3 lives. If we can obtain it, we will definitely possess the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Huang Ling Supreme's eyes turned red instantly. The immortal emperor roared and charged forward. He didn't care about anything else, but he had to get his hands on this heart. His heart, the immortal heart, had been taken away by the demon emperor, which greatly reduced his power. If he could obtain the other heart, he would definitely be able to return to his peak. Therefore, he charged over without hesitation. Stupid. The saintess of the 6 paths snorted and did not stop him. On the other side, the black-eyed man also sneered. You're courting death. How dare you covet this heart? The immortal supremacy was very fast. In an instant, he was in front of the heart. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the heart. The surrounding people were shocked. Was this treasure going to be taken away by him? However, at this moment, the heart beat violently. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The imperishable supremacy's body was torn to shreds, torn to shreds. Ah, the immortal supremacy turned around and fled with his broken body. He let out a miserable cry, his eyes filled with infinite fear. It was too terrifying. The heart beat once, and his body was shattered. Whose heart was this? It was the heart of an immortal. It was completely beyond his imagination. Even if he really got it, he didn't dare to use it, because his body couldn't bear it. How could this be? Great Emperor Baiyu and the others also stopped in their tracks. All the other powerhouses retreated in fear. This heart was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could get. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered. What did you say? Great Emperor Baiyu roared. Lin Xian said, I said you're an idiot. You, and you, are all idiots. You want the treasure, but you don't have the strength. Hurry up and get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Damn it. Great Emperor Baiyu and the others gritted their teeth. Huangling Supreme also said, we don't have the courage? Humph, do you dare to move forward? Why wouldn't you dare? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Look at how I'm going to get the treasure. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he walked forward. No way, right? He dared to go forward? What kind of joke was this? This heart definitely had an extraordinary origin. Even the power of a great emperor couldn't bear it, let alone him. He was the 10-crown king. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't have a chance to get it. Countless voices came from the kiln. Zhong Lingxiu also sucked in a breath of cold air. Faced with this heart, her born Taoism aptitude was also on the verge of cracking. She looked at Chen Yixian and said, Master, should we persuade him? Chen Yixian threw a few copper coins in the void. Then, her eyes lit up. No need. I just did a divination for him. It was scary but not dangerous. This kid might be able to create a miracle. It was scary but not dangerous. After hearing this, Zhong Lingxiu was shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian could really get this heart, but how could he use it? No one would be able to withstand the power of this heart. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Lin Xian walked forward and approached the heart. He felt a huge pressure. He opened his rinnegan to resist this pressure and continued to move forward. Finally, he moved forward for a distance. However, he stopped and couldn't move forward anymore. Seeing this scene, Great Emperor Baiyu sneered. It's not working. I knew he didn't have the ability. Supreme Huangling also shook his head. It turns out that it's just a facade. How disappointing. The other great emperors and supremes also shook their heads and sighed. It seems that no one can get this treasure. Just when they thought it was impossible, Lin Xian took another step forward. He walked forward. Immortal Supreme snorted. His body would be broken into pieces, just like before. Even with his indestructible body, he still suffered such a terrible injury. He estimated that the other party would be killed in an instant. The others also had the same thought. But in the next moment, they were stunned. Nothing happened. How could it be? Immortal Supreme's eyes almost popped out. His indestructible body was severely injured, but the other party was unharmed. Moreover, the heart wasn't beating. Damn it, why? Was his luck that good? Lucky? The Saintess of Six Paths sneered. You're so stupid. He's not lucky. He's the only one who can get close to the heart. What do you mean? The Void Emperor sneered. However, the Saintess of Six Paths ignored him. Was he being ignored? The Void Emperor was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, he didn't dare to fight her. The Saintess of Six Paths was very strong. Supreme Huangling said, Look at that kid. He's holding a token. Is it because of that token? Yes, that must be it. Great Emperor Baiyu gritted her teeth. What token is that? Why does it have such a magical effect? With the token of the Master of Samsara, Lin Xian finally arrived in front of the heart. He looked at the heart and said, I'm here to take the fragment of the Samsara sword. I'll bring the Six Paths gate back to the world. As if it understood Lin Xian, the heart in front of him started beating again. Every time it beat, it felt like the world was falling apart. The surrounding supremes and great emperors all retreated. Their blood was boiling, and their faces were full of fear. If they continued to jump, their bodies would be torn apart. Buzz, at this moment, the heart cracked open, and a palm-sized fragment floated out from within. There were mysterious patterns on the fragment, which was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook, and the clouds in the heavenly land changed. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Great Emperor Bayu was shocked. Is this the fragment of the legendary Samsara sword? Heavens, there's a fragment of the Samsara sword here. The eyes of the Bone Emperor, the Yellow Spring Emperor, and the others turned red. This thing was much more precious than the 3 live stone. If they could get it, they might be able to inherit the Samsara sword. Attack! The surrounding people attacked crazily. At this moment, even the great emperors attacked. Who dared? The Saintess of 6 Paths shouted coldly. She struck out with the Sword of 6 Paths. However, it only stopped a few people. The other supremes and great emperors rushed over. They charged toward Lin Xian. Get out of here, kid. Just you? He was not qualified to obtain the fragment of the Samsara sword. Countless furious roars could be heard. After Lin Xian heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. He turned his head slightly, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. It wouldn't be that easy to reap the benefits of a third party. With a wave of his hand, he activated the 6 Paths of Reincarnation token. In that instant, the heart in front of him thumped. Following a loud explosion, the martial monarchs were sent flying while coughing up blood. Cracks began to appear on the bodies of the martial monarchs. Their scalps went numb. It was simply too frightening. At this moment, the shattered fragments of the reincarnation sword started to shine brightly. A monstrous aura swept out. Everyone retreated in fear. People like the Black Eye, the Saintess of the 6 Paths, and the old man were all kneeling on the ground. Their eyes were filled with admiration. This was the true power of reincarnation. The immortal heavenly monarch said, "Retreat for now and wait for this power to disappear before attacking again." The Yellow Spring Great Emperor's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed the yellow spring water that filled the sky. We can't let this kid have his way. This thing belongs to us. The White Feather Great Emperor's face was even colder. He crushed a token and snorted inwardly, "No one can snatch this thing from us." These people were all waiting and preparing in secret. As soon as the power of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disappeared, they would quickly make their move. As expected, the heart didn't continue to erupt with power. He stopped beating, and even the cracks on his body slowly disappeared. It seemed that it was going to return to the 3 life stone. Oh no! The ancient crocodile's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Zhonglingshou also said, "This way, Lin Xian will be in danger." "Master, do you have any ideas?" Qinyi Xian shook her head. "Unless he gives up the fragments of the reincarnation sword, he will definitely become the target of public criticism." Lin Xian naturally understood this. He turned around and looked at the martial monarchs and martial monarchs around him. "Do you want this?" "Impossible. Kid, hand it over and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll destroy your heart and soul." One after another, angry roars sounded. Bone Emperor also said, "Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I won't be merciful." Lin Xian threw his head back and laughed. "If you want it, it'll depend on your ability." The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. At this moment, Lin Xian's Rinnegan suddenly erupted and an illusory eye appeared in the sky. This eye seemed to have been born with only one eye. It looked down on all living things and coldly stared at everyone. At this moment, even the martial monarchs and martial monarchs' pupils shrank. They didn't know why. They felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's Rinnegan shone brightly. The real 6 Paths of Reincarnation summoned the remnant souls and broken bones between heaven and earth. At this moment, the remaining power of the powerhouses who died in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation all erupted. There were broken souls whistling in all directions. There were also broken bones. At this moment, they stood up from the ground and swept across the world. These weren't weaklings. They were super powerhouses who died in the ancient times. There were a lot of martial monarchs. At this moment, they were summoned by Lin Xian. It was really terrifying. At this moment, the ancient 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to have turned into Azura hell. Get lost. Immediately, the Yellow Spring Great Emperor roared and the Yellow River swept in all directions. He also summoned some white bones. But at this moment, a big palm slapped down from the sky. It was a white bone palm. It directly smashed the Yellow River water all over the sky. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of horror. Damn it. What kind of powerhouse is this? What kind of battle happened in the past? Not only him, but Bone Emperor was also entangled by evil spirits. There were 4 phantoms of evil spirits rushing over quickly. Those evil spirits were the remnant souls of the martial monarchs. In addition, Supreme Huangling, Wu Mia, Supreme Wu Hui, and Baiyu Emperor. Everyone was under attack. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was earth-shattering. The linen-clothed elder, Bailing, and the others were full of despair. Fortunately, Lin Xian used the power of the sky-swallowing jar to envelop them and take them away. He looked around and said coldly, "Let's fight. Fight to your heart's content." The battle was very terrifying. Lin Xian turned around and faced the fragment of the Samsara sword. He wanted to take the fragment of the Samsara sword. But the process was not simple. The fragment of the Samsara sword was also very terrifying. If he wanted to subdue it, he had to get the recognition of the fragment. Lin Xian used the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation to fight against the fragment. Damn it. Stop that kid. I can't let him succeed. Baiyu Emperor roared crazily. The wings on his back spread out like a heavenly knife, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the sky and earth were split into 2. Endless light rushed toward Lin Xian. It wanted to swallow Lin Xian. Boom, the Saintess of the 6 paths struck out the sword of 6 paths and stopped Baiyu Emperor. At the same time, she said, "How dare you be rude to the master of Samsara?" She flicked her fingers, and sword chi danced in the air as she fought with Great Emperor Baiyu. The others wanted to come over. In the end, they were either sent flying by the power of the 6 paths or attacked by the other martial monarchs. The scene was very terrifying. The scene here naturally attracted the attention of others. It was not only the heavenly land. The deity ground and the universe outside also saw it. There was no other way. There were so many martial monarchs fighting. Even though they were separated by the endless void, they could feel it clearly. In the heavens, a sea of lightning filled the air. A tall figure stood there. He was the Thunderclap Emperor. At this moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes. A jade pendant on his body sent a message. "You found the reincarnation sword fragment. Come and help me." You found the reincarnation sword fragment. The Thunderclap Emperor immediately soared into the sky and charged into the distance with endless lightning. This thing must belong to the Permitha. In an ancient city in the heavens, Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others also saw this scene. It was the reincarnation sword fragment and Xianer's aura. It seemed that he was in trouble. "Who will go?" Lord Alcohol asked. Lin Zhan walked out and said, "This time, I'll go. I'll help Xian get the reincarnation sword fragment." "That's good too. This time around, you and your father should be able to shock those people by joining hands." Lord Alcohol and the others also smiled. Lin Zhan soared into the sky. The Permitha also sensed it. This news even spread to the virtual immortal. The virtual immortal opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the 9 heavens. He said, "The reincarnation sword fragment actually appeared at this time. Well, let's get it then." An expert beside him asked, "Virtual immortal, should we attack?" The virtual immortal shook his head slightly. "No, that place has Baiyu and Thunderclap. I'll give them another phantom of the heavenly punishment sword. I think they should be able to succeed. As for the 3 of you, get ready. We're going to the 9 underworlds. The divine realm has taken the initiative in the heavens. It will be difficult for us to turn the tables. Therefore, we have to occupy the 9 underworlds first." "Yes." The 3 figures in front cupped their fists and said. They prepared to leave. As for the virtual immortal, he grabbed the sky with his hand. Suddenly, in the depths of the Permitha, the light of heavenly punishment appeared and condensed into a sort of lightning. The power of the lightning Dao on it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was all red lightning. This was the true heavenly punishment. The phantom of the heavenly punishment sword was too terrifying. Lei Yi. The virtual immortal said coldly. In the distance, a young figure flew over. It was a handsome man. He knelt on one knee. Grandpa, you're looking for me? He was actually the grandson of the virtual immortal. His strength was actually at the great emperor level. The virtual immortal said, I'll give you a phantom of the heavenly punishment sword. Take it with you and head to the heavenly land. You must bring me the fragments of the samsara sword. Understood. Lei Yi carefully took the phantom image of the heavenly punishment sword, then rose into the air and left. As for the other families in the deity ground and the great emperor families in the universe, they were also shocked. However, they only dared to watch from afar and did not dare to send people over. They could clearly sense that more than one great emperor was heading there. With such a lineup and combat strength, they simply couldn't resist. In the Six Paths Gate, the battle was still as terrifying as ever. Originally, the Six Paths Gate was already in ruins. Therefore, the martial monarchs and 9 heaven supremes did not hold back at all. The impact caused the surroundings to be even more shattered. Great Emperor Baiyu gave the order. By relying on Higgins' identity, he had somehow become a leader. He led the other rogue great emperors and rushed over. On the other side, the Paragons seemed to have joined forces for the time being. After all, they were allied with the Paragon Palace. They no longer fought on their own. Now that they joined forces, they gradually pushed back the white bones and remnant souls. When the Saintess of the Six Paths saw this, she snorted coldly, protect the Samsara Master. The sword chi of the Six Paths of Reincarnation in her hand shone even more brightly. She even summoned a few corpses. These corpses were the powerhouses of the Six Paths Gate in the past. Previously, they were buried under the ground. Now, at this critical moment, the Saintess of the Six Paths took them out. These figures were extremely terrifying. They used the Six Paths of Reincarnation fist, and their fists suppressed the world. Once again, they fought with the 9 heavens supremes and great emperors. Boom! Boom! Shocking power came, and the blood of great Emperor Baiyu and the others boiled. Damn it, why isn't Jinglei here yet? Great Emperor Baiyu gritted his teeth. Calculating the time, he should be here by now. At this moment, heaven and earth split open, and endless lightning filled the air. The lightning turned into spears and descended with terrifying immortal chi. Like the spears of the thunder god, they sent the corpses flying. So powerful. The ancient crocodile, Black Eye, and the others were shocked. Are there more powerhouses coming? The Yellow Spring Great Emperor, Void Great Emperor, and the others also looked up at the sky. They exclaimed, what terrifying lightning! Could it be the Jinglei Great Emperor from the other world? In the sea of lightning, a tall man walked out. He was wearing a thunder robe and looked extraordinarily mighty. Terrifying lightning surrounded his body, making him look like a peerless thunder god. He said coldly, Wu. The Jinglei Great Emperor from the other world. It's really someone from the other world. This person is so terrifying. The Supremes frowned. Great Emperor Baiyu smiled, you're finally here. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, also frowned, is the second Great Emperor from the other world here? What kind of good news was this? He had to hurry up and collect the fragment of the reincarnation sword. At this moment, he had established a connection with the fragment of the reincarnation sword. However, he couldn't take it away for now. He still needed some time. When the Jinglei Great Emperor arrived, he stared at the fragment of the reincarnation sword in front of him. His eyes shone with cold light. This thing belongs to the other world. His words were so arrogant that he didn't take the others seriously at all. The Yellow Spring Great Emperor, Bone Emperor, and the others all snorted. The other Supremes also frowned. One of them, Heavenly Saber Supreme, said coldly, aren't you too overbearing? Take it with your own strength. Otherwise, we won't accept it. If we don't accept it, we'll die. The Jinglei Great Emperor was very powerful. He condensed the Thunder God spear in his hand and threw it out. Heavenly Saber Supreme roared, "Do you think I'm a pushover?" He threw out the terrifying Heavenly Saber. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. However, Heavenly Saber Supreme flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. What terrifying lightning! The Jingle Great Emperor snorted, "You're just a Supremes. How dare you compete with me with your incomplete power? I've never been afraid of anyone at the same level as me." The Thunderclap Emperor was filled with boundless arrogance, which shocked the crowd. It seemed that this guy's strength was even more terrifying than Baiyu Great Emperor. Seeing that no one dared to refute, the Jingle Great Emperor turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. He frowned and said, "Where did this ant come from? How dare you covet the fragment of the Samsara sword? Get out of here." A furious roar that sounded like the roar of a thunder god was heard. Rolling thunderclouds rushed forward, intending to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't look back. He waved his hand and the power of the sky-swallowing jar appeared. It formed a vortex and swallowed the sea of thunder. The next moment, he said coldly, "How dare you attack me? Do you want to die? Which hand did it? Cut it off yourself. Don't make me do it. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer." Everyone went crazy. This guy is provoking the Jingle Great Emperor. The Jingle Great Emperor was also angry. "Good boy, no one has dared to challenge me for many years. I didn't expect a young ant like you to be so reckless. Well, I'll kill you with my own hands." The Thunderclap Emperor was completely enraged. The lightning in his hand formed into the Thunder God Spear, and he swung it forward. This was his opponent's unique skill, and it was much more powerful than before. The surrounding people all exclaimed in surprise. In their opinion, Lin Xian might not be able to block it. After all, the Thunderclap Emperor's power was too terrifying. Lin Xian performed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and the terrifying fist killed his opponent. It clashed with the Thunder God Spear. It actually knocked all the Thunder God Spears away. It was so powerful. The surrounding people exclaimed, and Heavenly Tao Supreme and the others frowned. He had fought with the Thunderclap Emperor before, so he naturally knew how terrifying the Thunder God Spear was. In his opinion, an ordinary Great Emperor would not be able to block it. However, Lin Xian casually knocked it away with his fist. Could it be that this kid has become so powerful? Is this all you've got? Lin Xian withdrew his fist, shook his head and said, "You're so weak. Higan, you've really disappointed me. Stupid thing." The Thunderclap Emperor was also angry. "Young man, I admit that you're very powerful, and rare among the great emperors. However, you shouldn't have provoked me. Because I'm not someone you can imagine." The Thunder God Claw. He reached out his hand and grabbed forward. Above his palm, endless lightning and immortal chi filled the air. It was like the hand of the Thunder God reaching out from the 9 heavens' immortal palace. Lin Xian snorted, and the divine fire on his body flickered, forming a fire god to fight against it. The collision between the Thunder God and the Fire God was like a real battle between two gods. The terrifying and destructive power swept in all directions. He blocked it again. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so terrifying. Not only that, Lin Xian blocked his opponent with a punch, and at the same time, attacked again. He waved his hand, took out the immortal slaying sword, and slashed forward. This sword had the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it had the power to break the sky. The slash landed on the body of the Thunderclap Martial Monarch, causing a tear to appear on his battle robe. The Thunderclap Emperor's expression changed. He turned into a flash of light and dodged quickly. He retreated to the back and his face darkened. What a sharp sword. What's going on with this kid? How could he be so powerful? Emperor Baiyu rushed over and said, "Thunder, be careful. He is Lin Wudi, the successor of the 9 sons. Furthermore, he was also the successor of the Great Dragon Sword." So it was him. Realization dawned on the Thunderclap Monarch. No wonder he was so powerful. Was it this brat who had gone against them so many times? The Great Dragon Sword is indeed extraordinary, but it's a pity that it's in his hands. I'll take it from him. Great Emperor Baiyu said, "Let's work together to avoid any more trouble." After all, there were quite a number of people from the Palace of Paragon here. The Thunderclap Emperor nodded his head in agreement. The Paragon Palace was indeed a troublesome faction to deal with. Moreover, no one knew when the people from the God realm would come. Therefore, they were prepared to join forces. Great Emperor Baiyu, Great Emperor Bumia, and several other great emperors in the distance all walked over. They stood together. Their auras were so terrifying that they could destroy everything. After reading it, Lin Xian laughed heartily. Team up again. The youngest among you is tens of thousands of years old, and the oldest has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. You haven't learned anything except being shameless. Isn't the Otherworld Heavenly King high and mighty? Isn't it the Supreme Overlord? You can only work together with the young man to deal with me. The Otherworld Heavenly King really disappoints me. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The Thunderclap Monarch was even more furious. How dare you challenge the Otherworld Heavenly King? You're courting death. Lin Xian said, why can't I challenge you? Who can defeat me in a one-on-one fight? At that moment, he was extremely arrogant. Countless experts, including Great Emperor Baiyu, were at a loss for words. Indeed, several great emperors from the Otherworld Heavenly King had been defeated by him one after another. There was nothing they could do. Could it be that the Otherworld Heavenly King was going to be defeated? Impossible. They were the supreme and most powerful beings. How could they lose to him? You want to fight one-on-one? I'll grant you your wish. At this moment, another voice came from the sky. Then, with a flash of lightning, another wave of lightning descended. Then, a handsome man walked out. Someone else is here? Who is this man? He's so young. Is he also a young man? When the surrounding utmost being experts saw this scene, they exclaimed in shock. This man was unfamiliar. Great Emperor Baiyu and the Thunderclap Emperor exclaimed, why are you here too, Mr. Lei Yi? The other supreme beings exclaimed, Mr. Lei Yi, is he also from the Otherworld Heavenly King? Oh heavens, another great emperor from the Otherworld Heavenly King has arrived. No wonder they're the Supreme Overlord. Their foundation is too strong. Who are you? Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly. You're courting death. He's from the Otherworld Heavenly King, Mr. Lei Yi. The Thunderclap Emperor roared. Never heard of him. Lin Xian was annoyed. What Tom, Dick, and Harry? Do I have to know all of them? Great Emperor Baiyu was also angry. Young man, you're too reckless. Do you know that Mr. Lei Yi is the grandson of the virtual immortal of the Otherworld Heavenly King? His strength and identity are not something you can imagine. The grandson of a heavenly king? The surrounding people were shocked. They knew that the virtual immortal was a person who became an immortal. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He was familiar with the name virtual immortal. He had never seen this person before, but he had some contact with him. In hell, 10-Crown King, the heavenly Peng, was suppressed. It was the doing of the virtual immortal. 100,000 years ago, the 10-Crown King, a peerless expert of the Dragon clan, was also suppressed by the immortal beheading sword. The dragon-slaying sword was also from the virtual immortal. This person was very strong and called himself a heavenly king. Moreover, he liked to suppress the 10-Crown King. Unexpectedly, this time, the heavenly king did not appear, but his grandson did. Moreover, the heavenly king's grandson was a great emperor. It had to be said that the heavenly king's foundation was very deep. One had to know that the sons of great emperors usually could not become great emperors. However, even the grandson of a virtual immortal had become a great emperor. It seemed that a virtual immortal was much stronger than a great emperor. Could it be that he was really a heavenly king? But were there really heavenly kings in the world? Were heavenly kings immortal? Lin Xian did not know any of this, but he was ready to make a move. As the 10-Crown King, Lin Xian was ready to take some interest from the virtual immortal's grandson. On the other side, Great Emperor Baiyu also said, Young Master Yi, are you going to make a move? Great. However, you have to be careful. This kid is the successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the 9 Sons. Moreover, he has the power of reincarnation. More importantly, he is the 10-Crown King. Hearing this, Lei Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light. Does he have so many trump cards? No wonder he dares to compete with us. However, don't worry, I can deal with the 10-Crown King. My grandfather loves to torture the 10-crown king. This time, I'll capture him and present him to my grandfather. I think my grandfather will be very happy." As he spoke, Lei Yi walked forward. He looked at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down obediently. Admit defeat." "Admit defeat? Apologize? I'll never be able to learn that in my lifetime." Lin Xian shook his head. Then he changed the topic. "But I wonder what your grandfather's expression will be if you die. You dared to suppress 10-crown king of the dragon race. Today, I'll show you how powerful 10-crown king is." Lin Xian walked out with a powerful aura emanating from him. His 9-yang divine body swept out in all directions. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of the sun, making the surrounding supremes exclaim. 10-crown king lived up to his name. However, could he really beat Lei Yi? He was the grandson of a mortal, he was taught by a mortal himself. How powerful must his immortal techniques be? Even the Thunderclap Emperor and the others were no match for him. Let's see if you're as arrogant as the legends say. Thunder God Finger. Lei Yi pointed his finger. The terrifying finger carried endless starlight that pierced through heaven and earth. This power seemed to be even more terrifying than the Thunderclap Emperor's lightning. 9-yang divine palm, one palm shook the sky. Lin Xian's palm pressed down like a heavenly monument, blocking the Thunder God Finger. It couldn't move forward. Lin Xian said coldly, "It's useless. Even if you're a mortal's grandson, you can't do anything to me." Slash, Lin Xian roared and spat out a ray of sword energy, cutting off the Thunder God Finger. The terrifying lightning was split in half. Lei Yi retracted his palm. There was a sword mark on his finger. His face darkened instantly. That was interesting. He stopped the bleeding and then his eyes shone with cold light. In the past, someone accidentally hurt me. Guess what I did to him? I captured him and tortured him for 10,000 years. Every day, he lived a life worse than death. If you dare to hurt me today, I'll torture you for 100,000 years and let you live in despair forever. A cold voice was heard and the surrounding great emperors felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. This person's murderous intent was too terrifying. Whoever offended him would die without a doubt. Lightning Fist. Lei Yi roared. His fist technique was astonishing. Thousands of fists with destructive power rushed towards Lin Xian. It completely enveloped Lin Xian's location. That place had completely turned into a black hole. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly as a huge flaming figure emerged from the lightning. Then, it opened its palms and tore the void apart. Lin Xian, in his God of 9 Suns state, walked out like a supreme god of fire. Walking on the earth. Every step he took caused the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. It was as if the divine fire could burn the 9 heavens. One had to admit that Lei Yi was indeed very strong. He was even more terrifying than a great emperor. But so what? Lin Xian would also let the other party know what it meant to be truly invincible. After tearing apart his opponent's lightning fist, Lin Xian attacked again, the 9 Suns' divine fist descending. 1,000 suns fell from the sky, and the rumbling sound spread out in all directions. Their fists collided in the air like a clash between lightning and fire. The martial monarchs and 9 heavens supremes immediately backed away. Their brows were tightly knitted together. Initially, they thought that young Master Lei Yi would crush the other party. But now, they were evenly matched. This was truly shocking. Emperor Baiyu frowned. This lad is so strong, however, Shocking Thunder Emperor said. He can't believe in young Master Lei Yi. He hasn't even used his true immortal skill yet. Shocking Thunder Emperor was also an expert of the Tao of Thunder. When he was at the Permitha realm, he had sparred with young Master Lei Yi more than once. Naturally, he knew that young Master Lei Yi had many terrifying immortal skills. Once he used them, Lin Wudi wouldn't be able to defend against them. The battle ahead was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 300 moves had passed. In just the blink of an eye, everyone was shocked. If it were any other 9 heavens supremes or great emperors, they would have been defeated long ago. The two of them were really terrifying. The ancient crocodile was also anxious. The situation didn't seem good. If this continued, they wouldn't have any hope of winning. Once the other party attacked them, they would be finished. He looked at the Saintess of the Six Paths and said, "Don't you have any other ideas?" The Saintess said, "Believe in the Master of Reincarnation. Since he came with the token, I believe that he is invincible." "Please, don't be naive, okay?" Shanghai Crocodile's face turned black. "Believe, you are just a remnant soul. It doesn't matter if you die. But they can't. If Lin Xian were to be defeated, all of them would probably be sent to hell." Hence, Shanghai Crocodile was extremely anxious. But there was nothing he could do. At the same time, outside the Reincarnation Mountain, another figure had arrived. It was also a tall and sturdy man. He was Lin Zhan. At this moment, he was walking with majestic steps. He wanted to land, but he was stunned. With a wave of his hand, endless laws gathered and formed a mirror that shone below. Xian'er was fighting. His opponent seemed to be someone from the Permitha realm. "Alright, I'll let them fight first. I'll see what Xian'er is at now." Lin Zhan didn't move immediately. Instead, he watched the battle from outside. There was another shocking battle in the Sixth Dao Gate. Then, the two figures retreated and faced each other. Lin Xian scoffed. "You are only SOSO. Did your grandfather give you this much? You're such a piece of trash, grandson. You have a sharp tongue. Next, you will see a true celestial technique." Celestial technique, Thunderclap 8 Desolation. Boom, the moment he said that, everyone saw a flash of light. Then, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian was actually sent flying. "What fast speed!" the Immortal Emperor exclaimed. Supreme Being Wu Hui also asked, "What happened just now? Why did his speed increase so much?" The Thunderclap Emperor laughed. "Haha, young Master Lei Yi is finally serious." Thunderclap 8 Desolation was a top-tier movement technique. Even emperors might not be able to see it. "Let's see how this kid will die." Lei Yi displayed his super speed and sent Lin Xian flying. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian retreated, his blood and qi churning. His brows were tightly knitted together. In the next instant, he felt like he was struck by lightning again. There were actually millions of strikes on his body. It caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He flew out and crashed into a pile of ruins. Lei Yi appeared and scoffed. "Did you see that, kid? This is my true strength. When I get serious, you can't even keep up with my speed. What do you have to fight me with? 10 Crown King, that's all. If you don't become an emperor, you will always be trash." At this moment, Lei Yi was high and mighty. Countless people looked up to him. His speed was too fast. As expected of the grandson of a celestial. He was unimaginably strong. Not good. How did that kid get hurt? The ancient crocodile's face changed. He had never seen Lin Xian suffer a loss. He looked at the Holy Lady of the Six Paths. "Why aren't you guys attacking?" The Holy Lady of the Six Paths ignored the ancient crocodile. They only listened to the Master of Reincarnation. At this moment, if Lin Xian didn't ask them to stop, they wouldn't attack. Lin Xian walked out of the ruins and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled. "Interesting. Is this your true strength? You didn't disappoint me. Now, I can show you my true strength." Hearing Lin Xian's words, the surrounding people went crazy. What did he mean? Could it be that this kid didn't show his true strength before? What kind of joke was this, pretending to be mysterious? "I don't believe that you're my opponent." Lei Yi snorted and punched again. His speed was so fast that no one was able to keep up with him. In their opinion, Lin Xian couldn't keep up with this speed at all. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a Taiji diagram flew out and surrounded him. In the face of such a terrifying speed, he didn't dodge at all. Was this kid scared out of his wits? He couldn't keep up with this speed at all. Great Emperor Baiyu and the Thunderclap Great Emperor sneered. Lei Yi appeared behind Lin Xian once again and threw out a punch. "Go to hell." A cold voice sounded. The ancient crocodile and the others changed their expressions drastically. Not good. Zhong Lingxiu and the others were also anxious. Lin Xian was really at a disadvantage now. In the face of such an attack, Lin Xian sneered and let the punch hit him. In everyone's opinion, even if Lin Xian had the 9 yang divine body, he couldn't block this punch. But at this time, the Taiji diagram on his body changed. Buzz, the Taiji diagram rotated and condensed. A soft force directly bounced the punch away. A figure was sent flying backward. Lei Yi was also shocked. His qi and blood were tumbling. He was dumbfounded. What was going on? That punch just now seemed to have hit cotton. It didn't cause any damage to the other party at all. Instead, he was sent flying by a rebounding force. Damn it, I don't believe it. He attacked again. In the blink of an eye, he punched 100 million times. Boom, this attack covered Lin Xian's whole body, especially the vital parts. Once hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, these attacks were all bounced back by the Taiji diagram. What was going on? The thunderclap Great Emperor roared. Great Emperor Baiyu also went crazy. This was impossible. The other Supremes also exclaimed. Was that the yin-yang diagram? How could it be so magical? It actually possessed the power of yin and yang. Lin Xian, who was wearing the Taiji cloak, threw his head back and laughed. Extreme speed, so what? You can't hurt me. No matter how fast you are, it's useless. Damn it, what kind of move is this? Lei Yi roared. Lin Xian sneered, Tai Chi, for tails to 1,000 caddies. The more you attack me, the more you will be repelled. So, even if you have extreme speed, you can't do anything to me. Taiji is truly miraculous. It is actually able to block my extreme speed. However, do you think that speed is all I have? My power of destruction is also not something that you can understand. Lightning continued to erupt from his body. His black hair danced in the wind. His combat strength was astonishing. At the same time, a blade of lightning appeared in his hand. With a slash, it shattered the world. Immortal technique, heavenly thunder slash. A peerless immortal art flew out, shocking everyone. The great emperors also exclaimed, as expected of the grandson of a virtual immortal. This immortal technique is too terrifying. Can Lin Wudi block it? In the face of such a terrifying blade technique, Lin Xian snorted and took out the immortal slaying sword. Heaven-defying sword technique. Immortal slaying sword. With a roar, sword chi erupted between heaven and earth. With an unparalleled power, it slashed out. An earth-shattering battle occurred between the two. The void kept shattering. The blade was actually broken. That's impossible. The surrounding great emperors were all stunned. Great Emperor Baiyu and Thunderclap Great Emperor exclaimed, "What a terrifying sword technique! What kind of weapon is that?" Young Master Lei Yi was also shocked. He kept retreating. He was dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered, "You can't do it. I said that when I get serious, you won't be my opponent at all. Now you know the difference between us." Hearing this, Lei Yi's face was extremely cold. "Good kid, you are indeed capable. But take another attack from me." Immortal Art, Ninefold Thunderblade. The saber light in Lei Yi's hand continued to rise and fall like a clap of thunder. This time, it wasn't just one blade light. It was 9 blades of blade light. Moreover, with each additional blade light, the power would increase. In the end, it would be 9 times stronger. This was a peerless immortal art. Its power was shocking. When the other great emperors saw this, their scalps went numb. They were afraid that they would have to avoid it. If they took it head-on, they would most likely die. Thunderclap Great Emperor sneered, "Let's see how this kid is going to block it this time." The surrounding great emperors shook their heads and sighed, "No matter how strong your comprehension is, you won't be able to block such a blade technique." It seemed like he was going to dodge it. Dodge? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Did he need to dodge? He was like a dragon and his sword was like the wind. With one sword in hand, 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Facing his opponent's powerful ninefold thunder blade, Lin Xian waved his hand. Sword chi surged out from his body. The sword light that filled the sky was vast and mighty, sweeping in all directions. It was unbelievably powerful. At this moment, the dazzling sword light lit up heaven and earth. The surrounding great emperors all closed their eyes. They didn't dare to look at it. Boom, the ninefold thunder blade was hit by a strong impact. The heaven and earth were destroyed. The surrounding great emperors and great emperors all retreated. Even Lei Ye's face changed. He kept retreating. The void under his feet turned into a black hole. He retreated far away. There were a few more sword marks on his body. His face became extremely ugly. Was his peerless blade technique defeated by the opponent's sword chi? No. He roared to the sky, "I want you to die. No one is better than me." It was a beautiful wish. "Do you have the ability to kill me?" Lin Xian stood with his sword and sneered. "Kid, I admit that you're very strong. However, this time I brought along an absolute trump card with me. I didn't plan to use this trump card. But you are so unlucky. Well, I'll let you die under this move. To be able to die under the heavenly punishment sword. You should be proud." "What? Heavenly punishment sword?" The surrounding great emperors and great emperors were shocked. The heavenly punishment sword was one of the 5 swords in the world. It was said to be in charge of heavenly punishment. It had the world's heavenly Tao. More importantly, the heavenly punishment sword was said to be complete and was at the Permitha realm. The others, like the great dragon sword and the reincarnation sword, were all broken. If the heavenly punishment sword really came, who would be able to defeat it? Great Emperor Baiyu and the thunderclap great emperor's faces were ugly. However, when they heard those words, they also burst into laughter. He actually brought the power of the heavenly punishment sword? Great. This time, we will definitely win. Let's see who dares to challenge us. They desperately needed a victory. Because before this, Baiyan was high and mighty and was the unparalleled overlord of the world. But this era was an era of immortal ascension. Countless strong people had awakened from their ancient slumber. There were even strong people from 1,000,000 years ago who had awakened. There were also ancient sects like the Six Paths sect. They had begun to challenge their position at the Permitha realm. So, they urgently needed a transcendent power to suppress everything. Lin Wudi was famous throughout the universe. His opponent was the 10-crown king, and his talent was unparalleled. His future achievements were limitless. It was most appropriate to use him as an example. Who would dare to be arrogant after killing Lin Wudi? Stupid thing, I will let you die in despair. Lei Yi waved the power of the heavenly punishment sword, and the human-shaped lightning bolts in the sky rushed down. This sword was too terrifying, and death was certain. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He also felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He knew that he had to use his ultimate move, and he couldn't hold back anymore. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. He held the great dragon sword tightly, and dragon scales grew out of his body. Transforming into a dragon, with a furious roar, he quickly charged over with his flying immortal sword. It's useless, no matter what you use, you are no match for heavenly punishment. Lei Ye's lips curled into a smile. He could already see victory. The human heart's lightning bolts rushed down with thousands of lightning bolts. Lin Xian, on the other hand, turned into a dragon's shadow and soared into the sky. In the next moment, the two collided. Lin Xian roared crazily. "I'll show you my invincible strength." Roar, the roar of a dragon resounded in the sky, and thousands of swords chimed, as if they were going to pierce through the clouds. The two collided with a destructive force. The human-shaped lightning bolts collided with the ferocious dragon. Endless radiance shrouded everything. No one could see it anymore, and only Lin Xian's roar could be heard. This voice caused the souls of the emperors to tremble. So strong, so terrifying. No one knew who would win. If it were other emperors, no one would be optimistic. However, the opponent was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and it was an invincible power. One represented the heavens, and the other was invincible. Who was stronger? Even the Baiyu Great Emperor and the Thunderclap Great Emperor were extremely nervous. Their palms were sweating. They must win, and they mustn't lose. Boom boom. There was a shocking collision, and the sky seemed to have been torn apart. Everyone saw an unbelievable scene. The human-shaped lightning bolts and the terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow collided. They were evenly matched. Everyone was shocked, but it made sense. Two of the 5 swords of the world. There should be no difference in strength. Damn it, how could it be like this? When Lei Yi saw this, he found it hard to accept. On what basis are you on par with me? He had gone crazy. Who was he? He was the peerless genius of the Nirvana realm, the grandson of a deity, a supreme existence that stood high above the masses. He was wielding the power of the complete heavenly punishment sword. How could the other party compare to him? But now, he only managed to fight to a draw. He couldn't accept it. Humph, of course it can't be a draw. How are you going to match me? Lin Xian couldn't accept it either. He had fought his way through the 8 desolations. He had experienced countless pursuits, despair, and life and death situations. How could a pampered person like the other party compare to him? He absolutely refused to accept this. With a furious roar, the power of the great dragon sword soul rose once again. The divine blood in Lin Xian's body began to boil. Chop, 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 he roared crazily. He grabbed the immortal slaying sword and slashed down again. The power of the great dragon sword combined with the killing intent of the immortal slaying sword. The power increased once again, sending the humanoid thunderbolt flying. A huge crack appeared on the humanoid thunderbolt's body. It was almost split into 2. Puff, Lei Yi retreated and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The other people were shocked. He was injured. Lei Yi was injured. Was the heavenly punishment sword defeated? It was unbelievable. An emperor said. The power of the 5 swords in the world was unfathomable. No one was stronger than the other, but there was a difference in the strength of the user. The current situation showed that Lin Wudi was still stronger. This young man was too incredible. He rose from the dust and was even more outstanding than the grandson of a deity. How could this be? On the other side, Thunderclap Emperor and Emperor Baiyu were shocked too. They couldn't believe it. Was this Lin Wudi? Invincible. Lin Xian snorted. He stood in the void and looked down at the injured Lei Yi. You're just SOSO. Unable to withstand a single blow. Ah, Lei Yi roared crazily. Was the other party mocking him? Unforgivable. Who said that I was defeated? I still have strength. I can still fight. He stood up and gathered the power of the heavenly punishment sword again. If you want to continue fighting, I'll beat you until you collapse. Lin Xian's sword was like a dragon. Streaks of sword chi slashed down crazily. Lei Yi used the power of the heavenly punishment sword to block it. He wanted to turn the situation around. He wanted to go against the heavens, but at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Do you want to see the power of the reincarnation sword? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Emperor Baiyu and Thunderclap Emperor's faces changed. Not good. Lei Yi retreated quickly. Lei Yi was shocked too. The power of the reincarnation sword was also one of the 5 swords in the world. Could it be that the other party could use it too? No? I don't believe it. Even if his identity was extraordinary, he could only use some of the power of the heavenly punishment sword. The other party was worse than an ant. How could he use 2 of the 5 swords in the world? The other party must be deliberately mystifying and deceiving him. Do you think I'm scared? Lei Yi sneered and didn't retreat. Instead, he attacked even more crazily. He quickly approached Lin Xian, trying to dodge the attack of the great dragon sword with his super speed. Then, he would use the power of the heavenly punishment to tear the other party apart. Stupid thing, I'll let you see the power of the reincarnation sword. Lin Xian looked down and saw Lei Yi's reflection in his eyes. In the next moment, the light of the reincarnation sword condensed in his eyes. Heaven and earth split open and a long sword phantom appeared. The long sword seemed to rise from the 6 paths of reincarnation, slashing down and taking away everything. The sword light hit Lei Yi. Lei Yi's soul was split open. He fell from the sky and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. Boom, Lei Yi's figure fell heavily on the ground, causing endless cracks to appear on the ground. Everyone's heart beat violently. They were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene. The power of the reincarnation sword really came out. Lin Wudi defeated Lei Yi with the power of the great dragon sword and the reincarnation sword. He really did it. Zhong Lingshe was shocked. On the other side, the Saintess of 6 Paths was even more excited. Although she was just an illusory soul, she appeared on one knee again. The reincarnation sword. He was the new master of reincarnation. Next to the Stone of Three Lives, the fragment of the reincarnation sword shook violently. It seemed to want to merge with the commonly seen phantom in the sky. Lin Xian stood in the 9 heavens, looking down with a solemn expression. He said, "You're no match for me. Not in the past, not in the future. I'll trample you under my feet forever. Die in despair." He swung his sword a few more times. When the Thunderclap Emperor saw this, he quickly moved and took Lei Yi away. At the same time, he said, "Kid, you're dead. Our other world won't let you go." Lin Xian sneered and ignored him. He turned and stared at the fragment of the reincarnation sword beside the Stone of Three Lives. He said in a low voice, "Next, it's time to subdue you." This was the most important thing he needed to do. Lin Xian's strength shocked everyone. The people around him were terrified. He was too strong. However, there were also some who had other thoughts. For example, the immortal emperor's eyes shone with a trace of killing intent. In his opinion, although Yi Futian was strong, he was already at the end of his rope. After fighting with Lei Yi, Yi Futian did not have much strength left. Now was the best time to kill Yi Futian. With a flicker of his body, he moved with incredible speed and appeared behind Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. "Little brat, go to hell." He waved the black steel in his hand, wanting to smash Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian was hit. His body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "That's great." The immortal emperor sneered. "This time, I'll kill you." His fist came again, aiming for Lin Xian's head. At this moment, Lin Xian turned around, his eyes shining with a cold light. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. 6 paths of reincarnation, Hell Path, summon." This time, Lin Xian summoned the flames in the Sun Valley in the Sword World. The void tore apart as a gigantic palm slammed down on Lin Fan. "It's useless. Kid, you don't have much strength left. You're no match for me." The immortal emperor sneered. He wanted to tear Lin Xian's body to pieces. However, at that moment, when he saw the flaming palm flying toward him, he was shocked. The flame aura on it was too terrifying. What kind of palm was that? He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. There was a loud boom. This palm strike landed directly on his body. The sky shook and the clouds changed. It was a fatal blow. The immortal emperor was sent flying and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body broke into pieces, turning into countless cracks and falling to the ground. The surrounding people jumped in fright. The immortal emperor's sudden attack had already shocked them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian still had a trump card. He smashed the immortal emperor to pieces with a single palm. Ah! The immortal emperor was severely injured. Although he possessed the power of immortality and indestructibility, he was still injured. He tumbled madly between heaven and earth. At the same time, he retreated in horror. The other people's faces also changed drastically. How terrifying. Lin Wudi was too strong. But Thunder Dottie said, "Don't retreat. Everyone, listen to my command. Let's kill him together." He really didn't have much strength left. That's right. Emperor Baiyu walked out as well. "We have the power of heavenly punishment on our side. Let's use it together." On the other side, Lei Yi swallowed the pill and stood up again. Although he was severely injured, he still wanted to fight with his life on the line. The reason for that was because he absolutely would not allow the other party to continue living. The 3 great emperors of the Nirvana realm controlled the power of the heavenly punishment together. The eyes of the other rogue martial monarchs flickered when they saw the collision. Indeed, Lin Wudi was too strong. He was so strong that it frightened them. On the other side, Supreme Master Huang Lin walked out and said, "People of Supreme Palace, let's move out as well. Although we have our own interests, this time, we must stand together against a common enemy." Those supreme beings were actually gathered together. This scene made the ancient crocodile, Zhong Lingxiu, and the others completely change their expressions. Oh no, these people are going to join forces after all. Chen Yishan sighed. Showing off. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Whoever dares to disrespect the Lord of Samsara will have to ask for my permission first. The soul of the saintess of the six paths walked out and shouted coldly. On the other side, the black eye also floated between heaven and earth. It's useless. The thunderclap emperor roared. The three of them, including the two controlling the heavenly punishment, were together. The power of the heavenly punishment was even more terrifying than before. It actually sent the saintess of the six paths flying. The soul of the saintess of the six paths dimmed even more. Lin Wuti, you will definitely die today. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian shouted coldly, then let's fight. Let's fight to our heart's content. He was like the sky with a trace of madness in his eyes. He was ready to completely activate the sword world and use the power inside to revive the heaven-devouring jar and the dragon sword soul. He didn't hold back and fought crazily. A great battle was about to break out. At the same time, outside the reincarnation mountain, Lin Zhan saw the scene and took a deep breath. Looks like it's my turn. Lin Xian was able to defeat Lei Yi, injure the Vhumad emperor, and defeat a group of people by himself. It was completely out of his expectation. He was very satisfied. He would leave the rest to him. Boom, Lin Zhan's body shook and he disappeared. In the ancient Six Paths Gate, a great battle was about to break out. However, at this moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, a figure walked out from the ancient times. He said coldly, "Who dares to attack my son? Who the hell is your son? Who do you think you are? Get out of here." The spiritual sovereign coldly laughed. The other people also raised their heads. Who dared to stop them at this time? Before they could see the figure clearly, a fist came at them. An iron fist fell from the sky and went straight for Huang Ling's spirit. Huang Ling's spirit was furious. "You're courting death." He also struck out with his palm. The law of desolation was enough to take away all lives. The two collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Then, a scream was heard. Huang Ling's spirit's palm was shattered. Not only that, half of his body turned into a bloody mist. "Ah!" He screamed in pain. Then, another fist fell and shattered the other half of his body. Huang Ling's spirit turned into a sea of blood, rolling between heaven and earth. He was severely injured. He stepped back in horror. "Help me." He came to the Vhumad emperor and the others, looking terrified. The Vhumad emperor, Wu Hui Supreme, and the others gasped. "It's too terrifying. Is another peerless master coming?" The Baiyu emperor and the others also roared. "Who is it? It's me." In the sky, a majestic figure descended. He was like a demon god, stepping on all directions. His aura was extremely terrifying. It was as deep as the sea, and everyone was terrified. The Thunderclap Emperor's pupils shrank when he saw him. "It's you." How could he not know him? He came to the Heavens Land to fight with the people of the God Realm and snatch the ancient city. He had seen this man before. He was a member of the God Realm. He didn't expect to come here. "Who is he?" Wu Hui Supreme and the others asked. The Thunderclap Emperor said, "He's a member of the God Realm." "What? A member of the God Realm?" The utmost martial emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. In the sky, the majestic figure said, "That's right. I'm a member of the God Realm. My name is Lin Zhan. Remember this name. He will be your nightmare." Lin Zhan. His surname was also Lin. What was his relationship with Lin Xian? Everyone was confused. Lin Xian was excited. His eyes turned red. "Father!" He shouted to the sky. Everyone was stunned. This man was Lin Wuti's father. No way? Since when did Lin Wuti have such a terrifying father? Didn't he awaken from the dust? Countless people were stunned. The Thunderclap Emperor and the others were also shocked. Lin Zhan lowered his head and looked at Lin Xian. He said with a smile, "Xianer, your performance is very good. It's completely beyond our expectations. I didn't expect you to have grown to this level. I'm really happy. Next, you can go and subdue the reincarnation sword fragment. Leave these people to me." How arrogant. Do they really think we don't exist? The Thunderclap Emperor and the others roared, "We brought the power of divine punishment with us this time." The other supreme beings also looked gloomy and cold. They didn't take them seriously at all. Lin Xian also said, "Father, they have the advantage in numbers. They're very powerful. I want to fight side by side with you." "Alright." Lin Zhan didn't refuse. He said, "Then let's work together and let the world see the power of our Lin family." Hearing this, Lin Xian flew up and came to Lin Zhan's side. He was really excited. Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others had said that they wanted him to grow up quickly so that they could fight side by side one day. Now, the day had finally come. Lin Xian could finally fight with them and fight against the enemy together. "You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you and your father die together." The Thunderclap Emperor, Lei Yi, and the others roared. They controlled the power of divine punishment and rushed over. At the same time, the other emperors and supreme beings around them quickly attacked. The power of these people was really terrifying. They were extremely powerful. Nothing could stop them. The ancient crocodile ran away quickly. Zhong Lingxiu and Chen Yishan also retreated far away. With such a lineup, it was useless even if they helped. The only thing they prayed for was that Lin Xian would leave quickly. Only by running away could he survive. However, Lin Xian wouldn't run away. Lin Zhan didn't run away either. He stepped out and said, "Xian, watch carefully. They can't even withstand a single blow." Then, Lin Zhan clenched his fist. There seemed to be steel on his fist. Then, he punched down fiercely. Heaven and earth were shattered. The entire void was pierced through. The few supreme beings nearby were instantly sent flying. Blood dyed the sky red. Everyone went crazy. This Lin Zhan was too terrifying. He sent several supreme beings flying by himself. Just what level had his battle prowess reached? Lin Xian was also excited after seeing this. Father is really powerful. He also roared to the sky and activated the power of Sword World. "Come out." The power of the Sword World flew out. The heaven-swallowing pot turned into countless vortexes, swallowing the heavens and the earth. At the same time, the great dragon sword had obtained enough power to fuse with the immortal slaying sword. One sword slaying immortals. One of Emperor Baiyu's arms was severed, and the immortal chi on his body was almost severed. Damn it, that sword is so terrifying. "Father, I'll give you the heaven-devouring jar." Lin Xian shouted. But Lin Zhan said, "No, my fists are enough to destroy everything." Lin Zhan didn't use any weapons at all. However, his fists were really too terrifying. It was indestructible. After throwing out a punch, he directly punched through the Supreme Being. A great emperor was hit by his fist and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Zhan was extremely domineering. He waved his hands and tore the entire world into two. The two supreme beings were split in half from the middle by him. Blood-curdling screams rang out. Everyone was terrified. On the other side, Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword soul to collide with the power of heavenly punishment once again. The two exploded. "Useless kid, you can't resist it at all." Last time, it was his own power. This time, he added the power of two great emperors. The other party definitely couldn't resist it. The other party would be torn into pieces in an instant. Rumbling sounds rang out. The two were evenly matched. Lei Ye's eyes almost popped out. "How can you resist it?" The Thunderclap Emperor's expression changed drastically. "Who is it? Who is secretly helping him? Impossible. How can the other party have so much power?" He didn't know that Lin Xian had a sword world. It was extremely mysterious and contained countless power. Even if the three of them joined forces, so what? Lin Xian had enough strength to protect himself. He could completely restrain the other party. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian opened the evil spirit path again and summoned that flame-like palm. He slapped the Thunderclap Emperor. Half of the Thunderclap Emperor's body was smashed. He screamed in pain. The power of heavenly punishment also weakened. It was sent flying by Lin Xian's sword. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with horror. How can this be? They had so many great emperors and supremes, but they couldn't do anything to the two of them. The Lin father and son were too strong. The ancient crocodile was terrified. It prostrated on the ground. Zhong Lingxiu's eyes flickered as she looked up. So strong. Chen Yixian stared at Lin Zhan. This man felt strange and familiar at the same time. Lin Zhan, I've never heard of him before. Why is this name so powerful? Look at his iron fists. Why do they look so similar to the Battle Emperor? Kill for me. Give me power. Lei Yi roared crazily. The Thunderclap Emperor also roared. Kill them together. Bian will reward you handsomely. I'll give you the resources to become immortals. As for the other great emperors, their eyes also turned red after hearing this. Didn't they live until now to become immortals? These people didn't hold back anymore. They took out all kinds of weapons. In an instant, Lin Xian felt great pressure. On the other side, Lin Zhan said, Xianer, there's no time to lose. Quickly collect the reincarnation sword fragment. I'll hold them off for a while. Father, there are so many of them. Can you hold them off? Lin Zhan's lips curled up. Today, I'll show you my true strength. An intense light erupted from his eyes. In the next moment, an earth-shattering power erupted from his body. Lin Xian's body trembled. He's so strong. Father, who exactly is he? This power made him feel terrified. De Long, who was beside Lin Xian, also said, the Battle Emperor has reappeared in the human world. Don't worry. He's very strong. Quickly collect the reincarnation sword fragment. This way, we can leave quickly. Reduce the danger to the minimum. Lin Xian nodded after hearing this. Since De Long said so, Lin Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He said, Father, be careful. He took out the heaven-devouring jar and surrounded the fragment, creating countless black holes to defend. At the same time, he threw the immortal slaying sword to Lin Zhan. He said, Father, use this. Lin Zhan nodded. All right. He took the immortal slaying sword and split heaven and earth with one strike. The immortal supremacy was split in half again. Even Supreme Huang Ling's arms were shattered by the impact. How is it possible for one person to fight against us? Supreme Wu Hui roared. He threw out a terrifying cauldron and soul illusion. He wanted to make sure that no one could return. Great Emperor Baiyu's feathers filled the sky. Great Emperor Baiyu's terrifying killing thunder. Everyone was attacking crazily. The overwhelming immortal energy and divine fire all enveloped Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan punched in all directions and slashed everything with his sword. He roared at the sky, I want to fight immortals, a loud and clear voice rang out. His strength had actually blocked the attacks coming from all directions. Not only that, he swept the surroundings. Those great emperors and supremes were all forced back. What was going on? He was actually so strong. Some people were terrified, and their scalps went numb. As for Great Emperor Baiyu, he roared, Battle Emperor, you are the Battle Emperor from back then. You are still alive. Impossible. Supreme Huang Ling also exclaimed, what? He was the Battle Emperor. Impossible? He had already died back then. How could he still be alive? At this moment, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Zhan was actually the Zhang Di of the past. Everyone was astonished. Especially those who knew the inside story. The War Emperor was killed by Immortal. Furthermore, he was killed by Immortal. How could he still be alive? Could it be that he had reincarnated? D***. They couldn't let him continue to be arrogant. If he could be killed back then, he could do it again. The 13 of them worked together. The thunderous great earth roared. This time, there were 13 supreme beings and great emperors. They didn't believe that Lin Zhan could fight against them alone. These people quickly moved out. Lin Zhan roared. He was very powerful. He was the War Emperor back then. Now that he had come back to life, his strength seemed to have become even more terrifying. He was fighting against 13 great emperors alone. He wasn't at a disadvantage. The god-slaying sword in his hand was full of murderous intent. Not long after, Great Emperor Baiyu was injured again. Even the thunderous Great Emperor was pierced through by the sword. His organs were all shattered. Lei Ye's face was also pale. 2 cracks appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the power of the heavenly punishment protecting him, he would have died. He would have been in danger. D***. They couldn't take him down. The supreme beings and great emperors gritted their teeth. The thunderous great emperor said, "Mr. Lei Yi, can you use your bloodline to summon the virtual immortal?" He wanted him to make a move and kill the other party. Upon hearing this, Lei Yi took a deep breath. "Alright, I'll give it a try." He bit his finger and his great emperor blood dripped down, forming a space array. He wanted to summon his grandfather. Seeing this, Xianxia exclaimed, "Oh no. His grandfather is an immortal. If he came out, no one would be able to fight against him. Not even the War Emperor." After all, the War Emperor was killed by an immortal. Lin Xian seemed to have also sensed this as his body began to sway. Even his reincarnation power had become unstable. At this moment, Lin Zhan said, "Xian, don't worry. He won't be able to summon him." Then, he flicked his finger. The divine fire that belonged to the War Emperor flew out and shattered the space array. War divine fire. Lin Zhan roared in anger. His flame was extremely terrifying. It formed a cage that enveloped the entire Six Paths Gate. At this moment, Lei Yi and the rest felt a huge pressure. Their bodies began to tremble, and the immortal qi on their bodies began to tremble. He began to attack, fighting against the heavenly divine flames. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. He actually blocked it. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. When Lin Xian realized this, he was completely relieved. He started to collect the reincarnation sword fragments with all his might. He also had the complete 6 reincarnation eyes and the token of the Samsara Master. He could gain the trust of the fragment of the Samsara sword. The next step was to collect them. He had to speed up this process. Lei Yi roared and broke through his divine flame. "This way, I can summon my grandfather. When my grandfather arrives, he will definitely die." The martial monarchs and 9 heavens supremes nodded and charged forward. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the godly flames in the sky began to tremble violently. As for Lin Zhan, he roared in anger, "War divine fist." He let go of the immortal slaying sword and let it kill the enemies automatically. Meanwhile, he swung his iron fists and charged forward. Instantly, the 13 martial monarchs felt their hair stand on end. This person was really too powerful. He was known as the strongest martial monarch below the immortal realm. Now that he attacked, they were indeed terrified. Supreme Wuhui dodged the opponent's fist and heaved a sigh of relief. However, his body was penetrated. The immortal slaying sword pierced through his shoulder, causing his body to split open. Damn it, this sword was actually so terrifying. It was very similar to the killing sword back then. His battle blood boiled. At this moment, Lin Zhan attacked again. The godly flames on his body kept flickering. His strength had increased once again. Not good. Supreme Wuhui roared in anger, "Stop him." However, it was already too late. His fists pierced through Supreme Wuhui's body. A destructive force exploded. Supreme Wuhui's expression changed drastically. "No." At the critical moment, he roared in anger. He unlocked the last seal, and the immortal qi on his body erupted. Supreme Wuhui fled into the distance. At the same time, he roared in despair. He had recovered to his peak and only had 1,000 years left to live. Damn it. This time, not only did he not obtain any treasures, but he also unlocked the seal. His life was quickly slipping away. There was not much time left. 1,000 years of life was just a snap of a finger to him. Lin Zhan sneered. He forced his opponent back with a few punches and looked for the enemy again. This time, he stared at the Thunderclap Emperor. He said coldly, "Previously, the Permitha realm attacked our city many times and even wanted to kill us. At that time, it was just a few exchanges. I didn't attack you. This time, I can't let you live." He rushed over. The Thunderclap Emperor roared in anger, "How dare you underestimate me?" He charged over with lightning in the sky. The two fought fiercely. However, after 3 moves, the Thunderclap Emperor was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he had to borrow the power of heavenly punishment. When he activated it, red lightning and immortal spells filled the sky. It was extremely terrifying. His eyes were red. He charged towards Lin Zhan with an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The red lightning sent Lin Zhan flying. A crack appeared on Lin Zhan's body. That's great. The Thunderclap Emperor laughed. However, Lin Zhan was still not afraid. Even if he was injured, he still came to fight. His blood was boiling. It was enough to heal his injuries. At the same time, he roared in anger, "My battle blood will dye the world red." The blood that fell exploded with the brightest light. It formed a bloody fist and blasted towards the Thunderclap Emperor. The Thunderclap Emperor was sent flying. The Thunderclap Emperor let out a miserable roar. He retreated quickly. However, Lin Zhan had already locked onto him. He couldn't escape. This battle would determine the winner and the loser. He punched out with his fists. He raised his combat strength to the extreme and kept punching. Thousands of punches were thrown. At this moment, everyone was horrified. No one dared to save the Thunderclap Emperor. The Thunderclap Emperor was smashed into smithereens by such a punch. His soul was severely injured as well. He ran away crazily. The immortal chi on his body was burning. He turned into a stream of light and turned to escape. Lin Zhan sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Back then, when I was a battle the arch, I was killed by an immortal. Now that I've been reborn, I created a fist technique called the Battle Immortal Divine Fist. Now, feel it." He threw out a punch. This punch was much more powerful than the one before. This was a divine ability specially created to fight against immortals. "No, you can't kill me. I'm on Bayan's side. If you kill me, Bayan won't let you off. The virtual immortal won't let you off. He's a real immortal." The Thunderclap Emperor roared crazily. However, such threats were useless. He was hit by the Battle Immortal Divine Fist. Then, he let out a cry of despair. He was dead. Had the arch fallen, between heaven and earth, blood rain fell. Everything was sad. At this moment, the surrounding Supremes and Thearchs all went crazy. They really didn't expect that the other party would have the strength to kill them. One had to know that it was possible for the arch to be defeated. However, it was extremely difficult for the arch to die. Back then, the few Thearchs that Lin Xian killed weren't complete Thearchs. Even so, Lin Xian had to use all of his trump cards in order to kill Xianxia. He had to use several supreme weapons in order to do so. Now, Lin Zhan killed the arch with a single punch. Such strength was heaven-defying. "Who dares to fight with me?" Lin Zhan said coldly in the sky. His gaze shifted to the remaining 12 great emperors. They were all great emperors. These people were so scared that their hair stood on end. Lei Ye's body trembled. A great emperor had just died in front of him. This person actually possessed such strength. Damn it. He felt that his life was in danger. For a moment, the world was terrifyingly quiet. Zhong Linshou exclaimed, "He's so powerful. He's far stronger than ordinary great emperors." Chen Yixian said, "Of course." Even though he had reincarnated, back when he was the battle emperor, he was known to be invincible and had fought all over the world. He dared to challenge an immortal. How could he be an ordinary great emperor? Now that he was reborn, he had a deeper understanding of it. He created such a peerless fist technique. His strength was probably even more terrifying than before. However, he didn't know if the current him had already reached the peak. He didn't expect Lin Wudi to have such a powerful father. Zhong Linshou was also surprised. She looked into the distance at Lin Xian's figure. She thought that perhaps this time, he could really successfully take it. Buzz, at this moment, there was a loud sound in front of him. The fragment of the reincarnation sword flew into Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. "That's great." He finally took it. The other 12 great emperors were also shocked. They looked in that direction with their mouths agape. Damn it. Great Emperor Baiyu gritted his teeth. Lei Yi roared and attacked again. However, it was shattered by Lin Zhan's punch. He stared at Lei Yi and said, "Do you want to die too?" He punched in all directions. Lei Yi kept vomiting blood. Great Emperor Baiyu said, "Stop." He's the grandson of a virtual immortal. Do you dare to attack him? So what if he's the grandson of a virtual immortal? I even dare to attack a virtual immortal here, let alone his grandson. Then, Lin Zhan punched again. Even Great Emperor Baiyu was sent flying. Great Emperor Baiyu was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't dare to fight back. The other party was too strong. He seemed to have surpassed them. They weren't on the same level at all. Xian'er, how is it? Lin Zhan turned around and asked. Lin Xian said, Dad, I've subdued it. Are you all right? When he turned around, he realized that one person was missing. Was the Thunderclap Emperor dead? Just now, he had put all his effort into collecting them and did not pay attention to anything else. Who would have thought that the Thunderclap Emperor would fall? Lin Zhan said, that guy doesn't know what's good for him. He even dared to challenge me one-on-one. I killed him with one punch. Let's go. He took Lin Xian into the air and flew into the distance. Soon, they left the Six Paths Gate and arrived outside the Reincarnation Mountain. He continued to fly out until he reached the high heavens. When Lin Xian just came out, the fragment of the Samsara sword suddenly burst out with an extremely bright light. It formed the phantoms of 6 worlds. It carried with it a terrifying power of samsara, as if it could open up the samsara of life and death. This kind of heaven and earth phenomenon circled above the 9 heavens, and it was impossible to hide. What's going on? Lin Xian was shocked. Lin Zhan also said, this is the fragment of the reincarnation sword. It has reappeared between heaven and earth. Naturally, it has to announce its appearance. But if I do so, won't I be telling everyone that I have the fragment of the reincarnation sword? Lin Xian frowned. Lin Zhan said, so what? A man should not be afraid of anything. Even if they know, so what? Moreover, we can use this matter to set up a trap. It's time to get rid of some people from the Supreme Hall and the Permitha. Lin Zhan's eyes shone with a cold light. During this period of time, the Permitha had been fighting with them in the high heavens, which made them very angry. Therefore, they had to fight back fiercely. The fall of the Thunderclap Emperor was just the beginning. The heaven and earth phenomenon in the 6 Paths world was seen by everyone in the high heavens. Not only that, but the people in the celestial land also saw it. Even the people in the universe also saw it. They saw that the 6 worlds seemed to be surrounding a long sword. That was the power of samsara. That was the reincarnation sword. Heavens, has the reincarnation sword appeared? One of the 5 swords of the world, the reincarnation sword, had finally appeared. Countless exclamations could be heard. At this moment, everyone went crazy. Even the super experts in the great emperor families and the depths of the celestial land were shocked. The eyes of some rogue great emperors and people from the Supreme Hall also turned red. The reincarnation sword has appeared. Let's go. We must get it. The reincarnation sword contains supreme secrets. It has the power of samsara. If we get it, we might be able to live forever. Let's go. Many experts went over. In the mysterious moon palace, Guanghan deity also looked up. She said, has it finally appeared? On the other side, in the high heavens, the Empress, Xia Jiuyo, Lord Alcohol, and the others were also happy. The reincarnation sword has appeared. I wonder if Lin Xian has it. And somewhere in the universe, a figure as black as ink also grinned after seeing this. Has the reincarnation sword appeared? I'll go take a look. He turned into boundless demonic chi, tore open the void, and disappeared. On the Permitha, in the eternal land. These people also saw the phantom of the reincarnation sword. Has the reincarnation sword appeared again? It was truly inconceivable. The great emperors discussed. The virtual immortal also opened his eyes. He calculated with his fingers and frowned. At the same time, a long sword flew out from his embroidered robe. The long sword was extremely terrifying. The words Dragon Slayer were engraved on it. Have you sensed 10 Crown King's aura again? Is a potential enemy a threat to you? Then go and kill him. This sword of yours specializes in killing hidden dragons. Go. The virtual immortal flicked the sword hilt. Instantly, the Dragon Slayer sword turned into a stream of light, flew into the sky, and disappeared. On the other side, outside the reincarnation mountain, Lin Zhan said to Lin Xian, "Let's go back first. We'll come back when we're not in a hurry." Lin Xian nodded. He took a deep breath and followed Lin Zhan into the sky. However, at this moment, the void split open. A long sword pierced towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's hair stood on end. Lin Xian took out a fragment of the reincarnation sword and blocked it. With a clang, he was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. So terrifying. What kind of sword is this? At this moment, the long sword turned around and slashed down again. Seeing this, Lin Zhan roared. He grabbed the immortal slaying sword and slashed down. The two swords clashed. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The scene here attracted the attention of the people below. Great Emperor Baiyu, Lei Yi, Great Emperor Bumia, and the others flew out again. When they appeared and saw this scene, they were also stunned. Lei Yi exclaimed, "Dragon Slayer sword." "Great. It's my turn." "You're dead." "Dragon Slayer sword." Lin Xian's eyes shone with the light of reincarnation. He stared at the other party. He recognized it. 100,000 years ago, this sword had slain the 10-crown king of the dragon race. He didn't expect that this time, it was going to attack him again. Chen Xian, Zhong Lingxiu, and the ancient crocodile also flew out. Seeing this scene, they also exclaimed. Chen Xian said, "Dragon Slayer sword?" This sword was made by the virtual immortal. It was specially made to kill 10-crown king. 10-crown king had an earth-shattering mysterious power called the Hidden Dragon. And this sword was specially made to kill the Hidden Dragon. After hearing this, Lin Zhan snorted coldly, "What Dragon Slayer sword? Get lost." After saying that, he punched out. Lin Zhan attacked forcefully. His fists charged towards the dragon-slaying sword. When they hit the dragon-slaying sword, a shocking sound was heard. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. When the Supremes and Great Emperors who rushed over saw this scene, they were all shocked. It was too powerful. This was the treasure sword of an essence immortal. Could the other party really fight against an immortal? Suddenly, Lin Zhan stretched out a pair of big hands. The divine flames on them jumped and directly grabbed the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword kept shaking. It wanted to break free, but it didn't succeed at all. Was it suppressed? They all exclaimed. Even Lin Xian's eyes lit up. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura came from the dragon-slaying sword. It turned into a sword light and slashed towards Lin Zhan. It left a wound on Lin Zhan's arm. Even his bones could be seen. "Oh no, father, you're injured," Lin Xian exclaimed. Lin Zhan waved his hand. He threw out a ball of divine flames and formed a seal. He directly slapped it on the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword fell from the sky like a meteor and sank into the ground. It disappeared. "No matter who you are. Don't even think about hurting my son. And you, how dare you attack my son? I'll let you know that you regret it." He turned his head and stared at Lei Yi. He waved his other fist. "How dare you?" Great Emperor Baiyu roared. Lei Yi was also scared out of his wits. This person was too powerful. However, he still couldn't escape. His legs were directly beaten into a bloody mist. He screamed in pain in the air. "Did you see that? This was the price." Lin Zhan's gaze looked at the sky. It was as if he had passed through time and space. He said coldly, "If you dare to attack again, don't blame me for killing your grandson. Let's go." Lin Zhan carried Lin Xian. The two of them soared into the sky and disappeared into the void. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to stop them. Those Supremes felt their scalps go numb. Even the dragon-slaying sword was sent flying. Who would dare to stop them? This person was too terrifying. "Young Master Lei Yi, let's go back quickly," Great Emperor Baiyu said from the side. Lei Yi nodded. This time, he was seriously injured. "Let's go back and ask my grandfather to kill them." These people returned to the other side. On the other side, the 9 Heavens Supremes and the rogue martial monarchs left one after another. Some of the people who belonged to the Paragon Hall returned. This time, the appearance of the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword set off a shocking storm. Although Lin Xian had obtained it now, they would not let the matter rest. It was because the 6th Tao of reincarnation was too important, connecting life and death. If they could obtain it, they might be able to revive some of the dead. They even suspected that Lin Zhan's revival had something to do with the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, where the arch had been killed by a mortal back then, it was impossible for him to be revived so easily. In the sky, 2 figures flashed. They were Lin Xian and Lin Zhan. Lin Xian said, "Dad, are you okay?" He took out many treasures from the sword world and gave them to Lin Zhan. After Lin Zhan received it, he swallowed it. With a wave of his hand, divine flames danced and healed his wounds. He said, "There's nothing else. Without a virtual immortal, you want to kill me with a sword? That's ridiculous. Dad, what should we do next?" Lin Xian asked. After all, this was a big problem. There were probably countless martial monarchs and 9 heavens supremes who wanted the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword. Lin Zhan said, "Let's go back and discuss. Let's set up a trap and catch all of them in one fell swoop. This time, they would be dealt a heavy blow. They would not dare to act rashly." The news spread out. In an instant, the world was in a state of shock. The universe was in an uproar. The fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword had finally appeared. Moreover, Lin Wudi had actually obtained it. Heavens, what did that kid do to deserve such a treasure? That's right. Why? He did not deserve to have it. Snatch it. Some people started to move. The Paragon Hall was a very terrifying force. Like the Divine Union, they belonged to the Alliance. However, the Alliance was formed by the cooperation of countless 9 heavens supremes. As such, it was extremely powerful. Inside the Paragon Hall, Nether Prime's eyes flashed with a cold light after hearing this. This matter was very important. He had to report it to the Grim Reaper quickly. Nether Prime came to a hellish place. He bowed slightly. "Greetings, Grim Reaper." An ancient voice sounded in front of him. "What's the matter?" Nether Prime told him about the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation sword. At the same time, a bunch of black eyes appeared in front of him. They looked like balls of hellfire that were jumping. The Grim Reaper said in a deep voice, "Bring it back. It belongs to us. With the power of the reincarnation sword, our book of life and death will become even more terrifying. At that time, we will be able to revive the dead and summon all those who have died. You, bring your men and go." "Yes." Nether Prime nodded. He went back to prepare. He had a page of the Book of Life and Death. It could be said to be very useful. This time, he joined forces with the Supremes. The 4 Supremes were going together. They were not the only ones. The others were also moving. Some martial monarchs even secretly joined forces and prepared to go together. It could be said that the top forces in the universe were preparing to go to the Heavens Land. The people of the deity realm naturally received the news. They had already sent people to the entrance of the Heavens Land. At this moment, after seeing the figures entering one after another, the news quickly spread to the ancient city. In the city, the Empress, Lord Alcohol, and the others were also surprised after receiving the news. "It seems that the number of people is more than we thought. Lin Zhan and the others haven't returned yet. What are they doing?" Xia Jiuyo also frowned. "Should we attack together?" There were 2 other people. The 2 of them had returned on the River of Time. They also had the strength of a martial monarch. "Let's wait for a while more," Lord Alcohol said. Lin Zhan originally wanted to come back, but he stopped on the way. The reason for that was because a figure had blocked his path. This figure stood there, towering over the crowd. His body was pitch black, and there was an extremely terrifying demonic aura flickering on his body. "It's you, Demon Monarch?" After Lin Xian saw him, his face changed. The other party actually came to find him. "What are you doing here?" The Demon Monarch turned around and smiled. "Little guy, your cultivation has really improved by leaps and bounds. Are you already a martial monarch now, Also, you actually managed to obtain the fragment of the reincarnation sword. This really surprised me. Are you here to snatch the fragment of the reincarnation sword? He was very vigilant. This person was very strange. He had once cultivated the demon monarch's ancient scripture and knew how terrifying the other party was. He said, "Father, be careful." Lin Zhan nodded and walked forward. You really came back to life. What do you think of what I told you before? Are you prepared to join the deity realm? The demon monarch said, "Forget it. I'm used to being alone. I don't want to join anyone." Then, why are you here this time? Lin Zhan frowned and said, "Although I can't join the deity realm, it's not a problem to cooperate occasionally." You want to cooperate? Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. He knew how terrifying this guy in front of him was. This guy was called a demon. He was simply a lunatic. But his strength was ridiculously strong. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was also surprised. From the looks of it, his father and the demon emperor knew each other. Moreover, the godly realm had invited the demon emperor to join them. However, the demon emperor had rejected them. Were they going to cooperate this time? Lin Xian was surprised. However, thinking of the green-robed great emperor, perhaps the demon emperor had cooperated with the godly realm more than once. However, the demon emperor was used to being alone and didn't like to join any faction. It was good to cooperate. Lin Zhan nodded. However, the demon emperor said, "I'll live a new life. I have to make a request for this cooperation." What request do you have? Tell me. The godly realm had cooperated with MOD before, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the other party had a request every time they cooperated. He had heard about this from the Empress. I know that you've conquered some cities in the heavenly land. So, my request is very simple. Give me the qualifications to enter those ancient cities. Lin Zhan didn't refuse. However, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Your request is a little too much. After all, you're only going to fight once this time. It's not much. If you know how many people are coming this time, you won't refuse me. Also, I said that this is a new beginning. Who knows, you might need me to take action in the future. I'm just going in to experience the magic and power of the heavenly land." Lin Zhan was deep in thought. After all, this matter was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, at this moment, he received a nomological voice transmission. He took out a scroll with the voices of Lord Alcohol and the others on it. When Lin Zhan heard that there were so many people coming this time, even he was surprised and put away the scroll. Lin Zhan said, "Okay, I promise you." Very good. Don't worry, you won't regret it. The demon emperor said, "Let's set up the plan. Just the two of us will be enough. I think your combat strength should have recovered. It's about time, right?" Some of the people who came were supremes, while others were great emperors. However, even great emperors had only cultivated a strand of immortal chi or divine fire, so they weren't afraid. The two of us are enough to sweep everything. Okay. Lin Zhan nodded. He took out another scroll and sent a message to Lord Alcohol and the others. He didn't plan to return to the ancient city. This time, he would directly deal with those people who came. Let's go. Xian'er still needs you as bait. Lin Xian was surprised. How many people were there? Are the two of you enough? To be honest, he had seen his father's strength and knew how terrifying the demon emperor was. However, he still felt that something was amiss. Lin Zhan said, "According to the news that the Empress and the others sent over just now, the Empress and the others sent us a message. Currently, 36 martial monarchs had arrived." What? 36? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, there were 13 of them. Lin Zhan was able to block the attack by himself. However, he had only killed one great emperor. Now that their numbers had doubled, would the two of them be able to hold them off? Even if he was included, most likely, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Don't worry, little guy. MOD laughed and said, "Your father's strength is more formidable than you think. My strength is also beyond your imagination. Therefore, 36 of them are still within our ability." Lin Xian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Right now, he could only defeat one great emperor. But now, his father and the demon emperor could actually defeat so many great emperors. The gap between them was simply too great. The demon emperor said, "Didn't your father tell you? Your father and I were known as the strongest people below the immortal realm." The strongest people below the immortal realm, Lin Xian was shocked. Was his father really like this? He looked at Lin Zhan. Lin Zhan said, "Not accurate. To be precise, the demon emperor was known as the strongest person below the immortal realm. As for me, I was known as the person closest to God." Lin Xian was shocked. Although the two had different titles, it undoubtedly showed that these two people were ridiculously powerful below the immortal realm. He should be one of the top great emperors in terms of combat power. After the demon emperor heard this, he also sighed. Then, he sneered and said, "Kid, don't mind it too much. This is just a title. I'm not the only one who has received this title. However, I didn't manage to take that step. In the end, I still turned into ashes." To Lin Xian's surprise, he could hear a hint of sadness and sorrow in her words. What was that step? The step of becoming an immortal. Even the great emperors felt sorrow. Then how difficult was it to become an immortal? Now that he thought about it, how terrifying was the virtual immortal, and the virtual immortal didn't seem to be the master of the Nirvana realm. How terrifying was the master of the Nirvana realm? Also, was there a god-level figure in the divine realm? If there wasn't, how did he fight against the Nirvana realm back then? Lin Xian had many doubts. "Father, please tell me. I have enough strength now." Lin Xian was very curious about these ancient secrets. "Let's talk as we walk." They rose into the air and flew into the distance. On the way, Lin Zhan said briefly, "There are indeed people in the divine realm who can fight against immortals. They are god-level figures. Back then, there was a great battle. However, these people all disappeared. Some of them went to search for the most mysterious 10th land in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Then, they seemed to have entered the 10th land and never came out again. I wonder how they are now." There were also some who wanted to break through to a higher level, but they hadn't appeared yet. Lin Zhan didn't say anything specific. However, Lin Xian was also shocked after hearing this. It seemed that there were also legendary existences in the divine realm who had surpassed the great emperor level and reached the level of gods. However, due to various reasons, they hadn't appeared yet. However, perhaps with the passage of time, these people would reappear in the mortal world again. After flying for a while, they finally stopped. Lin Xian took a look and was stunned. "Why are we back? Isn't this the Reincarnation Mountain, the place where the ancient Six Paths sect is located?" They had left from here before. Now, they were back. Lin Zhan said, "Previously, you triggered a vision of heaven and earth from here. The Six Paths of Reincarnation sword has reappeared in the mortal world. Therefore, those who came will first investigate this place. We will use this place as the location to set up our plan. At that time, we will catch all the people who came. Come quickly. I can't wait any longer. I can feel that my demonic blood is boiling." The demon emperor waved his hand and took out the great spear of destruction. He stood in the void, and the demonic aura on his body kept rolling. When he saw the great indestructible spear, Lin Xian also had a strange expression. How terrifying was the demon emperor, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could see it with his own eyes. Lin Zhan flipped his hand, and a huge array covered the entire sky. Then, the three of them slowly disappeared. In the sky, the phantom of the Six Paths of Reincarnation sword appeared again. It was like the sun in the night sky, shining brightly. Those who came here would definitely see it immediately. Indeed, a few days later, a light flashed across the sky from afar. When they saw the vision of heaven and earth in the sky, they were overjoyed. That was where the Reincarnation sword appeared. "Go quickly." They sped up and flew forward. What a terrifying aura. It was indeed the power of the Reincarnation sword. Some of the great emperors were overjoyed when they arrived. This was the power of the 5 swords of the world. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely increase greatly. However, at this moment, a cold and eerie voice came from the sky. "The Reincarnation sword belongs to us, the god of Death Palace. Everyone else, get lost or die." What? The god of death palace was the supreme palace? Humph, how dare a mere prime compete with a great emperor? The other great emperors heard this and shouted coldly, "You're the ones who should get lost." Such an angry roar resounded in this world. Obviously, both sides were enraged. They all wanted the power of the reincarnation sword. How dare you look down on us primes? Do you want to die? The people of the supreme palace roared angrily. Among them, there was a group of people wearing black robes. They were extremely eerie. The leader was the Nether Prime. The Nether Prime roared and unleashed a terrifying aura of death. He charged towards a great emperor. This great emperor was surrounded by a terrifying storm. He roared, "Do you want to die?" He raised his hand and summoned a tornado. This tornado could easily destroy a few worlds. It carried an extremely terrifying immortal wind chi. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. "I'm here too." In the distance, another great emperor arrived. He slashed down with his saber, shattering the world. Another great emperor arrived. His aura was as deep as the sea. There were more than 30 figures near the reincarnation mountain. Each of them was incomparably powerful. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this. It was really shocking. One should know that each of these figures was the strongest in their era. They were invincible in the world. These people had traveled through countless years to finally meet in this most dazzling era. They wanted to become gods and immortals. Therefore, in the face of this transcendent power, they naturally would not give up. The battle erupted in an instant. All kinds of divine flames were set off. Supreme weapons danced in the sky and swept across the world. At the same time, the demon emperor saw this scene and sneered, "Humph, it seems like it's our turn. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, a boundless demonic aura surged forward, forming a demonic mountain that stood firmly between the heavens and earth. Originally, due to the battle, the void was already shattered. However, at this moment, a black aura filled the air and shrouded the surroundings. In the next moment, the void cracked open and a black demonic mountain descended from the sky. The people who were fighting all stopped and turned their heads to look. Is someone coming again? Who was it? What a powerful aura. An expert had arrived. They saw a black demonic mountain towering between heaven and earth. There were 3 figures standing on the peak of the Devil Mountain. One of the figures stood in the middle with his hands behind his back. Demonic chi surged from his body, making him look like a demon god. Just one look at it would make one's soul tremble. What a terrifying devil chi. This must be a devil race expert. Did the demon race also come? Wait, no, look at the other person. Supreme Heavenly Blade pointed into the distance and roared in horror, "Isn't that Lin Zhan beside the demon emperor?" Regarding this person, his memory was still fresh. Lin Zhan was very powerful. He didn't leave and actually came back. Also, the person on the left of MOD, isn't that Lin Xian? It's him who obtained the power of the Samsara sword. Another angry roar was heard. Everyone's eyes turned to Lin Xian again. One after another, exclamations sounded. "They have been waiting here for us. Could it be that they have set up a trap? Is there a trap?" Countless exclamations sounded. The people of the Supreme Palace sneered, "So what if there is a trap? It's just 3 people. This time, we have more than 30 people, 10 times more than them. Can't we defeat them?" "Yes, that's right." The other Supreme Emperors fell silent. 36 people were far more than the other party. This time, they would definitely win. "Lin Wudi, hand over the power of the Samsara sword. You don't deserve to have it. Hand it over and I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll destroy your soul. It's a pity that you die at such a young age. So, you have to think carefully." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Do you have the ability to get it?" At this time, the demon emperor next to him also took a step forward. He looked down and said, 36 people, no more, no less. You're all here. Very good. This time, I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop. Save me the trouble of looking for you one by one." "What? Catch all of you in one fell swoop? How arrogant." The Supreme Emperors and Supreme Emperors were all angry. Among them, Nether Prime snorted coldly, "Who do you think you are? He stared at the other party and said, "The sky is full of demonic energy." "I remember now. You're the former demon emperor, right? That lunatic, I didn't expect you to still be alive. But, do you think you have the strength to fight against us?" The immortal prime sneered coldly. At this time, a man in a black robe walked out from beside him. His hands were blood-red. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red saber light flew out. It was really scary. "You're a demon, and I'm also a demon. My name is Blood Demon Prime. Let's see who's more powerful between the two of us." The terrifying blood-red demonic saber slashed down from the sky towards the demon emperor. The demon emperor snorted coldly, "You don't have the qualifications." He pointed out a finger, and the demonic voice covered the sky and the earth, directly shattering the saber light that filled the sky. At the same time, the Blood Demon Prime was forced back. The Blood Demon Prime spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock, so powerful. The Nether Prime's face was also cold, as expected. "It's difficult. However, we won't fight you alone. Let's go together." The people from the Supreme Palace and the Death God Palace walked out and prepared to attack. On the other side, Gale Earth, who was surrounded by storms, also walked out and stared at Lin Xian. He said, "Are you Lin Wudi? I've heard of your name. It's said that you're the 10-crown king and can defeat the great emperor. I don't believe it. I want to fight you alone. Do you dare?" So cunning. The other supremes and great emperors' expressions changed. This Gale Emperor was too cunning. If he fought Lin Wudi alone and won, he could directly snatch the treasures in Lin Wudi's hands. Damn it, why didn't they think of such a move? Immediately, someone said, "I also want to fight you alone." After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered disdainfully, "One-on-one? Do you think you're worthy? Kid, don't you dare? It seems that your reputation is undeserved. I originally thought that a shocking figure had appeared in this era. Now it seems that you've really disappointed me." The Gale Emperor shook his head. Lin Xian said, "If you want to die, I'll do as you wish." He walked out. "Let's decide the outcome in 3 moves. If you can make me retreat within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat." "Arrogant enough, but you'll lose for sure." The Gale Emperor laughed sinisterly. He had already made up his mind that as long as the other party dared to come out, he would make the other party regret it. With a wave of his sleeve, the storm that filled the sky flew out. He was called the Gale Emperor. Not only did he have the power of wind, but he also had the power of fire. His storm carried a scorching aura. Wind and fire swept through the sky. This was his famous unique skill. It was the ultimate technique of the great emperor. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He activated the Hell Path and summoned the palm in the Sun Valley. With a boom, the palm pierced through heaven and earth, tearing apart the fiery storm in the sky. Emperor Lifeng spat out blood and retreated, his face full of horror. How is this possible? He had actually been defeated by a single move. The others were also surprised. What is that palm? It was too terrifying. It didn't seem like his physique. He summoned the 6 paths of reincarnation. Netherworld Prime's face changed. He had a page of the Book of Life and Death, so he could summon some ancient corpses. Therefore, when he saw this scene, he was greatly shocked. His opponent's Rinnegan seemed to have become even more terrifying. "Trash, you are not qualified to obtain the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation." Lin Xian looked at him and snorted disdainfully. Emperor Lifeng was extremely depressed. He wanted to take this opportunity to suppress his opponent. But he didn't expect to be slapped in the face. Well, the game is over. Now it's time for the life and death battle. MOD also said in a deep voice. As his voice fell, the whole world fell silent. Endless demonic chi soared into the sky and covered the 9 heavens. Everyone's face changed. They took a deep breath, knowing that a great battle was coming. On the other side, Lin Zhan also walked out. His figure was slender, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His figure was incomparably tall and straight. He stood there like a god of war, making everyone's heart beat wildly. Danger. The aura of these 2 people was too dangerous. Let's do it. Don't talk nonsense. The Netherworld Sovereign also let out a furious roar. The others nodded. At this moment, 36 figures moved out together. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power as vast as the sea erupted in an instant, setting off a shocking storm in the heavenly land. Outside, the people of the deity ground and the universe were also frightened. They could only feel their souls trembling. They didn't know what death was. Demon Emperor sneered, turned into a phantom, and instantly charged in. In the face of 36 great emperors, he was not afraid at all. He broke through the void and punched out. The demon god fist instantly sent the 29 heavens supremes flying. The void was shattered, and a black hole appeared. At this moment, a great emperor made his move. He transformed into a vast ocean and surged towards Lin Zhan with surging power. The other person threw out a top-grade flying dagger. This was a knight's flying dagger, which was enough to threaten a great emperor. It pierced towards Lin Zhan's head. Lin Zhan snorted coldly. He raised his hand and punched. His fist seemed to have turned into the sharpest weapon, knocking the flying daggers away. At the same time, he threw out another punch that pierced through the ocean. The two martial monarchs cried out in agony and were sent flying. They spat out blood and were shocked. They had just exchanged blows and were already injured. Lin Zhan was too terrifying. As expected of the Battle Emperor. But so what, that was your identity in your previous life. Now, do you still have the strength you had back then? If not, you can go to hell. The great emperors roared and charged towards Lin Zhan again. On the other side, the Netherworld Sovereign and the others also charged towards the Demon Emperor. He summoned countless skeletons. They covered the sky and covered the earth, sweeping in all directions. The aura of death on these people was extremely terrifying. The demonic aura on the Demon Emperor's body was rolling like clouds. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Are you from the Supreme Palace? Ants like you are still not this emperor's match. The Demon Emperor stood in the void. There were black flames dancing in his eyes, and his face was filled with arrogance. He held the great spear of destruction in his hand and struck out. Instantly, the millions of skeletons in front of him were torn in half. At the same time, a few people from the Supreme Palace were pierced by the spear. These people were injured and retreated. They quickly took out immortal pills. Were they going to swallow them? Their eyes shone with a cold light. The Netherworld Sovereign said, "Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. This is just a test. They are strong. But there are only 2 of them. Moreover, they are reincarnated. They are no longer the Battle Emperor and Demon Emperor of the past. We don't have to be afraid of them. We have 36 masters. I don't believe that we can't kill them this time. Moreover, our goal is the reincarnation sword. If there is a chance, we will immediately break out and kill Lin Wudi. That is the most important thing." The 30 people around nodded. Indeed, they were all great emperors. Some had awakened hundreds of thousands of years ago. Some had awakened tens of thousands of years ago. When all these people were put together, they could become a legend. No matter how strong those 2 were, so what, they calmed down and regained their confidence. Then, they divided into 2 teams. They charged towards Lin Zhan and the Demon Emperor. As long as there was a chance, they would cross these 2 mountains and kill Lin Xian. Their plan was very good, but they underestimated the power of Lin Zhan and the Demon Emperor. The 2 of them were simply too powerful. They were like 10,000 tall mountains, standing tall and straight. No one could surpass them. The battle was very terrifying. Behind them, Lin Xian also gasped when he saw the scene. That's too powerful. His father, Lin Zhan, and the Demon Emperor seemed to be on a different level from these 36 great emperors. Was the gap between the great emperors so big? If that was the case, no matter how many great emperors there were on the Permetha continent, they shouldn't be a match for it. But why was it that the Permetha continent was still high and mighty, while the deity realm was once destroyed? Was it because there was an immortal on the Permetha continent? Were immortals really so powerful? How terrifying was that place? Lin Xian was very confused. Buzz. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The void cracked, and the figure became more and more real. He sneered, "Kid, I finally caught you. A large net covered Lin Xian. That's great. The people fighting in front were happy. It was the shadowless Great Emperor. He came and went like a shadow. Lin Xian's face darkened. You want to catch me? Get lost. The immortal slaying sword merged with the great dragon sword spirit. With a slash, the net was cut open. The Shadow Emperor's face changed, and he was sent flying. How could he be so powerful? In the next instant, he let out a miserable shriek. His soul was also being violently battered. Lin Xian roared, and the divine fire on his body was released. The terrifying Nine Suns' divine fire shocked the heavens, as if he had turned into the Sun War god. Do you think I'm a pushover? Lin Xian punched in all directions. The Nine Suns' divine fist and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist forced the Shadow Emperor to retreat. He was sent flying. Damn it, he's so powerful. Nether Prime and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. It seemed that one great emperor was not enough. At least 3 great emperors were needed to attack together to have a chance. They suppressed the other party in an instant. Do you think you still have a chance? The demon emperor snorted. I was just testing you. Now, I'm going to send you to hell. An extremely terrifying demonic chi suddenly erupted from his body, forming a demonic zither in front of him. Demon Overture. A group of demons attacked. He played the zither. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying and peerless divine power erupted. The great emperors and supremes were completely enveloped by the sound. They let out a miserable roar. On the other side, Lin Zhan roared, Xianxia divine fist. He finally used a super fist technique. This time, he charged towards Emperor Shadowless. Emperor Shadowless had been sent flying by Lin Xian and was injured. More importantly, he might threaten Lin Xian again. Hence, Lin Zhan was prepared to finish him off immediately. Emperor Shadowless's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he quickly dodged. He had no choice. He was no match for Lin Zhan in a one-on-one battle. If he was hit by this fist, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. However, he was known as Shadowless. Hence, his movement technique was extremely strange. No matter how strong his opponent was, he couldn't hit him. Shadowless. Useless inspiration. I admit that your battle strength is incredible. However, in terms of movement technique, you are no match for me at all. Emperor Shadowless's voice rang out from all directions. At this moment, his movement technique was extremely strange. However, Lin Zhan's expression was one of disdain. Stupid thing. You don't understand what absolute battle strength is. This fist tore apart the sky and shattered the universe. It covered everything. Emperor Shadowless screamed crazily. No, damn it. How is this possible? He realized that although his movement technique was terrifying, he still couldn't surpass this world. However, Lin Zhan's fist had shattered the entire world. He was like a fly that had been ruthlessly slapped by a slap. In the next instant, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He was smashed into pieces by the fist. His body turned into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. It was sent flying. Then, it turned into smoke and disappeared. He was dead. Everyone was terrified. A great emperor was killed by a single fist. Was this the Xianxia divine fist? This was Lin Zhan's strongest fist technique. We mustn't be hit by this fist. Everyone, be careful. This is an exceptional superpower. He can't use it continuously. We still have a chance to kill him when he uses the second fist. These people were right. No matter how strong Lin Zhan was, he couldn't use this exceptional superpower continuously. However, even without the war immortal godly fist, Lin Zhan's strength was not something these people could compare to. The dozen of us unleashed a peerless attack, fusing our divine flames and immortal chi together. The remaining dozen or so people gathered together. They unleashed their immortal chi and divine flame, fusing them together to form a ball of energy. The ball of light was only the size of a millstone. However, its power was extremely frightening. It could probably destroy the universe. This power was too shocking. At this moment, all the living beings in the universe prostrated themselves on the ground. Fortunately, this kind of battle was not taking place in the universe or the deity ground. Otherwise, their world would not be able to withstand it. Father, be careful. Lin Xian also exclaimed. Such an attack was too terrifying. Lin Zhan roared, I don't have the Zhan immortal divine fist, but I still have the exceptional fighting soul. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lin Zhan's soul. It was as if he had turned into a god above the 9 heavens, looking down on everyone. The souls of more than a dozen emperors and supreme beings began to tremble. He kept vomiting blood. How could this be? What was this? This was the exceptional fighting soul. He had actually cultivated it to such a level. At this moment, everyone's bodies began to tremble. They seemed to be unable to control their souls. The energy that they had gathered was also rapidly weakening. They could not wait any longer. They shot out the ball of light that they had gathered. This ball of light bloomed between heaven and earth, emitting an extremely terrifying light. Once hit, no matter how strong the opponent was, he would be reduced to ashes. Not good. Lin Xian shot out the sky-devouring jar, wanting to stop it. However, it seemed to be too late. On the other side, the demon emperor's eyes also flashed. He did not make a move. He thought to himself, Battle Emperor, let me see your true power. Facing this shocking attack, Lin Zhan did not dodge at all. However, the ball of light in front of him was rapidly shrinking. In the end, it became very weak and seemed to have disappeared. The dozen emperors were all stunned. What was going on? Why did the power that they had fused together disappear? What exactly happened? Among them, there was an old man called the Kanglin Great Emperor. He said in horror, this is the power of time. You actually mastered the power of time once. You changed time. Hearing this voice, the others were also frightened. Did time go back in time just now? Therefore, the energy that they had gathered disappeared. Lin Zhan walked out. He was right. It was indeed the power of time. Impossible? You can actually comprehend the power of time. This is absolutely impossible. The Kanglin Great Emperor roared crazily. On the other side, Nether Sovereign and the others were also frightened. The power of time was so mysterious. Very few people could comprehend it. Perhaps even immortals might not be able to comprehend the power of time, right? Because time was the most mysterious and strange thing. Even the demon emperor was surprised. The power of time? As expected. However, it seemed to be only a trace. But it was already very shocking. It made countless emperors and supremes jealous. Lin Xian was also surprised. The power of time. His father actually grasped such a mysterious power. It was said that the last sword of the 5 swords in the world was the sword of time and space. With this sword, one would have the power of time and space. However, this sword was the most mysterious. No one knew where it was. Did his dad have something to do with the sword of time and space? At the same time, he recalled that the Azura clan had been exterminated because they had grasped the power of time. It was very likely that it was Higan who took the lead. Because Higan did not allow this kind of heaven-defying power to exist. The surrounding emperors were all desperate. How could they fight the power of time? However, the Kanglin Great Emperor calmed down. His face was old and he was very knowledgeable. He said, don't worry. He has the power of time, but only a trace. And he can't use it too often. Otherwise, he would have used it long ago. Therefore, the power of time can only save him once. It can't save him the second time. Let's gather again. Okay. The other emperors and supremes nodded. They gathered the immortal chi and the divine fire together. Once again, they formed an energy ball. Boom, the energy ball floated in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying and monstrous aura. Nothing could resist it. At this moment, with it as the center, the surrounding void cracked. More than a dozen supremes waved their arms fiercely and sent the energy ball flying. The Kanglin Great Emperor was even more furious. I don't believe that you can still use the power of time. Lin Zhan said, there's no need to use it. My divine fist can be used for the second time. So, tremble in fear. Boom, he punched out, intertwined with endless divine fire of the great Tao. This fist was like the fist of the god of war. It was invincible. This fist collided with the energy ball. A great destruction occurred in the void. A black hole quickly swallowed Lin Zhan, the dozen supremes, and the emperors. It turned into nothingness. Not good, dodge quickly. Nether Sovereign and the others also retreated frantically. This was a destructive force. It was enough to kill the emperors. Lin Xian looked at the black hole in front of him with a nervous expression. I wonder how father is doing. At this moment, someone walked out of the black hole. The tall figure with black hair danced wildly like the god of war. It was Lin Zhan. That's great. Father is fine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the dozen or so great emperor-level figures were extremely miserable. Their bodies were covered with cracks, and a few of them were directly blasted into a bloody mist. Their faces were filled with horror. He was too strong. The other party was simply undefeatable. Lin Zhan stepped into the air. He walked forward and punched out, enveloping 3 supreme martial artists. No. The 3 supremes roared crazily. The seals on their bodies were broken, and they recovered to their peak strength. They used their immortal chi and divine fire to resist, but they were still beaten back. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Damn it, they broke the seal. They only had 1,000 years of life. They didn't expect that they would break the seal under Lin Zhan's fist. Damn it, unforgivable. They rushed over as if they had gone mad. Lin Zhan's expression was cold as his fist swept in all directions. He seemed to have endless divine power. Every punch was earth-shattering. Not long after, a few more figures were sent flying. During this process, Lin Zhan used the Zhan Immortal Divine Fist again and killed one of the Supremes. This Supreme Being didn't even have time to undo the seal before he was killed. Damn it, how could he use the Zhan Immortal Divine Fist so many times in a row? Even if there was a gap, this gap was too short, right? Everyone went crazy. The Kanglin Great Emperor said, he's using the power of time. He's using the power of time on himself. Therefore, the recovery speed of the Zhan Immortal Divine Fist was much faster. Damn it. They were now in a dilemma. And Lin Zhan didn't seem to intend to let these people go. On the other side, the Netherworld Sovereign and the others had ugly expressions. They took a deep breath and roared, let's get rid of this demon emperor first. These dozen or so people also attacked crazily. The demon emperor laughed loudly. Do you really think that I'm weaker than the Zhan Immortal? Since the Zhan Immortal has used his trump card, then I'll let you see my trump card. With a clap of his hand, the ancient magic zither disappeared. Then, he stood in the void and formed a seal with his hands. Boundless demonic chi appeared. In the rear, Lin Xian was also surprised. What is the demon emperor's real trump card? Boom, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The boundless demonic chi actually formed a world. Modi raised his head and roared, the demonic world has descended. A demonic world was formed, shrouding the world. Lin Xian was also enveloped. When he sensed what was happening, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying demonic aura, what a real world. He discovered that this was indeed the case. It was as if Mod had refined an entire star realm. Just like that, he appeared out of thin air. After seeing this, Netherworld Sovereign and the others sneered and said, the Devil World, so what? Back then, we destroyed more than one of the demon worlds. We can also shatter your Devil Dao world. The Supreme Palace's people felt disdain, attacking crazily. They unleashed their supreme laws, as well as their terrifying divine abilities and ultimate techniques to sweep out in all directions. These divine abilities, coupled with the cold aura, were summoned. Countless soldiers quickly swept out. They wanted to shatter the entire world. It was useless. The demon emperor snorted coldly. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back. My Devil Dao world is not something you can imagine. Next, you will feel fear and despair. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the Devil world shook. Then, it became as steady as Mount Tai. How was this possible? This world was not ordinary. On the other side, after Lin Zhan finished watching, he was also surprised. You actually have such ambition. This person is indeed a lunatic. Did you notice? As expected of someone who can fight side by side with me. It's just that these idiots haven't realized how terrifying this world is. Let them experience it. The demon emperor laughed loudly. Then, he waved his hand. In the sky of this world, dark clouds condensed, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Black lightning struck down in an instant. How can mere lightning do anything to me? Netherworld Sovereign and the others roared. They rushed into the sky to resist. However, the dozen or so people were soon sent flying and vomited mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, this lightning, this power, this is not an ordinary world. What did he do? Ignorant ant, let me tell you. The demon emperor looked up and laughed. His black hair danced wildly, like a peerless demon god. In this world, the most mysterious of all was the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 heavens were high above, ethereal and untraceable. It was a legend, but the 10 earths really existed. However, the 10 earths was not a place where ordinary people could enter. Even great emperors would find it difficult to survive here for a long time. Therefore, since ancient times, countless great emperors and supremes wanted to enter one of the 10 earths. Because only there would there be hope of becoming an immortal. But why do you only want to enter the 10 earths? Why can't you create a 9 heavens and 10 earths? The devil world I created is to surpass the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A loud and clear voice rang out, causing the Netherworld Sovereign and the others to be stunned. Surpass the 9 heavens and 10 earths? What a joke! The origin of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was very mysterious. Just the 10 continents were enough to become an immortal. This was the creation of heaven and earth, condensed over countless years. However, the demon emperor wanted to condense a world alone, to be on par with the legendary 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was a madman. Ha 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 ha. The demon emperor looked up and laughed. At least I dare to do it. You don't even dare to think about it. Stupid ant, go to hell. The power of the devil world erupted, enveloping these powerhouses. Instantly, the bodies of 2 supremes and 1 great emperor split open. No. Their faces were filled with despair. They felt that this world could crush them and turn them into ashes. Damn it. In the end, 3 great emperors died. The others felt their hair stand on end. Charge out of this devil world. Devour. Devour the power of the 3 dead great emperors. Devour their power. Between the heaven and earth, 2 demon godheads formed and rapidly absorbed this surge of energy. At the same time, it strengthened the devil world. This guy was crazy. This guy gave all his power to the devil world. What is he trying to do? Leave this place quickly. Netherworld Supremacy and the others opened the void, wanting to escape. However, they discovered that the void was also enveloped. They couldn't escape. When Xianxia saw this scene, he was shocked. The other party wanted to create a world comparable to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Xianxia had a clear understanding of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had a sword world in his body, which was one of the 10 earths. The ancient land. It was incomparably mysterious and vast. It was hard to imagine that a world that was created could be compared to such an existence. However, the demon emperor dared to do so. Moreover, the demon emperor created the devil world. It seemed to be too terrifying. Although it couldn't reach the realm of the 10 earths. However, it far surpassed the other worlds. This guy was indeed a madman. Without enough strength, he still couldn't come into contact with this guy. However, Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. His father, Lin Zhan, and the demon emperor, these 2 people were extremely terrifying figures. There was no suspense in this battle. On Lin Zhan's side, he continued to attack. A few more died. In the end, those people burned their blood and divine flames, risking their lives to escape. Only 3 of them managed to escape. As for the remaining dozen or so, they were all killed by the heaven-battling divine fist. On the other side, the demon emperor was even more terrifying. He had killed more than 10 fallen great emperors. He swallowed all the corpses into the demon world, making the demon world even more terrifying. This scene made Lin Zhan frown. He didn't care. He didn't stop them. because he still needed the demon emperor's power. Lin Xian came over and took out a treasure from the sword world for Lin Zhan to consume. Although Lin Zhan won this battle and didn't suffer any serious injuries, he consumed a lot of energy. The War Immortal Divine Fist was a super powerful technique. Lin Zhan used it continuously, so it consumed a lot of energy. As expected, Lin Zhan's face was a little pale. He started to recover his energy. However, his gaze didn't leave the demon world. At this moment, there was a huge change in the demon world. It seemed to have become even more terrifying. The dozen or so experts on the other side kept dying. In the end, only a few of them were still alive. One of them was the Netherworld Sovereign. The Netherworld Sovereign went crazy. He took out a page of the Life and Death book. He said crazily, "Take me out of here. I don't want to face this lunatic anymore." There were two people beside him. The three of them activated the Life and Death book together. "You only have one page of the Life and Death book and you dare to be arrogant in front of me." The Demon Emperor sneered and reached out his hand. "I'll take this Life and Death book." "No," the Netherworld Sovereign went crazy. He said, "Death God, please help me." Suddenly, a pitch-black light erupted from the Book of Life and Death. Then, a sickle flew out from the Life and Death book. This sickle was just an illusion. As soon as it appeared, it slashed towards the Netherworld Sovereign. A sovereign beside him cut the Netherworld Sovereign in half. The sovereign's blood flew into the sickle. Then, the Death God sickle was formed with the sovereign's blood. It slashed towards the Demon Emperor. It collided with the Demon Emperor's palm. The Demon Emperor was forced back. His face turned cold. Death God, he was one of the masterminds behind the Supreme Palace. "Humph, you're not dead yet. However, this isn't a place you can easily enter. You can only use a little of your strength. Demon Emperor, you are like an ant in front of me. Once I recover from my injuries and come out, the first thing I will do is kill you." After she finished speaking, she waved her black scythe and left with the Netherworld Sovereign. The Demon Emperor did not give chase because he knew that this was a true expert. However, he was not afraid. There was a limit to how much the other party could do. Moreover, the results of this battle were very strong. Only one person managed to escape. On Lin Zhan's side, there were 3 people. A total of 5 people managed to escape. 31 powerful beings had fallen here. These were all emperors and supremes. Every single one of them was the pinnacle of their era. But now, it was equivalent to the strongest experts of over 30 eras dying. This battle would definitely shake the heavens. Mod withdrew his demonic aura. Throughout the battle, the power of the great emperor's corpses had been devoured by the demon realm. Other than the cracks all around, there was nothing else left. The demon emperor said, "All right, I have finished them. I have completed my task. Shouldn't you bring me to your ancient city? Let me say this first. Don't bring me to those broken places. I want to go to Upper Azure Town." "Don't worry. No problem. However, the city we are attacking now is not Upper Azure Town. We are still attacking Upper Azure Town. You can do your part. When the time comes, let's go in together." "Deal." The Demon Emperor smiled. "Then let's go. Follow me back to the ancient city." Lin Zhan waved his hand and disappeared with Lin Xian and the Demon Emperor. The result of this battle was also spread. More powerful beings had arrived. When they sensed the remnant battle aura, they were all stunned. 31 great emperors had fallen. This was enough to shock the heavens and earth. Indeed, when the news spread, the deity ground was shocked. Everyone in the universe was stunned. 31 great emperors from different eras. But now, they were all killed. Who was it? Was it the legendary immortal? Was there anyone more powerful than the great emperors? Heavens, just what kind of divine being is this? At the same time, the legends of Jiutian Shidi also spread. Countless people were shocked. Jiutian Shidi was an even more mysterious existence. That was great. Fortunately, these great emperors appeared in Jiutian Shidi. Otherwise, they would have come to our universe and fought. The universe would have been destroyed. Those young disciples were extremely excited. They were talking about this. It was too far away from them. They only saw it as a legend. However, those great emperor families, Supreme Palace, and the Nirvana realm. Even the super forces such as the immortal Hua dynasty were frowning. It seemed that this golden era was much more dangerous than they had imagined. Even great emperors could fall so easily. Next, if they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Damn it, Supreme Palace, God of Death Palace. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Netherworld Prime even knelt on one knee on the ground. God of Death, please punish me. I have failed. Another Supreme also said, I didn't expect the Demon Emperor to be so terrifying. He is really too strong. I guess he must have cultivated 2 strands of immortal chi. He is even close to the 3rd strand of immortal chi. That Lin Zhan is about the same. He must have 2 divine fires on him. They were all super powerhouses below the immortal realm. In front of them, there was a pitch-black figure. It was the demon god. He floated in the air, and a deep voice sounded. Demon Emperor, Lin Zhan, I didn't expect the 2 of them to still be alive. This matter is not your fault. This is a trap set up by the 2 of them. They want to lure us over so that they can catch us all in one fell swoop. It's normal that you are not their match. However, these 2 guys can't be arrogant for long. When I can get out, I will make them regret it. It seems that it's time to cooperate with the Nirvana realm. The heavenly land, that place, is still unclear. Let's go to the 9th underworld. I have a feeling that the 9th underworld is about to open. The power of the 9th underworld is most suitable for us. As long as you do your job well. When the time comes, I can help you become gods in the 9th underworld. Thank you, God of Death. Netherworld Sovereign and the others were extremely excited. On the other side, the atmosphere on the Nirvana realm was also extremely tense. Great Emperor Baiyu was extremely nervous. This time, not only did they not succeed, but the grandson of the virtual immortal was also severely injured. He was very nervous facing the virtual immortal now. If the virtual immortal was angry, he would probably suffer. Lei Yi, who was beside him, also said, Grandfather, please kill that Lin Zhan personally. Humph. The virtual immortal opened his eyes and snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder. Lei Yi didn't dare to say anything. I won't let Lin Zhan off, but not now. You are used to being arrogant. It's good that you suffer a little. I hope you can go one step further after knowing your shame. Also, get ready. Our next destination is the 9th underworld. The show had just begun. The winner and loser had not been decided yet. This time, they had the upper hand and obtained a fragment of the reincarnation sword. But so what? Back then, we could destroy them. This time, we can definitely do it. And this time, I want to destroy their souls and make them unable to be reborn. In the ancient city of the heavens, 3 figures descended. They were Lin Xian, Lin Zhan, and Mod. It was Lin Xian's first time here, so he felt a mysterious aura. He exclaimed, Is this the city of the heavens? It was too mysterious. Cultivating here was probably far better than anywhere else in the outside world. No wonder countless emperors wanted to come here to cultivate. Lin Zhan said, Jiutian Shidi has power that the outside universe doesn't. Outside, the highest you can cultivate is to become a great emperor. However, if you want to improve, you have to come to Jiutian Shidi to find more mysterious power. Otherwise, it will be difficult to improve. Let's go in. He opened the city gate and the 3 walked in. Inside the city, the Empress, Lord 9, Xia Jiuyo, and the other 2 people from the River of Time were all waiting. This battle was good. The Empress nodded. Lord Alcohol looked at Lin Xian and said, Little guy, you're finally here. Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian ran over happily and took out a lot of wine from the sword world. He said, I brewed a lot of good wine. Let's taste it together. Lord Alcohol took a pot and drank it. He looked up and sighed, good wine. Little White rushed out and hugged the wine bottle, not letting go. He babbled, mine, mine. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Lord Alcohol grabbed Little White and said, You little monkey, you like to drink too. Humph. Little White hugged the wine gourd and didn't want to give it to anyone. The emperors shook their heads with a smile. However, when they saw the demon emperor, they all stopped smiling, and their expressions turned serious. Lin Zhan said a little about his cooperation with the demon emperor. The emperor's eyes flickered. The demon emperor said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. There will only be benefits if you cooperate with me." The empress snorted, "Is that so? I hope you won't be the same as last time." "You mean last time, right?" The demon emperor put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky. "It's been tens of thousands of years. I don't remember. I failed last time, but I will succeed this time. Little guy, let me introduce you." Lord Alcohol pointed at the two unfamiliar figures and said, "This is the Iron Blood Emperor, and this is the Blazing Heaven Emperor. Greetings, seniors." Lin Xian greeted. The two great emperors nodded. "So you're Lin Wudi. We've heard of your name. The younger generation will surpass us in time." He didn't expect Lin Zhan to have such a good son. The two great emperors laughed. "Seniors, you flatter me." This was not the first time Lin Xian had seen these two people. He had seen them before. Back then, Lin Xian had used the power of the River of Time to return to 100,000 years in the future. Since they were all familiar with each other, they walked in and gathered together to discuss what to do next. Later on, they even began to chat with each other about their experiences in cultivation. Lin Xian had learned a lot from the martial monarchs. This made him extremely happy. One had to know that the cultivation experience of every martial monarch was a secret. It was rare for it to be leaked. Lin Xian had received so much guidance all of a sudden. His future cultivation would be much smoother. For the next period of time, Lin Xian lived in this ancient city. The ancient city's aura was indeed extraordinary. It was very helpful for his cultivation. Although Lin Xian's current strength was strong, however, he was not a great emperor yet. He was now studying how to become one. Moreover, not only did he have divine fire, but he also had immortal qi. Who should he let break through first, or should they break through together? Lin Xian had asked these great emperors, and they all frowned. The emperor's suggestion to Lin Xian was to only cultivate one of them. The other great emperors also nodded. Was there no one who cultivated at the same time? Lord Alcohol said, "Yes, but they all failed or didn't become great emperors." There were people who had cultivated both powers before, but after becoming great emperors, one power suppressed the other. Therefore, if you want to continue cultivating, it will be very difficult. Moreover, you must let the divine fire and immortal qi break through at the same time. Then, I have to think about it carefully. After all, becoming great emperors is a very important matter. Lin Xian had to think carefully before making a decision. At the same time, he had many questions. For example, the gods of the divine realm? What was the battle like back then? His father and the demon emperor were so powerful. Why couldn't they defeat the heavenly king? Lord Alcohol said as he drank, "You are too naive. Although your father Lin Zhan and the demon emperor are powerful, they are only great emperors after all. They are not gods. The heavenly king has immortals, and more than one. Of course, we also have gods on our side. However, after the battle back then, our people went to find a new way out. They went to the mysterious 10th land and haven't returned yet." What was the 10th land? Which godlike figures were there? Lord Alcohol sighed, "You definitely know two of them. One is Yi Tiandi. The other is also related to you. It is the sky-devouring great emperor." Yi Tiandi and the sky-devouring great emperor? Lin Xian was shocked. Yi Tiandi was the patriarch of the Yi family. The sky-devouring great emperor was the owner of the sky-devouring jar. These two great emperors were famous. Lin Xian had heard of them since he was young. But later, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth recovered, and the heavenly king descended. In fact, countless martial monarchs and paragons had appeared in the sky-heaven land. They woke up from their ancient slumber. However, the great emperor of the Yi family never appeared. There were others, such as the sky-devouring great emperor, who were famous figures. Lin Xian had always felt that these people were not dead. He just didn't expect them to be so powerful. Moreover, they went to the mysterious 10th land. Who was more powerful? They were the virtual immortals, Lin Xian asked. Lord Alcohol said, at their level, they have a title called Earth Immortal. It is the level that people who cultivate 3 divine fires or immortal chi can reach. Ordinary great emperors cultivate 1 divine fire or immortal chi. For example, your father and the Devil Emperor both cultivated 2 daos. However, they are still inferior to Earth Immortals. Only those who cultivate 3 can be called Earth Immortals. So that was the case. 3 divine fires or immortal chi. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. At the same time, he also understood the power of his father and the Demon Emperor. It turned out that they had already cultivated 2. No wonder they could challenge more than 10 great emperors alone. Their strength had long surpassed ordinary great emperors. Little guy, you don't have to be anxious. You have the power of 2 of the 5 swords in the world. Your future achievements are limitless. As for the 10th land, I can tell you. We don't have much information. We only know that it is extremely mysterious. Moreover, it is said that it is on a planet. It is a blue planet in the starry sky of the universe. However, we have searched countless times, but we can't find it. Not to mention us, the other side has been frantically searching for tens of thousands of years. They still found nothing. Therefore, they wanted Heavenly Emperor Yi and the sky-devouring Great Emperor to appear. They could only wait for them to come out of the 10th land. This time, Lord Alcohol said a lot. Lin Xian learned more about the situation, and he was greatly shocked. The realm of cultivation, the mysterious 9 heavens and 10 earths. All these secrets were waiting for him to uncover. In the following month, Lin Xian began to train in the Spirit Palace. When he had nothing to do, he would enter the Sword World. He sensed the difference between the 2 places. He realized that although they were both in Jiutian City, the 2 places did have different auras. From the looks of it, every mysterious place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths possessed different powers. On this day, Lin Zhan, the Demon Emperor, and the Empress came back from outside and gathered people. They were ready to attack Upper Qing City. Upper Qing City was the core city of Upper Heavens Land. It was much more important than this ancient city. Once they could enter Upper Qing City, they would have a firm foothold in Upper Heavens Land. When Lin Xian heard that, he was also very excited. He even wanted to go with them. However, the Iron Blood Emperor frowned and said, "What's wrong? I don't see Xiao Jiuyou." "Yeah, where is he?" The Empress also frowned. Everyone looked around and found Xiao Jiuyou. In one of the palaces in the ancient city, Yu sat there alone. "Elder Xia, what's wrong?" Lin Xian went over and asked. The others also walked over. Xiao Jiuyou raised his head and his face was a little ugly. Lin Zhan said, "Is it about your family?" Xiao Jiuyou nodded. "Yes, what should come will come." The Xiao family took Xingchen away. Lin Xian's expression changed. Xiao Xingchen was Xiao Jiuyou's granddaughter. Lin Xian was very familiar with Xiao Jiuyou. After all, he was the one who gave him the temple. Plus, he had helped him a lot. However, Lin Xian didn't know about Xiao Jiuyou's family. Could it be that the Xia clan was also a terrifying clan? Xiao Jiuyou was a legendary figure in the past. Within a few thousand years after the death of the great emperor, he had risen to an incredible level. He was about to break through to the great emperor realm. However, the power of heaven and earth didn't allow it. The suppression of the heavenly Tao prevented him from breaking through and becoming a great emperor. Countless people felt sorry for a hero who was past his prime. However, Xiao Jiuyou's luck wasn't bad. At the last moment, the power of heaven and earth changed. The celestial land had descended, and the people from the god realm had returned. They had brought him to the celestial land. It was as though Xiao Jiuyou had been reborn. He had yet to become a martial monarch. However, he was already very close to reaching that level. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a martial emperor. It was just a matter of time. Such a person should have been high-spirited, but now, his face was full of worry. Lin Xian asked, "Is the Xiao family very powerful?" "Little sister Xingchen, since he's been captured, we'll just take him back." The demon monarch said, "Kid, the Xiao clan is really not ordinary. It can be said that they are even more terrifying than the great emperor clans." They were even more terrifying than great emperor clans. Lin Xian was stunned. No way? Could it be that the Xia family once had a land immortal? Lin Xian now knew that there were strong and weak great emperors. Great emperors who cultivated 3 divine fires and immortal qi were called land immortals. Once such a person appeared, he would truly be immortal. For example, virtual immortals had lived for millions of years. Ordinary great emperors would not be able to survive in the outside universe after living for 10 to 20,000 years. They would either seal themselves and become a supreme being in deep sleep, or they would quickly join the Permitha realm and enter the eternal land. Or, like the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the others, they would sit on the river of time and return to the past to hide. In short, without some special methods, it would be very difficult to survive. However, land immortals were different. For virtual immortals, not only had they lived for countless years, but they also had a group of great emperors under them. They were the true overlords. Lin Zhan said, "No, the Xia family has never had a land immortal. However, their family was very strange. They lived in the 9 netherland of the 9 heavens and 10 lands." What? There were indigenous people in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Lin Xian was stunned. He had been in the celestial land for so long. Other than the great emperors and supreme beings outside, he had come in. He did not find any living beings at all. Of course, some broken corpses and bones were not counted. These were all existences that had died back then. However, there were no living natives. Now, his father told him that the Xia family lived in the 9 netherland. That was also one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. How terrifying was that? No wonder Xiaojioyo was so worried. The situation was not that bad. Xiaojioyo shook his head. The Xia family did live in the 9 netherland. However, the 9 netherland had already been closed. Although it was about to open, the moment had not yet arrived. And the Xia family had a branch outside the 9 netherland. This time, it was a branch of the Xia family who had done it. It seemed that they were planning to open the 9 netherland. Calculating the time, it was about time. The 9 netherland should be opened. However, we have to attack Upper Qingqing. This opportunity was calculated. If we miss it, we will probably have to wait for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, let Xian'er accompany you. Lin Zhan said in a deep voice. Lord Alcohol also nodded. That's right. There should be no problem with the 2 little guys accompanying you. Lin Gongzi, we'll have to trouble you then. Xiaojioyo naturally knew about Lin Xian's strength. Although he had not become a great emperor, he was still the 10-crown king. More importantly, he could use the power of the great dragon sword and the Rinnegan. Ordinary great emperors were no match for Lin Xian. Elder Xia, don't worry. Xingchen is also my sister. I will save her. After we enter Upper Qingqing City, we will go to the 9 netherland. Since they had decided, Lin Xian and Xiaojioyo began to prepare. Within 3 days, they adjusted their condition to the peak. They also brought the resources they needed. Then, they left. They waved goodbye to Lin Zhan, Lord Alcohol, and the others. Lin Xian and Xiaojioyo took the teleportation formation and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the vast universe. There was a pitch-black vortex in front of them. That was the entrance to hell. The 2 of them flew forward. On the way, Xiaojioyo told Lin Xian about the situation of the Xia family's branch. Although this branch was outside the 9 netherland, it was also extremely terrifying. There were great emperors in the past. Now, those ancient great emperors might have awakened from their slumber. Don't worry, Elder Xia. There won't be a problem. Lin Xian said. At the same time, he recalled the words of his father, Lord Alcohol, and the others. In this trip to hell, other than the Xia family, there were other forces that he had to be careful of. The first was the god of death palace of the Supreme Palace, which was the Netherworld sovereign, and the others. These people had the Book of Life and Death and were originally moving in hell. Moreover, these people were eager to enter the 9 netherland. They wanted to obtain the power of the 9 netherland. There was also another group of people, which was the Permitha realm. The Permitha realm was in the Azure land. If they failed, they would definitely change their direction and attack the 9 netherland. Therefore, when the time came, they would meet the experts of the Permitha realm. Other than that, Lin Xian only had to be careful of the other wandering cultivators. The most important thing was still the Supreme Palace and the Permitha realm. Was he going to meet the people of the Permitha realm again? Lin Xian's expression was cold. When they met again, he would definitely kill another great emperor. Two figures flew across the void. They were Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyou. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The mission this time wasn't easy. Even though he was strong now, ordinary martial emperors were no match for him. But this time, he had to face the Nine Nether. Moreover, there were two missions this time. The first was to rescue Xianxia. The second was to help Xia Jiuyou break through and become a great emperor. Because Xia Jiuyou was extraordinary, his name wasn't given casually. It had a special meaning. Xia Jiuyou was related to the Nine Nether. Xia Jiuyou's physique was also related to the Nine Nether. It was the same for Lin Xian. He had learned from his father that it was the legendary Nine Underworld body. And it was the key to opening the Nine Nether. Of course, this secret was only known by Xia family, Lin Zhan, and the people of the God realm. Supreme Hall and the people of the Permitha realm didn't know. If they knew, they would go crazy to snatch Xia Jiuyou. Although Xia Jiuyou's current strength was strong, it wasn't enough to open the Nine Nether. He had to become a great emperor. In other words, this time, Xia Jiuyou had to break through in hell and become a great emperor. That would require sufficient resources, and all of this was related to the Xia family. Lin Xian pondered. What should he do next? He already had an idea. He would go to the 15th level of hell to save someone. According to Xia Jiuyou, he had nothing to do with Xia family for many years. Back then, he was a member of Xia family. But later, he walked out of hell and came to the universe outside. He revealed his brilliance, becoming a new force to be reckoned with, sweeping through all sides, reaching an incomparably powerful state. But he was restricted by the heavenly Tao and couldn't become a great emperor. Later, he even went back to Xia family to ask for help. But Xia family didn't care. At that time, Xia families had met him personally. He said in a deep voice, "Now isn't the right time. You don't have to become a great emperor. Stay in the family and seal yourself in a deep sleep. When the time is right, we will wake you up and let you become a great emperor." In fact, the people of the Xia clan had even personally taken action to suppress Xia Jiuyou. At that time, Xia Jiuyou was in high spirits and was already standing at the peak. He was naturally unwilling to be manipulated by others and become a puppet. Therefore, after a great battle, he left with injuries. The Xia family had tried to pursue them, but to no avail. Later on, the timing was not right, so the Xia family could not hide anymore. This matter gradually faded away. Now that the time was about to come, the Xia family had to make a move. They didn't immediately look for Xia Jiuyou. Instead, he made a move and took Xia Jiuyou's granddaughter away. Clearly, this was a warning to Xia Jiuyou. No matter what your current status is, I'm not going to let you off. What was his cultivation? All of them had to obediently return to their families and bow their heads in apology. He was really arrogant and domineering. Xia Jiuyou clenched his fists at the thought of this. However, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry. If the Xiao family dares to hurt Sister Xianxia, I will flatten them. Right now, you don't know much about the Xia clan. Let's find someone in hell and ask around." He would only take action after he understood the situation. After hearing this, Xia Jiuyou nodded. He knew that he couldn't act rashly in this matter. After arriving in hell, Lin Xian went directly to the 15th level of hell. This was because he had an agreement with someone. Back then, when he was fighting against the Wraith Path, the Black Eye had summoned an illusion. That was a soul in hell, known as the Ghost God. It was abnormally powerful. Back then, Lin Xian had an agreement with the Ghost God. When he obtained the Rinnegan in the future, he would go to the 15th level of hell to save the other party. Now, he came to hell again and obtained the Rinnegan. If he saved the other party, he could also ask about the Xia family's situation. Whitebone Mountain. There was a mountain on the 15th level of hell. It was very tall and had a cold aura. These were the bones of countless experts. There were humans, demonic beasts, and demons. There were experts from all the 10,000 ancient races. At this moment, two figures landed. It was Lin Xian and Xiao Jiuyo. Xiao Jiuyo looked at the white bone mountain and exclaimed, "What a terrifying cold aura." Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, this is the aura. It should be here. Let's go and open the white bone mountain. Let's see what's inside." Although the white bone mountain was cold, there were many people around it. These were all cultivators with cold auras. The martial artists in the infernal realm all cultivated the power of the heart. Therefore, the White Bone Mountain was a holy land for cultivation. Not to mention the surroundings of White Bone Mountain, even on White Bone Mountain, there were experts cultivating there, absorbing the terrifying power of the laws. At this moment, the young people beside him heard Lin Xian's words and immediately laughed disdainfully. "Where did this bumpkin come from? Open the White Bone Mountain? Do you know what kind of place this is? With your strength, it's difficult to climb the mountain. Open the White Bone Mountain? Ouch, I'm dying of laughter." The people who spoke looked young and wore luxurious clothes. They were surrounded by the laws of the Great Path. Evidently, they were part of their identities. In fact, they even had some monstrous beasts as their pets. These demonic beasts were extremely powerful. When the others saw this group of young people, they immediately lowered their heads and made way. In their hearts, they were afraid of such people. They couldn't provoke them. Lin Xian glanced at these people and directly ignored them. Others were afraid, but he didn't care. In his eyes, these people were no different from ants. Once they angered him, he could pinch them to death with a stretch of his hand. Seeing Lin Xian ignore them, one of the young people in armor frowned. "I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? What do you think this White Bone Mountain is? Hurry up and admit your mistake. Otherwise, the experts on the White Bone Mountain will kill you." Xiao Jiuyo frowned slightly. How dare a young man be so presumptuous in front of him? "I think I've seen you before. Did you appear in the Luo family back then?" At this moment, a woman in green looked at Lin Xian and said, "Oh, you've seen me before." Lin Xian was also surprised. "Do you have anything to do with the Luo family?" When he came to Earth Prison to look for the wordless sky steel, he did go to the Luo family. "No." The woman in green shook her head. "I just passed by the Luo family. I heard that there was a genius in the Luo family who was a disciple of Emperor Ming. Later, I investigated and found that he was just an ordinary disciple, so I didn't pay much attention to him." After hearing this, the others immediately looked disdainful. So that's how it is. Compared with them, the Luo family is thousands of miles away. This person was a friend of the Luo family. In front of them, he was just an ant. He couldn't be compared with them at all. Thinking of this, the man in armor looked even more disdainful. How dare a few ants ignore them? They really don't know what's good for them. The woman in green also said, "Hurry up and leave. The White Bone Mountain is not a place you can come to. Take advantage of the fact that the experts on the mountain haven't gotten angry yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die. You will really die here." The woman in green from before was called Yin Feifei, and the arrogant man in armor was called Xiangyun. He was from the Hell Elephant clan. The Hell Elephant clan was also a big clan on the 15th level of Hell. They were known for their extraordinary strength. Xiangyun was used to being arrogant. Now that he saw Lin Xian and Yin Feifei, he was very unfamiliar with them. Moreover, there were no masters with them. After hearing Yin Feifei's words, he felt that these two people were just ants, so he didn't take them seriously at all. As for the other young men, they were also disciples of large families. Their faces were also filled with arrogance. At this time, Xiangyun walked out again and said, "Today, I'm in a good mood. I'll teach you a lesson. This White Bone Mountain is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Here, even a dragon has to coil up, and even a tiger has to lie down. Not to mention you. Hurry up and leave." With that, he sneered and turned to leave. Lin Xian's face darkened. This guy is too full of himself, isn't he? Even though I ignored him. He ignored him because the other party was not worthy of being his opponent. However, the other party was so provocative. He could only teach the other party a lesson. Hearing Lin Xian's cold snort, the people in front also stopped. One of them laughed and said, "What, you're not convinced? Unfortunately, it's useless. You're too weak. This is a world where strength is respected. It's useless even if you're not convinced." This was like young Master Yun. However, the top geniuses of the Xiang clan are not people you can provoke. In their opinion, Lin Xian and the others would definitely be scared out of their wits. However, Lin Xian said coldly, "I don't care if you're an hell elephant or a hell panther. Get over here. I didn't want to attack at first, but you've gone too far. Kneel on the ground, kowtow 10 times, and give me 30 slaps, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, I'll cripple you." He said, "What? Kneel and kowtow?" The people opposite were all stunned, thinking that there was something wrong with their ears. Who were they? They were all geniuses of big clans. They were high and mighty and could do whatever they wanted here. Especially Xiang Yun, who was a super genius of the Xiang clan. Who dared to provoke him? In addition, the other women also sneered. The woman in green, Yin Feifei, sighed. These people thought that they were still in the Luo family. In this place, if one was arrogant without strength, they would definitely die. However, since she had met Lin Xian once, she wanted to advise Lin Xian. Before she could speak, Xiang Yun was already furious. He snorted coldly, "Are you talking to me, your young master? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. This young master's good mood is gone. I plan to capture you and torture you to death." After saying that, he threw out a punch. The surrounding people exclaimed. Someone sneered, "This kid is dead for sure. Xiang Yun's strength is terrifying. Even a great sage would die without a doubt." Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the smiles on the faces of those people disappeared. They realized that the situation ahead had changed. It was different from what they had imagined. Xiang Yun retreated. One of his arms had turned into a bloody mess. He fell to the ground and screamed. "Ah, damn it, you dare to hurt me." He was incomparably miserable. What's going on? Xiang Yun was injured. This was impossible, right? Could it be that this kid was an expert? Everyone saw Lin Xian point his finger. Immediately, Xiang Yun's other arm also cracked and turned into a bloody mist. Everyone gasped. What kind of strength was this? He waved his finger lightly and seriously injured Xiang Yun. Could it be that he was a quasi-emperor? These people were crazy. After all, Xiang Yun's strength was one of the top among the great sages. Unless he met a quasi-emperor. However, they had never heard of such a young quasi-emperor. Lin Xian's finger was still waving. One of his legs was broken, and so was the other. More and more bones in Xiang Yun's body were broken. Still not willing to kowtow? Then I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian stared at the other party's head. Xiang Yun was frightened. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Don't do it. I'll kowtow." He began to kowtow. The scene was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of kowtowing could be heard. At that moment, regardless of whether it was Yin Feifei or the other proud celestial maidens and young masters, they were all stunned. In fact, their bodies even began to tremble. "You're dead for sure. The Xiang family won't forgive you." Among them, a man wearing a battle robe exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Immediately, his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Even his soul was seriously injured. Everyone realized that Lin Xian had only turned his gaze, and with just one look, he had beaten them to such a state. This person was too terrifying. He was definitely a quasi-emperor. "Who else wants to challenge me?" Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Those geniuses on the other side were so scared that their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to say anything anymore. At this moment, a white-haired woman said, "Although you are powerful and have the cultivation base of a quasi-emperor, you are still very powerful. However, you still got into trouble. The hellish race had more than one quasi-emperor. There were even more terrifying existences." Yes. The others also said, "We are no match for you, but the families behind us are not something you can challenge. Our family has countless experts." Xiang Yun seemed to have come back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and said, "You hurt me this time. Our hellish race will never let you go. The experts in our family are 100 times more powerful than you. Oh, really? Are the experts in your family very powerful? Now, I'll show my strength and see if they are as powerful as me. After saying that, Lin Xian walked forward. He stared at the white bone mountain. Then, he shouted coldly. A sword came. Countless laws condensed in the air, forming a sword of laws, which was held by Lin Xian. Then, he slashed forward with the sword. Damn, what does this kid want to do? God, he wants to split the white bone mountain. Is he crazy? The white bone mountain was so terrifying. It was a holy land for cultivation. By doing this, he was making an enemy of the entire hell. Countless exclamations sounded. In the distance, on the white bone mountain, those experts who were cultivating also opened their eyes one after another. They roared, "Who is it? Why is he so reckless?" These experts charged over angrily. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Xianxia and the others thought. However, Lin Xian looked calm. Beside him, Xiaojiu also sighed. How can these people be? How can they be a match for Lin Xian? The sword of laws in the sky fell mercilessly. Sensing the sword chi, those experts no longer dared to be arrogant. They were terrified. No, run, this sword chi is not something we can resist. Which expert is it? Senior, we were wrong. Some people were terrified, and some had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed before they could run. In the next moment, they were sent flying by the sword chi. Boom, the sword light burst out, enveloping the world. The white bone mountain in front shook violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it split in half. What? He actually split the white bone mountain. The white-haired woman was shocked, the man in the battle robe was stunned, and Xiangyun and the others almost fainted. As for the other experts, they all knelt on the ground in fear. Senior, who are you? Senior, please forgive us for offending you. The holy land of cultivation in their eyes was so easily shattered in the hands of the other party. This was the arrival of a supreme existence. However, the expressions of some cultivators changed drastically. Humph, he's too arrogant. No one is allowed to behave atrociously in the White Bone Mountain. Another old man also said, that's right. Legend has it that many terrifying existences are suppressed under the White Bone Mountain. Once these people come out, they will sweep across the world. This person has disturbed the supreme existence of the White Bone Mountain. He will die without a doubt. In the next moment, countless roars came from the cracked White Bone Mountain. Who split the White Bone Mountain? Who is disturbing our rest? Countless crazy roars came, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. Some of the old men looked ferocious. Look, he's looking for trouble. He will die without a doubt. Boom, at the same time, a huge monster appeared in the White Bone Mountain. This colossus was extremely terrifying. Its pitch-black body carried surging power and terrifying killing intent that swept across the sky. The laws on it seemed to penetrate the world. At this moment, everyone's soul trembled. What was that? This was a supreme existence of hell. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw the black figure spread its wings. The black wings covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping a part of the sky. The light in the entire space dimmed in an instant. Everyone was scared out of their wits. At this moment, Yin Feifei said, "This is the aura of our eagle tribe. Could it be that he's one of our powerhouses?" Hearing this, the white-haired woman, Xiang Tian, and the others all turned to look at her. What did you say? Your Yin tribe has such a powerhouse? Impossible. I've never heard of him. No. Yin Feifei said, our eagle tribe does have a supreme powerhouse. He's an ancestor of our eagle tribe. His name is Ying Wufeng. What? Ying Wufeng. When they heard this, the surrounding people were stunned. They had heard of this name before, but it was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was in existence in the myths and legends. According to the legends, that person disappeared later. Back then, he was an expert who swept across hell. After he disappeared, many families secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't expect him to appear again. Moreover, he appeared in the White Bone Mountain. Could it be that the reason why he disappeared back then was because he was suppressed under the White Bone Mountain, what happened 700,000 years ago? What kind of powerhouse could suppressing Wufeng? Everyone was stunned. At the same time, Xianxia laughed excitedly. This kid is dead for sure. He's offended Senior Ing Wufeng. He's dead for sure. He looked at Lin Xian smugly. Kid, so what if you're strong? No matter how strong you are, you're not Senior Ing Wufeng's match. The experts in the distance were also discussing spiritedly. However, Yin Feifei said, Young master, kneel down and kowtow to my family's patriarch. I will plead for you. Perhaps you can live. If I kneel down and kowtow to him, will he be able to bear it? Lin Xian said disdainfully as he looked at the huge figure. Everyone was stunned. This guy was looking down on Yin Wufeng. Heavens, where did his courage come from? Even Yin Feifei was furious. You can't afford to offend our patriarch. You're going to die for being so stubborn. Who was it? The mountain of white bones was split open. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again. Xiang Yin pointed at Lin Xian and said, Senior, it's him. It's him who split open the mountain of white bones. Senior, if you want to blame someone, blame him alone. This kid deserves to die. Yes, it's me. Lin Xian said lightly. He didn't panic at all. In the sky, the huge figure lowered its head and looked down at all living beings. It was as if it was looking at ants. However, when it saw Lin Xian, its pupils suddenly constricted. In the next moment, the huge figure bowed deeply to Lin Xian. Greetings, young master. What's going on? Xiang Yun was dumbfounded. The white-haired woman and the others were trembling in fear. Even Yin Feifei was stunned. Their family's patriarch from 700,000 years ago was bowing to a young man. The experts in the distance roared crazily, impossible. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Damn it, I'm not dreaming, am I? Isn't Ing Wufeng said to be arrogant and unruly? Why would he bow to a young man? Who on earth was this young man? Even Xia Jiuyo was surprised. He could feel the terror of the huge figure in front of him. But he didn't expect it to be so polite to Lin Xian. What had happened between the two of them? Was this the person Lin Xian wanted to save? He was indeed very strong. Looking ahead, Lin Xian said lightly, I'm not too late, am I? Not at all, not at all. I'm already very grateful that you can come. Ing Wufeng's voice was full of excitement. Although the two of them had an agreement before, so what if the other party didn't come? He couldn't do anything to the other party. Senior, please spare my life. Xiang Yin was so scared that he hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Even the terrifying Ing Wufeng had bowed. How could he still be arrogant? The white-haired woman, the man in battle robes, and the others were also scared pale. Ing Wufeng lowered his head and said with a frown, What's going on? How dare you offend Lin Gongzi? Do you want to die? A terrifying aura descended. Xiang Yin and the others went crazy and were about to despair. At this time, Yin Feifei also knelt down and said, Greetings, ancestor. Ing Wufeng said, I feel the bloodline of my family in you. Are you from the Eagle tribe? That's right. Yin Feifei nodded. At the same time, she recounted what had happened earlier. Hearing this, Ing Wufeng snorted coldly, anyone who dares to offend Lin Gongzi will die without a doubt. He slapped down with his palm, and a burst of aura directly tore Xiang Yun to pieces. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. A top genius of the Xiang family died just like that. Ing Wufeng snorted, What can a mere hell elephant tribe do to me? When I get out, if he dares to be arrogant, I'll destroy his hell elephant tribe. A loud voice came. At the same time, he spread his wings and wanted to leave. However, there was a huge chain below that locked him. He was sealed. The legend was true. Ing Wufeng had been sealed. Could it be that he could leave? Someone shook his head, it's useless. He hasn't left for 700,000 years. How can he leave now? Please save me, young master. I'll definitely repay you. Ing Wufeng said excitedly. Lin Xian nodded, remember what you said. I do have something that I need you to do. Young master, just ask. I'll do anything you want. Ing Wufeng had been waiting for this day for many years. These chains weren't ordinary chains. Swords couldn't hurt them, and laws couldn't destroy them. Only the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation could help him leave. And Lin Xian was his hope. Lin Xian walked over. He said to Yin Feifei and the others, "Leave. You can't bear the power that's coming." Ying Wufeng also roared, "Those who have nothing to do with it, get out of here." Feifei and the others quickly left. The other strong masters still wanted to watch, but in the next moment, they fled in fear. Because Lin Xian had opened the Rinnegan. A transcendent power erupted, and everyone's souls seemed to be sucked in. They fled frantically. Only Xiao Jiuyo was still standing there. Xiao Jiuyo was also shocked. How terrifying. This is a complete Rinnegan, right? The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed strong. Lin Xian's Rinnegan had already erupted. The 6 paths of reincarnation turned into a world. It enveloped Ying Wufeng. The aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in front of him. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. The surrounding people were all frightened. Was this the strength of that young man? Especially Yin Feifei and the others, their faces were pale. Now that they thought about it, Xiang Yan's death was not unjust. Even if Ying Wufeng did not make a move, this young man alone was enough to kill Xiang Fei 100 times. Even if all of them combined, they would probably not be able to resist one of his fingers. Who exactly was this young man? Between heaven and earth, there was a rumble, and the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. In the next moment, a black shadow soared into the sky, spreading its wings and sweeping across the world like a dark cloud. At the same time, a roar was heard. "I'm finally out, ha 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 ha." His voice shattered heaven and earth. In the next moment, the behemoth disappeared and turned into a middle-aged man in black. This man was tall and had a sharp face. His eyes were cold and sharp like a blade. He descended like a peerless overlord. In the next moment, he bowed to Lin Xian again. "Thank you, young master, for saving my life. I, Yin Wufeng, am extremely grateful." "It's nothing. It's a piece of cake for me. By the way, I have to ask you to do something for me." "What is it?" "Please tell me, young master." Ying Wufeng said. He was extremely shocked. The other party was much stronger than the last time he saw him. The 6 paths of reincarnation were too perfect. The other party had already condensed a complete Rinnegan. Such a person's future was limitless. He might even reach the level of an earth immortal. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to be presumptuous. 2 things. First, help me investigate the situation of the Xia family. The more detailed, the better. Second, I need resources. I need countless resources, enough to make a 10-crown king become a great emperor. Is young master going to break through and become an earth immortal? Yin Wufeng was surprised. 10-crown king was already so terrifying. If he became a great emperor, his strength would increase tremendously. Lin Xian did not say anything about this. It was not him who became a great emperor, but Xiao Jiuyo. Of course, he did not tell Ying Wufeng. However, Ying Wufeng frowned. The Xia family, even though he had been sealed for 700,000 years. He also knew how terrifying the Xia family was. "Is there a problem?" Lin Xian asked. "To be honest with young master, both of these things are difficult. First, let's talk about the resources needed to become a martial emperor. Under normal circumstances, only one person could become a great emperor in an era, which meant that every 10,000 years. The resources he absorbed were all the essence of the universe. After he became a great emperor, no one else would be able to become a great emperor within 10,000 years. Of course, things were different now. Now that the immortal earth descended, the 9 heavens 10 earths appeared. Therefore, his chances of becoming a great emperor were many times higher than before. However, it was not easy to become a great emperor. I can only say that I've tried my best to collect as much as I can, but I'm not sure how much I can collect in the end. There was no harm in that. Lin Xian nodded. Before he came here, a few martial monarchs had told him the details of achieving the martial monarch realm. Not only him, but Xiao Jiuyo was also aware of this. Therefore, they were not worried about this. As long as the time was right, the power of all the worlds in the universe would pour into the body of the person who had become a martial emperor. What Lin Xian wanted to do was to accumulate power for Xiaojiu to reach that time. Opposite him, Ying Wufeng said, as for the Xia family, they are very scary. They are not on the 15th level of hell, but the 16th. He is a mystery to us. I can't guarantee how much information I can collect. Seeing the other party, he wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Xian said, what else? Just say it. Ying Wufeng nodded, young master, I don't know. What's the use of you looking for information about the Xia family? However, I still want to say that you better not be enemies with the Xia family. You don't have to think too much about this. This is between me and the Xia family. When the time comes, you don't need to care or help. Hurry up and do it. I know. Ying Wufeng nodded, follow me back to the family first. Okay. Lin Xian and Xiaojiu followed. The two of them rose into the air. Wait, forefather, I'm going home too. At this moment, Yin Feifei also flew over from behind. She said, in the past 10,000 years, there have been some changes in the family. It's not where it used to be. I'll take you there. The place where the Eagle clan was located had indeed changed from 700,000 years ago. This made Ying Wufeng frown, what's going on? The original place is better. Yin Feifei said, although our Eagle clan is on the 4th or 5th level, we are also a top family. However, in recent years, we have been weaker than some other families. Now, the most powerful family is the Nether clan. In addition, the Nine-Headed Snake clan and the All-Devil clan are also very powerful. We are ranked very low among the top families. Those people are really useless. After I left, didn't a single strong person appear? Ying Wufeng was exasperated. Yin Feifei said, not really. A group of top masters also appeared in our family. However, other families have more. However, the situation has changed now. Forefather, you are back. Our family's strength will change dramatically. Don't worry, I will let the Eagle clan stand at the top again. Ying Wufeng sped up. Before long, they arrived at the Eagle clan. When the news was sent back, the people of the Eagle tribe were all stunned. At first, they didn't believe it. What kind of joke is this? Ying Wufeng was from 700,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? However, when they saw Ying Wufeng, they were all stunned. It really was the forefather. Heavens, the forefather's portrait was exactly the same as the one hanging in the ancestral hall. Impossible, unless he revealed his true form. Ying Wufeng snorted, stupid things, are you doubting me? Fine, I'll show you. He rose into the air and transformed into a terrifying black eagle. He spread his wings and a terrifying aura swept out. At this moment, the Eagle clan members all knelt down in excitement. It's the forefather, it really is the forefather. Greetings, forefather. They knelt on the ground. In the distant hall, an old man walked out. He was the current patriarch of the Eagle clan and was very powerful. He was an extremely terrifying existence among the 9 crown kings. It was said that he was not far from becoming a great emperor. Apart from him, there were also a few supreme elders and core elders. They had all rushed over. Looking at Ying Wufeng in the sky, they also bowed deeply, greetings, forefather. Your strength is not bad. Seeing the power of the Eagle clan's clan chief, Ying Wufeng nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he landed beside Lin Xian and said, this is Lin Gongzi, my benefactor. Come and greet him. This is Elder Xia, Lin Gongzi's friend. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Some of the younger disciples bowed one after another. As for those utmost exalted elders, the clan chief and the others, they stood there motionlessly. What kind of joke was this? Bowing to a young man, Ying Wufeng frowned when he saw the scene. What? Have you become more and more unruly in the years I've been away? Are you not going to bow to my benefactor? He exuded a terrifying aura. Xiaojiu was expressionless. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, forget it, you just need to do what I told you to do. Lin Xian knew that he wasn't the only one who had come to hell, but also the Paragon Temple. He didn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, he didn't want to attract his enemies at this time. At least, he had to save Xianxia first. He refused to greet the people of his family. Ying Wufeng also shook his head and sighed. You guys really missed out on a great opportunity. If you could catch Lin Gongzi's attention and follow him, you would benefit immensely in your life. Follow him? Just because of this young man, the experts of the Eagle tribe looked disdainful. Lin Xian also shook his head. He said, no need. They are not qualified to follow me. Alright, I'm tired. Not qualified. This time, the young geniuses of the Eagle tribe were also angry. This guy was too arrogant. Their Eagle clan was one of the top clans here. Only a few clans could contend against them. Only a few people could defeat them, and the others had to submit to them. But now, he said that they were not qualified. Who did this kid think he was, a great emperor? Humph, how was that possible? Men, take this young master to rest. The leader of the Eagle tribe said. Immediately, two young men walked over and said, come with me. Their attitude was really cold. He arranged for Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyou to stay in a remote hall. The young men then left. After they walked out, they said, Humph, what's there to be proud of? What can a young genius do, no matter how powerful he is? That's right, he really thinks he's a great emperor. How dare he say that we are not qualified? I think the great ancestor has been deceived by him. We have to let the elders persuade the great ancestor. This kid is obviously a liar. They went back and reported the news to the elders. The elders also frowned. They said, don't worry, we will tell the great ancestor when we see him later. In another majestic hall, a group of elders and experts, as well as the clan leader, were all standing there. In front of them was Ying Wufeng. At this moment, the elders were also asking Ying Wufeng about the situation over the years. At this moment, an elder said, Great ancestor, the young man you brought is really too arrogant. He actually said that we are not qualified. That's right. Who is he? Is he very powerful? Why are we afraid of him? Could it be that our clan can't beat him? At this moment, the patriarch of the Eagle tribe also spoke. He said, I don't like this young man either. If the old ancestor is truly indebted to him, we will give him a batch of natural treasures and then let him leave. Let's not interact with each other anymore. That's right, tell this brat to leave as soon as possible. The surrounding people were also discussing spiritedly. Ying Wufeng sighed when he saw this. He waved his hand and set up a spell formation to cover the entire hall. Then he said, do you all think the same way? He looked to the supreme elders. The other grand elders nodded in agreement. Ying Wufeng said, you guys are too ignorant. You're lucky you didn't show it. Otherwise, not only would the benefits be gone, it might even lead to the destruction of the clan. That brat? The surrounding elders were filled with disdain. The Eagle clan leader also said, Ancestor, tell us, who is he? I've never heard of any young man who is so powerful. Have you really never heard of it? That clan has really declined in recent years. Don't you know? Not long ago, there was a great battle in the deity ground. A young man killed a great emperor. What? Killing a great emperor? That's impossible, right? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the supreme elder's expressions changed greatly. As for the Eagle clan's clan leader, he sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to have thought of something, but he wasn't sure. One of the elders said, that's impossible, right? Great emperors were the strongest of an era. Although many great emperors had awakened, far more than before, they wouldn't die so easily. That's right. Great emperors were so powerful that a single drop of their blood could crush 10,000 worlds. How could they die so easily? Not to mention, they were killed by a young man. Did that young man have 3 heads and 6 arms? They all knew about the martial monarchs. After all, they had spent countless years building up their reputation. In every era, a great emperor would descend to rule the universe and sweep through the ages. However, as for the other young chosen from the hell of hell, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention, they were on the 15th level of hell. Perhaps they were more concerned about the lower levels and the 9 Serenities realm. There were a few other young geniuses in the Great Hall. They were the future hope of the clan. One of the geniuses said, Venerable Ancestor, Are you saying that the young man who killed the great emperor is the same kid from today? As soon as those words were spoken, the others also widened their eyes and looked at Ying Wufeng. Ying Wufeng said, "Of course it's him. Why else would I be so respectful of him? You people are not even comparable to me, a sealed guy." Ying Wufeng was furious. Although he was sealed, he could still move around a little. For example, he could be summoned by others, or trade with other experts on the Skeleton Mountain for information, and so on. Therefore, Ying Wufeng knew about the major events that were happening outside. But not many people in the clan seemed to know about it. That's impossible, right? That young man looks about the same age as me. How can he be so powerful? That's right, he killed a great emperor. Could it be that he was also a great emperor, such a young great emperor? Which era is he from? They discussed fervently. Even now, they still couldn't believe it. A venerated elder said, "If you say he defeated a great emperor, that's still possible. After all, there are strong and weak great emperors. But it's really too difficult to kill a great emperor. It has to be more than 10 times the power. Only then can he kill a great emperor. After all, a great emperor's methods were too strong. Even a wisp of his soul could escape and be reborn. How could he die?" Ying Wufeng snorted, "Idiot. He didn't just kill one great emperor. He's already killed several great emperors. He even defeated a few martial monarchs on his own in the higher heavens. Don't you know about it?" Qi Nan said. "He'd killed more than one great emperor. He'd defeated several great emperors." He'd smiled proudly. These things were like a sudden clap of thunder that struck the hearts of these people. They were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? This time, the elites of the Eagle tribe all went crazy. The kid they thought was arrogant actually had such power. "Who was he?" Ying Wufeng said, "When you see him, you'd better treat him with the same respect as you treat me. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Alright, you can all leave. I'm tired." Ying Wufeng waved his hand. Everyone bowed and left. After leaving the hall, they still couldn't believe it. Some elders looked at the leader and said, "Leader, is there really such a powerful young man?" The leader took a deep breath. "There is one, but is it this kid? I don't know." A name appeared in the leader's mind. This name was too famous. But would he come here? As for the other young geniuses, they didn't believe it. Several geniuses gathered around a handsome man. They said, "Brother Ingli, is what the ancestor said true? That guy was so powerful." Ingli was the #1 genius of the Eagle tribe. When he heard this, his lips curled up. The ancestor has been sealed for so many years. How could he know about the outside world? Therefore, he was sure that he had been deceived. Coincidentally, in 2 days, there will be a gathering of the younger generation. At that time, we will invite this kid to spar with him. Does he have the strength or not? We'll know once we try. If he really has the ability, then fine. If he doesn't, I'll let him make a fool of himself in front of everyone." The corners of Ying Li's mouth curled up into a smile. The others also smiled. "Yes, that's right. Let's do that." On the other side, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission to Ying Wufeng, asking him to quickly inquire about the Xia family. Also, start preparing and gathering resources. Also, he asked him to give him a map of the 15th level of hell and the distribution of the family forces. Wufeng hurriedly went to get the map and quickly handed it to Lin Xian. As for the other 2 matters, Ying Wufeng found the patriarch and the 3 grand elders. When the patriarch heard about the Xia family, his expression changed. "Ancestor, you know that the Xia family is not an existence we can provoke. You don't have to worry about this. I don't want to provoke them. I just need to collect information about them for the past 10,000 years. Also, take an inventory of our family's resources and the approximate amount of resources of the other sects and families. Give me a report." "I got it." The patriarch frowned. He really didn't know what Ying Wufeng wanted to do. On the other side, after Lin Xian received the map, he opened it and looked. Other than the Eagle family, there were a few other families. They were all top families. They almost controlled most of the resources of the 15th level of hell. For example, the Hydra family, the Chiefing family, the Moro family, and the Serene Bamboo family. Among them, the strongest was the Serene family. Although the Eagle family was also strong, they were at the bottom of these sections. The Serene family, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This was the number one family. If he suppressed it and subdued the other families, he would be able to gather a batch of resources. These resources, together with some of the power in the sword world, would be given to Xiaojiuyo. Let Xiaojiuyo reach a critical point. Once he reached the critical point of becoming an emperor, there was no need to care about what happened next. He could let Xiaojiuyo go to the universe and absorb the power of the myriad worlds. He would come to the universe and become an emperor. What kind of impact would Xiaojiuyo be the first to become an emperor? Lin Xian didn't know. Perhaps no one in this universe could become the second great emperor. Perhaps because of the arrival of the celestial ground, someone could break through and become the second great emperor. However, Lin Xian was not worried. This was because Lin Xian had the ancient lands. He could attain the martial emperor realm in the ancient lands. Furthermore, in every place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, one could achieve the martial monarch realm. In fact, it was even possible for more than one person to become a martial emperor. Otherwise, Permitha wouldn't have been able to absorb so many great emperors. Lin Xian possessed the ancient lands. Therefore, in the future, if Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others wanted to become martial monarchs, they could come to his ancient lands. Furthermore, Lin Zhan and the others were also attacking the land of heaven. Once they took down Shangqing City, others could even become martial emperors in the Azure Land. It would take some time to gather information. Lin Xian prepared to go out for a stroll. Xiaojiuyo, on the other hand, stayed in the hall. He needed to calm himself down. There were many things that he needed to do. He couldn't make any mistakes. On this day, a few geniuses from the Eagle tribe came over and invited Lin Xian to attend a small gathering. Brother Lin, you're also a young genius. Why don't you come with us? All right. Lin Xian nodded. After all, he had nothing better to do. Please. The few of them invited Lin Xian away. Looking at the others' back, the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Kid, you'll find out soon enough that this gathering won't be so easy. The Lotus Platform was a very famous place in the 15th level of Hell. There were pavilions and halls all over the Lotus Platform. All kinds of geniuses, experts, and fairies could be seen everywhere. Any one of them could shock a region. The Lotus Platform was surrounded by black water. Ordinary experts would instantly turn into bones if they entered the black water. Only warships made of special metals could survive. At this moment, a warship flew towards the Lotus Platform. There were a few people standing on the warship. The leader was Ingli. Ingli stood with his hands behind his back. Wherever he went, many people greeted him. Greetings, Prince Ingli. This is the number one genius of the Eagle tribe. I'm really lucky to be able to meet you today. Countless exclamations sounded. Ingli's lips curled up, his eyes filled with arrogance. This was the true identity that he should have. He didn't believe that there was a young man more powerful than him. When he came to the Lotus Platform, a middle-aged man hurried over with his entourage. Prince Ingli, you haven't been here for some time. Please come in. Ingli nodded. This time, I brought a guest from my family. You have to treat him well. Don't worry, I understand. The middle-aged man smiled. Everyone, please come in. He led the group of people to a magnificent palace hall. Then, he clapped his hands, and all kinds of beauties immediately walked over to him. Some of them were from the human tribe, some were from the demon tribe, and some were led by him. In total, there were over 100 of them. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "These are beauties from the 100 clans. Each one is different." Prince Ingli nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Which one do you like? Choose yourself. This is a rare opportunity." He meant that if he missed this opportunity, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to see the beauties of the 100 clans. Lin Xian was expressionless. He even looked down on everyone. How could these 100 clans be called beauties? Compared to those he had seen before, they were far inferior. Lin Xian had Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Shen Jingqiu, and Shui Qi. Every single one of them was like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, causing the myriad worlds to exclaim in admiration. They were the real peerless fairies. The people in front of him couldn't be compared to them. You don't like them? Ingli was stunned. The geniuses of the eagle tribe around him sneered. Why are you pretending? They didn't believe that Lin Xian wasn't tempted. Lin Xian picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and said indifferently, do whatever you want. Don't worry about me. He sat there with a calm expression, as if he made people forget his existence. In fact, if a real peerless master was here, he would find that Lin Xian had merged with heaven and earth. His realm had reached an unfathomable level. Good boy, you can endure it. But later, I'll let you show your true colors. Ingli snorted. He waved his hand and said, fairies, come here. The fairies of the 100 clans all went over. Lin Xian was drinking alone. When he was bored, he formed a seal with his palm and sent out hundreds of doppelgangers in the sword world to dig for the treasures in the sword world. He didn't know this time. What could he dig out? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, someone else came in from outside. These people were wearing different clothes, and their auras were equally powerful. They were here. The eyes of the eagle tribe lit up. The people who came were the same as them. They were all from the top families. There were the Hydra clan, the Crimson Wind clan, and the All-Devil clan. As for those who had masters, they didn't seem to have come. The show was about to begin. After the top geniuses of the other families arrived, they looked at Ingli and the others. They said, Ingli, what do you mean by taking the lead and organizing this party? Do you want to fight with me one-on-one? I remember that last time, you seemed to have lost to me, right? A man with 9 heads said. He was from the Hydra clan. Legend had it that the Hydra clan was very terrifying. They had 9 lives and were extremely powerful. Seeing the young master of the Hydra tribe, Eagle snorted coldly. I was careless last time, and this time I've cultivated well. I won't lose to you again. Really? Then let's have a competition. The young master of the Hydra tribe was very arrogant. He directly jumped over, blooming with a powerful aura. Behind him, the phantom of the Hydra tribe appeared. It was like an ancient demonic beast that could sweep everything away. Feeling this aura, the people of the eagle tribe all turned pale and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even Eagle gasped as if he was facing a great enemy. The only one who remained calm was Lin Xian, who continued to sit there as if nothing had happened. He didn't seem to care about anything. Seeing this scene, many people were surprised. Who is this? Eagle also frowned. Damn kid, why are you pretending? Looking around, he smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is Lin Gongzi, a distinguished guest of our eagle tribe. Lin Gongzi? I've never heard of him. Is he very powerful? The people around also frowned. Eagle smiled and said, of course he's powerful. Even the elders of our eagle tribe are in awe of him. I don't believe it. The young master of the Hydra tribe walked over and said, let me see if you really have the ability. An even more terrifying aura bloomed from his body. Seeing this scene, Eagle smiled. His move was called killing with a borrowed knife. He used the power of the Hydra tribe to fight Lin Xian. In this battle, Lin Xian lost or was injured. It had nothing to do with him. Even if the ancestor blamed him, he wouldn't be blamed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but admire himself secretly. Lin Xian glanced at him, shook his head slightly, and said, you want to fight with me? You don't deserve it. What? The people around were stunned. Don't deserve it? Is this kid looking down on the young master of the Hydra tribe? Are you kidding me? The young master of the Hydra tribe was the first among the younger generation of the Hydra tribe. On the 15th floor of hell, he was ranked 3rd among the younger generation. How terrifying was his strength? How dare he say he didn't deserve it? This brat was too arrogant. The people of the Eagle clan were also stunned. This guy was really good at pretending. However, departing Eagle sneered inwardly, keep acting. The more you act now, the more miserable you'll be later. He knew that even he wasn't Hydra's opponent. How could this kid defeat him? Kid, I think you don't have the guts. 9-headed Hydra was also furious. Flames of anger danced in his eyes. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. Lin Xian shook his head, you really don't deserve it. To be honest, I'm quite disappointed. I thought there would be a genius that would make me happy this time, but I didn't expect it to happen. But now, it seems that all of you are really too ordinary. Too ordinary? Everyone went crazy. They were all furious. This time even Ying Li and the others were incomparably furious. They were all gnashing their teeth. Was the other party looking down on all of them? What kind of joke was this? This time, they had gathered a group of top-notch geniuses. You're too arrogant. Brat, I want to fight you one-on-one. If you have the guts, come out and I'll slap you to death. The people of the Red Wind clan were also angry. The people of the Luo clan even snorted coldly. At this moment, a delicate voice sounded, if he doesn't deserve it, what about me? Everyone made way, and a figure walked over. It was a woman in a long green dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, far beyond the beauty of the 100 clans. The people around exclaimed, Princess Luo. She actually came too. God, it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see Princess Luo. She was even more terrifying than young Master Hydra. She was the second-ranked genius on the 15th floor of Hell. Her appearance was unparalleled in the world. If they could get her favor, their lives would be worth it. The eyes of countless geniuses turned red. Even Departing Eagle was no exception. This was the goal of countless geniuses. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, your strength is indeed stronger than his, but you still don't deserve it. Then, he put down his wine glass and sighed again, no one on the 15th floor of Hell could fight. F***ck. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. This time, not only did he despise the younger generation, but he also despised the entire 15th floor of Hell. None of them could fight. You are too good at bragging. If any of the strong masters of these families jumped out, they would slap you to death. The people in the distance also exclaimed, who is this kid? He is too good at pretending. And the geniuses of the families around them were angry, kid, I want you to kneel down and apologize. You will die a horrible death. Even Princess Luo was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. As the second-ranked genius, she was one of the top few in the clan. In fact, even the elders might not necessarily be a match for her. The only ones who could defeat her were the patriarch and a few of the grand elders. But now, she was actually being looked down upon by someone. I'll give you a chance to fight with me. I'll give you a 3-move handicap, and I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lin Xian stood up and shook his head, this gathering is really boring. It's a waste of my time. You guys can have fun by yourselves. Then, he turned around and left. The people around were all stunned. Ying Li and the others were also dumbfounded, did he just leave without a fight? His plan to kill with a borrowed knife failed. Damn it, this kid is too cunning. At this moment, a genius of the Hydra clan snorted coldly, what do you mean he doesn't deserve it? I think he doesn't dare to, right, that's right, he put himself on a high pedestal and then took the opportunity to escape. He is a coward. Yes, that's right, he is a coward. The people of the Red Wind clan and the Moro clan also snorted. The Hydra clan stared at Ying Li and said, who the hell is he? You didn't bring him here to tease us, did you? Many people looked at Ying Li angrily. Ying Li was speechless. Why did he feel like he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot? He said, he is not a member of our family. He is really just a guest. I didn't know he was so arrogant. If you want to teach him a lesson, you don't have to give me face. Just do it. No need. Princess Moro withdrew her hand and shook her head. He is a coward. I don't think he has any strength. The Hydra clan young master also snorted. I don't think he deserves it. He doesn't deserve to be my opponent. Let's fight on our own. Ying Li, you will be my opponent. Then, they began to fight on their own to rank the geniuses again. Lin Xian left the hall and walked out. He looked up at the sky and sighed. What is Tao? Boom. Boom, as his voice came out, thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. 5 thunderbolts danced wildly in the void as if they were going to destroy everything. At this moment, all the people on the 15th level of Hell felt it. They looked up in horror. What happened? The sky was clear for thousands of miles, but there was thunder. Who was challenging the heavenly Tao? In the hall, Princess Moro, the Hydra clan young master, Ingli, and the others were all stunned. They felt that the thunderbolts in the sky seemed to be able to destroy them. Someone dared to challenge the heavenly Tao. Who was it? He was too reckless. As for those clan's supreme elders and clan chiefs, they were all astonished. Who on earth came from the 15th level of hell? This kind of strange phenomenon shocked countless people. Just who was it? The thunderbolts in the sky were even angrier. Who dared to challenge the heavenly path? They were about to land. However, Lin Xian snorted and said, "Die." With a soft shout, the thunderbolts in the sky disappeared. Only a black hole was floating. Everyone went crazy. The patriarch of the Eagle clan, the Grand Elder, the Nine-Headed Snake clan, the Peerless Overlord. The top overlord of the Moro clan. They were dumbfounded. A voice could destroy the heavenly thunder. What kind of expert was he? Could he be a legendary figure? He was too powerful. Ingli, the nine-headed young master, Princess Moro, and the others were even more shocked. This was a peerless expert who could destroy the heavenly thunder with a single word. This was the goal in their hearts, the pursuit of their lives. Where was such an expert? They could only be met by chance, but not sought. Only two people knew who was the culprit. One was Ing Wufeng. He looked at the sky and exclaimed, "Why did Lin Gongzi say that?" The other was Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo also looked up at the sky and sighed, "These days, the Otherworld Heavenly King is in charge. It seems that the Otherworld Heavenly King wants to rule the universe, the deity ground, and all the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was very ambitious." Lin Xian, him, and the people of the God realm were unwilling to lower their heads. Therefore, there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle in the future. The phenomenon in the sky hadn't disappeared yet. A pair of eyes appeared in the black hole. The eyes were like the eyes of a god. Although they were illusory, they emitted an extremely terrifying aura. He lowered his gaze and covered the entire 15th level of hell. What kind of gaze was that? Was a god looking down on them? At this moment, everyone in the 15th level of hell trembled in fear. The patriarch and grand elder of the Eagle clan, the peerless overlords of the Nine-Headed Snake clan, and the top overlords of the other clans were all shocked. They were all stunned. Ingli, the Nine-Headed Snake clan, young master Mo Luo, and the others were so scared that their faces turned pale. Under such a gaze, they simply did not have the strength to resist. It was as if a single gaze could exterminate all of them. In a pitch-black mountain range, there were countless black palaces. A figure dressed in black walked out. They were from the Fiend clan. One of them was a woman who was looking up at the sky. She was the number 1 fairy of the Fiend clan. She exclaimed, "Oh no, those eyes are so scary. A peerless master from the outside world has come. Could it be that he has come for the 9 serenities? But why? He came to the 15th floor." She couldn't make the decision on this matter. She entered the black hall and looked at a statue. She said, "Clan leader, there is a vision of heaven and earth. The eyes of a peerless master are probing the 15th layer of hell. I wonder which force he is from." The statue spoke in a low voice, Go, and check who it is. They must have come for the 9th serenity. However, as far as I know, the people from the other side and the Paragon halls went straight to the 17th floor. They didn't even come to the 16th floor. Why are they? Who would go to the 15th floor? I understand. I'll look into it." Yu Xianzi turned and left. This illusory eye was naturally Lin Xian's Rinnegan. He used his gaze to scan the entire 15th floor of hell. Then he shook his head slightly and looked away. As expected, no one on the 15th floor of hell was his match. At the same time, he didn't find anyone from the other side or the Paragon halls. They probably didn't come to the 15th floor of hell. They must have gone to the other floors. Whatever, he had to carry out his plan first. After all, the floor below was the 9th serenities. They had to open it. No matter how early the others went, it would be useless. At the same time, he also discovered a pitch-black mountain when he was investigating earlier. There was a dark aura there. It should be the Fiend clan, one of the top clans. In other words, they were the number one clan of the 15th floor of hell. Over there seemed to be a mysterious power that blocked his gaze. Interesting. It seemed that the Fiend clan was not simple. Lin Xian looked away and returned to the hall of the Eagle clan. At this time, the other clans began to move frantically. Xianxia sent people to investigate. Who was it that had descended? As for the Molo clan, the Nine-Headed Snake clan, the Eagle clan and the others, they also began to investigate. That damned expert, where exactly was he? Would it be possible for them to meet? After investigating, they found that the aura seemed to have come from the Lotus platform. They immediately went to the Lotus platform to inquire. The top clans summoned their geniuses back. The Hydra clan leader said, "What happened?" The Hydra clan leader said, "Nothing. It's just that there was an arrogant kid." The Molo clan and the Chiefin clan also began to inquire about the matter. However, they did not discover any peerless experts. However, among these people, there was an arrogant brat. Who was the other party? They didn't know. They only knew that he was called Lin Gongzi and was a guest invited by the Eagle clan. That kid was too arrogant. He said that I wasn't worthy of being his opponent. The geniuses were furious. Lin Gongzi dared to challenge the heavenly Tao? The illusory eyes and those people furrowed their brows tightly. Suddenly, the expression of the All-Devil clan's patriarch changed. Could it be, he seemed to have thought of something, and his body trembled. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Princess Pineapple asked. "What's his name?" Princess Moro said. "I only know that he's called Lin Gongzi, but I don't know what he is." "Is he powerful?" The Moro clan leader took a deep breath. Could it really be him? He's the only one who dares to challenge the heavenly Tao. On the other side, the Grand Elder of the Nine-Head clan trembled. "It's him. It must be him. Who is the patriarch?" The Hydra clan leader was puzzled. The Grand Elder slapped him to the ground. "You idiot. You've caused trouble. Come with me to the Eagle clan and ask for forgiveness." "Who did I offend?" The Hydra clan leader was also confused. However, his old ancestor had already brought him away from the clan to the Eagle clan. On the other side, the Moro clan leader asked with a smile, "Granddaughter, you're not young anymore. Isn't it time to find a husband?" Hearing this, Princess Moro blushed. "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I said that my husband must be stronger than me. I don't like the Hydra clan leader. He's not as strong as me." That was indeed the case. Princess Imoluo was ranked second on the genius ranking. The person ranked first was someone called Xianxia, who was also a woman. She was also a good friend of hers. In this way, there was no man who could defeat her in the same age group. Therefore, Fairy Moro would not marry anyone else. The Moro clan leader said, "This person is much stronger than the Hydra clan leader. He's even stronger than me. You won't be disappointed. However, there's a problem. It's not certain whether he wants you or not." "What? Who's so powerful?" Princess Moro was dumbfounded. He was more powerful than her grandpa, but he didn't want her. Was she weak? She was now a quasi-emperor, a top genius. Moreover, she was extremely beautiful. How was she weak? This was an opportunity. She had to try it. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. "Granddaughter, come with me." He waved his hand, tore open the void, and headed to the Eagle clan with Princess Moro. The people of the Eagle tribe were also surprised that such a powerful master had come here. They had to find him and pay him a visit. On this day, the void flickered, and a figure descended from the sky. The powerful aura on his body frightened the people of the Eagle tribe. It was the Grand Elder of the Nine-Headed tribe. Why was he here? The elders of the Eagle tribe hurriedly greeted him. "Greetings, Senior." They all bowed. "Fellow Taoist of the Eagle tribe, you're too polite. I'm here to apologize." "Apologize? What does that mean?" The elders of the Eagle tribe were all stunned. "Tell me." The Grand Elder of the Nine-Headed Snake tribe said. The nine-headed young master walked out with an extremely ugly expression. He said reluctantly, "I'm here to apologize. I offended Lin Gongzi before, so I'm here today to apologize to him." "Offended Lin Gongzi?" What Lin Gongzi? The people of the Eagle tribe were all stunned. Did they have Lin Gongzi here? Actually, there was one. Wasn't it the one brought by the ancestor? However, was that young man so important? Even the patriarch of the Eagle tribe was alarmed. He hurried over and said, "Fellow Taoist, are you mistaken?" The Grand Elder said, "Absolutely. Let me see Lin Gongzi." "All right, go ahead." The people of the Eagle tribe did not stop him. The Grand Elder brought the nine-headed young master to the depths of the Eagle tribe. There was a secluded hall there, and after entering, he saw Lin Xian. "Kneel down." The Grand Elder kicked the nine-headed young master to the ground. "Apologize to me." "Why?" "I don't accept it," the nine-headed young master said. The Grand Elder slapped him. "You don't accept it. Because he's stronger than you. He's stronger than me. Do you accept it?" After saying that, he also cupped his fists and said, "Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. I didn't teach him well and let this kid offend you. I'm here to apologize to you." When Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth lifted. He said, "You recognize me?" Lin Gongzi's name resounded throughout the universe. How could I not know him? This grandson of mine has eyes but can't see. I will punish him severely. After saying that, he kicked him twice more. The nine-headed young master was in an incomparably miserable state. The people from the Eagle tribe originally wanted to see if there was a misunderstanding. However, when they saw this scene, they were all stunned. What was the meaning of this? The nine-headed young master knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The Supreme Elder was so respectful. Heavens, who was this young man? Ingli and the others were also dumbfounded after reading it. They couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. This was not the end. It was at this moment that the void was torn apart once more, and two more figures appeared. They were Patriarch Mara and Princess Mara. "Don't tell me you're here to apologize as well." The elder of the Eagle tribe had a strange expression on his face. Patriarch Imoluo said, "Apologize? Apologize for what?" "It's not an apology." "That's good. I knew it. How could this kid have such a big face? It must be a misunderstanding." Ingli and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, they jumped to their feet. "We're here to see Lin Gongzi." Patriarch Imoluo spoke. Ingli and the others all went crazy. "They're here to see Lin Gongzi again." "What's the matter?" the chief of the Eagle tribe asked. Patriarch Imoluo said, "Take me to see Lin Gongzi first." "This way, please." Soon, Patriarch Imoluo also saw Lin Xian. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Although the young man in front of him was standing there, he didn't deliberately release any aura, but it still made him feel as if he was as deep as the sea, unfathomable. That's right. He should be the legendary person. He smiled and said, "I'm the chief of the Imoluo clan. This is my granddaughter. I think Lin Gongzi should have seen you before, right?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. Patriarch Imoluo said, "That's easy. Lin Gongzi, what do you think of my granddaughter? She hasn't married yet. Why don't you give her to Lin Gongzi as a Taoist companion?" "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The elders of the Eagle tribe widened their eyes in disbelief. The surrounding young geniuses all went crazy. They felt that there was something wrong with their ears. Was the goddess in their eyes being given away just like that? Hydra even jumped up. "I don't accept this." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the Grand Elder. "Kneel down." "Grandpa, I haven't agreed yet." Princess Imoluo's face turned red. Patriarch Imoluo sighed, "My dear granddaughter, it doesn't matter whether you agree or not. The important thing is whether Lin Gongzi agrees or not." After that, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "My granddaughter is good at everything. If she stays by Lin Gongzi's side, even if they can't be a Taoist companion, it's not bad to be a little maid." With a bang, the geniuses of the Eagle tribe all knelt on the ground in fear. Be a little maid, she was the second heavenly beauty on the 15th floor of hell. They tried their best to pursue her but failed. Now, they were going to be someone else's little maid. Princess Imoluo also went crazy. She thought that her grandpa was joking, but now it seemed that her grandpa was really determined. Damn it, why? What's so good about this boy? Forget it, I'm not suitable. At this time, Lin Xian shook his head and refused directly. Patriarch Imoluo sighed, young master, don't you want to think about it? Princess Imoluo went crazy, boy, how can you refuse me? What's wrong with me? She was furious. Her grandpa wanted to give her away with a pale face. However, the other party refused. Had she ever been refused? She had always been the one to refuse others. She was so angry that she went crazy. Grandson, don't be rude. Patriarch Imoluo's expression changed. The next moment, he stepped forward and bowed deeply, this granddaughter has been spoiled by me. Please forgive me, Lin Gongzi. If Lin Gongzi wants to punish someone, punish me. Grandpa, why are you so afraid of him? Princess Imoluo was dumbfounded. The other people had also gone crazy. The people of the Eagle tribe looked at each other. Who is this boy? Is he the son of a great emperor? That's possible. However, even if he is the son of a great emperor, he still has a lot of face. The faces of the elders of the Eagle tribe became solemn. The patriarch of the Eagle tribe's heart skipped a beat. They had heard about Lin Xian before, but they didn't take it seriously. In their view, there couldn't be such a terrifying genius in the world. But now, they saw the performance of the two patriarchs of the Demon Clan and the Hydra Clan. They were all crazy. It seemed that things were much more serious than they thought. Patriarch Imoluo said, fellow Daoist of the Eagle tribe, why did you arrange Lin Gongzi in this remote hall? The nine-headed snake ancestor also said, could it be that you didn't treat young Master Lin well? Lin Gongzi, why don't you come to my Hydra clan? The treatment there is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than here. No, go to my Moro clan. We are willing to submit to you. Everyone went crazy. The Hydra young master roared, Patriarch, give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will duel with him. That's right. Princess Imoluo also said, Grandpa, you must tell us who he is. Otherwise, I won't agree even if I die here today. Patriarch Imoluo sighed, Lin Gongzi's strength is beyond my imagination. He has a title that you may not have heard of. His name is Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi? Princess Imoluo was dumbfounded. The Hydra young master was still a little confused. The Hydra patriarch said, Lin Wudi, the number one genius under the starry sky, once killed 2 great emperors. In the heavenly land, he fought against several great emperors alone and retreated unscathed. He has the 9-yang divine body and has the cultivation of 10 crown king. These words resounded in all directions like a clap of thunder. Everyone was stunned. Fighting against great emperors, killing great emperors, 10 crown kings cultivation. Under the starry sky, he was an invincible genius. Every piece of news was like a sharp sword stabbing into their hearts. At this moment, the people of the Eagle tribe were completely trembling. It turned out that what the patriarch said before was true. All of it was true. Yingli and the other geniuses of the Eagle tribe fell to their knees with a thud. Their bodies were trembling. They had actually dared to frame someone like that. With just a wave of his finger, the other party would be able to make them hover between life and death. The faces of the elders of the Eagle tribe changed drastically. They had dared to treat such a great emperor-level figure with contempt. They had even mocked and ridiculed him. Thinking of this, they were filled with regret. Please forgive us, sir. The chief of the Eagle tribe stepped forward and bowed. This old man was blind to have neglected you, sir. Now, he was filled with regret. It was possible that he would miss out on such a great opportunity. The 9-headed young master was so scared that he prostrated himself on the ground. He no longer dared to speak of a duel. He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. On the other side, Princess Moro's mind was also blank. Now, she finally understood her grandfather's intentions. Staying by such a person's side, even if she was just a servant, her future achievements would be limitless. Moreover, she had heard of Lin Wudi long ago. He was the Prince Charming in her heart. How many times had she dreamt that Lin Wudi would look at her more than once, but now, she didn't know that he was standing here. More importantly, she had been rejected. Thinking of this, she began to sob. Outside the eagle tribe, another war chariot arrived. On the chariot stood a red-haired man. He was the #1 genius of the Crimson Peak tribe. When he heard that Princess Moro was going to be betrothed to someone else, he was instantly furious. Someone called Lin Gongzi? Who did he think he was? He knew that Lin Wudi was in the eagle tribe. However, this time, the #1 genius of the Crimson Peak had brought an expert with him. This was an expert he had met outside, 8 Crown King. He had promised the benefits of the Crimson Peak tribe to invite 8 Crown King to take action. 8 Crown King was a scorpion. He had cultivated to a very high level. He smiled. Don't worry, Sir Crimson Peak. He's just a junior. I can easily suppress him. Alright, I'll rely on you this time. I'll agree to your conditions. When you fulfill them, I'll immediately give them to you. Arriving in front of the eagle tribe, the #1 genius of the Crimson Peak shouted coldly. Lin, get out here. His voice rolled and spread in all directions. The faces of the eagle clan changed when they heard this voice. Is he here for Lin Gongzi? Who was it? How dare he berate Lin Gongzi? They were all going crazy. Now, they knew the name of Lin Xian. That was Lin Wudi. He was someone who had killed a great emperor. Lin Xian also frowned. Is there anyone else who doesn't know what's good for them? With a sway of his body, he headed outside. The surrounding people all followed. Soon, they left the eagle clan. He saw 2 figures standing in front of him. One was a red-haired man, and the other was a gloomy old man. He was the #1 genius of the Crimson Summit race. What was he trying to do? Everyone was stunned. The #1 genius of the Chiefing clan said, You're that Lin Gongzi, right? Kneeling before me, I'm the one who's interested in Princess Mo. How dare you try to snatch her from me? Are you courting death? Hearing this, the people around Lin Xian looked very strange. The 9-headed young master, Eagle Li, and the others looked at him as if he was an idiot. Chiefing was probably going to die miserably. Princess Mo also said, Shut up, Lin Gongzi is not someone you can provoke. The #1 genius of the Chiefing clan said, Don't worry, princess. This time, I brought a master. Please help me, Senior Scorpion. Scorpion walked out, stared ahead, and laughed loudly. Little kid, you're Lin Gongzi, right? You're no match for me because I'm the 8 Crown King. Then, his aura erupted with terrifying power that swept across the area. This power made everyone's expression change drastically. The aura of the 8 Crown King was so terrifying. The surrounding people were terrified beyond belief. Although Lin Xian's name was famous, they hadn't felt any terrifying aura from him yet. The 8 Crown King, on the other hand, was the real deal here. Some people began to wonder if Lin Wudi was as powerful as the legends said. Perhaps he was just a figurehead. You want to challenge me? Lin Xian's expression was cold. He knew it was time for him to show his power. The 8 Crown King wasn't the strongest, but it was enough to intimidate these people. He walked out and said, Die. After saying that, he threw out a punch. Kid, you think you can defeat me? Scorpion sneered. A scorpion tail appeared behind him and lashed out. Anyone in the same level as him would die without a doubt if they touched his poison. In the next moment, the two collided and the scorpion tail shattered. Scorpion's expression changed completely when he felt the power of the punch. The others were also stunned. What kind of punch was that? It was like the sun in the night, illuminating the ages. The world was shocked by the punch. The void shattered. The entire 15th floor of hell shook violently, as if it couldn't withstand the punch. No, where did you come from? Scorpion was terrified. This power far exceeded the 8 Crown Kings. It wasn't something he could withstand. He wanted to escape, but in the next instant, he was reduced to ashes by this punch. When Lin Xian pulled back his fist, the others were still as stunned as statues. Patriarch Mo, Patriarch Hydra, and the Eagle Tribe's Patriarch were trembling. They were the strongest people there, but they admitted that they had no way of dealing with that punch. Apart from kowtowing, there was nothing they could do. If they were hit by that punch, they wouldn't survive even if they were given 100 lives. Was this Lin Wudi? The young geniuses were even more shocked. The Eight-Crown King was someone they looked up to, but he was killed with a single punch. This power was too strong, so strong that they couldn't imagine it. Lin Wudi's reputation had only existed in legends. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were shocked and terrified. It was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, everyone standing beside Lin Xian was trembling uncontrollably. No one dared to look up at him. Opposite him, the #1 genius of the Qifeng tribe was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. Who are you?" he said in horror. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of law tore him in half. "No, Patriarch, save me." The #1 genius of the Qifeng tribe roared crazily. His soul was about to be extinguished. The 15 treasures on his body rose into the air. One could well imagine how highly he was regarded by the clan. However, these treasures were all shattered by Lin Xian's law. At the most critical moment, a low roar came from afar. "Who dares to hurt my grandson?" A red-haired old man arrived at the scene. He threw a punch at Lin Xian and said, "Die." His grandson's life was in danger. He wouldn't allow it. "Don't attack." Patriarch Imoluo roared. Patriarch Hydra also said, "Red-haired old man, quickly kowtow and apologize." However, it was too late. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He looked forward. In his eyes, there seemed to be an inextinguishable flame rushing forward. The terrifying power shook heaven and earth. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared as if a passage of life and death had been opened. The red-haired old man spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. His body continued to shatter. The red-haired old man came quickly and was defeated quickly. In an instant, he was crushed, and his body was torn apart. His soul was also broken, and he was about to die. At this time, Patriarch Imoluo said, "Young master, please show mercy." Lin Xian stopped, looked at him, and said coldly, "You want to challenge me too?" With that, he waved his sleeve, and the red-haired old man's soul was destroyed. He was dead. Everyone was shocked. Patriarch Imoluo was also pale with fright. He quickly shook his head, "I don't dare. We are willing to respect you." The Hydra Patriarch and the others quickly lowered their heads. At this moment, Lin Xian's killing intent was too terrifying. It seemed that he could kill them all in one fell swoop. No one could resist Lin Xian's gaze. Was this the power of Lin Wudi? It was too terrifying. He killed the patriarch of a clan with one move. Princess Imoluo and the others were shocked. "This is like a myth." "Respect me? Very well, I hope you will keep your word." Lin Xian waved his sleeve and walked toward the Eagle clan. The Eagle clan patriarch and the others quickly followed. At this time Ying Wufeng also walked out. He looked at the Eagle clan patriarch and the others, shook his head, and sighed. "You missed a great opportunity. Do you understand?" The Eagle clan patriarch said regretfully, "Patriarch, it's our fault. We should have listened to you long ago." Indeed, when Ying Wufeng came, he asked them to bow and carefully accompany Lin Xian. However, they did not believe it before. If they had treated him with respect from the beginning, they would not have believed it. Lin Xian could have casually taught them some secret techniques, and they would have benefited immensely. But now, he didn't kill them. It must be a great kindness. In the Eagle clan's main hall, Lin Xian sat on the throne, and a group of experts stood below. In addition to the Eagle clan, there were also the Hydra clan and the Moro clan. Lin Xian could start his first plan, which was to collect resources. Not only did he want the resources of the 15th level of Hell, but he also wanted the resources of the other levels. He wanted to help Xia Jiuyo reach the critical point first. When they heard that Lin Xian needed an enormous amount of resources, everyone was shocked. "What were they trying to do?" Lin Xian said, "It's none of your business. I have my own ways. You just need to follow my instructions." Yes. These people did not dare to resist and hurriedly took action. Could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to break through and become a great emperor? Indeed, this was a possibility. They sucked in a cold breath. As for Lin Xian, he personally went to the Scarlet Peak clan. Not a single person from the Scarlet Peak clan could resist him. Originally, when they learned that their clan chief had died, they wanted to take revenge. However, when they learned of Lin Xian's strength, they all gave up. They knelt on the ground and submitted, willing to serve Lin Xian. Very good. Lin Xian gazed into the distance. Now, only the fiends were left. He set off for the fiend race. The people from the other clans also became nervous. The fiends were the most powerful clan in the 15th level of hell. Furthermore, their origins were very mysterious. Would they be able to resist them? When Xianxia secretly found out about this, she also sucked in a cold breath. It was Lin Wudi. She hurriedly sent the news back to her clan. However, as soon as she returned, Lin Xian had already arrived. Lin Xian's aura suppressed the entire Black Mountain range, causing the fiends to tremble in fear. Was a god descending? They prostrated on the ground. The fiends respect me. Provide me with resources and I'll spare your life. Lin Xian's voice sounded, if you do well, I'll give you a great fortune in the future. Damn it. Many of the fiends gritted their teeth. Xianxia's expression was also ugly. They were the most powerful clan. They also had great power behind them. Should they bow their heads now? If they were unwilling, they would fight it out with him. That was it. Many of them gritted their teeth. However, the mysterious statue said, submit. We will leave this mountain range and leave all the resources to him. However, Xianxia and the others still wanted to say something. The mysterious statue said, those who disobey will be killed. The fiends had no choice but to retreat. The Black Mountain Peak left all the resources and treasures to Lin Xian. Even the fiends bowed their heads. Seeing this scene, the people of the other clans were completely stunned. It seemed that they could only work hard for Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would probably end up in a miserable state. These clans took action. They were the top clans and were very powerful. Only Lin Xian could subdue them. And these clans also wanted to go to other places besides the 15th level of hell. They set up arrays to transport resources continuously. Lin Xian asked Xiaojiu to get ready, while he went to the 10th level of hell. There was an old friend there. On the other side, the fiends retreated from the mountain range and said unhappily, Clan leader, are we just going to let it go? Everyone looked at the black statue. The black statue said, since he is Lin Wudi, we can't fight against him. If we anger him, he will kill all of us. But we won't let this go. Send the news to the next clan. Let them send the great emperors to deal with this matter. I have a feeling that Lin Wudi has other intentions for coming to the 15th level of hell. Okay, I'll do it now. Xianxia said. They started to move. If Lin Xian was here, he would be shocked. The power behind the fiends was the Xia clan. It was unbelievable. On the other side, Lin Xian didn't know that he had already arrived at the 4th level. The 10th level suppressed an incredible existence, the 10,000 Rock King, who was also the ancient 10-Crown King. He was suppressed here by a virtual immortal. Lin Xian woke him up. When the 10,000 Rock King saw Lin Xian, he was shocked. Your aura. Have you also reached the 10-Crown King realm? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. I'm also the 10-Crown King. And I have the ability to save you now. But I have to find a good opportunity. Because if you fail, you will end up with your body and soul destroyed. At this point, Lin Xian sighed. 100,000 years ago, he wanted to save the 10-Crown King of the dragon race, but he failed. This time, he had to be careful about the 10,000 Rock King. He couldn't fail again. Can you save me now? Can you break the seal? Yes. But if I break the seal, it will attract the attention of the Otherworld Heavenly King. They will even swarm over. Perhaps the virtual immortal will also make a move. So, I have to wait for an opportunity. Recently, someone in the divine realm is about to break through and become a great emperor. At that time, there will be some stubborn people on our side. The Otherworld Heavenly King will definitely come to stop us. At that time, they won't be able to take care of this place. When the time comes, I will think of a way to break your seal. Okay. The 10,000 Rock King was also excited. When I break the seal, I will help you. He had been trapped here for too long. Originally, he was already in despair, but now, Lin Xian gave him hope. Lin Xian said, "Senior, wait here. I'll take my leave first." After telling the 10,000 Rock King, Lin Xian left again. After returning, he took a look at the progress of the various families and found that there was still some time before it was completed. He asked Ding Wufeng to keep an eye on it. At the same time, he left again. This time, he left Hell. He went to other planets and worlds. He had no choice. Now that Xiaojiuyo had broken through and become a great emperor, the Permitha Heavenly King would definitely not let the matter rest. It would be difficult for him to fight against them alone. After all, he was only the 10-crown king now. However, he would not let the Permitha Heavenly King succeed. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to find help. After leaving Hell, Lin Xian began to search the starry sky. He went to many places. The second starfield, the buried Emperor Star, the True Spirit World, and even the worlds he had lived in before. For example, the Prodigy Manor, the Ancient Pagoda, and the South Horizon region. In addition to finding help, Lin Xian also wanted to settle some matters of the past. Along the way, he had encountered countless experts. Some of these experts were dead, while some were alive. They had all helped him a lot. Lin Xian returned this time to repay their kindness. In the ancient pagoda in the starry sky, there was a tattoo of a black Qilin. It was a tattoo of a Qilin expert. Back then, the black Qilin had roared to the sky, "I want to fight the heavens." Now that Lin Xian came here again, he felt that this was also a 10-crown king who had been tragically sealed by someone. He let out an unwilling roar. In fact, he was even more miserable than the 10,000 Pun King. The 10,000 Pun King was still alive. However, the black Qilin was already dead. Lin Xian opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and dissipated the black Qilin's resentment. He sent him completely into the cycle of reincarnation, allowing him to be reborn. At the same time, Lin Xian contacted the Qilin clan and asked them to come over and take the black Qilin's remains. When the Qilin clan arrived and saw the black Qilin's remains, they were shocked. What a terrifying bloodline and aura. This was their Qilin clan's peerless expert back then. They did not expect that other than the Qilin emperor their Qilin clan actually had such an expert. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi. If Lin Xian hadn't told them, this black Qilin expert would have been buried in the starry sky forever. There's no need to thank me. Back then, I once obtained Senior Qilin's good fortune. Now, I'm here to repay his kindness. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and boundless laws gathered together to form a picture of a black Qilin that floated in the air. Lin Xian said, "This was left behind by Senior Black Qilin. Feel it well." He didn't want his ultimate technique to be lost. The Qilin Sun and the Qilin clan expressed their gratitude once more. Right now, the Qilin Sun was also growing very quickly. He had already reached the 9-crown king level. However, if he took another step forward, he wouldn't be able to reach it. He was bound by the shackles of his bloodline. The sons of great emperors had unparalleled talent, but their bloodlines were the shackles of their lives. If they couldn't make a breakthrough, they would never be able to take another step forward, let alone become a martial monarch. The Qilin Sun looked at Lin Xian with great emotion. He said, "If you need anything, please feel free to speak." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "It's possible. I really do need your help. After some time, I might need your extreme weapons." "Okay." The Qilin Sun nodded. They took the remains of the black Qilin and returned to the Qilin clan. Lin Xian went to the extraordinary scholar's mansion again. Back then, there was a wordless heavenly steel there. Lin Xian had once comprehended it. There, he also received good fortune. Now that Lin Xian was back, he wanted to see if there was anything he could help with. This wordless heavenly steel was very similar to those in the underworld. However, it wasn't. Thinking about it, it should have been carved by a peerless master back then after seeing the wordless heavenly steel. "Greetings, Senior." The people of the extraordinary scholar's mansion bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at them. Back then, he had left the extraordinary scholar's mansion. It had been many years since then. Some people had already died. There were many new faces among the newcomers. Lin Xian said, "Seeing you reminds me of me back then. Back then, I had comprehended the wordless heavenly steel and received good fortune. Moreover, now that I'm back to comprehend this broken steel, I want to send the consciousness of the powerhouse in the heavenly steel into reincarnation. Let him reincarnate." This? The people of the extraordinary scholar's mansion were shocked. An old man walked out and said, "Senior, the wordless heavenly steel contains a mysterious supreme art. If it disappears, it will be a great loss to us." Lin Xian said, "It's okay, I will pass on the supreme art to you." Lin Xian left behind a sword technique. Qiankuan sword technique. Endless sword qi condensed into a heavenly steel, standing upright in the knight's uniform. Under the heavenly steel, one could comprehend the Qiankuan sword technique. When the powerhouses of the extraordinary scholar's mansion saw the Qiankuan sword technique, they were extremely shocked. Such a peerless technique was like a great emperor's supernatural power. "Thank you, young master." They were extremely grateful. Those young geniuses even looked up. When could they reach Lin Xian's level? Lin Xian left the Qiankuan sword technique and came in front of the wordless heavenly steel. He opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and opened the passage of life and death. He said, "Senior, take care." The wordless heavenly steel slowly disappeared. Then, a shadow appeared from it. Lin Xian was in a trance. He saw that the shadow seemed to turn into a green ox and left. This made Lin Xian shocked. The wordless heavenly steel was related to the ancient giants, ox head and horse face. And this steel was carved out by someone. It was also a green ox. What was its relationship with the ancient ox head? Lin Xian probably had no chance to know these. The image of the azure ox entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. The moment he entered, he turned his head and nodded slightly at Lin Xian. Then, he stepped in and disappeared. Lin Xian also left the extraordinary scholar's mansion. Not long after he left, there was an extra statue in the extraordinary scholar's mansion. It was a young man, handsome and confident, holding a long sword in his hand. He seemed to have an aura of disdain for the world. This statue was engraved with Lin Xian. And this statue was placed in front of the Qiankuan sword steel for countless people to worship and look up to. Lin Xian returned to the South Horizon region. This was the place where he was born. At this moment, the overall strength of the South Horizon region was much stronger than when he was born. The Lin clan had long left. It was Lin Zhan who took them away. Lin Xian's mother and his clansmen were placed in a very safe place by Lin Zhan. Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. With Lin Zhan's strength, it was enough for his clansmen to live a carefree life. Lin Xian came to an ancient tomb again. Here, the evil king was. He waved his hand and the ancient tomb opened. A corpse appeared. "I'll give you a gift. Good fortune." Lin Xian also opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and enveloped the evil king. Moreover, Lin Xian struck some laws in the other party's body, using the power of the heavenly Tao to add words. After the other party reincarnated and was reborn, his talent should be far greater than before. "Thank you." When he entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, the evil king let out an old voice. Lin Xian nodded. His eyes flickered. His current strength had reached a transcendent level. Where did he want to go? He could go there with a thought. What did he want to do? He could do it with a light wave of his hand. It was as if he had really become a god in the eyes of others. Along the way, Lin Xian had seen too many cycles of reincarnation, and had come to a new understanding of life. The laws on his body became even more mysterious. Unknowingly, he returned to the true spirit world. Lin Xian was thinking, this time, should I borrow the power of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Just as he was heading to the middle continent, he met a child, which stunned him. This child looked very similar to an old friend of his. It was a little boy. He was very cute, and his eyes were extremely bright. If other people saw him, they would definitely praise him. This is a cute and smart child. However, Lin Xian was stunned because he saw the shadow of Hong Yu in this child. Hong Yu was the person who gave him the eye back then. Now, seeing this child again, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Could it be that Hong Yu had been reincarnated? Lin Xian looked at the child in a daze. At this moment, a middle-aged couple walked over and said, "Wuxia, we should go home." The cute child nodded, but before he left, he still looked at Lin Xian a few more times. His eyes were really too bright. Lin Xian walked over, which made the middle-aged couple nervous. "What do you want?" Lin Xian said, "Don't be afraid. I want to give you a chance. Can you let him stay by my side for 3 days?" "Who are you?" The middle-aged man frowned and exuded an aura. It seemed that he was also a martial arts cultivator. "I don't mean any harm." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the nearby broadsword danced in the air, condensing into a ball of light that surrounded his palm. Then, he weaved it into a lotus. "Come up." He placed the lotus at the child's feet. When they saw this scene, the middle-aged couple was stunned. This young man was too terrifying. He raised his hand and picked the starlight of the universe, and used the law to condense it into a lotus of the great path. He was simply a god. They were so scared that they quickly bowed. "Greetings, exalted immortal. Don't worry, I'm fated with him. I'll only stay for 3 days." "Okay." The middle-aged woman quickly nodded. They felt that there was hope for their child. Lin Xian took Wuxia to his side and asked, "Your name is Wuxia?" The child nodded. "Yes, my name is Zhen Wuxia." This little guy didn't seem to be afraid of Lin Xian at all. Then, Lin Xian used the eyes of the 6 paths of reincarnation to envelop him. He found that this child was indeed very mysterious. "Let me help you regain your memory." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't dare to be careless, even though he had an eye of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, it was not easy to help a person who had been reborn regain their memories. After all, Hongyu was not a martial monarch back then. His father, the battled arch, had been reborn in the past. It had taken him a long time to recover. Many martial monarchs were helping them secretly. Otherwise, it would have been even more difficult. For 3 days, Lin Xian had been gathering the power of reincarnation. Finally, he tapped Zhen Wuxia's forehead. Zhen Wuxia's body trembled, and his soul shook. In the next moment, a shocking light appeared in his eyes. "I'm back." Although his voice was young and tender, it was filled with determination. "So sleepy." In the next moment, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lin Xian came looking for the middle-aged couple. The middle-aged couple was very worried when they saw the unconscious Wuxia. "Lin Xian, don't worry. He was just too sleepy. I have a storage ring here. I'll leave it for him to cultivate in the future." With that, Lin Xian took out a blue ring from the sword world and gave it to them. Then, he soared into the air and left. "Thank you, immortal." The middle-aged couple was overjoyed, especially the middle-aged woman. She checked the storage ring. "I wonder what's in there." However, when she probed what was inside, she was so shocked that she froze on the spot. The middle-aged man was curious. He also took a look, and then he was dumbfounded. Heavens, was this the treasure vault of an immortal? There were too many heavenly treasures inside. It was so many that he couldn't imagine who the other party was. He left behind so many heavenly treasures so casually. There was hope for our child. The middle-aged woman cried excitedly. Needless to say, their child would definitely be an earth-shattering figure when he grew up. Lin Xian left and went on his way again. He went to many places and did many things. Lin Xian's figure appeared all over the universe. In fact, Lin Xian even saw Wu Hua's tomb. Wu Hua was also his friend back then. He didn't expect that he would be buried in a foreign land. Lin Xian opened the 6 paths of reincarnation and enveloped the tomb. He wanted to let Wu Hua reincarnate. However, a voice sounded. "You're finally here. Take me away and send me to the Dead Sea." After Lin Xian heard this, he left with Wu Hua. A few days later, he was going to the Black Demon Cliff. Back then, he had obtained the inheritance of the 9-yang divine body from there. Now, he wanted to go back and take a look. When he came to the Black Demon Cliff again, Lin Xian still felt the terrifying information. Back then, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here, causing the 9-yang divine body to shatter. One could imagine how terrifying the battle was. After Lin Xian arrived, he felt that there was a black aura above the black demon cliff that swept towards him. Lin Xian frowned tightly. This demonic aura was very strange. It was different from the demon emperor's. The demon emperor's was domineering, but this move in front of him was strange. He didn't know who or what left it behind. After Lin Xian arrived, he opened the 6 paths of reincarnation. He also wanted to let the soul of this generation's 9-yang divine body enter the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps one day, he could be reborn. The phantoms of 6 worlds appeared, forming 6 channels that enveloped the black demon cliff. Inside the black demon cliff, there were specks of flames dancing. These were the remnant souls of the 9-yang divine body. They quickly condensed under the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, at this time, Lin Xian frowned tightly. Because he found that there was some black aura condensing between these specks of light. Damn it, this should be the demonic blood. It hasn't been destroyed yet. Get lost. Lin Xian waved his hand and struck out the great dragon sword Qi, slashing at the demonic blood. The demonic blood was cut into pieces. However, they could no longer be separated from the specks of flame. This sword not only smashed the demonic blood, but also the specks of flame. Lin Xian quickly stopped and didn't continue to attack. What was going on? Next, Lin Xian tried all kinds of methods to separate the two, but he found that he couldn't do it. After a long time, the two had merged into one. Damn it. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. At this time, the specks of light condensed again, forming an illusory soul. It was very broken. There were countless black markings on his soul. It was a ghastly sight. The broken soul seemed to be in pain and weak. He said, I am very gratified that you can grow to this point. Continue to carry forward the 9-yang divine body. Don't bother about me anymore, and don't try to let my soul enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. I can no longer be separated from him. I don't want him to appear in this world again. Let me suppress him here forever. There was endless sadness in his voice. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes turned red. He wanted to say again, Senior, tell me, who is this black demonic blood? It can't be the demon emperor, right? It wasn't him, but a demon from the other side. He was called the Demon Lord, and all the demons in the world respected him. Alright, hurry up and leave. Don't come here again. Turn off your 6 paths of reincarnation. After the broken figure finished speaking, it turned into countless specks of light and scattered in various places of the black demon cliff. Senior, all the worlds in the universe will remember your kindness. Lin Xian bowed deeply to the black demon cliff. Then, he took out a pot of strong wine from the sword world and sprinkled it on the ground. Take care of yourself, Senior. After I attain my Tao, I will come again. Lin Xian left. After he left, a sigh was heard from the black demon cliff. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. It's useless. Although he has left, you can't suppress me any longer. In the end, you will become mine. This voice was so cold that the surrounding black demonic aura kept churning. I won't let you have your way. Endless rays of light flickered as the two of them clashed once again. Lin Xian didn't know any of this. After Lin Xian left the black demon cliff, he went to many places that he had been to before. This time, he had come back to walk the path of growth and had gained a lot of enlightenment. In the end, he decided to return to the Divine Union to meet his old friends. At the same time, he was prepared to bring along Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others to protect Xiaojiuyo. On the other side, the Permitha Heavenly King was still as mysterious as ever. Somewhere on the Permitha Heavenly King was a huge tortoise. This tortoise was very old. No one knew how many tens of thousands of years it had lived. Countless tributes were placed around it. Every day, geniuses from the Permitha Heavenly King would come and kowtow to it. During the past few days, a terrifying light had suddenly erupted from the tortoise's back. Then, it formed a pattern. This pattern was earth-shattering, as if thunder from the 9 heavens had struck. The huge tortoise opened its eyes and its ancient body started to pulse. This caused countless people to be astonished. The elites from the Permitha Heavenly King were stunned. The Rashi Master had actually woken up. Heavens, this is too incredible. Another bunch of newcomers have awakened on our side. This is great, they were all excited. Even the virtual immortal was alarmed. The virtual immortal turned into a green light and flew over. He floated in the air and looked down at the ancient tortoise. Have you finally awakened? He asked. How much have you recovered? The ancient tortoise stuck its head out. Surprisingly, there was a crack on its head that had sunken in. It hadn't recovered even now. One could imagine how terrifying that attack had been. Back then, I was injured by that monkey and fell into a deep sleep for so many years. A deep voice rang out, filled with endless resentment. The ancient tortoise gritted its teeth. I've just woken up. I'm afraid it'll take some time for me to recover. What about you? You managed to obtain the virtual immortal realm from Taba. Xianxia said, I'm not at my peak either. Back then, the heaven-devouring great emperor was equally terrifying. However, it was fortunate that there had been no news of her after so many years. She was probably dead. There was no news from the monkey either. In the end, we still won. Is that so? Was there no news about that damned monkey? That was great. Master Rashi smiled. But soon, he stopped laughing and said, while I was sleeping, I actually sensed the heavenly secrets. Something terrible has happened. I have to report it to the Grand Elder immediately. What's going on? To be able to make you so shocked. Master Rashi said, I sense that someone in the universe seems to be about to become an emperor. What? Someone was going to become a great emperor. Who was it? Even the expressions of the virtual immortals changed. On the other side, other people said, isn't it just becoming a great emperor? Immortals, why should you be afraid, stupid? The virtual immortal snorted, do you know? This is the first time someone has become an emperor after the deity ground descended. This person's strength must be unfathomable. After becoming an emperor, he will be very terrifying. We will not allow such a person to appear. I originally thought that we would be the first to become an emperor in the universe. However, up until now, none of you have been able to reach such a realm. After the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. Is there such a thing? My lord, please calm down. We will definitely work hard. The virtual immortal snorted and ignored them. Instead, he looked at Master Rashi and said, can you deduce which force it is? If it's an individual cultivator, we can let him join the Nirvana realm. If it's someone from the divine realm, then it will be troublesome. Master Rashi said, according to the pattern on the turtle shell, the possibility of it being from the divine realm is very high. Therefore, this matter must be reported to the Grand Elder as soon as possible. After the virtual immortals heard this, his expression changed drastically. I'll go with you. The two land immortals soared into the sky and flew into the distance, arriving at the place where the Grand Elder was cultivating. Greetings, Grand Elder. The two land immortals were extremely terrifying existences among the great emperors. They had cultivated 3 strands of immortal chi. However, at this moment, when they met the Grand Elder, they had to be incomparably respectful. One could imagine how terrifying the Grand Elder was. What's the matter? The Grand Elder opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. In the next moment, when he saw Master Rashi, he was also delighted. Oh, you've finally woken up? He waved his sleeve and released endless immortal chi that enveloped Master Rashi's body. This immediately made Master Rashi's condition much better. Thank you, Grand Elder. Master Rashi was also excited. He walked over and prostrated himself on the ground. He said, Grand Elder, please take a look. The turtle shell showed that someone in the universe was about to become a great emperor, and it was very likely that it was someone from the divine realm. It was the divine realm again. After the Grand Elder heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. The virtual immortal said, back then, we fought with the divine realm and suffered a lot of injuries. Now, we haven't fully recovered. Moreover, we don't know how many land immortals there are in the divine realm. Therefore, we didn't act rashly for the time being. Previously, the divine realm had been seizing the heavenly land. However, they only seized the ordinary ancient city. We didn't care. As long as the number of land immortals has recovered, we can completely crush them. But now, it seemed that the situation wasn't too good. This time, after the descent of the deity ground, the first person to become an emperor was actually someone from his side. It's probably not a good sign. Humph. After the Grand Elder heard this, he snorted coldly. If I hadn't been careless back then and didn't make any preparations, I would have entered the 9 heavens and gotten injured. Otherwise, how could the divine realm be so arrogant? The virtual immortals cupped his fists and said, those people from the divine realm combined are still no match for you, Grand Elder. Don't flatter me. Let me ask you, after so many years, has there been any news about the 10th land? The virtual immortals sighed, no. The 10th land is really too mysterious, as if it doesn't exist in the world. It must exist, and the 10th land is the path to the 9 heavens. Only by finding the 10th land can I enter the 9 heavens. Only then can I truly be immortal. Only then can I live as long as the heavens and the earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. After the virtual immortals and Master Rashi heard this, they fell silent. Back then, the Grand Elder was so terrifying. In their eternal land, he wanted to open the passage to the 9 heavens, but he failed. He even suffered a backlash. From then on, the divine realm rose. The divine realm took advantage of this opportunity to quickly attack and contend with them. Although they were defeated in the end, they were now making a comeback. Go, send more people to search for news of the 10th land. Don't let go of any clues. As for the first emperor in the universe, he must also be on our side. After all, this is a good sign. I will change the heavenly Tao and suppress it. Let the universe be unable to prove its Tao in a short period of time. Tai Di said coldly. Then, he waved his hand. The heavenly punishment sword appeared in the sky, and red lightning gathered. Tai Di was like the Lord of the universe at this moment. He seemed to have transformed into the heavenly Tao and changed the rules of heaven and earth. At this moment, countless claps of thunder sounded in the entire universe. Everyone looked up in horror. They could feel that heaven and earth seemed to have changed. There was a heavy force pressing down on their heads. Damn it, what's happening? Why did my cultivation speed suddenly slow down? Impossible. I was about to break through. Why can't I feel it now? Countless crazy voices could be heard. At this moment, even the monarch races and the 10,000 Archean races were roaring crazily. They weren't the only ones. Even the deity ground was the same. The quasi-emperors in the deity ground also had ugly looks on their faces. Someone exclaimed, why? Why did the heavenly Tao change? The people in the universe were even more desperate. Could it be that the heaven and earth spiritual chi had dried up, and they had reached the desolate era and were no longer suitable for cultivation? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. He could feel that heaven and earth seemed to have formed shackles that shrouded them. It made his body and soul feel heavy. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't just him. The people of the Divine Union, Yi Qingyu, and the Great Emperor clans were the same. In fact, even the martial monarchs who had woken up were frowning. The Bone Emperor gasped. It seemed like the heavenly Tao shackles had appeared. The Yellow Spring Emperor also exclaimed, is this the Permitha's doing? They were indeed the Supreme Lords. The Supremes of the Supreme Hall also had ugly looks on their faces. He represented the heavenly Tao and transformed into the heavenly Tao. Are we really unable to fight against him? No matter how hard we try, we can't compare to the Permitha. At this moment, there was a trace of despair in their eyes. The powerhouses of the 18th level of hell also felt it. For example, the Eagle tribe, the Molo tribe, and the Hydra tribe's patriarchs were terrified. What happened? Where is Lin Gongzi? Can you answer our questions? Ying Wufeng also came, but found that Lin Xian wasn't there. Only Xiao Jiuyo was there. Xiao Jiuyo's face was also extremely pale. He felt that the suppression of the heavenly Tao seemed to be targeting him this time. That was because the shackles on his body were abnormally heavy. They seemed to have completely sealed off his cultivation. Damn it, what's going on? The feeling from back then had actually returned. Back then, Xiao Jiuyo was extremely terrifying. At such a young age, he had extraordinary talent and cultivated to an extremely high level. In less than 10,000 years, he had hopes of becoming a martial emperor. However, the previous Grand Emperor had just died, and the heavenly Tao was suppressing him. In this world, no one was allowed to become a martial emperor. One had to wait for 10,000 years. There wasn't enough time, so Xiaojiuyo didn't become a great emperor. Originally, they thought that this time, the world would recover. Once he reached the Golden Age, he could use it to become a martial monarch. However, he did not expect that the feeling of despair from back then would come again. This time, the suppression was even stronger than the previous time. It was 10 times stronger than before. This was definitely not a suppression that could be caused by the death of a great monarch. Who was it who was targeting him? Lin Xian met Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu in the Divine Union. At the same time, the two of them also felt the suppression. On top of that, the Phoenix tribe, the Yi family, the Gu family, and the Qilin tribe, as well as the living fossils and the Supreme Elders, had all come over to pass on the news. Lin Gongzi, the situation isn't good. The suppression of the heavenly Tao is slowing down everyone's cultivation and preventing them from breaking through. Was it that serious? Murong Qingqing and the others were shocked. What exactly was happening? On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He didn't know anything else. However, there was one sentence that he had heard very clearly: suppression of cultivation, preventing a breakthrough. He had encountered such a situation before. In the beginning, his body had been sealed by the Black Lotus and he had been unable to cultivate. Later on, he had been destroyed by the Great Dragon Sword. Now, the heavenly Tao shackles had appeared, suppressing his cultivation and preventing him from breaking through. This was targeted at him. No, this was targeted at Xiaojiuyo because Xiaojiuyo was about to become a martial emperor. Was it done by Higan? He looked up at the sky, his gaze piercing through the universe. That despicable Higan had gone too far. Lin Xian was trembling with anger. Xiaojiuyo was about to become a martial emperor. It was probably something that would happen in the next few years. Once Xiaojiuyo became a martial emperor, they would have another powerful assistant on their side. More importantly, they could use this opportunity to open the ninth underworld. But now, everything had changed. Xiaojiuyo was suppressed by the heavenly Tao shackles and could not become a martial emperor. The ninth underworld could no longer be opened. All future plans would be interrupted. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He said, "I know. I have to leave here. Qingqing, Ruyu, you two stay here first. When I summon you, you two come over." The two nodded. Lin Xian, on the other hand, tore apart the void and disappeared. He had returned to hell. Arriving at the 15th level of hell, Lin Xian returned to the Eagle tribe. He found that many elders and patriarchs of the tribe were waiting. Seeing Lin Xian return, they all bowed. "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Lin Gongzi, can you sense the suppression of the heavenly Tao?" Lin Xian said, "I have already sensed it. The heavenly Tao shackles are abnormally heavy." As for the reason, it was meaningless to say it. Because this was done by the Permitha. What? The Permitha? After hearing this, these ancestors were in despair. The Permitha was so powerful that even martial emperors had to bow their heads in front of it. How could they resist? From the looks of it, their cultivation would be stuck at a standstill. I thought that in the golden era, I could go further and live for a few thousand more years. But now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Lin Xian ignored these people's sorrow. He went to the depths of the palace and saw Xiaojiuyo. He said that he wanted to go downstairs. How did it feel? Xiaojiuyo's expression was ugly. He smiled bitterly. Maybe I'm not destined to become a martial emperor. I can feel that the shackles on my body are abnormally heavy. After hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He waved his hand and struck out the great dragon sword Qi. He stood beside Xiaojiuyo. My great dragon sword spirit can cut through the void and destroy everything. Cut these shackles for me. The void around Xiaojiuyo was cut into pieces. However, the heavy feeling on Xiaojiuyo's body still didn't disappear. I don't believe it. Lin Xian roared. He took out the great dragon sword spirit, held it with both hands, and swung it forward. With a boom, the great dragon sword spirit roared. A cage appeared on Xiaojiuyo's body. It was like a shackle that locked him up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. As expected, it's targeting Xiaojiuyo. Cut it for me. He roared crazily. The great dragon sword spirit slashed on the shackles, and endless sparks erupted. But it was useless. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. The great dragon said, this is the power of the heavenly punishment sword. The complete heavenly punishment sword, and it's probably performed by the Prometha master. It's too terrifying. In my current state, I can't cut it. How can it be like this? Lin Xian frowned tightly. He asked, is there no other way? That Taishang was actually so terrifying. Can he manipulate the entire universe at will? Tai Di turned into the heavenly Tao and suppressed the entire universe, which shocked countless people. Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Was there really no other way? Dalong said. There was still a way. They could go to the heavenly land to break through. However, after the immortal ground descended, the first person in the universe to become a great emperor would have a special meaning. It would be a pity if they missed this opportunity. There was no other way. It seemed like they could only go to the heavenly land first. Lin Xian and the rest prepared to return. Xia Jiuyo nodded. The heavenly land was the second choice. They soared into the sky and left. However, when they returned to the immortal ground and wanted to enter the heavenly land, they discovered something. A long sword cut through the void and directly cut off the path to the heavenly land. Moreover, the aura on the long sword was extremely terrifying. It surpassed ordinary great emperors. What kind of aura was that? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face changed when he saw the sword. Dragon-slaying sword. This sword had once killed the dragon race's 10-crown king 100,000 years ago. In the end, it broke out of the ground and disappeared into the sky. This was the sword of an virtual immortal. Was it an earth immortal? Damn it, we can't go over. We might even be discovered by him. Let's go, let's leave. Lin Xian left with Xia Jiuyo. They had no choice. An earth immortal was a supreme existence who had cultivated 3 strands of immortal qi. He was an expert who was stronger than a demon emperor. Lin Xian and the rest couldn't resist at all. What should they do? Was there no chance? Xia Jiuyo was indignant. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, there's one more place. We can try. Where? Xia Jiuyo asked. Before Lin Xian could say anything, his face suddenly changed. He heard a call. Grandpa, save me. It was the voice of his granddaughter, Xianxia. Damn it, is the Xia family going to make a move? No, I have to go to the Xia family first. It was impossible for the orthodox path to become a great emperor in a short period of time. He had to save Xianxia first. Alright, let's go to the Xia family first. Lin Xian nodded his head in agreement. Getting Xianxia out of the room would save him some trouble. If he wanted to see the Xia family, he would have to go to the clan. During this period of time, the large families in the 15th level of hell had gathered countless resources and information. One of the pieces of information was that the Fiend clan had a family backing them. Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo arrived at the Fiend clan once again. The Fiends had already retreated because they weren't a match for Lin Xian. Yet now, they had returned. That was because they had the support of the Xia family. The Xia family had sent someone over. This greatly boosted the Fiends' confidence, and they prepared to counterattack, so they immediately sent out a message. The people of the Xia clan brought a bell with Xianxia's voice. After sending it to Xia Jiuyo, they said, don't worry, Xia Jiuyo will come over obediently very soon. Kneeling at our feet. They began to wait. Sure enough, before long, 2 figures appeared outside the Fiend clan. The people of the Fiend clan had already met Lin Xian, so they recognized him. The other was an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He should be the Xia Jiuyo that the Xia family was looking for. Please come in. Yu Xianzi walked out, dressed in black. She smiled at Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo. Then, she turned around and led the way. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He was completely different from the last time they met. He couldn't wait to see what the Fiends were relying on. He and Xia Jiuyo left. So it's Lin Gongzi. Please take a seat, the elder of the Fiend clan said with a smile. Their expressions were very calm, and the fear from before had long disappeared. Lin Xian said, no need, let's get to the point. Send a message to the Xia clan and tell them to release the Xia family immediately. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences. Although Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, it carried a domineering aura, as if no one could resist. This shocked the people of the Fiend clan. This guy knew about the Xia family. What was even more shocking was that he had actually come at the same time as the Xia family. Heavens, does he know what he's saying? The elders of the Fiend clan were instantly enraged. In an instant, 9 elders walked out. They snorted coldly and released a terrifying dark aura. Each of them had a long black saber in their hands. They formed a saber array and enveloped Lin Xian. One of the elders said, "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Xia family isn't something you can offend. Hurry up and apologize." "That's right. We let you be arrogant before. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Today, we'll teach you a lesson." The 9 elders sneered. This time, they were full of confidence and were about to attack. 9 dark sabers emitted a terrifying light and slashed toward Lin Xian. The people of the Fiend clan around them laughed. In their opinion, the other party couldn't resist at all. But in the next moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the people around them widened their eyes. Then, their faces were filled with horror. Because they realized that the 9 dark sabers had been shattered by the light of the sun. Then, the 9 elders turned into ashes. Are they dead? Xianxia was stunned. The people of the Fiend clan were also trembling in fear. What kind of method was this? The 9 elders had joined forces to form a peerless array, but they were killed in an instant. What did he do? His strength is too terrifying. He actually killed all of us. The others roared in anger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I wanted to spare your lives, but you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll make you disappear from this world. Lin Xian struck out with his palm. The golden palm was like the hand of the fire god, crushing down in front of him. No. The people of the Fiend clan were instantly turned into ashes. Xianxia also roared in anger. Endless dark light gathered on her body like a black moon. There was a loud boom. The black moon was shattered. The dark power was turned into ashes. Xianxia was also sent flying. Her body split open and she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. Lin Xian said indifferently. How can this be? I can't even block a single attack. Xianxia was in complete despair. She was the #1 genius on the 15th level of hell. Her strength was even more terrifying than Princess Mo Luo's. Only a few powerful clan leaders could match her on the 15th level. Yet now, he had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been utterly defeated. Humph. Do you know how stupid you are now? Lin Xian asked with a smile as he turned to sit on the throne in the main hall. The people of the Fiend clan were extremely silent. They were suppressed by a young man with one hand and couldn't even lift their heads. Where's your clan leader? Tell him to come out. I want to ask him if he wants to live or die. Lin Xian shouted coldly. In the distance, a black statue appeared from the ground and floated in the void. Then, a deep voice came from her body. I am the clan leader of the Fiend clan. So it's you. You're neither human nor ghost. No wonder the wandering tribe is so useless. Tell me, how are you going to withstand my anger? Lin Xian sneered. Boy, you're too arrogant. You're no longer qualified to challenge the Nether tribe because our trump card is here. After saying that, the dark power on his body became even more terrifying, as if he had opened the door to hell. Boundless laws condensed, causing the whole world to tremble. The Nether tribe members were shocked. Their patriarch's strength was even more terrifying than before. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the laws on the patriarch's body were very strong. It was far stronger than the other elders. How is it? Boy, do you feel it? The power on my body has definitely surpassed the aura of hell. The patriarch of the Nether tribe threw his head back and laughed. Are you shocked? Are you afraid? Humph, do you really think you can compete with us? Why don't you think about the supreme existence behind us? As soon as he finished speaking, the patriarch of the Nether tribe attacked. His statue-like palm slapped out toward Lin Xian. This palm was extremely terrifying, bringing with it endless dark light. It swept over like a vast sea. The surrounding void kept shattering. This little power was pitifully weak. Lin Xian sneered and waved his sleeve. Endless divine fire flew out, piercing through the world and tearing the giant hand to shreds. Then, the endless flames hit the statue, and the statue flew backward. It was covered with cracks, and many stones fell from it. Ah, a miserable cry came back, making people's scalps tingle. The people of the Nether clan were stupefied by this scene. Their patriarch was injured, and severely injured at that. This was impossible. The Nether tribe members roared crazily. Xianxia's face was pale. Even their patriarch was no match for them. At this time, Lin Xian stood up and said in a deep voice. There was no need for the Nether tribe to exist anymore. The divine fire on his body became even more terrifying, as if he had turned into a sun god. Feeling this aura, everyone in the Nether tribe despaired. Even the patriarch of the Nether tribe was terrified. Impossible, how can you be so strong, ignorant ant? Lin Xian sneered and threw a punch. Patriarch. Quick, borrow the strength of the Xia clan. At this critical moment, Fairy Yu shouted. The clan leader nodded his head in agreement. The high and mighty Xia clan, please bestow upon me strength. As his voice fell, a void door seemed to open behind him, and an extremely terrifying black aura enveloped her. In the next moment, the statue's speed increased by several times, and it dodged in an instant. Boom! The void where he was originally standing shattered, and he appeared on the other side. The power on his body condensed into a black armor, and a terrifying and powerful aura enveloped the entire area. His strength was actually twice as strong as before. Great, the power of the Xia family has appeared. Fairy Yu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. The Fiend clan cultivators laughed proudly. Brat, let's see how you die this time. Clan leader, please capture him. Pull out his tendons, skin him alive, and make him wish he was dead. So what if you're strong? So what if you've suppressed the other great clans? So what if you're Lin Wudi? In the face of the power of the Xia clan, everything would be reduced to ashes. Brat, die. The clan leader roared to the sky after obtaining the power of the Xia clan. Then he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it down. At this moment, his entire body was covered in armor, and his black palm was covered in a black metal that emitted a cold light. This was the power of the Xia clan. The palm stopped when it was 1 meter away from Lin Xian, unable to advance any further. This stunned the Fiend clan warriors. What's going on? Why isn't the clan leader attacking? Even Xianxia was stunned, while the Nether clan leader broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be? He sensed that there seemed to be a powerful force blocking everything around Lin Xian. His palm could not advance any further. Damn it, I don't believe it. Destroy him for me. He struck out with both palms. But in the next moment, his palm was actually broken by the rebounding force. A powerful sword chi rushed out of Lin Xian's body and sent him flying. The black armor on his body shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The clan leader's body shattered into pieces, and his statue shattered. His soul turned into a ball of black flames that danced in the air. Impossible. He let out the most terrified scream. What's going on? He had obtained the power of the Xia clan, so why couldn't he defeat his opponent? Fairy Yu and the others were so frightened by the scene that they fell to their knees. The clan leader was seriously injured. Heavens, who could explain this to them? Why did this happen? Everyone was dumbfounded. Boom! Lin Xian struck out with the 9 Suns divine palm, shattering the Fiend clan leader into pieces. At this moment, the clan leader's soul was completely destroyed, and he could no longer be revived. No. The Fiend clan warriors cried until they fainted. Had their clan leader died? Fairy Yu was also dumbfounded. Lin Xian said coldly. Xia clan, come out. I can sense your arrival. Humph, brat, you're really arrogant. How dare you kill the subordinate I chose? Tell me, how do you want to die? 2 ice-cold voices rang out from the void, shocking everyone. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Fiend clan leader was actually the subordinate of the other party. Judging from their tone, they were indeed from the Xia clan. Xiaojio's expression became extremely serious. He said, Lin Gongzi, it's them. I can sense their bloodline. Jiuyo's bloodline. It was indeed them. Lin Xian turned to look at the two of them. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. They were both wearing black armor, and their auras were similar to the ones from before. However, they were much stronger than the Fiend clan leader. You're from the Xia clan? Lin Xian asked. The young man opposite him said, Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Since you know we're from the Xia clan, why don't you kneel and kowtow to us? If you can make me happy, I might leave your corpse intact. You? Lin Xian sneered. You're not qualified to say that. The two of you can come at me together. What did you say? Are you looking down on me? The young man was completely enraged. Die. He snorted and slapped out the 9 underworld seal. The black seal carried an unfathomable aura. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. With a raise of his hand, it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The Fiend clan members were both frightened and excited. This is great. This power is definitely enough to kill the other party. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. A ray of sword chi flew out and slashed forward. A huge crack appeared in the void, and in the next moment, it collided with the 9 underworld seal. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire sky shattered like a mirror, and an endless black hole appeared. The 9 underworld seal was split into 2. Not only that, the young man opposite him screamed as he was split apart by the sword. What's so great about the Xia family? In my opinion, they're just SOSO. Lin Xian waved his hand and suppressed the 2 house of the body. The armored youth screamed in agony, Uncle, save me. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Damn brat, you dare to let him go. To be honest, he was going crazy. The young man he brought with him was one of the top geniuses of the Xia family. In his opinion, the people in the 15th level of hell were trash. The 2 of them were enough to sweep them all away. However, he didn't expect such a powerful young man to appear. In the next instant, he stared at Xiaojio. He said, You're also a member of the Xia family. Tell your friend to stop. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Xiaojio shook his head silently. Then, he said, Lin Gongzi's strength isn't something you can fight against. Seeing that we're from the same family, I'll give you a piece of advice. Surrender. Let go of my granddaughter and you'll be fine. Otherwise, the family will suffer great losses. The middle-aged man was going crazy. What did he say? The Xia family will suffer great losses. Just because of this young man? What a joke. You're Xiaojio, right? Although I've never seen you before, I've heard of your story. You're very pitiful and I sympathize with you. However, sacrificing yourself for the family is nothing. So, follow me back to the family obediently. The family needs you now. Shameless, Xiaojio was furious. Sacrificing himself was nothing, but why? Could it be that his life was not a life? Lin Xian also said, I'll give Xiaojio face and give you one last chance. Kneel down and submit. Let go of Xianxia. Otherwise, the Xia family is finished. Stupid thing, you've challenged the Xia family time and time again. I think you don't want to live anymore. Today, I'll let you know the strength of the Xia family. The middle-aged man walked out, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. Terrifying black laws rushed into the 9 heavens. The terrifying power was earth-shattering. This person's strength was very strong. He had long surpassed the 9-crowned king. He was almost a great emperor. Feeling this aura, the entire 15th level of hell collapsed. The elders and patriarchs of the top families felt their scalps go numb. Heavens! What kind of aura was this? An exceptional expert had descended, did you feel it? This is my power. I am only one step away from becoming a great emperor. Is that so? In that case, you're still far inferior to the great emperor, but I'm different. I once killed a great emperor. Moreover, there's more than one. Do you think you can be compared to me? After hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The middle-aged man was stunned as well. Lin Fan had killed more than one great emperor? What kind of joke was that? Just you, who do you think you are? The Xia family. He lived in the 16th level of hell all year round and did not care about the outside world. Therefore, he had never seen Lin Xian before. Hearing such arrogant words, the middle-aged man burst into laughter. It was as if he was looking at an idiot. Lin Xian stepped forward, releasing his aura as he said, "Then I'll let you experience what it means to have someone stronger than you." Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body blossomed with an extremely resplendent radiance. 9 suns revolved between heaven and earth. 10 Crown King's power swept out. At this moment, the 15th level of hell was completely suppressed. Everyone was prostrating on the ground. Even the patriarchs of the family clans trembled and knelt on the ground. Ying Wufeng also sucked in a cold breath. He said, "This is Lin Gongzi's power." Lin Gongzi was furious. Someone was going to be unlucky. After hearing this, the patriarch of the eagle race almost fainted. Was this Lin Gongzi's true power? It was too terrifying. Only now did she know how terrifying the young man living in their home was. This time, the situation was really bad. So what if the fiend race had the Xia family behind them? Could they really contend with Lin Gongzi? The armored fiend's eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. This was impossible. Your 10 Crown King? He was crazy. 10 Crown King had already surpassed him. His power was comparable to a great emperor. His opponent was actually 10 Crown King, and his power was so strong that it seemed to counter him. This was the legendary 9-yang divine body. Who are you? Who exactly are you? He roared crazily. If 10 Crown King really was 10 Crown King, he might really be able to contend with a great emperor. Lin Xian said indifferently. You're stupid. You haven't even heard of my name. Listen carefully. I'm Lin Wudi. What? You're Lin Wudi? The middle-aged man was completely stunned. Although the Xia family didn't care about the outside world, some major events had happened recently. They still knew about them. For example, the descent of the deity land, the awakening of the deity land, and the Permitha and Paragon halls. They all knew about such existences. At the same time, they also knew that a young man had appeared in the universe. He was extremely terrifying, and had swept across the world with his title of invincibility. He had even killed a great emperor of the Permitha continent. This young man in front of them was the legendary invincible genius. She was completely stupefied. He had been pretending not to care about this young man, but now he was nothing more than an ant in front of him. If this young man wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. He said in fear. So it was the invincible young Master Lin. I offended you before and I apologize to you here. At this moment, even the arrogant experts of the Xia family had to bow their heads. Below, the people of the Serene family were stunned. Even the Xia family didn't dare to be arrogant. Lin Xian smiled. You bowed your head? If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Tell your family that if you let Xianxia go now, I'll spare your lives. The middle-aged man shook his head. No, young Master Lin, I know that your talent is unparalleled and you are a top-notch genius. You have the potential to become a great emperor in the future. However, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. The strength of the Xia family isn't something you can imagine. We're not from the universe. We're from the mysterious Joyo lands. That place isn't something you can imagine. If you offend the Xia family, I'm afraid you'll die. I'm just an ordinary member of the Xia family, so I advise you to stop. Let Xia Joyo go back with me. After this, I'll send you a gift to thank you. Lin Xian sighed. I've said so much, but you're still stubborn. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. It's over. After speaking, Lin Xian raised a finger and attacked. Feeling this power, the middle-aged man's hair stood on end. He roared, Lin Wudi, don't you go too far. I may not be your opponent, but if I want to escape, you can't stop me. You're too reckless. When I return to my family, I'll have the strongest experts of my family come and suppress you. After speaking, the middle-aged man tore open the void and tried to escape. Hung. At this moment, Lin Xian sent out a ray of sword qi. It cut through the void like a golden lightning bolt. Lin Xian performed the 9-yang sword technique with his fingers, splitting the world apart with a single slash. The middle-aged man's body was split into two halves. Impossible. His soul tried to escape, but it was still destroyed by the sharpness of the sword qi. Until his death, he refused to believe that Lin Xian could kill him with a single finger. Dead, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying expert from the Xia family was close to the great emperor realm. Yet, he had been killed in seconds. They could not accept this. How dare you kill my uncle? You're dead meat. The Xia family will not let you off. On the other side, the young man who was suppressed by the Xia family roared. Lin Xian turned around and said, "It's your turn." He punched out. The armored young man was killed. Xianxia and the rest fell to their knees. Another one had died. Two of the Xia family's experts had fallen. It was over. They had poked a hornet's nest. Given the Xia family's strength and status, they would not let this matter rest. At the 16th level of hell, the Xia family was enraged when they learned that the two people who had gone there had died. An elder let out a crazy roar. Who in hell would be so reckless? How dare he kill a member of the Xia family? Go, kill him and destroy his soul. The Xia family was not to be challenged in hell. Now that someone had slapped them in the face, they had to kill the other party at all costs. The great elder even ordered the 9 nether soul to be sent. Was he going to activate that thing? The Xia family was shocked. Then, they laughed coldly. Once the 9 nether soul was activated, the other party would definitely die. There was an ancient altar in the Xia family. A black aura flew out from it and condensed into a black shadow. It was the 9 nether soul. Its aura was so terrifying that it could crush all the worlds. Its aura had reached the supreme realm. Go, and kill the enemy. The 9 nether soul tore through the void and headed for the 15th level of hell. Boom, the place where the nether family was at was still filled with blood. Everyone was still in a daze. Suddenly, the void shattered and the terrifying 9 nether laws spread out. An extremely terrifying pressure swept out. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The nether family members were so frightened that they fell to their knees. What was this? Xianxia exclaimed. This was the Xia family's method. Could it be the legendary 9 nether soul? What? The elders were shocked as well. The 9 underworld spirit only existed in legends. This was an existence that definitely surpassed the 9 crown king. Even Xiao Jirio frowned. He said, Lin Gongzi, be careful. The 9 underworld soul is terrifying. It's a secret technique of the Xia clan. Oh, really? Lin Xian raised his head and looked ahead. Sure enough, he found a black soul with a gloomy and cold aura. Who dares to kill a member of my Xia family? The 9 netherworld soul shouted coldly after coming out. It's me. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The 9 serenity's soul immediately stared at the young man in front of him. It's you? Get over here and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll destroy all of your souls. The monstrous aura that the 9 underworld soul emitted had already reached the level of a supreme being. Fairy Yu and the others were on the verge of despair. It was too terrifying. This kind of power had completely surpassed the previous 2 people. It was not something they could resist. Just you? I don't care about a mere supreme being. Does your Xia family only have such an expert? What? Fairy Yu and the others were dumbfounded. Is he not afraid of a supreme being? How is this possible? How heaven-defying is this, Lin Wudi? How dare you look down on me? Go to hell. The 9 nether soul was furious. He could not tolerate being challenged by a young man. He quickly rushed over, and the soul power on his body covered the sky and ground, crushing down. Lin Xian stood there and snorted. The dragon soul in his body roared, and the dragon-shaped sword aura on his body soared into the sky. It was as if it was going to tear the universe apart. Boom. The 9 nether soul was shocked when he felt the terrifying soul aura. He stopped in midair, bewildered. What was that sound? Are you from the dragon clan? Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand, and the dragon-shaped sword aura flew out. The power of the great dragon sword soul continued to spread. He wondered if a mere soul could still survive after being destroyed by this sword. Lin Xian gently waved his sword, and the void shattered. On the other side, the 9 nether soul was dumbfounded. This sword aura, this aura. This was the power of the great dragon sword. Heavens, the great dragon sword appeared again. The horrifying 9 nether soul shouted in horror. In the next moment, all the power in her body disappeared, and she knelt on the ground. Greetings, Lord Dragon Sword. This scene left Xianxia and the others completely dumbfounded. What did he just see? A supreme being level expert was actually kneeling now. And she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. What was going on? Even the supreme being could not be compared to this young man, impossible. In the distance, there was a man from the Xia family. He held a black gourd in his hand. This time, he came with the 9 nether soul. Her name was Xiatian. He had been hiding in the dark and did not make a move. But when he saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. The high and mighty 9 nether soul of their family was kneeling. Even Xiaojia was stunned. To be honest, he had thought that there would be a huge battle. But who would have thought that the 9 nether soul would be so cowardly? Was this the power of the great dragon sword? Lin Xian was also stunned. The 9 nether soul knew the great dragon sword and was afraid of it. Wasn't it very powerful before? Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. The 9 nether soul shook her head frantically. I was wrong. I didn't know that you were the successor of the dragon sword. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to do it even if I had 100 guts. Where is Lord Dragon Sword now? Send my regards to him. The 9 nether soul's voice was trembling. Why, Summer, who was at the back, was completely stunned. The 9 nether soul said that the 9 nether realm had opened once a million years ago. At that time, a great emperor level 9 nether soul had come out and headed to the universe. We had wanted to show off our skills. But in the sky, a dragon sword streaked across and killed the great emperor level 9 nether soul. Her soul was destroyed. At that time, there were many experts from the Xia family following the great emperor level 9 nether soul. When they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Later, we found out that the sword was the great dragon sword. What? A sword light killed a great emperor. Xiatian was dumbfounded. The people from the Nether clan were even more stunned. What kind of divine sword was this? A great emperor was like cutting vegetables. It was too unbelievable. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Previously, he had always thought that the great dragon sword was on par with an extreme grade weapon. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. An extreme grade weapon could not easily kill a great emperor, but the great dragon sword seemed to be able to. He asked through voice transmission, Great Dragon, have you killed the 9 nether soul back then? Great Dragon said that there was an earth-shattering battle a million years ago. At that time, there were countless experts, and there were even several earth immortals. I've killed quite a few great emperors. The 9 nether soul was probably too weak for me to remember. Lin Xian was speechless after hearing this. Great emperors were weak. To be honest, he didn't dare to say such a thing now. Although he could kill great emperors, it was not easy every time. He had to go all out. However, Great Dragon said it so casually. How terrifying was the great dragon sword at its peak back then? The submission of the 9 nether soul left everyone dumbfounded. Summer, who was behind him, also roared crazily. How could it be like this? Ancestor, you are the 9 nether soul. Can't you defeat him? Even if he had the great dragon sword, his cultivation was still too weak. And the great dragon sword should have been destroyed in the battle back then. He doesn't have the power of his peak anymore. Kill him. Hearing this, those who were humorous all looked up at the 9 nether soul. Even the 9 nether soul was moved. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. No more power from back then? Are you sure? Lin Xian waved his hand and released the great dragon sword soul. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow circled around. A shocking sword energy swept across. The 9 nether soul trembled in fear. It was this aura. Although it was the first time he saw the great dragon sword soul, this terrifying aura made him tremble in fear. He said, Young master, please spare my life. I won't dare to attack you again. Really? Then what are you going to do if he provokes me? Lin Xian looked at the nine nether soul and said, Young master, you must kill him. If he dares to challenge the young master, he will definitely die. I will personally kill him. With that, the nine nether soul turned around and looked at Summer. Today, I will clean up the house. With that, the nine nether soul slapped out. Ancestor, you can't do this to me, damn it, Black Gourd, search him, Summer roared crazily. He activated the black gourd in his hand, trying to capture the nine nether soul. The nine nether soul sneered, I live in the black gourd all year round, but I'm not someone an ant like you can capture. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm enveloped Summer and turned her into ashes. The nine nether soul waved his hand and grabbed the black gourd. Then he said, Young master, I have killed the person who offended you. Are you satisfied? The surrounding people were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The nine nether soul killed a member of the Xia family. Was it all because of Lin Xian's words? It was unbelievable. Lin Xian said, I don't care about an ant, but now I have one more thing for you to do. If you do this, I can spare your life. After hearing that, the nine nether soul said, What is it? Just tell me. Blade Mountain Flame Sea Guild would not hesitate. Lin Xian said, It's simple. Take me back to the Xia family. Young master wants to go to the Xia family? The nine Serenity soul was stunned. Was the other party walking right into a trap? However, his heart skipped a beat when he saw Xia Jiuyou. Perhaps there were other reasons. What, you don't want to? Lin Xian waved the dragon-shaped sword in his hand. An earth-shattering power appeared. The nine nether soul hurriedly shook his head. No, I'll bring the young master back to my family. On the 16th floor of hell, the people of the Xia family were also stunned. Xiaoxia's soul jade pendant had shattered. Summer is dead, how is this possible? Summer had followed the nine nether soul. The nine nether soul was a supreme being, and it could even fight against a great emperor. How could he let Summer fall? Damn it, what the hell happened? Everyone from the Xia clan was dumbfounded. Where was the nine nether spirit now? What was going on? Who was the enemy? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. However, at this moment, the void above the Xia clan shattered, and countless cracks appeared. Soon after, a huge vortex was formed, and a terrifying aura rushed out from the vortex. The people of the Xia clan raised their heads in horror. Someone is attacking. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Xia clan? Are you courting death? Many experts leaped into the sky. In the next moment, they fell back. They were stunned. They realized that the nine nether soul had returned. Many of the Xia clan heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the nine nether soul was safe and sound. This made them feel relieved. However, they soon cried out in alarm. No, there were still people on the nine nether soul. They realized that there were two figures standing on the nine nether soul. Was the nine nether soul being used as a mount? Heavens, who are these two people? They are too arrogant. Are they stepping on the Xia clan's head? Countless experts looked carefully and realized that one of the two people was a young man. He had a handsome face, but he looked unfamiliar. The other was an old man with white hair and an air of immortality. Although they did not recognize him, they could sense the bloodline of the nine nether soul on him. He was from the Xia clan. Furthermore, to be able to come here, could it be Xia Jiuyou? It was indeed him. Immediately, someone snorted. Xia Jiuyou, did you come back to apologize to the clan? Come over and kneel on the ground to await the punishment of the clan. A cold voice sounded. They did not seem to put Xia Jiuyou in their eyes. In the sky, Xia Jiuyou's expression was cold. He was searching for the whereabouts of Xianxia. Lin Xian said to teach them a lesson. Yes, I know. The nine nether soul under his feet quickly attacked. A huge palm came crashing down from the sky. The arrogant experts of the Xia clan were all sent flying. Some were torn into pieces, and some were vomiting blood. As for the palaces of the villa below, they were all collapsing. No, many people turned into a bloody mist in this attack. More miserable cries could be heard. Why did this happen? Isn't the nine nether soul our power? Why did he attack the clan? Damn it, who can tell me what happened? Why did he attack us? Could it be that the nine nether soul is being controlled by someone? Countless angry roars could be heard. The elders of the Xia clan were also going crazy. The Nine Nether Soul was at the supremacy level. Who could control such an existence? Quickly, invite the clan leader over. Soon, a middle-aged man walked over. He was the current clan leader of the Xia clan. After he arrived, he took out a token that had the radiance of the Nine Nether Soul. He said, "Nine Nether Soul, are you betraying the clan? Do you want to be chased by the clan forever like Xiaojiu?" A cold voice sounded. At the same time, he waved his hand and a world cage appeared. Inside the cage was a girl. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and she was very beautiful. She was Xiaojiu's granddaughter, Xianxia. "Xiaojiu, do you think you can fight against the clan just by teaming up with the Nine Nether Soul? You're too stupid. Kneel down now, or I'll destroy your granddaughter's soul." Xiaojiu's expression changed. Xianxia also shouted, "Grandpa, be careful. Leave quickly, the Xia clan is very powerful." After being suppressed for a few days, Xianxia understood the strength of the Xia clan. They were unfathomable. No matter how strong her grandpa was, he wouldn't be able to resist them. The Nine Nether Soul said, "Clan leader, surrender. You're no match for Lin Gongzi. Don't go against Lin Gongzi, or the Xia clan will be destroyed." When they heard this, the Xia clan went crazy. Someone could destroy their clan? What a joke. Nine Nether Soul, is your soul being controlled? What, Lin Gongzi? Who does he think he is? The clan leader also said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance." As he said that, he grabbed Xianxia with one hand. If he used any strength, Xianxia's soul would be destroyed. Xianxia felt the threat of death. Xiaojiu's face also changed. Lin Xian walked out and said, "Elder Xia, don't worry. I'll kill him." With a wave of his hand, the great dragon sword spirit appeared and slashed forward. With one slash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The people of the Xia family were stunned. What kind of sword was this? Countless people couldn't help but feel their souls tremble and want to kneel on the ground. What was this? The face of the Xia family's leader changed. At first, he looked disdainful. How could a strange young man be compared to him? However, when he felt the sword, he was completely stunned. This person was too strong. He roared to the sky. "Jiuyo Hell!" 9 chains appeared on his arm. They were extremely black and emitted a shocking aura. The 9 chains were able to bind everything. He wanted to bind the sword Qi. However, he underestimated Lin Xian. The attack of the great dragon sword was not something he could withstand. After one slash, he was cut in half. "Ah, I can't accept this." The leader of the Xia family only had time to let out a scream before his soul was destroyed. He was dead. The elders of the Xia clan were dumbfounded. Their clan leader had died just like that. That's impossible. Who is this brat? With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian tore the cage apart and brought Xianxia to his side. He said, "Don't worry. From now on, no one can save you. You are Lin Xian." Xianxia was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful now. "Grandpa, I'm fine." Xianxia looked at Xiaojiu and said. Xiaojiu's eyes turned red. "Lin Gongzi, thank you so much. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, it would be difficult for him to save Xianxia." "Elder Xia, you don't have to be so polite with me. Xingchen is also my sister. By the way, how do you plan to deal with the Xia family?" Lin Xian looked down. The light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes. The members of the Xia family were enveloped by this gaze. Instantly, their bodies trembled. Was the other party's eyes also so terrifying? Lin Xian descended with Xiaojiu and Xianxia. After that, Lin Xian said, "Xia family, tell me, how do you plan to appease my anger?" "Who are you?" The great elder walked out with a malevolent expression on his face. Their clan leader had died in the hands of this man. However, they actually didn't dare to make a move now. That was because the sword strike from before had truly stunned all of them. "Our Xia clan has an extraordinary background. You can't afford to offend us." The third elder walked out and shouted coldly. In the end, Lin Xian glared at him, 6 paths of reincarnation. The third elder's soul turned into ashes. He was dead. Everyone was horrified. Killing an elder with a single glance, what kind of power was this? The Nine Nether Soul also said, idiot, hurry up and apologize to Lin Gongzi. If not, your family will really be destroyed. Shut your mouth. The Great Elder roared crazily, you have no right to lecture us. You betrayed the family. Do you think you're the only Nine Nether Soul in the Xia family? Just you wait. You will regret this. Please, old ancestor. The Great Elder knelt down in the distance. The other members of the Xia family also knelt down one after another. Ancestor, please help. Their voices were loud and solemn, spreading far and wide. In the next moment, there was the sound of chains being unlocked. Ghostly wails and howls resounded between heaven and earth as if the gates of hell had been opened. A gust of chilly wind swept across the entire world. The bodies of the people below trembled. Xiaojio's expression was also solemn. Not good, young master, be careful. The Xiao family's background is indeed extraordinary. He also came from this family, so he naturally knew how terrifying the Xiao family was. Who is it? It's calling me. A low voice sounded. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Many phantoms of white bones appeared in the surroundings. The Great Elder fell to the ground and said, Ancestor, please calm down. The Xiao family is in a life and death crisis. We have no choice but to summon you. Our clan leader has fallen. The enemy is very strong. Please help us. Who is it? How dare you come to the Xiao family and behave so atrociously? In the next moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Heaven and earth shattered. It was as if a ghost god walked out from inside. With his appearance, a terrifying aura swept across every corner of the sky. The members of the Xia family felt the suppression of their bloodline. Xiaojio's expression changed drastically. This person is very terrifying. It's that person from back then. His eyes instantly turned red. Back then, he wanted to prove his Tao and become a great emperor. He had once returned to the Xiao family and asked for help. However, the Shi family refused. In the end, they fell out. Someone had once chased after him and injured him. He even almost died back then. Back then, there was an old man who struck out with a palm in the air and seriously injured him. Now, that person has come out again. Great Elder, it's him. It's this kid. He killed the clan leader. And Xiaojio, do you remember? The traitor of the family. He's back. Ancestor, please help us suppress him. Xiaojio, I remember him. He has the Joyo body. His destiny is to sacrifice for the family. However, he dared to escape and betray the family. I won't let him go. He was lucky last time. This time, it's time for him to die. The cold voice sounded again. A tall figure walked out. Greetings, Ancestor. The Great Elder and the others kowtowed. Then, they stared at Lin Xian and said, Kid, you're dead. No matter how strong you are, you'll definitely die. Even a great emperor can't do it. They seemed to be able to see the scene of Lin Xian's death. They sneered at Xiaojio, traitor, you'll regret it. A silhouette appeared in front of him. This silhouette looked very young, but it was actually an extremely terrifying old monster. His long black hair hung to the ground. There were black tattoos on his body. His eyes were like black whirlpools. He looked as if he had walked out of the 9th level of hell. He was extremely powerful. In the next moment, he stared at Lin Xian and Xiaojio. He shouted coldly, Ants, die. His palm slammed forward. The void shattered like glass. It couldn't withstand it at all. So strong. This was a great emperor's family. It was indeed extraordinary. There was a great emperor sleeping in the 17th level of hell. Facing such a terrifying punch, Lin Xian roared, Nine Yang divine body. The golden palm was brighter than the sun. It pushed forward. The two collided, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting blood. The Great Elder and the others were shocked. How could it be? He actually blocked the ancestor's attack. I don't believe it. Could he be a martial monarch too? What ancestor? You're just SOSO. Lin Xian retracted his palm and said coldly. In front, the black-haired ancestor was dumbfounded. You actually have the combat strength of a great emperor. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, the Xiao family isn't something you can challenge. Today, I'll show you the terror of the Xiao family. Old man, come out too. The black-haired ancestor said to the distance. In the next instant, a sinister chuckle sounded. Following that, a terrifying burst of energy burst forth once more. Another martial monarch had awakened. It was the previous clan leader. Old clan leader, it's great that you're here. Even the old patriarch had woken up. That brat was definitely dead. So what if he's a great emperor? He's definitely no match for the Xia family. Big brother Lin is in danger. Xiao Xingchen was extremely nervous. Xiao Jiuyo also took a deep breath. It looked like he was about to make a move. He said, Lin Gongzi, I'll join forces with you. Xiao Jiuyo had the 9 netherworld body and was also a 10-crown king. He also had the battle strength of a great emperor. With a loud boom, the world was torn apart, and an old man walked out from it. The elder was as withered as a zombie, but the power in his body was extremely terrifying. After he came out, he stared at 9 netherworld soul. He said, what are you waiting for? 9 netherworld soul was also shocked. He didn't expect that 2 great emperors would awaken this time. However, he still didn't go over because he knew that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword was something that the Xia family was very afraid of. He said, don't go against him. His identity is not ordinary. However, the previous patriarch sneered, what identity? Do you think you can scare me? The black-haired patriarch also said, you're too stupid. No wonder you can't become a great emperor. Cowards don't have the right to be righteous. Come, let's attack together and suppress the 2 of them as quickly as possible. The 2 great emperors walked towards Lin Xian. Xiao Jiuyo took a deep breath and was about to attack with a roar. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar sounded from within his body. Then, thousands of dragon sword chi rushed out of his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a dragon god. The sword chi rushed into the sky. What was this? The 2 patriarchs stopped. They felt a sense of horror. In the next moment, they looked towards Lin Xian. In an instant, they saw that there seemed to be a sword beside Lin Xian. It was a long sword with a dragon's head. The aura on it was too sharp. It seemed to be able to split their bodies. The sword light flashed and formed countless dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In the next moment, the 2 of them cried out, what is this sword chi? Damn it, why is it so similar to the sword light from 1,000,000 years ago? No way, is that the Great Dragon Sword? No, how could the Great Dragon Sword appear in the Xia family? At this moment, both patriarchs had gone mad. They were all great emperors, so they naturally knew what had happened 1,000,000 years ago. Back then, the most talented great emperor of their family had appeared out of nowhere and headed to the universe. In the end, he was killed by a single sword strike. His heart and soul were destroyed, and he didn't even have the chance to escape. That sword was none other than the legendary Great Dragon Sword. Now that the Great Dragon Sword had appeared again, how could they not be shocked? He was actually the owner of the Great Dragon Sword. The 2 great emperor realm-old ancestors retreated in fear. This scene made the people of the Xia family go crazy. Patriarch, what's going on? Make your move, that's right. Ancestor, the 2 of them are no match for you. Ancestor, please make a move. However, no matter how the first elder and the others shouted, the 2 old ancestors did not dare to step forward. Instead, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. As expected. Seeing this scene, the 9 netherworld soul sighed. It seemed that the other party had also recognized the Great Dragon Sword. Lin Xian said, why aren't you fighting? In fact, I'm looking forward to fighting with you. The face of the previous generation's patriarch was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, what was that sword phantom just now? Was it the Great Dragon Sword? Yes, it's the Great Dragon Sword you imagined. How about it? Do you want to feel its sharpness? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It really was. The previous generation's patriarch's hair stood on end. The black-haired patriarch's face also changed drastically. You are the successor of the great dragon sword. How did the Xiao family offend you? He was going crazy. These ignorant clansmen dared to offend the successor of the great dragon sword. Are they trying to kill us? Thinking of this, he grabbed the first elder and slapped him a few times, turning the first elder's head into a pig's head. Then he said, "Tell me, what's going on? Who asked you to offend him? You want to kill me?" The first elder was stunned. He was beaten until he screamed, "Patriarch, please spare me." Is he very powerful? He came to us first. How dare you still be stubborn? Apologize to me. The great elder was beaten to the point of hovering between life and death. The other elders were also frightened. Is this young man really so scary? Young master, please forgive us. Is there any misunderstanding between you and our family? I think we can solve it. The previous generation's patriarch also cupped his fists and said. They really didn't want to face the great dragon sword. Misunderstanding? You caught Xianxia before. Give me an explanation. After hearing this, the two patriarchs' faces darkened. He was standing up for Xianxia. He said, Xianxia is a member of our family. Our family needs him now. Young master, I hope you can understand. Lin Xian said, understand? My relationship with Elder Xia is extraordinary. Elder Xia is like an elder to me. He has helped me countless times. Now, it's time for me to repay his kindness. Elder Xia wants to become a great emperor. Since he is also a member of the Xia family, you should express your gratitude. Help Elder Xia become a great emperor, and I can spare your lives. What? The two patriarchs were stunned. Lin Xian frowned. What? You don't want to? Don't we need Elder Xia to open the Jirio land? As soon as he said this, the two patriarchs' faces changed drastically. Does he even know such a secret? The previous generation's patriarch sighed. Young master, you have been in the universe. You should be able to feel it. The suppression of the heavenly Tao and the shackles of the great Tao have fallen. At this time, no one can become a great emperor. If you can't, I will kill you. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The previous generation's patriarch was about to vomit blood. The black-haired patriarch next to him also said, We are not the only ones who want to open the Jirio land. Let me tell you the truth. The people of the otherworld heavenly Tao have also come. Besides, we have already agreed to cooperate with them. Xia Jirio can become a great emperor, but he must join the otherworld heavenly Tao. Young master, are you willing? Hearing this, Xia Jirio snorted coldly. I won't agree. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but he slashed out with his sword. The biting cold sword chi slashed at the black-haired patriarch and sent him flying. The black-haired patriarch's body was split open. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you sneak attack me? He roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. This is my answer. The otherworld heavenly Tao and I are irreconcilable. If you join the otherworld heavenly Tao, you will be my enemy. I will not show any mercy to my enemies. You are courting death. Do you really think we are afraid of you? The black-haired patriarch roared. The aura of the Jirio gathered and healed his injuries. However, his injuries were recovering very slowly. He said to the previous generation's patriarch, Let's attack together. He is too young and may not be able to exert the true power of the great dragon sword. The previous generation's patriarch nodded, and the two of them attacked like lightning. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You are courting death. He opened the sword world and gave the power inside to the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword made a super powerful attack. Boom, the black-haired patriarch was sent flying again. His body was split in half. He was extremely miserable and seriously injured. The previous generation's patriarch also gasped. The other party is too strong. This sword strike seems to be the peak sword strike. The Xia family can exist, but you are no longer the master. After killing you, Elder Xia can become the new master. Lin Xian walked over with the dragon sword in his hand. His expression was extremely cold. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god. The horror of the great dragon sword was beyond the imagination of the Xia family. For a moment, they were in despair. The two ancestors also roared, "Damn it, how dare you look down on us? Attack!" The two of them joined forces and rushed over quickly. At the same time, the previous clan leader roared and activated the clan's formation. "Everyone, attack!" A great battle broke out in an instant. Lin Xian and the two great emperors fought together. Xiao Jiuyou also attacked the elders in the distance. Even the souls of the 9 serenities fought against the Xia family's formation. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a world-shaking battle swept out in all directions. One had to admit that the Xia family was very terrifying. They occupied the entire 16th level of hell. One could imagine how powerful they were. Therefore, this battle was very difficult. While they were fighting, they didn't know that a battle was also happening in the 9 serenities. The 9 serenities was a very mysterious place in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, there were originally some people living in the 9 serenities. For example, the Xia family was in the 9 serenities. The one on the 16th level of hell was just a branch of the Xia family. The Xia family in the 9 serenities was the real main family. At this moment, in a dark ancient city in the 9 serenities, there was a palace. Inside the palace sat 9 people. These 9 people were all wearing black robes and had ice-cold expressions on their faces. Their auras were very terrifying. They were much stronger than the people in hell. The 9 of them sat together. One of them said, "That woman, haven't you found her yet? Where did she go? Damn it, how dare she go against the Xia family? She will definitely die. How did she get in? The 9 serenities hasn't been opened yet. How did she get in? The 9 serenities sword must not fall into the hands of others. It must be controlled by the Xia family. Go and find her again. Send more people. Anyway, she can forget about getting out of the 9 serenities. This time, I must catch her and ask her how she got in." In the 9 serenities, the members of the Xia family were stunned because they had discovered an outsider. This outsider was the most recent one to come in. But it shouldn't be. If they wanted to open the 9th serenity, they needed to inform the Xia clan's branch outside. Only with the cooperation of the 9 underworld's body could it be opened. Now, they hadn't even made a move yet, but someone had already entered. This was truly inconceivable. Suddenly, the black-robed leader's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a black bell appeared in his hand. At this moment, a violent sound rang out. The others also had grave expressions on their faces. Someone said, "The bell keeps ringing. It looks like the 9 nether sword has been born." Moreover, it was very likely that the 9 nether sword would recognize him as its master. "Damn it, was it that woman? Damn it, move out quickly." The 9 of them stopped discussing and left the hall one after another. They split up and flew in 9 different directions. At the same time, they mobilized a group of experts to follow them. A few days later, a great battle broke out in a valley in the 9th serenity. A group of black-clothed men surrounded a white-clothed woman. This woman had an extremely beautiful appearance. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and the aura coming from her body was also incomparably cold. With a wave of her hand, countless ice was brought up, and it was enough to freeze the world. The surrounding black-clothed men's bodies were constantly bursting with frost. Some of them turned into ice sculptures, while others were pierced by ice cones. The speed of the others also slowed down. However, these black-clothed men were also extraordinary. The power on their bodies seemed to come from the 9th serenity hell. Every move was extremely cold. Found him. In the sky, a figure descended. Then, another figure descended. Great, 2 great emperor-level figures. The other black-clothed men sneered, "You're dead this time." The woman in snow-white clothes had a cold expression. She exerted the law of ice on her body to the extreme. "Freeze!" With a delicate shout, the entire sky was frozen. The 2 people from the 9 underworlds were great emperor level. One of them waved his fist, and it turned into 9 black holes. It seemed to be connected to the endless hell. From inside, cold disgust flew out. It swept across the ice that filled the sky. When the ice was touched, it shook violently. Then, the other person formed a seal with his palm and threw out a black coat, which pierced through the ice. Great! The other black-clothed men who were still alive were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The expression of the woman in snow-white clothes changed. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palm, and a layer of ice surrounded her body. At the same time, the ice sword of the armed police fell from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth, and attacked the two great emperors. A great battle broke out in an instant. A pitch-black longsword appeared in the woman's hand. With a slash of the sword, it seemed to split the sky. With a clang, one of the great emperors was knocked back. Damn it, that's the Nine Underworld sword. She actually caught the Nine Underworld sword. The eyes of the Xia family members turned red as they stared at the pitch-black longsword. The woman in snow-white clothes held the black longsword in her hand, and the sword light soared into the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the world, and the surrounding mountains and earth trembled violently. The black-clothed men couldn't help but want to kneel down. The Nine Underworld sword. It was an extremely terrifying immortal sword in their Nine Underworlds realm. For countless years, the Xia family had been trying to get it, but they had never succeeded. They didn't expect that this woman would get it. The Nine Underworld sword has always been mysterious. Even the Xia family couldn't find it. Now that we have found it, it can be said that the heavens are on our side. So what if she got it? Snatch it and kill her. The two of them attacked wildly. The two great monarchs also took out their extreme weapons and attacked wildly. There were also other black-clothed men who gathered in the distance, forming a formation. Mystic Ice Sword Technique. The black longsword was covered with ice. This was an extremely terrifying mystic ice. Once frozen, one would die instantly. This sword slashed at the great emperor. Even the great emperor didn't dare to be careless. He waved the long saber in his hand with all his strength to block. However, at this moment, another great emperor rushed over. He attacked from behind with a mirror in his hand. Go to hell. There was a ferocious ghost head on the mirror, and it attacked the woman in white from behind. That's great. When the others saw this scene, they all laughed. The woman was dead for sure. The great emperor in front of her kept swinging his long saber, not giving the woman a chance to escape. At this critical moment, the woman in white slapped her left hand behind her. In the center of her palm, an endless amount of ice shone brightly. It was white ice, and it contained a mysterious power. Heart-devouring palm, this palm slapped at the great emperor behind her. With a clang, the woman in white was forced back. The great emperor's body also shook. He said, "It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against two great emperors." Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. That was because he felt that his internal organs were rotting in an instant. He suffered internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shook. You can hurt me. There's a problem with your bloodline. Could it be that your body is? He was too shocked. The woman in white also spat out a mouthful of blood. But soon, she rushed over. Her left hand slapped out again. This time, it wasn't a palm, but a claw. The world seemed to darken. There was a terrifying black claw. It tore open the sky. It fell mercilessly. The black claw was extremely terrifying, and it hit the great emperor behind it. Blood splattered everywhere. 5 cracks appeared on his body, and even his bones were broken. He made a pitiful sound. When the other great emperor saw this, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he was shocked. How is this possible? You're so young, but you're able to fight against 2 great emperors. You even have the upper hand. Who exactly are you? The injured great emperor started to shiver, and his whole body turned blue. Evidently, he had been enveloped by ice. This caused him to be even more astonished. He was from the Xia family, and he lived in the 9 underworlds all year round. There was no cold aura that could scare him. However, his opponent's ice made him feel terrified and desperate. Under such circumstances, only the 9 underworlds body of the same level could be given to him. However, only the Xia family had the 9 underworlds body. His opponent definitely didn't have it. Wait. The War Saber Great Emperor's expression changed. No, other than the 9 underworlds body of the Xia family, there is another body. In the outside world, there was another type of physique that was said to be extremely terrifying. The 9 divine body. You have the 9 divine body. Moreover, you have the 9 divine body of the great emperor level. The 2 great emperors of the Xia family were stunned. You're from the outside world. How did you come in? They roared crazily. This woman in snow-white clothes was none other than Xueqi. They didn't know what she had experienced, but she had come to the 9 underworlds. Moreover, her cultivation had reached the great emperor level. Xueqi snorted coldly. Your Xia family is really annoying. You've been chasing me for so long. Do you really think that I won't fight back? Today, it's time to teach you a lesson. Xueqi activated the 9 divine body to the extreme. A mysterious fire flickered on her body. This was her 9 divine fire. At this moment, the 9 divine body resonated with the 9 underworlds. This caused the 9 underworld sword to shake violently. Not good. She can actually control the 9 underworld sword. The 2 great emperors of the Xia family were shocked. This wasn't good news for them. The 9 underworld sword was a very mysterious sword in the 9 underworlds. The Xia family had wanted it before, but they couldn't get it. In fact, he couldn't even find it if he wanted to. Legend had it that the 9 nether sword possessed an extremely terrifying power. It was much stronger than ordinary extreme Dao weapons. There was also a legend that the 9 nether sword had other uses besides being powerful. However, they did not know whether those legends were true or not. However, they knew that they were in a lot of trouble right now. The 9 nether sword emitted a terrifying light. Then, it slashed down. Retreat quickly. The 2 martial monarchs did not dare to take the attack head-on. The 9 underworld energy in their bodies continued to revolve as they waited for an opportunity to strike. However, after fighting for half a day, they discovered that they were actually unable to do anything to their opponents. This woman had already become a martial monarch, and her battle prowess was no weaker than theirs. On top of that, he had the 9 divine body and the 9 nether sword. They seemed to be unable to do anything. Hurry up and retreat. Gather the Xia clan and send someone even stronger to kill her. The 2 martial monarchs flew into the distance. You want to leave? Xueqi snorted coldly and quickly chased after him. The pursuit began in an instant. This time, the chase lasted for 5 days. The 2 great emperors had gone mad. Get lost. They were prepared to risk their lives and attack to stop their opponents. Then, they would look for an opportunity to escape using a secret technique. Xueqi's face turned cold when she sensed this aura. She said, 9 nether sword, let me see your true strength. She gave all the divine fire in her body to the black longsword. The 9 nether sword kept swaying. Then, it became bigger. It transformed into a heaven-reaching divine sword that pierced forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as a huge black hole was blasted out. There was an endless space inside, and storms were gathering. The 2 martial monarchs were stunned. What's going on? Has the 9 underworlds been pierced through, on the 16th level of hell? The battle in the Xia clan was also very terrifying. However, the Xia clan was in a miserable state. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. He fought against 2 martial monarchs by himself. He actually had the upper hand. After fighting for a few days, they discovered that he had too many treasures on him. A golden bracelet sent a martial monarch flying. Then, he took out a long sword. The killing intent on it was too terrifying. Together with the great dragon sword soul, its power was extremely strong. Not long after, the black-haired martial monarch was split open again. The previous patriarch's arm was also grabbed by Lin Xian. Then, he was torn into pieces. Damn it. His opponent was only the 10-crown king. Was he already so terrifying? If he wanted to become a martial monarch, how terrifying would he be? Could he kill them in an instant? The 2 martial monarchs went crazy. They had the absolute suppression of their realms. They had the true immortal qi. However, they couldn't defeat their opponent. They hadn't felt this sullen for tens of thousands of years. Everything was over. Lin Xian merged the great dragon sword and the immortal slaying sword. Then, he opened the sword world. The aura on his body kept exploding. He wanted to kill a martial monarch. His gaze wandered between the previous patriarch and the black-haired martial monarch. The two martial monarchs were horrified. Damn it. They retreated frantically. However, where could they run to? Go to the 17th level of hell. There might be people from the otherworld Heavenly King and the Supreme Palace. Let them save us. The two martial monarchs of the Xia family wanted to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He raised his sword high and was about to swing it down. However, at this moment, there was a boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The countless palaces and pavilions of the Xia family were destroyed. Those who were weaker all turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Even the top elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. They were all sprawled on the ground. Damn it. What happened? The two martial monarchs were also stunned. They looked up at the sky. The sky of the 16th level of hell seemed to have been pierced through. Endless black holes filled the space. Cracks were everywhere. Storms swept through the space. It was a scene of destruction. Even Lin Xian was stunned. His sword stopped. He didn't slash out. However, there was a light that pierced through everything. Was someone coming? Was it a friend or a foe? Could it be the otherworld Heavenly King and the Supreme Palace? What a terrifying power. I can feel the aura of a martial monarch. It's the otherworld Heavenly King. Dao friend, save us quickly. The black-haired ancestor kept roaring. Two figures fell out of the huge black hole in the sky. The blood on their bodies fell. It pierced through the sky and earth. This was the blood of a martial monarch. It was really the blood of a martial monarch. It seemed that they were injured. Because the blood of a martial monarch kept falling. The Xia family was in ruins. If not for their extreme weapons protecting them, they would have died. Other than the two martial monarchs, the rest of the Xia family would have fallen. Even so, their situation wasn't good. This unknown made even Xiaojioyo frown. The Nine Nether Soul was even more terrified. He said, I can feel an even more terrifying bloodline in the blood of a martial monarch. They were also from the Xia family. That was right. The black-haired ancestor and the previous clan leader trembled. Although this bloodline belonged to a martial monarch, it was stronger than them. They were already the strongest people in the 16th level of hell. Only the Nine Netherland had people stronger than them. Could it be that they came from the Nine Netherland? With a loud boom, the ground of the Xia family cracked open, forming a terrifying fissure. Two figures fell on the ground and let out miserable and terrified cries. Lin Xian frowned and stared at them. The aura of these two people was very similar to the aura of the Xia family. Xiaojioyo and the Nine Nether Souls were stunned. The former patriarch exclaimed, "Who are you?" He couldn't believe that these people were really from the Nine Netherlands. Why were they so miserable? The two great emperors also roared, "Damn it! Where did that woman beat us? There's no aura of the Nine Netherlands here. Where is this place? Have we left?" They gritted their teeth and stared at the black hole above them. At the same time, a figure appeared in the black hole above them. It was a white-clothed woman. She had an exceptionally beautiful appearance and an unsurpassed magnificence. There was actually someone in the black hole above them. The former patriarch and the others were stunned. The members of the Xia family looked up at the sky. Is this the woman who injured the two great emperors? Her aura is so terrifying. The Nine Nether Souls were terrified. Even Xiaojioyo's expression was grave. However, when Lin Xian looked over, he was dumbfounded. I know this woman. Isn't she Xueqi? She's my woman. Why is she here? Qi, is that you? Lin Xian shouted. In the black hole in the sky, the beautiful woman in white looked cold. However, when she heard the voice, she turned her head and looked over. When she saw Lin Xian, a beautiful smile appeared on her face. It was as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg had melted. Husband, you're here too. Xueqi was very surprised. What? These two are husband and wife. The members of the Xia family were stunned when they heard this. This couple is too fierce. At this moment, the members of the Xia family felt like they were in a dream. The two injured great emperors stared at Lin Xian. Catch him. They thought that if they caught Lin Xian, they would be able to negotiate with Xueqi. The two of them rushed toward Lin Xian quickly. Get out of here. Lin Xian sent the two flying with a punch and a sword. The two emperors were already severely injured to begin with. At this moment, they were sent flying. Their bodies were pierced through, and they coughed out blood continuously. Damn it, how is this possible? This person was actually so strong. That's impossible. I can sense that he's clearly not a great emperor. Both great emperors are mad. Now, they also discovered that they had been beaten out of the 9 serenities and arrived outside. Were the people outside that terrifying? That was impossible. Didn't they say that the people outside were all trash and ants? This was different from what they knew. Husband, be careful. The two of them are from the 9 serenities. After hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. The 9th serenity? That's impossible. The 9th underworld hasn't been opened yet. How did they get out? Could it be that you're also in the 9th underworld? Xueqi nodded, but she didn't walk out of the black hole. She said, Husband, I'm indeed in the 9 serenities now. I can't go back yet. I have to wait for a while. Why don't you come in? What? Go in? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. You can go in like this? Under normal circumstances, you can't. However, I have the 9 serenity sword now. You can come in before this black hole disappears. After hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised and overjoyed. Even Xiao Jiuyo was dumbfounded. However, the people of the Xia family were shocked, especially the black-haired patriarch and the former patriarch. Both of them were great emperors, so they naturally knew some legends about the 9 serenities. One of the legends was about the 9 nether sword. It was a mysterious sword that possessed a mysterious power. The Xia family had been searching for it, but they didn't find it at all. They didn't expect that this mysterious woman would get it. Lin Xian said to Xiao Jiuyo, let's go to the 9 serenities. Xiao Jiuyo also nodded. The 9 serenities was a place he yearned for. He couldn't become a great emperor in the universe anymore. However, things were different in the 9 netherlands. It was one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The shackles of the heavenly Tao on the other side had little influence on him. He could become a great emperor in the 9 serenities. Therefore, they soared into the sky. Lin Xian, Xiao Jiuyo, and Xiao Xingchen quickly rushed to the 9 heavens with Xiao Jiuyo. Quick, stop them. The 2 great emperors who fell out roared. The former patriarch and the black-haired patriarch also soared into the sky. They blocked Lin Xian and rushed to the black hole. They also wanted to go in. After all, no matter how strong they were here, they were just a branch. They wanted to enter the main house and get stronger. Only in the 9 serenities could great emperors continue to advance. Get lost. Lin Xian and Xiao Jiuyo blocked the other party. At the same time, Xueqi also attacked from the black hole. A black divine claw fell from the sky and sent a great emperor flying. Lin Xian was surprised. You're already a great emperor? He could feel the real divine fire beating. Xueqi said, yes, husband. I'm very powerful now. He didn't expect Xueqi to have such a fortuitous encounter and become a great emperor. Young master, take me with you. Below, the 9 underworld soul also rushed over. He was also eager to enter the 9 underworlds. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, all right. After all, he had enough power to control the other party. Therefore, he grabbed the other party and brought him into the black hole. The other 4 great emperors rushed over, but they were blocked by Lin Xian and Xueqi. Xueqi said, the black hole will disappear soon, and they won't be able to enter. Damn it, the 4 great emperors' eyes turned red. The 2 great emperors were originally from the 9 serenities. If they couldn't go back in this lifetime, then they would be in big trouble. The black-haired patriarch and the former patriarch went crazy. They wanted to enter the 9 serenities. This battle was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian and Xueqi were too strong. In the end, Lin Xian and Xueqi fused the 9E9 Yang 9E9 Yang 9 Lin Xian's attack. It seemed to have pierced through the sky and sent the 4 great emperors flying. They were all seriously injured. Damn it. That kid has the 9 yang body. That woman has the 9 yin divine body. The 9 yin 9 yang bodies appeared at the same time. Moreover, they were husband and wife. The 4 great emperors went crazy. It was said that the 9 yin 9 yang bodies were extremely terrifying. Once they joined forces, they could sweep the world. Although they had more people, they couldn't defeat them. In the end, they could only watch as the black hole in the sky disappeared. No, the 2 great emperors of the 9 serenities screamed crazily. Could they not go back? The people of the Xia family were in despair. Whoosh, on the other side, the black hole disappeared. Lin Xian and the others arrived at the mountain range. They looked around curiously. This was the 9 serenities. Xianxia blinked her big cute eyes. Xia Jiuyo was also shocked. He said, I can feel my blood boiling. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed. The 9 serenities was one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the high heaven land, and the ancient land in his body. Their auras were different. However, they were both ancient and mysterious. Lin Xian smiled. He could obtain power and continue to improve in this place. On top of that, Xia Jiuyo could achieve the martial monarch realm here. Let's leave this place first. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the others laughed. The 9 serenities. There was an ancient black city. It was the ancestral home of the Xia family. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying great emperor elder. He frowned. Why did I sense it? The auras of the 2 great emperors disappeared. The Xia family of 9 underworlds was very confused. How could 2 great emperors disappear into thin air? What a strange thing. They sent people to investigate. What was going on? The 9 underworlds was very mysterious. It had been in a sealed state for nearly 1,000,000 years. People from the outside couldn't enter at all, so very little news about it spread. This made it even more mysterious. There were all kinds of legends about the 9 underworlds. But at this moment, a piece of news came from hell. Someone came out of the 9 underworlds. This news spread throughout the 18th level of hell. Even the Nirvana realm and the Supreme Palace knew about it. They flew back from the 17th level of hell. What was going on? They asked around and came to the 16th level of hell, to the Xia family. Where was the Xia family's patriarch? He came out. A peerless expert came from the Nirvana realm. The Xia family also came out and welcomed the people from the Nirvana realm. Not long after, the people from the Supreme Palace also came. Both sides gathered together. When they learned about the situation, they were stunned. Someone opened the 9 underworlds, 2 people came out of the 9 underworlds. This was impossible. Great Emperor Baiyu shook his head and said. The conditions to open the 9 underworlds were very strict. The childless heavenly steel hadn't been gathered yet. It wasn't time yet. How could it be opened? The Netherworld Sovereign also came from the Paragon Palace. He also said that he wasn't lying to them. The 2 great emperors from the Xia family had cold expressions. They said with gritted teeth. To be honest, the 2 of us still don't believe it. But we did come from the 9 underworlds. As for how the 9 underworlds' power was opened, it was a woman who entered the 9 underworlds from the outside world. She had the most mysterious 9 underworlds sword in the 9 underworlds. Legend had it that the 9 underworlds sword had an ability to open the 9 underworlds. It was equivalent to a key. She slashed open the void with her sword and the 2 of us fell out. How could such a thing happen? The others were shocked after hearing it. The legendary 9 underworld sword. How magical. Can you still go back? Great Emperor Baiyu asked. The 2 great emperors snorted. They couldn't go back for now. They could only use normal methods to open it. However, the previous patriarch said that it would be difficult. To open the 9 underworlds, besides the wordless heavenly steel, one also needed the 9 underworlds physique. However, the 9 nether body had already entered the broken passageway. He went in, that's right, and that 9 yang divine body, he also disappeared. Now, unless he waited for them to come out, it would be very difficult to open the 9 netherland. What? There was actually such a thing. When they heard these words, Great Emperor Baiyu and the others were stunned. 9 Yang Divine Body, was it that Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi had entered the 9 Serenities. This was not good news. However, they had no other choice. They could only wait here. Some of them were in hell, guarding it. The other great emperors quickly returned to their posts. At the other side, Xia Jiuyo, Lin Xian, and the others also sighed with emotion after entering the 9 Netherland. This was the magic of the 9 Netherland. Lin Xian was very curious. He asked Qi what have you been through all these years? How did you get in? Xia Jiuyo was also very confused. Xueqi said. To be honest, I don't know how I came in here, but I activated something. It was something left behind by the previous 9 Yin Divine Body. Husband, didn't I tell you before? There are relics left behind by the previous 9 Yin Divine Body in hell. After I entered and obtained the treasury, I was teleported here. There are many resources in the relics, as well as the insights of the previous 9 Yin Divine Body. I used these to break through in the 9 Netherland and became a great emperor. After that, I went to look for the 9 Nether Sword. Because the 9 Nether Sword has a function, it can open the 9 Netherland. That was why the scene from before had occurred. The few of them were shocked. Although Xueqi made it sound simple, they knew that the process was probably extremely difficult. At the same time, Lin Xian was also surprised. The 9 Nether Sword had such a function. It was really magical. Oh right, there shouldn't be any restrictions on becoming a great emperor here, right? This time, Old Xia is also going to become a great emperor. Xueqi said. No. The 9 Netherland was one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The laws of heaven and earth here were not the same as the outside universe. Therefore, many people could break through to the great emperor realm here. That's great. Xia Jiuyo heard his words and heaved a sigh of relief. There were shackles of the heavenly Tao outside, so he could prove his Tao here. At this time, Xueqi said that although there was no suppression from the heavenly Tao, proving one's Tao was an extremely difficult thing. This fact would not change even in the 9 Netherland. Therefore, it was also very difficult to prove one's Tao here. It could be said that there was a chasm between heaven and earth that blocked most people. However, with Old Xia's strength, it shouldn't be a problem. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xian and said, Husband, it's best that you don't prove your Tao in the 9 Netherland. You need to go to the outside universe and prove your Tao. Why? Lin Xian was surprised. He said that the heavenly Tao suppression in the outside universe was very strong, and he was afraid that no one would be able to prove their Tao here. After the descent of the deity ground, the first person to prove his Tao and become a great emperor in the universe had a special meaning. Therefore, all parties were fighting for this opportunity. Husband, you have the strength, so you must not miss this opportunity. The suppression of the heavenly Tao this time should be because the people of the Nirvana realm took action. They were afraid that this opportunity would be snatched away by others. Why? Lin Xian was surprised. Xia Jiuyo and the others didn't understand either. Xueqi said, When I got the treasury of the previous generation's 9 Nether, I saw a message left by him. It seemed that the first person to prove his Tao after the descent of the deity ground was qualified to go to the place of destiny. The place of destiny? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Could it be one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Xueqi nodded. Yes, it was said that it was a place that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. Therefore, all parties wanted to increase this opportunity. Defy the heavens and change one's fate. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Although he didn't know what it was used for, he definitely wouldn't let the Nirvana realm take this opportunity. He said, Okay, then I'll be the first person to prove my Tao in the universe. Since Xueqi was going to prove her Tao in the 9 Netherland, she didn't take up the space of the universe. Xia Jiuyo wouldn't be able to prove his Tao in the universe, so Lin Xian still had a big chance. Let's go and find a place to let Old Xia break through and prove his Tao here. Lin Xian had 2 goals in coming to the 9 Netherland. The first was to let Xia Jiuyo prove his Tao and become a great emperor. The second was to increase his strength. He also wanted to prove his Tao in the universe as soon as possible. Let's fly ahead. I'm not too familiar with this place. The Nine Netherland is very big, and I've only been to some places. Xueqi led the way, and the group soared into the sky. A few days later, a black desert appeared in front of him. Everyone felt that a huge pressure was pressing down on them from the sky. Even great emperors couldn't continue flying. Xiaojio exclaimed, "Flying is forbidden here. We can only walk on the ground." The group landed on the ground. The black desert was extremely cold. Those who were weak would probably die instantly if they stood on it. Fortunately, the group was very strong. Even though Xiaxingchen was a little weak, she was safe and sound with the protection of the group. There was a crack. At this time, Xiaxingchen exclaimed, "What's that?" He kicked the sand into the desert. The black sand was kicked away, and a piece of bone floated out from the sand. Then, many bones quickly condensed in the surrounding sand. Then, they condensed into a skeleton. The land of Nine Serenities was already extremely terrifying. He was still in hell, but hell was already full of undead creatures. Not to mention the land of Nine Serenities. This was the world of souls. Therefore, it was normal to see skeletons. They would probably encounter all kinds of souls and remnant souls later. This skeleton turned out to be a snake. After it reassembled its body, it stared at Xiaxingchen, emitting a cold aura. Xiaxingchen was startled. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Get down." He took a step forward, and a dragon's roar came from his body. The skeleton snake was startled. Its hair stood on end, and all the bones in its body stood up like sharp swords, staring at Lin Xian. Then, the skeleton tail slapped fiercely, but it was sent flying by Lin Xian's punch. The next punch shattered the sky full of skeletons. Lin Xian said, "You? How dare you attack me?" The skeleton snake was shocked. What a terrifying power. Why do I feel that this person has the power of a great emperor? It gritted its teeth and said, "Stop, you can't attack anymore. The zombie emperor is sleeping in front of us. If you enter, you will be challenging the zombie emperor." "Is that so? So what if I challenge him?" Lin Xian walked forward, and the skeleton snake retreated in horror. However, he stopped when he retreated to a place where the sand formed a whirlpool. Then, a terrifying breathing sound came from below. With each breath, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The aura of an emperor spread out. "Husband, be careful. I feel an unusual aura." Xueqi frowned tightly. Xiaojio and the others were also on guard. "Kid, did you see that? The corpse emperor's strength isn't something you can challenge. Leave quickly." The white-boned giant python said coldly. Lin Xian said, "I'd like to see what it is." With a palm strike, he tore the ground into two halves. An underground palace appeared. "Damn it, you dare to go to the back." However, he couldn't stop it at all. He was even sent flying by Lin Xian's slap. When Lin Xian looked down, his figure flashed and he jumped down. The others followed suit. They entered the underground palace. The giant python also came down and coiled on the ground. He shouted angrily, "We can't go any further." Lin Xian looked around and found that the entire underground palace was desolate and ancient, with the aura of time. In the underground palace, there was only one thing, and that was a person. That figure was tied to a stone pillar. His body was already extremely withered, just like human skin. However, he wasn't dead. Everyone could clearly feel that he was breathing and sleeping. However, there were chains running through his body, trapping him here forever. After Lin Xian saw this, he sneered coldly, "I was wondering what it was." It turned out that it was a person who had been imprisoned. Buzz, as if he had heard Lin Xian's mockery, the figure tied to the stone pillar suddenly opened his eyes. There were two flames dancing in his eyes, and a terrifying aura swept out. "Not good," Xiaojio cried out in alarm. Joyo's soul was so scared that he prostrated himself on the ground. Xueqi shot out a layer of ice to block his attack. However, cracks appeared on that layer of ice. Even Lin Xian was surprised to see that Yi Futian possessed two divine fires. It was so terrifying. He had surpassed ordinary great emperors. Ordinary great emperors only had one divine flame or immortal energy. Two of them would be extremely terrifying. This person had actually managed to cultivate 2 daos. Furthermore, he was actually trapped here and suppressed for all eternity. Who had done this? The person who had done this must be even more terrifying. The withered figure stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Kid, 10 Crown King, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Lin Xian laughed, "You've been suppressed. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die?" The withered figure roared angrily and activated his divine flames. A majestic power swept across the land. Not good, Xiaojiao and the others hurriedly defended themselves and used all of their bloodlines. Shuiqi also shot out her 9 mysterious ice. Lin Xian waved his hand. It was like a divine sword that split the land. He said coldly, "You're strong, but you've been suppressed. This isn't your time." How arrogant, the withered figure was surprised. I didn't expect to meet such an arrogant person like Lin Xian. However, when he saw Xiaojiao and the others behind Lin Xian, his expression changed drastically. "You're from the Xia family. Damn it." His body shook, and a majestic power erupted again. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were shattering. The entire desert was raging as if it was about to be destroyed. "Not good." Shuiqi said, "Husband, let's retreat." Lin Xian also frowned. He said, "You know the Xia family? Not only do you know them, but they're the reason why I'm like this. They plotted against me." The withered man roared crazily. "It's been tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect to meet the Xia family again. I'll catch you and make you wish you were dead." He made a ferocious sound. Xiaoxingchen was scared, and her face turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "I don't care what kind of grudge you have with the Xia family. But you can't touch them. They're from the outer universe, and they have nothing to do with what happened back then." "What? The outer universe?" the white-boned python exclaimed. The withered figure was also stunned. "What? Has the 9 serenities opened again? Impossible. I didn't feel many great emperors coming." "You're lying to me." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Who's lying to you? Sense it. Do you feel the aura of the 9 serenities on me?" Lin Xian performed the 9 suns' divine body. Like a sun god, he shone in all directions and seemed to melt the cold aura around him. The python's body trembled and it crawled on the ground. This power was its natural nemesis. The withered figure was also shocked. The power of the purest yang does not belong to the 9 serenities. Because you can't cultivate this kind of power here. You're really from the outer universe. Lin Xian nodded and said, "That's right. Besides, our enemy is also the Xia family. Maybe we can cooperate." "Kid, are you lying to me? Is there an internal strife in the Xia family?" the withered figure said. Lin Xian said, "It's a long story, but it's up to you to believe it or not." "Okay, I believe you. Well, tell me, how did you get tricked by the next family?" After Lin Xian sat down, he waved his hand and took out a lot of exquisite food and wine from the sword world. He sat on the ground and everyone enjoyed it. The white-boned python was dumbfounded. Who would dare to be so arrogant in front of its master? Do you think you're on vacation? After all, its master possessed 2 divine flames. "Humph, tens of thousands of years ago, I cooperated with the 2 ancestors of the Xia family. Together, we explored a new ancient city. In the end, I was ambushed and seriously injured by them inside. The treasures were also snatched away by them. They tied me up here, making it impossible for me to escape. They even killed and tortured me. In the end, I was killed by them. However, I was unwilling to give up. With the help of the power of heaven and earth, I came back to life. I'm now a corpse emperor. Using corpses to cultivate. If one day I can escape, I won't forgive those 2 old thieves." Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. "Was the Xia family so despicable?" he said. "Can you tell me how strong the Xia family is?" "Kid, you don't even know how strong the Xia family is, and you dare to make an enemy of them?" The corpse emperor was surprised. Lin Xian said, "No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than the heavenly king?" The corpse emperor shook his head. "Of course, they are not as strong as the heavenly king. However, the Xia family is also very terrifying in the 9 serenities. The Xiao family had always lived in the Nine Serenities and was a super family. There were many geniuses and great emperors in his family. There was even an Earth Immortal in the Xiao family. So powerful, Lin Xian frowned. That's not right. If there was an Earth Immortal, would you dare to take revenge on the Xiao family? He didn't believe it. The strength of an Earth Immortal far exceeded that of other great emperors. If that Earth Immortal woke up, I naturally wouldn't dare. However, 1,000,000 years ago, there was a great battle. When the Nine Serenities opened, countless experts and powerhouses of the Nine Serenities went on expeditions to the universe, wanting to conquer other places. They even wanted to conquer the other 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, they failed. In fact, they were severely injured. The Earth Immortal of the Xiao family was seriously injured in that great battle. In the end, he only managed to escape with half his life. From then on, he slept in the most ancient place of the Xiao family. Until now, he probably hadn't woken up yet. Recover. There was such a thing. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Is the battle 1,000,000 years ago related to the Great Dragon Sword? He asked secretly. The Great Dragon said, yes, it should be that battle. However, I didn't injure him. It should be the Celestial Slashing Sword that injured him. Celestial Slashing Sword, Lin Xian was surprised. Isn't that the same battle sword as the Celestial Slaying Sword in my hand? It was said that it was the battle sword of a peerless expert who was all-powerful. Now, he only had one of them. From the looks of it, this all-knowing character should be extremely terrifying. Could it be that he was even more terrifying than an Earth Immortal? If I have a way to let you go, what do you plan to do? The Corpse Emperor was stunned. Really? Then, he shook his head. Impossible. Little guy, I can sense that you are only 10-crown king, not even a great emperor. Although this little fairy beside me is a great emperor, she's just a divine fire. She can't save me. As for those from the Xiao family, they were even worse off. Thinking of this, the Corpse Emperor shook his head. Lin Xian said, although I'm not a great emperor, my trump cards are not something you can imagine. So, I just want to ask you, what do you plan to do now that I've saved you? Of course, he was going to find trouble with the Xiao family. He was going to turn the world upside down and take revenge for what happened back then. Okay. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. If they were to help Xiao Jiuyou achieve a breakthrough, they would definitely attract the attention of the 9 underworlds. If the Xiao family were to make a move then, it would be troublesome. Hence, he had to find an enemy for the Xiao family. That way, the Xiao family would not have the time and energy to pay attention to them. Yes, he said. However, before I save you, use your divine flame to swear to the heavenly Tao. You can't threaten us or harm us. No problem. The Corpse Emperor hurriedly swore, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, the Corpse Emperor looked at Lin Xian and said, Young man, what are your methods? If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian said, then watch carefully. He took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at the chain. With a clang, flames danced. The entire hall began to shake violently. The Corpse Emperor was stunned because he found that a small gap had appeared on the chain that trapped him. Oh God, what kind of sword is that in your hand? Why is it so terrifying? It was indeed useful. Lin Xian was overjoyed. After learning that the immortal slaying sword had once injured an Earth Immortal, Lin Xian knew that the grade of the immortal slaying sword should be far superior to ordinary extreme weapons. It was at least at the level of an Earth Immortal. Therefore, Lin Xian now had no problem cutting the chain with the immortal slaying sword. In addition, he also had the power of the great dragon sword soul. Therefore, it only took 10 days for the two to work together. Lin Xian cut the chain. Hurry up and retreat. I'm going to break the remaining chains. These chains formed an array. If one was broken, the rest would be easy. Therefore, the Corpse Emperor said coldly, let's go. Lin Xian and the others waved their hands and left the underground palace. They came to the desert. The Corpse Emperor said, not enough. Go further. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. However, the Corpse Emperor roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, and the entire desert cracked. At this moment, there were some creatures near the desert. They were terrified. What happened? There were some bones in the desert. They didn't have time to escape. They were all turned into ashes. The entire desert was pierced through. An endless black hole pierced through heaven and earth. A terrifying phenomenon shone in all directions. At this moment, everyone was shocked. What happened? It was too terrifying. A peerless master had appeared. The nine serenities was different from the heavens. The heavens was desolate and there was no one there. The nine serenities was somewhat similar to the eternal land. There were many people there. However, it was different from the eternal land. In the eternal land, there was only one force, the nirvana realm. And in the nine serenities, there should be different families and sections. However, these people hadn't gone out for 1,000,000 years. The sky of the nine serenities was black. At this moment, billions of stars were collapsing. A long roar sounded. Then, the chains in the sky shattered, and the corpse emperor rushed back. He looked up and laughed. I'm finally out. Ha 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 ha, his laughter was loud and clear, shattering the sky. It couldn't be helped. An emperor with 2 divine fires was too terrifying. In the next moment, he lowered his head and stared at Lin Xian and the others. Xiaojiu and the others felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid. He clenched the immortal slaying sword in his hand. He wanted to see what the other party would do. After waiting for a while, the atmosphere was silent. The corpse emperor didn't make a move. Instead, he said, "Kid, just wait. It won't be long before you hear the news of the Xia family's battle." With that, he waved his hand and left the desert with the white bone python. Thank you for successfully saving my master. This is a treasure I picked up when I was bored. I'll give it to you. In the sky, the voice of the white bone python came. In the next moment, a black box fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand, caught it, and opened it. It was a black stone with an extremely terrifying aura. As soon as the aura approached Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body automatically defended and turned into 9 suns. Obviously, it was as if it was facing a great enemy. This surprised Lin Xian. This thing wasn't simple. However, he couldn't use it. He gave it to Xiaojiu and said, "Elder Xia, take it. You should be able to accept it." After Xiaojiu saw it, he nodded. What a terrifying 9 serenities aura. This should be a 9 serenities stone. Its grade should be very high. Then I'll take it. Xiaojiu was also accumulating strength to break through to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry about the Xia family. Next, let's find a place with good feng shui. You can break through in peace." The group went on their way again. However, a storm was brewing in the 9 serenities. Many people saw black light cut through the void, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Below, endless power disappeared. It was all sucked away. The peerless powerhouse attacked. Every place he went, he absorbed the power there and destroyed countless sections. The people of the 9 serenities were shocked. A great emperor, an extremely terrifying one. What kind of old monster had appeared? The desert was huge, and Lin Xian and the others had to walk for several days to get out of it. Xueqi sighed with emotion. I'm a divine fire, but I can't fly. That corpse emperor can fly in the sky. It seems that a great emperor with 2 divine fires is really terrifying. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He's been trapped for so many years, but he's still so powerful. Once he recovers to his peak, the Xia family will have a headache. Even in the 9 underworlds, great emperors were supreme existences that stood above everyone else. Their status was almost the same as in the universe. The only difference was that there weren't only great emperors here. In the past few days, Lin Xian had also explored the Black Desert. He found that it wasn't suitable for cultivation. At least, he wasn't satisfied with it. Then, they continued on their way. They saw forests and mountains. Lin Xian also shook his head. No, it's enough for ordinary saints and quasi-emperors. However, it's still not enough for them to become great emperors. They didn't travel fast when they came out of the 9 underworlds. So, they often stopped to rest and explore the situation. When they had nothing to do, Lin Xian took Xueqi to the sword world to dual cultivate with her. Cultivating with the 9 yin and 9 yang at the same time was very fast. Moreover, Xueqi was now a great emperor. As a result, Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body became even more terrifying. Lin Xian also felt that his divine fire was pulsating. It seems that my husband is not far from becoming a great emperor, Xueqi said with a smile when she felt the power of the divine fire seed in Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian shook his head. However, I want to make a breakthrough with both the divine fire and immortal energy. After all, it wasn't easy for him to cultivate these two powers. He didn't want to give up. Moreover, his father, Lord Alcohol, the Demon Emperor, and the Heavenly Court all failed when they fought against the Permitha. Could he succeed this time? He wasn't sure, so he had to do it to the extreme. If he could cultivate both the divine fire and immortal energy at the same time, he might be able to increase his chances of success. However, Xueqi frowned. It's too dangerous. She had never heard of anyone succeeding. Even those earth immortals would not dare to do so. Although the two types of power were both powers that surpassed everything, it would be very difficult to fuse them together in a single person. Indeed, Lin Xian also felt it now. Only he had the divine body of the great success stage and the yin-yang image. Only by fusing yin and yang could the divine flame and the immortal qi seed exist in his body at the same time. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, their body would have long collapsed. Right? There's always a way. Lin Xian said, the seed of divine flame is easy to improve, but the power of immortal qi is a little weak at the moment. So, next, I have to cultivate some immortal energy. This was not difficult. Xueqi said, there are many great emperors in the 9 nether, who cultivate immortal energy. Their resources should be suitable for cultivating immortal bodies. Even though you can't absorb the netherworld energy directly, I can help you convert it. This was the benefit of dual cultivation of the 9 yin and 9 yang. Therefore, Lin Xian could also cultivate in the 9 serenities. Of course, if he were alone, it would be much more troublesome. Then, the group went on their way again. While looking for the place where Xia Jiuyo broke through, Lin Xian thought about the future. He had a guess. For example, he could cultivate immortal energy with the Rinnegan as the foundation of his soul. He could cultivate the divine flame with the divine body of the 9 yang as the foundation of his body. Would this be compatible? Lin Xian didn't know, but he was trying to find a way. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others were walking on the mountain road. While feeling the netherworld energy around them, they were looking for a suitable place to cultivate. Suddenly, the sound of the void vibrating came from ahead. Someone was running with all his might. Lin Xian and the others stopped. They were very vigilant. Although they had encountered some dangers in the past month, most of them were demonic beasts. This time, they seemed to have sensed a power that was different from that of demonic beasts. Everyone, be careful. Lin Xian looked ahead with his Rinnegan as he warned them in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew into the range of their souls. It was a young man with black hair and bright eyes. However, his clothes were tattered, and several chains were tied to his body. On the other end of the chains was an ancient coffin. The young man was struggling to pull it, but he was very strong. The reason for that was because wherever he passed, the surrounding space would tremble incessantly, and the earth would also surge violently. This was the 9 nether realm. If it were the outside universe, the world would probably have been torn apart. The young man's face was covered with sweat as he walked. When he saw Xueqi, he was overjoyed. Elder sister, please save me. Save you? Xueqi was taken aback. Lin Xian frowned. This young man was not simple. This was because Xueqi was the one he had asked for help. This meant that he had detected that Xueqi's cultivation was the highest. It should be noted that Xueqi had restrained her divine fire, and the others could not detect it. However, this little guy had detected it in an instant. This was interesting. Lin Xian asked, why should I save you? I have treasures. The young man raised his head and said. Lin Xian looked at him and said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, you don't even have a storage ring. Where did you get treasures? When the young man heard this, he put down the coffin and said, it's him. There are treasures in it. I will sell it and exchange it for natural treasures. After that, I will pay you. Right after he said those words, before Lin Xian could say anything, a cold harumph sounded from afar. You can't run away. When I catch you, I will let you know what regret is. How dare you run away from me? You don't know life from death. The voice was sharp, and it carried a terrifying immortal energy that shocked Xiaojiu and the others. It was a great emperor who was chasing after them. When the young man heard this, his face turned pale. He said, elder sister, come and save me. The great emperor of sword martial arts is very scary. If I am caught by him, I will die. No, I can't die even if I want to. Xueqi looked at Lin Xian, asking for Lin Xian's opinion. At this moment, the dragon in Lin Xian's body said, check. There is a strange movement in your sword world. Lin Xian was stunned. He probed with his soul spirit and was stunned. In the sword world, a green lamp and a bone suddenly moved. The green lamp was the longevity lamp, and the bone was the bone of a great emperor. This was something of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It had always been calm. Why did it move today? Could it be that something had caused it to change? Lin Xian looked around. There was a great emperor in the distance. It should be impossible. Because he could feel that there was only a wisp of immortal energy. This child shouldn't be able to do it. After thinking about it, Lin Xian stared at the coffin. The power of reincarnation bloomed in his eyes. Then, he was surprised. He couldn't see through it. His Rinnegan now had 6 paths and the true power of reincarnation. But he couldn't see it clearly. This coffin was not ordinary. What was inside might be related to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Therefore, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose. He said, I can save you. But this coffin belongs to me. No, this is something I risked my life to bring out. If I give it to you, how can I exchange it for treasures? The young man shook his head. You are the same as the great emperor of sword martial arts. Lin Xian said, it's different. Give me the coffin and I will save your life. Also, I will give you treasures. What do you want? Just ask. Rumbling sounds could be heard in front of them as a man walked over. This man was extraordinarily mighty. Sword light surrounded his body, and the piercing cold sword qi spread for millions of miles. He was a terrifying sword Dao expert. Xia Jiuyo and the others were shocked. Even Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Sword qi? It really surprised him. After all, he was also a swordsman. He didn't know whose sword technique would be stronger if they fought. Little guy, you can't run away. The sword martial emperor said coldly after he arrived. He fixed his gaze on the young man. The young man's body trembled, and he came to Xueqi's side. He said, Sister, save me. The sword martial emperor frowned and looked at Xueqi and the others. Soon, he fixed his gaze on Xueqi. The reason for that was because he could sense that only Xueqi was a true great emperor among those people. The others were all below the great emperor level. In his eyes, those below the great emperor level were all ants. Therefore, he didn't need to pay attention to them. How should I address you, fairy? Which great emperor are you from? The sword martial emperor asked in a deep voice. Xueqi said, you don't need to know who I am. I'll protect this child. The sword martial emperor frowned slightly after hearing this. However, he didn't want to fight with someone at the same level as him. Therefore, he said, okay, I'll give you face. I'll spare this young man's life. However, I have to take this sarcophagus back. It belongs to my sect, and he stole it. No. The young man shook his head crazily after hearing this. At the same time, he said, it doesn't belong to you. I got it by chance. How is it possible that it belongs to your sect? You just happened to see it and wanted to kill me to steal it. The sword martial emperor frowned after hearing this. He ignored the young man. In his eyes, the young man was just an ant. He stared at Xueqi and said with a smile, Fairy, what do you think? Xueqi didn't say anything, but Lin Xian walked out. He said, "We'll protect the young man and leave the sarcophagus. You can leave now. We'll spare your life." The sword martial emperor was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't believe his ears. Where did he get the confidence to spare his life? Saying such things. He stared at the figure in front of him and frowned. It wasn't the great emperor. This young man was not even a great emperor, yet he dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He snorted coldly. "Aunt, do you have the right to speak here?" His eyes erupted with an extremely cold light that swept across the area. The resplendent light tore through the void. It could easily crush anyone below the martial monarch realm. Boom! Lin Xian's sword qi also rushed out from his body. The violent power could destroy the heavens and earth. The two streaks of sword qi collided, causing a violent tremor. Then, they disappeared into the void at the same time. The martial sword emperor was stunned. "You can block it? Are you a swordsman too?" He was too shocked. The other party wasn't a great emperor, but he possessed the battle prowess of a great emperor. This surprised him. Frowning, he said, "May I ask how to address you?" "Lin Wudi." Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What an arrogant name. Sword martial emperor frowned. However, it was a pity that he had never heard of this name. After all, the 9 Serenities was still sealed at this moment. Most of the news from the outside couldn't enter. Lin Xian said, "Go. If we really fight, you won't have any advantage. In fact, he might even lose his life here." Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it shocked everyone. Especially the young man, who was also surprised. This big brother dared to threaten a great emperor. It was too unbelievable. His eyes widened. The sword dance emperor also frowned. This young man's strength was not clear. Besides, there was a real great emperor here. Once they fought, he was likely to be at a disadvantage. Forget it, he would leave first. Then, he would secretly investigate the identity of this group of people. Was it a fierce dragon crossing the river? After he found out, he would come back. Anyway, in his opinion, the sarcophagus couldn't be opened for a while. "Okay, I'll give you face." The sword martial emperor turned and left. Before he left, a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. He quietly left a trace of sword qi under the ground. The sword martial emperor turned into a streak of sword light, tore the void, and disappeared. He finally left. The 9 Serenities' soul and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. The young man also said, "Thank you, big brother." Lin Xian waved his hand, asking everyone to be quiet. He lowered his head, and his rinnegan shone. In the next moment, he suddenly tore the ground into pieces. With a boom, a streak of sword qi under the ground tried to escape. However, Lin Xian's palm slapped down hard. There were 9 suns circling on it. It directly enveloped the sword qi. Boom, the 9 suns exploded together, and the earth-shattering power shattered the sword qi. Then, he said, "Okay, no one is watching us." In the distance, on a mountain peak, the sword martial emperor landed. His expression became gloomy and ugly. The sword qi he had left behind was actually destroyed by someone. Was he discovered? This group of people was indeed not simple. "Let's go." After shattering the sword qi, Lin Xian waved his hand and led the crowd away, arriving at another location. There was a valley here that they could enter. Lin Xian said, "What do you want?" He waved his hand and took out many treasures, including weapons, cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and elixirs. Lin Xian said, "Choose whatever you want. I'll give you 3. He had killed many powerhouses along the way, and even several great emperors had fallen in his hands. Therefore, he had a lot of treasures. It was a peerless treasure trove. As expected, the 9 Serenities' soul and Xiaxingqian's eyes lit up. However, the young man shook his head. Although he longed for these treasures, he had no choice but to accept them. However, he said, "No, I don't want these things. I want a mountain." A mountain? What did he mean? Lin Xian was stunned. The young man said, "I've taken a fancy to a mountain. I need you to help me take it down and then give it to me. If you can do it, I'll give you the sarcophagus." Otherwise, I'll pay you after I sell the sarcophagus. Okay, it's just a mountain. I'll give it to you even if it's a mountain range. Lin Xian waved his hand and said generously. Let me remind you, there are many powerful beings on that mountain. It's okay. Lin Xian said. Okay, it's a deal. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. They had made the right choice. Xia Jiuyo said, what do you like? Take it. Hee, big brother Lin, I won't stand on ceremony. Xianxia rushed over and began to choose various treasures. This is good. I'll take it for self-defense. This is good too. In the end, he was covered in weapons. Let's see who dares to fight with me. Xianxia stood in the void and pointed her sword forward. At this moment, she was covered in treasures. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't be able to hurt her. Okay. Lin Xian put away the rest of the treasures and said, let's go. The young man led the way, and everyone set off. The 9 Serenity's soul carried them and flew quickly. Finally, they arrived at a mountain range. This mountain range was extremely dark and eerie. Lin Xian frowned slightly because he could feel that this mountain range was unusual. Xueqi also said, I feel that there's something in this mountain range. There seems to be some unknown existence. Looking at the mountain range in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I want to see what kind of demon it is. Then, he asked the youth, which mountain do you want? The youth pointed into the distance and said, counting from the south, the 9th mountain. I want that one. Okay, let's go. The group entered the mountain range. After entering, the pressure on their souls increased a lot, and all kinds of remnant souls appeared. One of the remnant souls even sneakily attacked Xianxia. The armor on Xianxia's body shone brightly and sent the remnant soul flying. Xia Jiuyo snorted coldly. He destroyed the remnant soul with a palm strike. Countless green flames lit up around them. These were the remnant souls floating in the air. Xianxia's small face was pale. There are so many souls here. Xueqi snorted coldly and took out the 9 nether sword. Then, she slashed forward. Immediately, a large number of remnant souls fled. They were terrified because the 9 nether swords seemed to be able to suppress them. Lin Xian also frowned. I feel that the aura here is not ordinary. There is probably a great emperor-level figure behind it. He looked at the youth and said, Are you sure you want this mountain? The youth nodded. Obviously, he was also very nervous. He said, This place is much more terrifying than the last time I came here. It's all because of that damn thing. If I kill it, I can take back the mountain. Then, this place will return to normal. No problem. I will kill it for you. Lin Xian said. In any case, there was what he wanted in the stone coffin, so he might as well help the youth. After getting the stone coffin, he could make the Yuhua immortal dynasty owe him more favors in the future. This would be very useful. Xueqi waved her 9 nether sword, and the remnant souls around them all retreated. Along the way, they were unimpeded. Finally, they arrived at the 9th mountain. This 9th mountain was very special. Xia Jiuyo glanced at it and said, The momentum of heaven and earth here is very strange. I feel that there are special earth veins under the ground. Yeah. Lin Xian also nodded. The terrain here was very complicated, and it formed a transcendent force. It was unknown whether it was natural or man-made. If it was formed naturally, then this was indeed a super good place for ghost cultivators. However, if it was done by someone, then that person was truly cruel and terrifying. Let's go and ascend the 9th summit. The crowd headed forward. However, as soon as they set foot on the mountain, countless ghost chi gushed toward them. All kinds of roars rang out, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Xueqi shot out her frigid ice, which sealed the whole world. Lin Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. He shouted coldly, Get out here. The 6 paths of reincarnation emitted a brilliant glow and swept the remnant souls away. Those remnant souls let out miserable cries. The void split open, and a figure appeared. It was a young man, but his eyes were empty, as if he was being controlled by something. After he arrived, he said coldly, Are you here to die again? With a wave of his hand, the countless souls in the area immediately rushed toward Xianxia. It was as if the entire area had been transformed into the 9 netherworlds. Young master, let me deal with it. The 9 nether soul rushed over. He wanted to prove himself. No matter what, he possessed the strength of an utmost exalted. Thus, as soon as he made his move, his powerful aura swept across the surroundings. Those remnant souls were sent flying. The 9 nether soul charged toward the ancient young man. Be suppressed. His strength was terrifying. The ancient young man kept swaying. He landed on the ground. Then, he formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, the ground cracked open, and all kinds of terrifying formations were formed. In the sky, a terrifying storm swept across, erupting with terrifying power. It actually sent the 9 nether soul flying. Damn, what a terrifying formation. His strength is obviously not as good as mine, but he possesses such a strange power. The 9 nether soul was greatly surprised. Xiaojiu also said, be careful. Don't worry, I can do it. The 9 nether soul rushed forward again. The two of them fought fiercely, but after 100 moves, the 9 nether soul was sent flying again. In fact, he was even crushed by an enormous black hand in the sky. Young master, save me. He screamed in horror. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out with the 9 suns' divine fist, shattering heaven and earth. Only then did he save the other party. Young master, I'm so useless. The 9 nether soul was very depressed. Lin Xian said, it's not your fault. He's very strong. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He could tell that the young man's cultivation was definitely not as strong as the 9 nether soul. However, his strength was very strong. The young man had borrowed the power of heaven and earth to form all kinds of formations. Lin Xian had seen this method before. Many formation masters knew how to use it. However, Lin Xian felt that it surpassed ordinary formations. It was a bit like Rizalong's. Husband, can I deal with him? Xueqi said. With her strength, even if the young man knew many formations, it would not make a difference. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I'll do it myself. I've discovered some problems, and I want to verify them. Problems? Xueqi was surprised. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. He stretched out his hand, and the 9 suns' divine flame jumped and flew out. Lin Xian's body was so strong that even great emperors were no match for him. Thus, those spirit formations began to shatter non-stop. However, the ancient young man did not seem to be afraid. His expression became stern and ferocious. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and all kinds of lightning fell from the sky. It was actually the terrifying yin lightning. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Xian fought with him, but he did not finish him off in an instant. This was because he was analyzing it with his Rinnegan. After a while, his frown deepened. That's right, it was very similar to Rizalong's. However, its power seemed to be even more terrifying than Rizalong's. Rizalong's formation had an ancient name. It was called the Earth Scripture. It could mobilize all kinds of dragon veins and spirit veins under the earth. Its power was extremely terrifying. The Crimson Dragon could also fight people of a higher level. It was very powerful. However, what was going on with the ancient young man in front of him? Could it be that he could also use the Earth Scripture? No, it seemed to be even more magical than the Earth Scripture. If only Rizalong was here, it would be great. Unfortunately, he did not come. Lin Xian looked forward and said in a deep voice, what kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Humph, I am the chief disciple of the Heavenly Master. I advise you to leave quickly, or you will die. The young man in the ancient Taoist robe said coldly. However, his voice was very mechanical, as if he was being controlled. Heavenly Master? Lin Xian frowned. Xiaojiu exclaimed, could it be that he is the legendary Heavenly Master? Lin Xian asked, what is a Heavenly Master? Xiaojiu said, it is a kind of formation. However, this formation is the most powerful one. It can mobilize all kinds of power of heaven and earth. The top Heavenly Master can even fight against a great emperor. It's so magical. I want to ask, how does it compare to the Earth scripture? There were two branches in the formation. One branch was the Earth Master. The other branch was the Heavenly Master. The highest secret skill that the Earth Master cultivated was called the Earth Scripture. The highest secret skill that the Heavenly Master cultivated was called the Heavenly Book. The person in front of him seemed to be a disciple of the Heavenly Master. He was very terrifying. Lin Xian was surprised. Only now did he understand why the other party's formation was so powerful. The ninth summit was actually related to the Heavenly Master. Xiaojiuyo said, back then, the Heavenly Master appeared a few times, but he disappeared in the end. Unexpectedly, they were all in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds had not been opened for 1,000,000 years. No wonder there was no trace of the Heavenly Master outside. Humph, what celestial masters? They are not real celestial masters at all. I am the descendant of celestial masters. They are all bad people. The young man suddenly shouted excitedly. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. You are from the celestial masters? Everyone was surprised. Lin Xian also frowned. He felt that the ancient man in front of him seemed to be uncoordinated in his words and actions. It was as if he was being controlled. Forget it, he would suppress him first. Anyway, he had already promised this young man. Therefore, Lin Xian made a strong move. The 9 yang divine palm pressed down on the ancient young man. The young man roared angrily. However, he couldn't resist it at all. He kept retreating. However, he used the Heavenly Book. Suddenly, the power of a celestial master erupted. The endless power of heaven and earth crushed Lin Xian's palm. To Lin Xian's surprise, he felt a great resistance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's useless. Although you have magical power, you are still no match for me. He pushed his palm out. The ancient young man's face turned pale, and he vomited blood. The gap between the two was too big. He couldn't use the power of a celestial master to make up for it. He turned into the sky. The injured ancient young man roared angrily. He used his heavenly book to the extreme. His body began to grow and become illusory. He seemed to have turned into a sky and came above Lin Xian's head. Submit, kneel, and worship the will of heaven. He roared again and again. That mysterious power surged into Lin Xian's body. Xiaojiuyo and the others exclaimed, it's so terrifying. Is this the means of a celestial master? It was incredible. They seemed to really represent the will of heaven and earth. A cold voice came from the sky. It's useless. Even if you are a great emperor, so what, you still have to submit to me. I am the sky. I am the ruler. He pressed down on the ground. Lin Xian snorted coldly and released the 9 yang divine body. 9 suns kept circling around. Your physique, what a familiar aura. Damn it, why can't I remember? A puzzled voice came from the sky. Then, it turned into an illusory face. That face became somewhat malevolent and painful, as if he had forgotten some of his memories. What kind of physique was this? Why does it feel so familiar to me? Everyone was surprised. Did he lose his memory? Lin Xian also frowned. Wake up. He shot out a beam of light of reincarnation, which fused into his opponent's body. With a loud boom, the sky started to tremble violently. A miserable voice was heard, damn it, don't think about it anymore, I'm going to kill you. The terrifying power in the sky continued to fall. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a beam of sword qi shot out and split the heavens and earth apart. This sword qi was also familiar. What was it? Why can't I remember? The doubtful voice was heard once again. In the next moment, he let out a terrified cry, 5 swords under the heavens. This is the power of the great dragon sword, it's the great dragon sword, that's right. Who are you? Who are you? Where was this? What era was it? Where am I? He hugged his head and screamed. He seemed to be very confused. Who are you? Who controlled you? What's their purpose? Why did you occupy the 9th mountain? Are you really a heavenly master? His voice carried the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which attacked the opponent's soul. However, he could not get any answers. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shot out a Tai Chi diagram, which enveloped the opponent and suppressed him under the ground. He asked a few more times, but he still did not get any answers. Lin Xian said, "Let's go up the mountain and take him with us." The group of people went up the mountain. However, climbing up the mountain was as difficult as climbing the sky. With every step they went up, the power became stronger. Everyone knew that this was the power of a heavenly master. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He and Xueqi walked in front. The 9 Yin and 9 Yang heavenly masters joined forces and formed a terrifying power that bombarded the entire mountain path. With every step they took, the power was torn apart. The power of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang heavenly masters shattered everything. The group of people kept moving forward. Finally, they arrived at the top of the mountain. There was an ancient and dilapidated palace at the top of the mountain. There were even withered ancient trees. There was an old man with his back facing the group of people. The group of people could not see the old man's face clearly. However, the old man's aura was extremely terrifying. When the young man looked at the old man, his eyes turned red. He was a little nervous, but he did not dare to go forward. When Lin Xian saw this, he asked, "Do you know him?" The young man nodded. "He's my grandfather. However, he's being controlled. I don't dare to go forward." "Big brother, you're so powerful. Can you save my grandfather?" Lin Xian nodded. "Don't worry." He walked forward and shouted coldly, "The mastermind behind the scenes, come out." His rinnegan condensed in the sky and looked down at the people. At this moment, it was as if a god was looking down at the earth. The entire 9th peak shook violently. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled, and a chilly wind blew. All kinds of shrill cries could be heard. Fortunately, everyone was an elite, so they were still calm. The old man in front of them turned his head with a strange smile on his face. He laughed coldly. "Who are you? How dare you climb the 9th peak? How dare you suppress my eldest disciple? Go to hell." He waved his hand, and thunder appeared in the sky. A huge thunderbolt swooped down like a thunder dragon. This was the power of a great emperor. Xia Jiuyo and the others had all retreated. Only Lin Xian and Xueqi were still standing there. Xueqi snorted coldly. 9 Yin divine palm. Her palm was covered with terrifying ice, and it directly froze the thunderbolt. Lin Xian stomped his foot and rushed over to the old man. He pressed his hand on the old man's head. However, the old man was very angry. He was also a great emperor. He waved his hand, and the transcendent power of heaven and earth collided with Lin Xian's palm. Then, both of them retreated. So powerful. Is this a great emperor heavenly master? This is a real heavenly master. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had fought with such a person. Every move of the other party carried a transcendent power. This was not the same as the power of immortal qi and divine fire. It was indescribable, but one could only feel it when one fought in person. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the immortal slaying sword and the Qianquan sword technique. The heaven-defying sword technique followed. All kinds of piercingly cold sword qi destroyed everything. The heavenly master was instantly crushed to death. His face was full of shock. What a familiar sword qi. This is the power of the great dragon sword. Is the great dragon sword here? There was a trace of confusion on his face, but it was followed by pain. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. His body was full of black gas, and black smoke was flying out of his 7 orifices. Then, it formed a strange rune and imprinted itself on his forehead. Boundless heaven and earth, I am the supreme. 8 desolations and 6 directions, heed my command. Between heaven and earth, millions of thunderbolts condensed, and all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena surged. All of them attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian engaged in a fierce battle with this transcendent power. He was shocked. If it were other great emperors, they would have been injured. However, he cut open the sky with his sword and all the heaven and earth phenomena were sent flying. He said, I want to see whether you are a human or a ghost. The heavenly master formed a seal with his palms and opened the sky with his palms. 9 netherworld beast, heed my command and appear. Suddenly, endless power of heaven and earth condensed from all directions to form a huge monster. they stood between heaven and earth. It was as if they were demonic beasts that had been resurrected from the ancient times. "Who's calling me?" a voice came from the wilderness. The giant creature lowered its head and saw the old man. Then, it said, "Old thing, it's you again. You're so annoying, disturbing my rest. But who asked you to have such power? Tell me, who do you want me to deal with this time?" The heavenly master pointed at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Kill him." The nine netherworld beast lowered its head, and a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. "An ant below the great emperor? You can't deal with him as a heavenly master, watch me kill him." She opened her mouth and spat out a ball of nine netherworld flame. The black flame flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian split the flame in half with a sword. He frowned and said, "What are you? You don't look like a beast. Are you a soul?" It was split open. The nine netherworld beast was also surprised. "Who are you? You're not a great emperor, but you have the battle strength of one. Why does the sword in your hand look so familiar?" The nine netherworld beast was extremely strange. At the same time, in the area around the ninth peak, some people looked up at the sky. "Heavens, that's the nine netherworld beast. Who summoned it? It's too scary. The moment such a beast appears, I have to run for my life. Otherwise, I'll definitely die." Even the sword martial emperor, who wanted to follow secretly, stopped when he saw the nine netherworld beast. He was a little afraid of the nine netherworld beast. The nine netherworld beast was a beast of the nine netherworld. It was extremely strange and mysterious. Looking at the nine netherworld beast's level, even a great emperor might not be its opponent. Therefore, he also fled far away. He wondered who was so unlucky to meet the nine netherworld beast. He would definitely die. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying dragon roar sounded. The sword martial emperor's heart pounded. There's actually a dragon. Who is it? The torch dragon. The other sages and boundary emperors were even more shocked. Hearing the dragon roar, the nine netherworld beast was shocked. The nine netherworld beast was also confused. "Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge me?" He slapped out his claws. The great dragon sword's soul flew out and turned into a sharp sword like a dragon. It pierced through the claws. A terrifying aura spread out. The nine netherworld beast was stunned. "Oh my heavens, this power, could it be the legendary power? Wait a minute, I'm not fighting anymore." The nine netherworld beast frantically shook its head. It stared at the sword's shadow and asked, "Are you the legendary great dragon sword?" "That's right," Lin Xian said. "You recognize the great dragon sword?" The nine netherworld beast instantly burst into tears. Of course he knew him. How could he not have heard of him even if he had never seen him before? Among the five swords of the world, the great dragon sword was an offensive saint technique that could destroy anything. "My claws are so powerful that he can easily penetrate them." "If it wasn't the great dragon sword, then what was it?" Lin Xian snorted. "Since you know each other, why don't you admit defeat?" The nine netherworld beast instantly cried. "Admit defeat? Of course I admit defeat. Can you spare me this time? I'm only 10,000 years old. I don't know anything. The elders in my family didn't tell me that it was the great dragon sword this time. Damned heavenly master, you tricked me." The nine netherworld beast cried. This heavenly master could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. He cultivated the heavenly book and could mobilize the nine netherworld beasts. But this time, after he came, he realized that this was a deep pit. The enemy was actually the successor of the great dragon sword. He used the great dragon sword, which had an invincible power. Coupled with the other party's great emperor-level battle strength, he couldn't defeat him. He might even be killed. Although this was the first time he saw the great dragon sword, he had heard too many legends about it. Since he was young, he had heard from the elders in his family that the nine netherworlds opened 1,000,000 years ago. The countless experts of the nine netherworlds fought in an expedition to the universe, wanting to sweep everything away. But some of the top experts were pierced through by a divine sword. It was a dragon-shaped divine sword that streaked across the universe, splitting great emperors and killing supremes. That sword had once flown into the nine netherworlds and swept away everything. Back then, many powerful supreme existences were defeated by the sword. In fact, many of them died directly under the sword. Since then, the name of the great dragon sword spread throughout the entire Nine Netherworlds continent. No one dared to provoke it. Now, when this Nine Netherworld beast saw the great dragon sword, he was so scared that he cried. "Don't kill me, I'm still very young. I don't want to go against you. I'll leave now. Old thing, don't summon me again in the future, do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll slap you to death." The Nine Netherworld beast turned around and wanted to escape. Wow, what's going on? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The youth was stunned. Xiaojiao and the Nine Netherworld soul were also shocked. They were all related to the Nine Netherworlds and knew the legend of the Nine Netherworld beast. Especially the one in front of them, it was obviously a great emperor. But now, it was so scared. It was too unbelievable. Those who were watching the battle from afar were even more shocked. Why do I feel like the Nine Netherworld beast is begging for mercy? Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? A great emperor level 9 Netherworld beast. Other great emperors had to retreat when they saw it. Who is so powerful? Could it be an even more terrifying existence? Even the sword martial great emperor was terrified. His eyes burst out with a biting cold sword light, wanting to take a look. But he couldn't see who the opponent was. Of course, he didn't dare to move forward. To be able to make the Nine Netherworld beast so scared, it might be an earth immortal. If he went to disturb, he would be slapped to death. So he could only guess there. That kid also went to that mountain. Could it be related to that kid? The sword martial great emperor thought of Lin Xian, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. No matter how powerful that kid was, it was impossible for him to defeat the Nine Netherworld beast. It was even more impossible for him to make the Nine Netherworld beast submit. Seeing the Nine Netherworld beast want to run, the Heavenly Master also roared. "You can't leave. I summoned you. You fuse with me. Fight with it." The Nine Netherworld beast was furious and slapped at the Heavenly Master. "CKU, are you trying to kill me? I'm not playing with you anymore. You can summon whoever you want in the future. I'll come again and I'll be your grandson. I'll remember you. Anyway, there aren't many Heavenly Masters in the Nine Netherworlds. If you summon me in the future, I won't come even if you beat me to death." Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this what a summoned beast said to its master? The Heavenly Master was slapped and his body kept retreating. The Nine Netherworld beast wanted to take this opportunity to leave. But Lin Xian said, "Wait, did I say you could leave?" The Nine Netherworld beast's body trembled. He turned his head and was about to cry. "Young master, look at how magnanimous you are. Can you spare me this time? I can live, but tell me what's going on with the Heavenly Master. Why does this guy look so abnormal? Is he being controlled by someone? You don't even know the Heavenly Master. How did you cultivate to the great emperor level?" The Nine Netherworld beast was stunned. Then he said, "The Heavenly Masters are a group of people who can use the power of heaven and earth. They can change the power of heaven and earth to form terrifying formations. Some even come to the universe and use some planets as formations to fight. It's extremely terrifying. As for whether this old man is being controlled or not, I don't know. I look at him strangely. But from the first day I met him, he's been so strange. Who knows if he's being controlled or not? It has nothing to do with me. Also, so what if he's being controlled? Someone who can easily control a Heavenly Master, how terrifying is that? I probably can't resist at all. Although you're the descendant of the great dragon, before you become an emperor, don't bother about these things. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life." It was obvious that the Nine Netherworld beast was afraid of the culprit as well. Right at this moment, an angry roar rang out, shocking everyone. The Nine Netherworld beast's expression changed drastically. Even Shuiqi felt a chill run down her spine. Even a great emperor was frightened. This power was too terrifying. At the same time, the people around the ninth peak trembled in fear. When the sword martial emperor felt this power, he turned around and fled. He felt that this power had surpassed that of a great emperor. Lin Xian's pupils contracted, and he turned around. His eyes shone with the light of reincarnation. He saw that the Heavenly Master, who had been sent flying by the Nine Netherworld beast, flew over again. A terrifying aura emanated from the old man's body. Even the great emperor was shocked by this terrifying power. Oh no! What's going on? Xueqi was shocked. The 9 netherworld beast also said, damn it. Is this a mutation? Retreat. The heavenly master is about to use his trump card. Let's run. Boom, the heavenly master thrust out his palm, and it collided with Xueqi's 9 divine palm. Xueqi was forced to retreat. Lin Xian was shocked. This power was beyond his imagination. He said, Qi take them and retreat. I will kill him. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a cold light shone in his eyes. The youth rushed over and said, Grandpa, don't. However, Xueqi grabbed him. Lin Xian said, let's go. Xueqi retreated with the others. Even the 9 netherworld beast retreated far away. He said, the heavenly master's mutation is really terrifying. Can this kid block it? He should be able to. After all, he has the power of the great dragon sword. The 9 netherworld beast was shocked. Xueqi and the others retreated, and they frowned. However, they were even more shocked when they saw the next scene. This was because they saw that green hair had appeared on the old heavenly master's body. It was extremely strange. It was as if he had turned into a wild beast. What's going on? Xia Jiuyo and the others were stunned. Is this the mutation that the 9 netherworld beast mentioned? The 9 netherworld beast said, as expected, the situation is critical. More and more green hair appeared on the old celestial master's body. Gradually, the hair grew to over a meter long and covered his entire body. An extremely frightening and strange power emerged from it. What was that? Lin Xian's brows were also tightly knitted together. In the next moment, his expression changed because he realized that the old celestial master had made his move. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Xian. Its green claws kept swinging and hitting Lin Xian. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian was beaten until he kept retreating. Boom boom boom, Lin Xian landed on the ground, creating a crack in the ground. Endless dust filled the air. The old heavenly master roared at the sky. The 9 netherworld beast exclaimed in shock, no way, this brat also broke through the barrier? He was ready to escape at any moment. However, at this moment, Lin Xian rushed out. Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Sword chi burst out, and the immortal slaying sword in his hand danced non-stop. It seemed to form one giant dragon after another, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. An invincible power surged out. This sword chi was extremely terrifying. Then, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian slashed forward with his sword and fought with the old celestial master. Although he didn't know what had happened to the old celestial master, he had to use all his strength. However, it seemed like he had to go all out now because his opponent was even more terrifying than a great emperor. The battle broke out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. At this moment, Lin Xian roared. The immortal slaying sword and the dragon sword's soul merged into one. It directly pierced the old celestial master's body. The old celestial master's body was pierced, and an extremely shrill cry came from his body. The old celestial master's face also became ferocious. The youth behind him exclaimed, no. But it was too late. Green smoke appeared on the old celestial master's body. That suction force made one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian was also pushed back by this force. He waved his hand and pulled out the immortal slaying sword, frowning. He didn't know what was in the old celestial master's body. The old celestial master turned around and fled. He tore open the void and escaped from the 9th peak. Did he leave? Lin Xian frowned, but he didn't chase after him. He felt that if they continued fighting, something unknown would come out. The 9 netherworld beast was also surprised. As expected of the successor of the great dragon sword. He was indeed powerful. After all, the great emperors didn't dare to make a move against that mutated celestial master. Lin Xian looked at the old celestial master and said, what exactly is that thing? Who knows who the mastermind is? The celestial master had mysterious supernatural power. However, the more he was punished, the more he would be punished. Especially in the later stage, he would be punished and mutated. The green hair that grew just now was a mutation. In the end, he might become a zombie. He was delirious, but his combat strength had increased exponentially. What a strange celestial master bloodline. The Nine Netherworld was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian frowned. He looked at the young man again. The young man was crying, but he didn't blame Lin Xian. He said, "Big brother, if you meet my grandpa again one day, can you completely kill the thing in his body?" Lin Xian said, "I'll try my best." "Thank you." The young man bowed deeply to Lin Xian. "You've driven away that unknown monster. This sarcophagus is yours." The young man pulled the sarcophagus to Lin Xian's side. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. "I finally got this thing." The Nine Netherworld beast was surprised when he saw it. "What is this sarcophagus? Let me take a look." "Hey, I can't see through its soul. I want to see what treasure is inside." He slapped the sarcophagus with his claws. "Oh no." The expressions of Xueqi and the others changed. Then, in the next moment, they were stunned because they found that the sarcophagus didn't move at all. What's going on? Even Nine Netherworld was stunned. It's impossible. He was also a martial monarch. How was it possible that he couldn't open it? Lin Xian glanced at him and said, "You're quite fast. You want the treasure, don't you?" He waved the great dragon sword soul in his hand. Nine Netherworld quickly withdrew his claws. "You think too much. I just want to open it for you. I'm just curious." As he spoke, he carefully took 2 steps back. He didn't dare to move forward. However, his eyes fell on the sarcophagus. Xueqi said, "Let me do it." He activated the Ninein divine body and used the Ninein divine claws to open the sarcophagus. However, the sarcophagus shook, but it didn't open. No way. Xueqi was also surprised. She had the legendary physique in the starry sky. How could she not open it? "Husband, why don't you try?" She looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. He put away the immortal killing sword, grabbed the sarcophagus with both hands, and waved it hard. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A big crack appeared in the sky. The entire starry sky seemed to have collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Xian's physique was. However, the sarcophagus still didn't open. Was it so strange? Xianxia and the others were stunned. Even Lin Xian looked at the young man. He asked, "How do you open it?" The young man looked embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. I got this thing by chance." Lin Xian asked, "Where did you get it? Tell me what happened." The young man said, "It was in a mountain." At that time, there was a ray of light in the mountain. It seemed to be a white bone snake carrying a zombie-like man. Monstrous laws swept down, shattering countless mountains. The sarcophagus fell from a mountain. At that time, it caused a great battle between countless powerhouses. There were even great emperors who attacked and sent the sarcophagus away. The sarcophagus took a blow from a great emperor and didn't break. In the end, it fell near me. I secretly took it away. There was a giant white bone snake and a mummified corpse. Xiao Jiuyo and the others exclaimed, "Isn't that the corpse emperor that Lin Xian saved before?" They didn't expect that the other party had something to do with this sarcophagus. It was the other party who broke out the sarcophagus. However, the other party must have done it unintentionally. It was probably the aura of the divine fire that fell down while they were on their way. After hearing this, the Nine Netherworld beast also said, "This sarcophagus has an extraordinary origin. It couldn't even be broken by the great emperor's attack. I think it's very difficult to open it. It can't be like this. If you give it to me, I'll give you some other natural treasures. Let me take it back." The Nine Netherworld beast did have this plan, because there were other great emperors in their family. At that time, they could work together to break it. There must be unexpected treasures in such a strange ancient sarcophagus. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, "Who said I can't open it? Can you open it? Although you are the successor of the great dragon sword, you are not omnipotent." "I don't believe it." The Nine Netherworld beast didn't believe it. The others were also puzzled. Xueqi walked over and said, "Husband, do you want the Nine Yin and Nine Yang to work together?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, "No. I can see that this thing has a mysterious aura. It can't be opened by force. I need some methods. So, I'll try. Lin Xian took out the longevity lamp from the sword world and placed it on the sarcophagus. A longevity lamp flickered slightly. Everyone could feel a majestic life force emerging from it. This lamp was so magical. The 9 netherworld beast was also shocked. What should I do next? He widened his eyes and looked carefully. He wanted to see what Lin Xian was going to use. A peerless superpower, however, Lin Xian didn't do anything. He just put the longevity lamp on the sarcophagus. He just looked at it with a smile. Is this okay? The 9 netherworld beast was even more confused. However, the next moment, with a crack, the sarcophagus slowly opened. Damn, what's going on? The 9 netherworld beast jumped up. Xueqi and the others were also shocked. It seemed that this lamp had something to do with the sarcophagus. The young man's eyes widened. Everyone turned to look inside. In the next moment, they stared blankly. There was a bone inside the sarcophagus. To be exact, it was an arm. There was no light at all. It was just like an ordinary bone, which was quite surprising. The 9 netherworld beast rushed over and said, "No way. There was only a single bone in such a mysterious ancient coffin." He was very disdainful and even wanted to scratch it with his claws. However, in the next instant, a monstrous power came from the bone and sent him flying. The 9 netherworld beast let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He went crazy. Who hit me? The others were also astonished. In that instant earlier, they all felt their blood run cold. Lin Xian advised, don't act rashly. The origin of this bone is extremely extraordinary. He's not someone you can challenge. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely cold light. He found that his guess was right. This bone belonged to a sovereign. This was the palm of a venerable sovereign. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian picked up the longevity lamp, and the sarcophagus was closed again. Lin Xian put away the sarcophagus and put it in the sword world. The bone of a venerable sovereign was too terrifying. Even with the 6 paths of reincarnation, he couldn't summon it. In fact, no one could use it. Moreover, Lin Xian learned that the venerable sovereign was used for resurrection. Therefore, once the bone was collected, it was very likely that it would reappear in the human world. The 9 netherworld beast flew over and said, "Young master, can you tell me whose bone this is?" "It's too scary." Lin Xian said, "It's a very terrifying existence. Maybe it will come back to life one day. So, you'd better be honest." "It can come back to life." The 9 netherworld beast was so scared that it immediately stopped talking. It knew that some ancient existences would not be completely lost. Maybe there was a way to reappear. Lin Xian looked at it and said, "I need a pet. You plan to accompany me for a while." Hearing this, the 9 netherworld beast immediately turned around and ran. Who would be a pet of a 9 netherworld beast? It disappeared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he set up an array formation under the 9th peak. Then, he said to the youth, "All right, from now on, this peak is yours. However, I have an idea. I wonder if you agree?" "What idea?" "Big brother, just say it," the youth said. He was very grateful to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "Can you let my friend stay here for a while? I feel that the terrain here is very good to cultivate here." Lin Xian pointed at Xianxia and Elder Xia. The youth said, "No problem. Let this sister and grandpa stay here." Lin Xian said, "Elder Xia, what do you think of this place?" Xiaojiu said, "After coming here, I feel that the terrain is extraordinary. There is indeed the power I need here. It's not bad to become an emperor here." The 9th peak was very strange. Even the heavenly masters stayed here. This was enough to show that it was extraordinary. Lin Xian left the heaven-swallowing jar to Elder Xia and said, "Next, I might go to other places to look for opportunities. Leave the heaven-swallowing jar with you. I will leave an array formation here. If there is any danger, immediately send me a message. I will teleport back." He left some resources for Xiaojiu to cultivate. Then, Lin Xian and Xueqi went on their way. Lin Xian wanted to look for his own opportunities. He wanted to improve the power of the immortal Qi seed. The 9 netherworld spirit was also left behind to protect Xia Jiuyo. This guy was also very happy. If Xia Jiuyo could become an emperor, he would definitely benefit a lot. "Husband, where are we going next?" Xueqi asked. Lin Xian said, "Let's leave it to fate. Opportunities will always appear inadvertently." The two of them rested as they walked. Their days were very carefree and happy. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body and Xueqi's 9 yin divine body became more and more mysterious and powerful. Half a month later, Lin Xian stopped. There was a plain in front of him. On the plain, there were countless buildings, pavilions, palaces, and manors. It was like a city. However, what was surprising was that there were no city walls or gates. There were only things inside the city. Lin Xian was curious. He walked over and asked, "You don't even know this?" A 9 netherworld's martial artist had a strange look on his face. "Where are you from?" Lin Xian frowned. He directly controlled the martial artist's soul and collected it. In the next moment, he knocked the martial artist unconscious. He understood that the 9 netherworlds was one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient cities here could not be built. They had existed since ancient times. It seemed that there was a certain number of them. It was neither more nor less. Ordinary people were not qualified to enter those ancient cities at all. Only extremely terrifying clans could enter. If others wanted to live, they could only live outside the ancient cities. Therefore, there were such tribes. At first, there were also people who wanted to build new cities. However, when they were just built, the cities were destroyed by a mysterious force. Even some emperors died because of it. From then on, the people of the 9 netherworlds knew that cities could not be built. However, they could build tribes. In other words, they were like cities. However, they could not have city walls. After learning about the tribe's situation, Lin Xian and Xueqi walked forward. However, after they entered the tribe, many people stared at Lin Xian, and they started discussing him. Their gazes were somewhat strange. When Lin Xian used his soul power to listen, he understood that these people were talking about his aura. Xueqi had a 9 yin body, and she was in line with the 9 underworld's power. However, he didn't have such a power. Therefore, in these people's eyes, he was a monster. In fact, he might even be a useless cultivator. Lin Xian was left speechless. "Humph," he snorted coldly, and his aura appeared. His high-level divine body swept across the crowd. As a result, the surrounding cultivators were so scared that they immediately knelt on the ground. Heavens! I just sensed the power of a great emperor. Is he a young great emperor? They began to worship him non-stop. They had spoken ill of a great emperor behind his back, and they would end up in a miserable state. Please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. They kept begging for mercy. Lin Xian walked into the tribe as they knelt on the ground. There was a manor in front of him. The whole manor was built on the back of a demonic beast, and it was quite peculiar. This was a walking manor, and it was also a place for eating and resting. The strength of the cultivators here was also higher than in other places. Lin Xian and Xueqi went into the walking manor and sat down in a hall. Shortly after, a short elf ran over and asked, "Sirs, what would you like to order? The walking manor has a lot of special delicacies." Lin Xian said, "Then, I'll have one of each of your specialties." After a short while, the table was filled with dishes. Xueqi ate them delicately. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was a little depressed. The aura of the netherworld contained in it was very rich. He had no choice but to open the Taiji diagram and let it revolve around his body. It was as if he was wearing a Taiji battle robe. He decided to use the 9 underworld's aura to cultivate the Taiji diagram's power. The Taiji diagram had yin and yang, and it could be used to cultivate the yin's power. Halfway through the meal, a group of distinguished guests arrived at the walking villa. Inside the villa, many people went out to welcome them. After they arrived, the others also made way for them. This was a group of youngsters. The one walking at the very front had an outstanding appearance. His identity was extraordinary, and there was a trace of hazy light on his body. It was young Master Yu. Many people exclaimed and greeted him, "Hello, young Master Yu." Someone asked, "Who is this man? Was he very powerful?" "Idiot, this is Liyue family's young Master Yu. Don't you know the Liyue family? What a terrifying family. They were the top clans living in the ancient city." After the others heard this, they gasped. Those who could live in the real ancient city definitely surpassed them. They were existences that they could only look up to. An old man walked out and said with a smile, "Young Master Yu, are you also here to head to the Soul Valley?" Waving his folding fan, young Master Yu said with a smile, "I'm just here to check out the situation. The one who really wants to go to the Soul Valley is my big brother." It turned out that young Master Tianchen was going there. The old man also exclaimed. Young Master Yu nodded, "Yes, my big brother is now on the verge of a breakthrough. He is about to become a great emperor." Speaking of this, his face was full of pride. After the others heard this, they were even more shocked. What? Is he going to break through and become a great emperor? Young Master Tianchen has already reached this step. Oh my god, he is so extraordinary at such a young age. Is there finally going to be a new great emperor in the 9 Serenities? Countless people were shocked. Everyone went crazy. Although there was more than one great emperor in the 9 Serenities, every time he did so, it was an earth-shattering event. After all, it was very difficult to become a great emperor here. Many people turned into ashes at the last step. Many people stopped moving forward, lamented for thousands of years, and finally turned into ashes. It was really too difficult to become a great emperor. Whether it was in the 9 heavens and 10 earths or in the universe, it was as difficult as climbing to the sky. But now, the top genius of the Yu family, Yu Tianchen, was about to become a great emperor. Someone said, "I wonder if young Master Tianchen has any opponents? If not, he will definitely succeed in becoming a great emperor." Someone laughed and said, "Even if he has opponents, so what? Only one person can succeed in becoming a great emperor. Yu Tianchen can definitely step on everything and become a great emperor." Hearing this, Xueqi frowned slightly and said, "Elder Xia seems to be in a bit of trouble. Although many people can become great emperors in the 9 Serenities, they can't do it at the same time. Only one person can become a great emperor at a time. This time, after Yutian City becomes a great emperor, Xia Jiuyo will have to wait for a while." "How could it be like this?" Lin Xian frowned slightly. Xueqi said, "This is not the worst. The worst is that 2 people will become great emperors at the same time. At that time, there will be a life and death battle. The one who succeeds will become a great emperor. The one who fails will not only have to wait for the next time, but it is very likely that his foundation will be damaged. He would never be able to attain the Tao. Or, he may die directly. I believe in Elder Xia. Even if it is a battle of great emperors, he won't lose." Lin Xian said. Indeed, if Xia Jiuyo was lucky, he would have already proven his Tao and become a great emperor a few thousand years ago. This time, he had the opportunity to become a great emperor. He wouldn't lose to anyone. Young Master Yu and the others walked inside amidst the crowd's flattery. They wanted to go to the best VIP seats, but halfway there, they stopped. Young Master Yu's eyes lit up. "This fairy looks unfamiliar. I wonder which family or sect she is from." He looked at Xueqi, and his eyes lit up. When the others saw Xueqi, they were also surprised. "What a beautiful fairy." Xueqi frowned slightly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Are you blind? Can't you see that she is taken? Boy, who do you think you are? You? Do you think you are worthy of such a beautiful fairy? You are just a toad. Get lost, or I will destroy you." Young Master Yu was very arrogant. The people next to him were also geniuses from big families. They sneered. Their auras spread out, and they wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed. "You ants want to fight me? I will give you a chance to disappear from my sight. I can spare your lives. You are courting death. Guards, teach him a lesson." Behind him, a strong man walked over, wanting to attack Lin Xian. However, before he could reach him, Lin Xian's eyes pierced through him. Then, Lin Xian slapped young Master Yu to the ground. Ah! Young Master Yu screamed. His face was smashed, and many of his bones were broken. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack him. He turned his head abruptly, stared at Lin Xian, and said, You are dead. Boom! Lin Xian slapped young Master Yu again, turning him into a mist of blood. The people around him went crazy. Who is this guy? How dare he kill him? Isn't he afraid of the Yu family's anger? The sky was filled with a mist of blood. Lin Xian looked around at the young masters and said, You also attacked me just now, didn't you? The young masters were so scared that they almost knelt down. Sir, please spare our lives. They were about to cry. Boom! Boom, boom. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped the people around him into a mist of blood as if he were swatting flies. F***ck, he is too strong. This guy killed a few genius young masters. Those big families. They would never let him go. Lin Xian continued to attack. With a few simple palm strikes, he killed several geniuses from the top clans. Everyone's scalp went numb. The people in the villa looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Where did this guy come from? He's too reckless. Does he know what kind of person he has offended? He doesn't know anything. He's just a hothead. Countless voices of discussion sounded. However, when Lin Xian's gaze swept over them, all of the voices disappeared. At this moment, the entire villa was terrifyingly quiet. Try this dish. What do you think? Lin Xian looked away and began to pick up food for Xueqi. The two of them tasted the special dishes of the 9 serenities. After about half an hour, the two of them were full. Xueqi asked, Husband, where are we going? Let's go to the Soul Valley. I heard that something incredible has appeared there. If it's useful for the immortal Qi seed, it would be great. The two of them left their seats and walked out of the villa toward the Soul Valley. After Lin Xian left, the people in the villa heaved a sigh of relief. That young man's aura is too terrifying. What level has he reached? Is he a great emperor? Impossible. I didn't feel any great emperor's aura, but I guess he's not far away. I heard that he went to the Soul Valley. Yu Tianchen is also going to the Soul Valley to look for opportunities. Is he going to compete with Yu Tianchen? Who can become a great emperor between the two of them? Let's go and have a look. Let's go to the Soul Valley. Many people stood up and went to the Soul Valley. Many people went to the Soul Valley. Soon, the entire villa was shrouded in moonlight. It was very hazy. What a strange vision of heaven and earth. Some geniuses looked up. But in the next moment, they saw a pair of cold eyes walk out of the moonlight. It was an old man. He had a long saber in his hand that was shaped like a crescent moon. He looked at young Master Yu, who was split in half, and said in a deep voice, Who killed him? Is it someone from the Yu family? Countless people were shocked. The old man shouted coldly, Soul capture. Immediately, those people's souls were enveloped. They were simply unable to resist. A moment later, the old man attacked. With a slash of his scimitar, the armed police fell to the ground. These people died with their eyes wide open. Those who were still alive were horrified when they saw this scene. Why did you kill us? It wasn't us who did it. If you have the ability, then go and kill that kid. The old man said coldly, You saw the people of the Yu family being killed, yet you didn't help. You deserve to die 10,000 times. After he finished speaking, he swung his saber again. A terrifying saber light flashed and split these people apart. Then, the old man turned around and soared into the sky. I don't care who you are. You can't escape. An ice dragon was roaring on the boundless land, and there were 2 people on it. They were Lin Xian and Xueqi. Their target this time was the Soul Valley. The speed of the ice dragon was extremely fast. It was as fast as lightning. However, at this moment, the ice tornado roared, as though it had discovered an enemy. What had appeared? Xueqi formed a hand seal with her palms, and she said, Husband, it seems like someone is blocking our path. When Lin Xian heard this, he opened his eyes. The light of reincarnation condensed into a heavenly eye. It was like a heavenly deity looking down from high above. Under his gaze, he could clearly see that there seemed to be another moon in front of him. That moon was a crescent moon, and it was rotating between heaven and earth. Its moonlight enveloped everything. Moreover, the moonlight was spreading. It didn't take long for it to envelop them. In the next instant, they felt that the space around them seemed to have changed. It was as though an invisible hand was covering their surroundings. The pressure they felt was as heavy as a mountain. Xueqi waved her hand, and the ice dragon stopped. She furrowed her brows and said, "Who is it? Come out." An old man walked out of the moonlight in front of them. This old man was tall, and his hair was white. His hair was fluttering in the wind, and he stood there like the sky. A terrifying power condensed on his body. When Xueqi saw this, she furrowed her brows. This old man was unexpectedly a great emperor. The Yu family's old demon's eyes were ice-cold as he looked in front of him. Soon, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. "That's right, it's you. You are the one who killed my Yu family's people." Previously, when he was collecting their souls, he already knew who his enemy was. Now, when he saw Lin Xian, he was even more certain of his guess. "Young man, do you know who the person you just killed was?" "It was my Yu family's young master." "Do you know what the consequences are?" "Now, come back with me obediently and accept your punishment. Don't make me attack you, or you will regret it." "So, it's the Yu family's people." When Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. "Then, do you know how arrogant your Yu family's people were before? Our Yu family's people were born to be arrogant in this world. Do you not accept this?" Old demon Yu snorted coldly, and light bloomed on his body. The moon in the sky fell, and the surrounding void kept shattering. He was really overbearing. Did he really think that he was the ruler of the world? Lin Xian's face also darkened. He said, "Are you the only one who came? You are not strong enough. Brat, you're really arrogant. Is your backer the woman beside you? Although she is also a great emperor, there are strong and weak great emperors. I can feel that she is no match for me. Wait until I defeat her, then I will kill you." After saying that, old demon Yu waved his hand, and the moon in the sky fell, turning into millions of moonlight blades, and slashed down. Each blade attack carried the laws of the earth and immortal energy, and was extremely powerful. The other saints and great emperors could not resist at all. "You want to hurt my husband? Do you think you can do it?" Xueqi also made her move. Like an ice goddess, she waved her hand, and a storm swept out. The whole world was covered in ice, and snow covered thousands of miles. The moonlight in the sky was frozen in an instant, and it flickered with blue light. Not only that, the chilliness swept towards the Yu clan's old demon. Boom, in an instant, old demon Yu was frozen. Boom, old demon Yu roared angrily, and the scimitar in his hand moved. With him as the center, the ice shattered. However, new ice appeared, and the two sides were in a deadlock. Old demon Yu frowned. "No, you are not an ordinary great emperor. There is something wrong with your body." He was too surprised. He could feel that Xueqi had just become a great emperor, and she was a newcomer. Such a realm could not be compared to an expert of the older generation like him. It would not be a problem for him to defeat her. However, as soon as they started fighting, he realized that he was wrong. He seemed to be suppressed by his opponent. Damn it! Moon Demon Slash, he used his great emperor's secret technique. A blinding light was emitted from it. The void seemed to ripple, and it shattered. At this moment, the ice in the sky melted, and a huge blade light fell down, fusing with the crescent moon in the sky. "You can't block it." Old Demon Yuya's voice was sonorous, and it was filled with confidence. Humph, a cold look appeared in Xueqi's eyes. She formed a hand seal, and then slapped out. Nine Divine Claw. The wind and snow between heaven and earth became even more terrifying, and it seemed like even the light dimmed. Then, a claw flew out, and it seemed to cross the universe. It slapped out fiercely. A violent roar came from the void and swept out in all directions. The dim moonlight barrier shattered instantly. The power of the great emperors burst out and swept out in all directions. Behind them, the experts who had followed Lin Xian and the others also stopped. They were shocked and doubtful. What happened in front of them? Not good. Retreat, some of the stronger ones retreated quickly. In an instant, they saw the void within thousands of miles was filled with cracks. And it continued to spread toward them. What is this? This power is too terrifying. Run away quickly. Countless cries of surprise could be heard. It was the power of the great emperors. Everyone was pushed far away when the great emperors were fighting. Their faces were full of horror, and they didn't dare to go forward anymore. Even in the Nine Serenities, the great emperors were existences that countless people looked up to. Why didn't they know that two great emperors were fighting in front of them? Among them, a peerless expert said, "Why do I feel that the aura of one of the great emperors is the law of the Yu family? Is the great emperor of the Yu family here?" Looking at the route, it seems that he is going for that arrogant boy. It's over. That boy is dead meat. Who asked him to offend the Yu family? The Yu family was a family that lived in the ancient city. There was more than one great emperor in the city. How could he resist them? However, who was the second great emperor's aura? They didn't know. Could it be that the boy had a backer? These people could only wait in confusion. In front of them, after the earth-shattering collision, the two figures retreated. Then, they stopped in the void. Xueqi's body was spotless. The wind blew her hair, but it couldn't blow away the coldness on her body. Her eyes were colder than ice. She said in a deep voice, "You are just SOSO. Damn it. This woman is so terrifying. Why haven't I heard of her before?" The old demon of the Yu family frowned. It seemed that he had to use some of his lost techniques. He snorted and waved his hand. Endless moonlight rolled and condensed into a battle armor. He put it on. Now that he had the Moon Devil armor, his defense had increased exponentially. At the same time, a crescent moon flashed out from between his eyebrows. The aura of the moon kept revolving around him. A strand of immortal chi wrapped around his saber. "Next, I'm going to get serious. You might die." "Old demon," you said coldly. "Just you?" Xueqi shook her head. "I can't do it." In the next moment, her nine divine body was completely unleashed. An even more frightening frost energy spread out. The frost flame on his body was flickering nonstop. That flame was even colder than the 10,000-year frost ice. Lin Xian watched from behind with a smile on his face. He wasn't worried at all because he knew Xueqi's power. This old man was no match for him at all. He estimated that after 1,000 moves, this old man would be injured. In the next instant, the two people in front of him made their moves. They were like lightning from the 9 heavens as they clashed. An earth-shattering aura erupted once again. The power of a great emperor was boundless. At this moment, everyone was trembling in fear. While they were fighting, the space behind them suddenly split open. A silver-white ray of light shot towards Lin Xian's back. Its speed was so fast that it startled everyone. With a loud boom, it rushed towards Lin Xian's back. A thunderous sound rang out, and Lin Xian's body shook violently. Soon after, the silver-white ray of light turned into a huge silver-white flower that rushed towards Lin Xian. It wanted to engulf him completely. "Young man, become the nourishment of my flower." An ear-piercing sound echoed in the air, and it made people's hair stand on end. When old demon Yu, who was fighting in front of them, saw this scene, he narrowed his eyes. Someone was trying to benefit from it. However, forget it. It doesn't matter who killed that lad. He sneered coldly and said, "Aren't you going to save him?" Xueqi, who was in front of him, looked at him coldly and expressionlessly. "My husband's power isn't something you can imagine. More than one great emperor has died in his hands. He doesn't need me to save him." When old demon Yu heard this, he was stunned. "What? That lad killed a great emperor? What kind of joke is this? That lad isn't even a great emperor. Where did he get such ability?" He didn't believe it. However, he found that the woman in front of him wasn't anxious at all. This surprised him greatly. The huge silver-white flower behind her kept swallowing. It seemed that even divine weapons would be crushed by it. In the distance, those who were waiting also exclaimed. Among them was the 9-crowned king. He said, "I can feel the aura of the second great emperor. That lad's life signs have disappeared. Could it be that he has died?" Heavens, 2 great emperors came to kill him. Even if he died, his name would be remembered in the 9 underworlds. It's a pity. He could have competed with Xianxia. He had the hope of becoming a great emperor. However, he offended someone he shouldn't have and died in the end. A dead genius is nothing. You must remember that you can't offend any of the families in the ancient city. The surrounding young people kept nodding. These words were like the truth that was deeply imprinted in their souls. Don't you think you're too naive to think that you can kill me with a flower? Suddenly, a young voice rang out, shocking the powerhouse behind the fresh flowers. You're still alive? This is impossible. We're fine. A cold voice rang out. However, the entire void started to tremble. The silver flowers were also swaying non-stop as they let out mournful cries. Then, it was torn into 2 petals. The flowers danced in the sky, withered and sad. A figure walked out from the petals. It was none other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian was completely unharmed. His eyes were incomparably bright as he stared behind him. You're not from the Yu family. Which great emperor are you from? Why did you attack me? You're still alive. A middle-aged man in black walked out of the void behind him. The flower in the middle-aged man's hand had already withered. His face was terrifyingly cold. Damn it. I spent so much effort to cultivate this flower demon with immortal qi. To think that it was actually destroyed by you. You're unforgivable. I'll let you know the power of the Xianxia family. Xianxia family? Lin Xian was taken aback. Oh, I remember now. There was indeed a reason when I was in the villa. The members of the family were reckless. They were killed by me as if I was swatting flies. Are you also here for revenge? Damn kid, it's good that you know. The blacking patriarch roared crazily. You'll die if you offend our family. He's still alive. Old Demon Yu, who was fighting in the front, was also shocked. He didn't believe Xueqi when she said that. But now, he realized that she didn't seem to be lying. This young man was too terrifying. He had the combat strength of a great emperor. What kind of monster is he? After tearing the flower into pieces, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Blacking Patriarch, I'll remember you. You should also remember my name. My name is Lin Wudi. After saying that, he threw a punch forward. Dazzling light lit up the world. Raging flames swept out in all directions. At this moment, the sky seemed to be pierced by the sun. The whole world turned into daytime. Feeling the terror of Lin Xian's punch, the Blacking Patriarch didn't dare to be careless. He performed the Darking Giant handprint. He slapped it hard. The two collided, shaking heaven and earth. The void cracked, and the surrounding mountains were torn apart. The boulders rolled down, and the black hole on the roof spread into the distance. Those who were watching the battle in the distance retreated in horror. Their faces were full of fear. Among them, the 9-crowned king exclaimed, that arrogant boy's vitality has appeared again. Oh my god, what's going on? Did he come back to life again? What a powerful force. The Blacking Patriarch was also shocked by the power of Lin Quan's fist. What kind of physique is this? The power of the purest yang. You're not from the 9th serenity. How did you survive here? The transcendent power in his opponent's body is completely opposite to that of the 9th serenity. How can he exist? There are many things you don't know. Lin Xian snorted and punched out like a dragon. He kept falling and attacking the Blacking Patriarch. The Blacking Patriarch was also angry. Damn it, are you looking down on me? He kept waving his palms. The power in the sky gathered toward him, causing the immortal qi on his body to become even more terrifying. A ferocious look appeared on his face, making him look like a cunning fox. He said, Boy, your power will be greatly restrained in the 9th serenity, so you'll be in despair. The Darking Palm. The Blacking Patriarch's palm burst out endless power and slapped down hard. At the same time, the mystic petals also danced. A giant gloomy flower petal appeared under his feet. There were 9 petals in total, and they quickly closed around Lin Xian. Once surrounded, he would be turned into a pool of blood. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to resist. Let's see how you can dodge it. In the next moment, the mystic petals enveloped Lin Xian again. The Blacking Patriarch laughed complacently. Go to hell. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the 9 petals split open again, and the piercing sword light spread for thousands of miles. The great grandmaster of the Blacking sect was shocked. He was dumbfounded. You came out alive? That's impossible. Lin Xian snorted coldly, idiot. The immortal slaying sword thrust out and cut off one of the Blacking ancestors' arms. The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was injured. He held his arm and retreated, his face full of shock. What kind of sword chi is this, the sword energy that killed you? The celestial slaying sword slashed down once again, and a violent killing intent swept out, as if it could destroy the world. The great ancestor of the Blacking sect shot out countless flower petals to form a barrier. Together with the immortal chi, they blocked the attack. He was shaken to the point that his chi and blood were roiling, and he kept retreating. Then, he roared, heal. The other injuries on his body healed quickly. However, the recovery speed of his broken arm was extremely slow. Obviously, there was an invincible force that was crazily tearing his wounds apart. Damn it, what exactly is this power? Why does it make me feel fear in my soul? Boom! At this moment, the Yu family's old demon was finally injured. He was sent flying by Xueqi's 9 divine palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a terrifying icy palm print could be seen on his body. He roared angrily, old demon of the Blacking sect, let's join hands. These 2 youngsters are too strange. All right. The 2 great emperors quickly met up. Their fragrant bodies kept erupting as they prepared to join hands to fight the enemy. Are you sure you want to join hands? A strange look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. The great ancestor of the Blacking sect smiled. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then you should obediently surrender. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm afraid that you will die too quickly. Let's join hands. We will let them know what it means to join hands to fight the enemy. Xueqi nodded and smiled after hearing his words. With her and Lin Xian's physique, once they joined hands, their power would be unimaginably terrifying. The 2 of them walked together, and the light on their bodies kept erupting. 9 yin and 9 yang. The combination of yin and yang could be called the emperor of the world. The power of the 2 of them was completely opposite. However, at this moment, they were perfectly fused together. Boom, a torrent-like power erupted, and the vast aura could even shatter the universe. The 2 great emperors were dumbfounded. What is this? The physiques of the 2 of you are so terrifying. 9 yin and 9 yang. Could it be that there are 2 super strong physiques under the starry sky? Why are the 2 of you here? The 2 great emperors were completely alarmed. They had lived for tens of thousands of years, and they had seen countless strange things. They had also gone through many difficult battles. However, they had never been as shocked as they were now. They were invincible. They had to temporarily retreat. The 2 great emperors looked at each other. Then, they chose to retreat at the same time. If other people saw this, they would be scared silly. The 2 great emperors had joined hands, yet they chose to run away. Boom, the 2 of them were very fast, and they used their movement techniques to the extreme. They tore open the void and escaped quickly. Where are you going? Lin Xian shouted coldly as he and Xueqi attacked. Both of them linked their fingers together, and a yin-yang fist flew out. With a loud boom, the void in front of them was completely shattered. The 2 great emperors cried out in pain. They didn't manage to escape. They were hit by this power, and many cracks appeared on their bodies. Blue blood dyed the 9 heavens. At this moment, the vision of heaven and earth exploded. Countless powerhouses knelt down. It was like the end of the world. After this attack, the 2 great emperors escaped with injuries. Lin Xian and Xueqi withdrew their fists and said coldly, "You ran fast. Keep going." The 2 of them rode on the ice dragon and left. The people who were waiting behind them were dumbfounded. What was that? That aura was so powerful. I felt that it surpassed the great emperors. Could it be that someone has cultivated 2 strands of immortal chi? Even the Yu family's people were beaten away? Is it the expert behind that arrogant guy? Countless guesses could be heard. However, none of them were able to guess correctly. The news of this palm also spread. For a moment, all the sects and families in the 9 serenities were shocked. The Yu family was an extremely powerful family. The great emperor of the Yu family was even more terrifying. However, he was scared away by someone, and he was even severely injured. This was simply an appalling thing. The Yu family's people frowned when they heard this. He is really arrogant. No one has dared to challenge our Yu family for a long time. Let's wait and let Xianxia prove his Tao first. He is very talented. Once he becomes a great emperor, his future will be limitless. Maybe he can cultivate 2 strands of immortal qi. After Xianxia becomes a great emperor, we will kill that arrogant guy. Just in case, we will send another great emperor to protect Xianxia secretly. The Yu family sent another great emperor. They went to the Soul Valley. This time, Xianxia was going to prove his Tao. They would not allow him to fail. The Soul Valley was already crowded with people. It was said that there was an extremely terrifying treasure in the Soul Valley. After getting it, one's strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Even some martial monarchs had shown up. There were also some people who had hopes of proving their Tao. However, among them, the most famous one was Yu Tianxin. The news that Yu Tianxin was going to prove his Tao had spread. Countless people were shocked. At this time, no one could surpass Yu Tianxin. It was estimated that there were not many people who could compete with him. Therefore, the possibility of Yu Tianxin becoming a great emperor had greatly increased. Therefore, some people came to look for treasures, and some just came to watch the fun. They wanted to see Tianxin's glory. The Soul Valley was a very mysterious place in the 9 serenities. There was a soul suppression here. As soon as one got close, one's soul would feel like a piece of cloth being controlled by a pair of invisible hands. It would be torn apart at any time. Although the Soul Valley was dangerous, there were still many people around. Some experts had occupied the advantageous terrain and were waiting silently. Lin Xian and Xueqi also came. The 2 of them hid their powerful aura and hid in the crowd. Lin Xian looked at the valley in front of him and was surprised. He felt an extraordinary power. Xueqi said, "It seems that there are good things in there." "Don't worry, the things inside must be yours. The Yu family can't compete with us. Do you want me to take it now?" Lin Xian shook his head and said, Don't worry. Let's wait and see." Lin Xian was ready to wait patiently. At the same time, there were some powerful elders around. They were discussing. It seemed that Yu Tianxin was very confident to become a great emperor this time. Yes, there was another one, the proud daughter of the Nanling family. But she didn't expect that at the last moment, she went mad and failed. This time, she was no match for Yu Tianxin. Was there no one in the Xia family who could become a great emperor this time? Some young people were confused. An elder said, "There are some problems in the Xia family recently. Haven't you heard? A peerless expert, a mysterious great emperor, attacked the Xia family and killed many of their experts. Even a great emperor of the Xia family was injured. Now, the Xia family was in a state of panic. They were calling back their disciples and looking for that person all over the world." Who was it? What? Someone dared to challenge the Xia family. It was unbelievable. Who was so bold? When Lin Xian heard the news, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He knew that it was the corpse emperor who he had rescued. The corpse emperor had cultivated 2 divine fires. He was very powerful. The Xia family was going to be busy. After waiting for 3 more days, more and more people arrived. However, Yu Tianxin was still nowhere to be seen. This made many people puzzled. What was going on? Was young Master Yu not coming? Some young geniuses said, "We can't wait any longer. Let's go in and get the treasure first." It seemed that he had no fate with this treasure. Many people rose into the air and flew towards the Valley of Souls. The eyes of the others also flickered as they prepared to move. However, at this moment, a cold shout was heard. Who would dare? The aura of a great emperor descended. Countless people were terrified. The geniuses at the front all stopped in their tracks. They were extremely shocked. "Greetings, great emperor." These people all bowed, and an old man descended from the sky. The old man was tall and had white hair. The moonlight on his forehead flickered with a hazy aura. However, he was wearing a loose black robe. It was Old Demon Crescent Moon. That was an ancestor-level figure. Was he here to protect Yu Tianchen? Many people were shocked. Those young disciples were all envious. Being born into a powerful family was truly a blessing in disguise. There would be great emperors coming to protect them at any time. After the old demon of the Yu family arrived, he said coldly, "Don't you know that the treasure in the Valley of Souls has been coveted by the Yu family? Young Master Yu Tianchen is on his way here. This treasure is his. You can only wait. Do you understand?" After hearing this, everyone gasped. Many people's faces turned pale. However, some people were not convinced. "Can't we wait for 10 or 100 years? If he doesn't come, we can't do anything?" The old demon of the Yu family's face darkened. He stared at the man who spoke and snorted coldly. Immediately, the voice was like thunder. The middle-aged man who spoke had his body split open, and his soul was destroyed. The others were scared and knelt on the ground. "Great Emperor, please calm down. We understand." At this moment, no one dared to make a move. Those geniuses who were not convinced before also turned pale. It was good that they understood. The old demon of the Yu family rose into the sky. He stood in the sky and waited silently. The people below him were extremely quiet. What an arrogant fellow. Xueqi frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "We won't wait anymore. I wanted to see what kind of person he is. I didn't expect that he would waste 3 days of my time. Let's go and take the things inside." After saying that, the two of them walked outside. "Look, someone is heading toward the valley. Who is so reckless?" The great emperor of the Yu family was here. Who would dare to make a move? Even the Nine-Crown King was killed by a voice. Did the others think that they could resist it? Countless cries of surprise rang out. They looked up. They saw 2 figures walking over. It was a man and a woman. The man was extremely handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. They could not sense any terrifying energy from the 2 young people. Which family did they come from? It was a pity that they were going to die at such a young age. Did the elders of their families not tell them that they could not challenge the great emperor? Countless people shook their heads and sighed. The old demon of the Yu family opened his eyes. Who was so reckless? He lowered his head and said, "You 2 ants, do you want to die? You lost to me. How dare you make a move?" Xueqi said coldly. The old demon of the Yu family was furious. The others were also shocked. They were challenging a great emperor. They would probably suffer a fate worse than death. The old demon of the Yu family was murderous. The power of the great emperor shattered the void. He descended like a god. However, when he came down and saw Lin Xian and Xueju, his body trembled. His face became extremely ugly. "It's you." He rose into the air as if he was going to escape. God, what did I just see? A great emperor was so scared that he ran away. That's impossible. How could 2 young people scare a great emperor? Was he dreaming? Asking the Yu family emperor to help, many people exclaimed. The great emperor was a godlike figure in their hearts. How could he be scared and retreat? Damn it, Junior, don't go too far. The old demon of the Yu family roared. Lin Xian smiled. Do you want to fight? Come on, but you'll have to bear the consequences. His eyes seemed to have turned into a furnace, blooming with endless light as if it could turn the universe into ashes. The scorching aura shook the souls of countless people. They kept retreating. Is this young man the reincarnation of the god of sun? Why is he so scary? The old demon of the Yu family didn't seem to dare to resist. He rose into the air in fear and retreated again. Previously, he and the Black Insect's patriarch were no match for Lin Xian even when they joined forces. Now, he was alone. Trash. Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he turned around and continued to move toward the Soul Valley. God, the great emperor of the Yu family was scared away. He was called trash, but he still didn't make a move. Is this really a great emperor? What is he afraid of? Everyone felt that the faith in their hearts had collapsed. Aren't great emperors high and mighty? Aren't they supreme beings who can sweep away everything? Why are they so timid now? However, no matter how these people roared, the old demon of the Yu family still stood there. Although his face was terrifyingly dark, he didn't dare to make a move. Countless doubtful eyes fell on the old demon of the Yu clan like sharp swords. This made the old demon of the Yu clan feel extremely aggrieved. As a great emperor, he was superior to everyone. But now, he was being doubted and looked down upon. How could he not be angry? However, he really couldn't defeat these two young people. Now, he regretted that he didn't look at them before he attacked. If he had checked in advance, he should have found these two people. At that time, he could have hidden and wouldn't have been embarrassed like now. Now, the scene really made him feel like a year. It was abnormally ugly. But fortunately, at this moment, someone saved him. In the distance, an extremely bright light appeared. Then, the roars of all kinds of divine beasts sounded. Between heaven and earth, a ray of light shrouded the whole space. Countless people turned their heads and looked, exclaiming, "Heaven and earth anomaly." Even Lin Xian and Xueqi stopped. They turned their heads and looked into the distance. Someone was coming. Xueqi was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's that person from the Yu clan. He could feel the bloodline of the Yu clan in that person. Interesting. Let me see just what kind of talent he has, right? Lin Xian stood in front of the valley with his hands behind his back. At the same time, in the distance, a figure walked over. Under this figure, the great path surrounded by endless light. Around him, there were 4 terrifying demonic beast phantoms. These 4 demonic beasts were the dragon of the 9 underworlds, the fire of the 9 underworlds, the phoenix of the 9 underworlds, and the turtle of the 9 underworlds. If they were in the outside universe, they would be called the 4 divine beasts. In the 9 underworlds, they were also existences like the saint beast totems. Generally, any person accompanied by such a heaven and earth anomaly would be able to shake heaven and earth. Now, all 4 of the saint beast totems were surrounding a person. This scene was really shocking. Countless people exclaimed, "God, this is Yu Tianqian of the Yu clan. His talent is too strong." 4 sacred beast totems circled around his body. How terrifying was his talent? This person, after becoming a great emperor, would be able to go very far. "Greetings, young master Yu Tianqian." The surrounding people bowed one after another. All sorts of shouts and shouts resounded like a sudden clap of thunder. Old Demon Yu also smiled and said, "Young master, you're here." He could finally heave a sigh of relief. Because all the glory would return to the Yu family. Yu Tianqian nodded. He was surrounded by 4 saint beast totems. He was like a god, high and mighty. He looked at the valley and said, "Is the thing still inside?" "Naturally." The great emperor of Yu clan laughed and said, "No one dares to take it." When he said this, he deliberately glared at Lin Xian and said, "But, what? Is there anyone who dares to go against us? Just kill him." Yu Tianqian said indifferently. The old demon of the Yu clan took a deep breath and said, "The people this time are not ordinary. The 2 of them are great emperors." After he spoke, he pointed at Lin Xian and Xueqi. "Oh, these 2 people." His gaze landed on her. What a beautiful woman. She's actually a great emperor-level genius. He acknowledged this person. However, the young man next to her was obviously not a great emperor. Is this person also very powerful? Is it possible that he's more powerful than me? Thinking of this, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. He was a person who was about to become a great emperor. He didn't care about anything. So he said, "Ancestor, I'll leave that woman to you. As for the other guy, leave him to me." After that, he walked forward. "Wait." The old demon of the Yu clan said, "You can't do it." "What?" Yu Tianqian frowned. "Ancestor, you don't believe me. Do you think I'm not as good as him?" The old demon of the Yu clan didn't know what to say. Now, for Yu Tianqian, the most important thing was confidence. He couldn't attack the other party at this time. However, the guy in front of him was too terrifying. Once they fought, it would not be just a matter of attacking. It was very likely that he would end up miserable. Just as he was thinking about how to tell the other party tactfully, Yu Tianchen snorted coldly. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. I can't touch him? After that, he quickly walked over. Look! The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. They saw Yu Tianchen walking toward the 2 people in front of him with the 4 Saint Beast totems. These 2 people were going to be unlucky. Yes, can these 2 young people really challenge the Yu clan? I feel that they will end up miserable. Do you dare to fight with me? Yu Tianchen looked down and pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said, You haven't proved your Dao yet. You are no match for me. So, you don't deserve it. Not to mention you, even your ancestor is no match for me. Look at him, how dare he be arrogant in front of me? Get out of here. I want the thing inside. Everyone went crazy. What is this young man doing? Is he challenging Yu Tianchen? He's too reckless. After all, Lin Xian didn't release any powerful aura. No one knew who Lin Xian was. In their opinion, no one in the younger generation could challenge Yu Tian City. Yu Tianchen's face also darkened. He snorted and said, I don't know how many years has passed since anyone dared to look down on me. Boy, you will regret your words and actions. After that, he waved his embroidered robe and an extremely terrible moonlight power flew out. It was like a knife light, chilling people's hearts. This boy will be split in half. That's for sure. How can he resist it? The biting cold knife light suddenly collapsed in front of Lin Xian. It turned into countless moonlight fragments and scattered on the ground. Well, what's going on? Many people frowned. Yu Tianchen was also stunned. Is it the woman next to him who helped him? He said, Boy, standing behind a woman, what are you? If you have the guts, come out and fight. I'm afraid you can't bear it. Lin Xian said lightly. Damn it. An extremely terrible moonlight appeared on Yu Tianchen's body. It was his immortal qi seed. It was only 1 step away from the real immortal qi. He formed a seal with his palms and formed an extremely terrible Milky Way. It crossed the ages and attacked. The Milky Way was upside down and swept across the 9 heavens. Everyone was terrified. Yu Tianchen was really too powerful. Is this the person who is about to prove his Dao? It's too terrifying. Only a real great emperor could resist him. A few of the old 9 crown kings were amazed. After hearing this, the others were even more shocked. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to resist it. Facing such a terrible attack, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed forward. The 9 suns' divine fire danced on his fingertip. Then, the whole world was completely boiling. This finger carried a terrible flame and turned into a divine sword, piercing through the world. With a boom, the world was shattered. The Milky Way in the sky was quickly evaporated under this finger. Countless clouds and mist filled the air, forming a sea of clouds. This finger directly pierced through Yu Tianchen's body. With a scream, blood dyed the 9 heavens. Yu Tianchen was seriously injured. He was defeated in 1 move. The people below looked up. At this moment, they were stunned. Who is this young man? Is he a young great emperor? The scene in front of them shocked everyone. Yu Tian City's young master, who was about to prove his Dao, was injured by someone just like that. Who was the young man who attacked Yu Tian? When the old demon of the Yu family saw this scene, he exclaimed, How dare you? He quickly rushed over to save Yu Tianchen. However, Lin Xian was faster. He waved his hand and endless sword qi shrouded Yu Tianchen and brought him to his side. Then, he stepped on Yu Tianchen's head. Yu Tianchen was completely stunned. He was about to prove his Dao. He was high and mighty. He ignored everything. In his opinion, he could easily kill a young man. But in the end, the other party beat him to a pulp with a single finger. Now, he was stepped on by someone. He couldn't accept this. He roared to the sky and vomited blood. His lungs were about to burst. I don't believe it. Who are you? Who are you? How can you defeat me? You are a great emperor, aren't you? You are an old monster. In his opinion, if the young man was a great emperor, he could accept it. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped the other party's body, shattering the other party's bones. Blood flew out. Many of his bones were broken. Lin Xian said indifferently, "Shut up. I can only tell you regretfully that I am not a great emperor. I am just a quasi-emperor." How could this be? Yu Tianchen's Taoist heart was broken and cracked. He couldn't accept that a quasi-emperor was stronger than him. Why would he be defeated by someone? Why did the young man appear on the eve of his Tao? Was he a demon? Was he here to punish him? Let him go. The old demon of the Yu family said coldly, "Otherwise, you will regret it. Although you are strong, the foundation of the Yu family is not something you can imagine. Old ancestor, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and attack." Yu Tianchen roared crazily. The Yu family's Chenmo had no choice but to rush over. The moon behind him rose into the sky and formed a hazy light that shrouded the sky and earth. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. The wrath of a great emperor was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Xueqi, who was next to him, attacked. Zhang Xian waved his hand, and a frightening amount of ice burst forth, morphing into the divine Nining palm that enveloped the entire area. He fought with the old demon of the Yu clan. Oh heavens, this woman is actually a great emperor? No way, which family is she from? Everyone knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. Who would have thought that little fairy, who was as beautiful as a fairy at such a young age, would actually possess such terrifying strength? Damn it. The old demon of the Yu clan also had an ugly expression. At this time a long howl came from afar. Then, someone stepped on Moonfire and quickly flew over. This was a middle-aged man. The chicken on his body was terrifying, divine flames surging through heaven and earth. He was the other great emperor of the Yu family. It's great that he's here. Stop it. Yu clan's old demon angrily shouted. The newcomer spat out divine flames and charged toward Lin Xian. Die. The great emperor was infuriated. The divine flame on his body was terrifying, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if the god of slaughter from ancient times had come back to life, staring at Lin Xian. Kid, you're dead. Yu Tianchen, who was under his feet, burst into laughter. Although Zhang Xian had defeated him, he was still a great emperor. However, he was still not a martial monarch. He could not be compared to a real martial monarch. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. Sword chi roared and streaks of sword light soared into the sky. It split all the moonfire in the sky. That's impossible, Yu Tianchen was going crazy. This is a real divine flame. How did he split it? He seemed to have seen the most incredible thing. The great emperor of the Yu clan was the same. He was called the Moonlight Great Emperor. His moonlight divine flame was extremely terrifying. Could it be that he couldn't defeat Zhang Xian? Damn it. He looked up to the sky and roared. The divine flame on his body condensed into a palace, like the ninth heaven palace, and fell down mercilessly. From inside, an extremely terrifying and unknown creature emerged. That creature was shrouded in white mist, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. A pair of flame-like eyes pierced through the void. At this moment, countless people were terrified. Yu Tianchen laughed. Great, the great ancestor is serious. You're dead. He knew that this move was the unique skill of his family's great ancestor. Was he serious? Then do you know what I look like when I'm serious? Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and endless sword chi surged. Cosmo sword formation, all things as swords. At this moment, millions of sword chi shrouded the world. The scene was extremely shocking. Everyone went crazy. Every single one of them could easily pierce through Nine Crown King. Millions of sword chi, even a great emperor, so what? Even if he was shrouded, he would die without a doubt. In the next moment, the two attacks collided, and a deafening sound was heard. The unknown creature that walked out of the Moon Palace was torn to pieces in an instant. The sword chi in the sky rushed toward the Moonlight Great Emperor. Impossible, the Moonlight Great Emperor roared crazily. He turned around and ran away. Damn it, what the hell was going on? Why was the opponent's strength so terrifying? In the next moment, he was hit by some sword chi. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The great emperor's blood pierced through the world, and the ninth heaven shook violently. At this moment, everyone looked up, dumbfounded. Yu Tianxian was even more dumbfounded. The real great emperor of his family was injured by the opponent. What kind of sword chi was this? It was too sharp. Stop, I admit defeat. The Moonlight Great Emperor roared. He didn't dare to attack again. The old demon of the Yu family also retreated. Their faces were full of horror. They cupped their fists and said, "Young master, who are you?" At this moment, they didn't dare to be careless. The great emperor saluted. Countless people were stunned. For thousands of years, the great emperor was high and mighty, above everything. Below the great emperor, everyone was an ant. But now, he was indeed like an ant below the great emperor. They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. My name is Lin Wudi. What an arrogant name, but they had never heard of it. The two great emperors of the Yu family frowned. So it's young Master Wudi. How did we offend you? Please forgive us, young master. We apologize. You are high and mighty, looking down on all living things like ants. You want to kill me with a wave of your hand. Tell me, how did you offend me? Hearing this, the old demon of the Yu family's face became extremely ugly. They didn't know that the ant in their eyes was actually a giant dragon. This time, they really kicked an iron plate. The Moonlight Great Emperor bowed deeply. We sincerely apologize for what happened before. We don't want the natural treasures in the valley. We give them to you. We hope you can be merciful and let Yu Tianxian go. Now, they were most nervous about Yu Tianxian, who was suppressed. This was an extremely promising genius of the family. In the future, he could go very far on the road of the great emperor. If he died now, they couldn't explain it. You mean him? Lin Xian looked down at Yu Tianxian. Then the corners of his mouth rose. Don't worry, I won't kill him. He doesn't deserve it. And I have other uses for him. After all, he was a very good testing stone for his saber. He didn't deserve it. Yu Tianxian was furious when he heard this. Although he had been saved, he felt extremely aggrieved. Damn it. I want revenge. I must take revenge. He roared crazily in his heart. When he became a great emperor, he would kill him with his own hands. Get lost. Lin Xian sent him flying with a kick. Xueqi sent a voice transmission to him. Husband, are you keeping him for Elder Xia? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Elder Xia was about to become a great emperor, and he needed a battle. Therefore, this guy was the best enemy. Let him be Elder Xia's stepping stone. This was the main reason why he didn't kill him. Tianxian, are you okay? The two great emperors of the Yu family quickly took Yu Tianxian and protected him with their dharma. Yu Tianxian gritted his teeth. Damn it. This guy is too evil. Let's leave here first and go back to recover. The three of them turned into flowing lights and disappeared. They had escaped. Two great emperors and a top genius of the Yu family had escaped in such a sorry state. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. When they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian turned around and walked toward the Soul Valley in front of him. Everyone could only look on enviously. No one dared to compete with Lin Xian. Xueqi also followed beside him. The two of them were like two great emperors. The dharma on their bodies split the world. Lin Xian's eyes were shining with a terrifying light. They tore apart the power of the Soul Valley and walked in. After they entered, countless soul fires appeared around them. Then, they turned into a soul sword and floated between heaven and earth. The powerful aura terrified those below the great emperor realm. However, Lin Xian and Xueqi didn't mind at all. After all, they were still able to withstand this pressure. Lin Xian was surprised. There are so many immortal chi fragments. Indeed, there were 5 immortal artifact fragments in the Soul Valley. It would be very helpful for him to improve his immortal chi seed. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed forward. The soul sword erupted with a piercingly cold radiance as it slashed down from the sky. The dazzling power wanted to force Lin Xian back. In an instant, the void was torn apart, and countless soul sword chi engulfed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His Rinnegan shone brightly as he activated the 6 paths of reincarnation. The illusions of the 6 worlds completely enveloped the millions of sword chi. The next moment, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Phantom of the Samsara Sword." Previously, when he possessed the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man, he could already strike out the phantom of the Samsara Sword. Now that he had the complete Rinnegan, it was much easier for him to form the phantom of the Samsara Sword. Furthermore, he possessed a fragment of the reincarnation sword. At this moment, he didn't even need to use the fragment of the reincarnation sword. This illusion was more than enough to contend against the soul sword before him. A phantom appeared between heaven and earth. It carried the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and shone with a sacred aura. As the sword slashed down, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world seemed to be reincarnated. The surrounding soul flames kept flickering. In the next moment, they were completely extinguished. The soul flames shook violently and let out a ferocious cry. The murderous intent on the soul flames became even more terrifying. It wanted to contend against the Samsara Sword. The two collided and exploded continuously. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Samsara Sword slashed down fiercely and sent the soul sword flying. The soul sword became dim. Its body swayed as it tried to escape. Xueqi shouted coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" She froze the world. The 9 mysterious ice covered heaven and earth, turning everything into a world of ice and snow. The power of the great emperor froze the entire valley. When the people outside saw this scene, they retreated in horror. What a terrifying chill. Those below the great emperor realm might not be able to withstand it. Even if they were great emperors, they would have to avoid it. These people were too terrifying. The Sword of Souls was also frozen. It struggled, but it couldn't escape at all. In the end, it was covered by the Rinnegan. Lin Xian began to seize the immortal chi fragments on it. "Who are you?" The soul sword in front of him roared angrily. Lin Xian said, "I'll only take the immortal chi fragments. I won't hurt you. If you resist again, I'll break this sword and destroy your body and soul. Don't doubt my words." Lin Xian rushed out again. This was a piercingly cold sword chi. This was an invincible power. The soul sword was shocked. It felt the sword chi and was extremely shocked. Obviously, the other party was still holding back. It fell silent. After a while, it said, "I'll give you any immortal chi. Please spare my life." The soul sword arrived at noon. The immortal chi fragments flew out and were taken away by Lin Xian. In the next moment, the ice in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian waved his hand and opened it. Xueqi flew into the sky and disappeared. After the two of them had left, the Sword of Souls fell down. It heaved a sigh of relief. This young man is even more terrifying. Although he hasn't become a great emperor, he has surpassed a great emperor. Who is he? Has such a terrifying master appeared in the 9th underworld? Fortunately, this time, the other party only took the immortal chi fragments and didn't attack it. Otherwise, it would have died. The Yu family. They lived in the ancient city and were a top family. However, at this moment, they were extremely angry. 2 great emperors came back in a sorry state, and Moon Sky City was damaged. This was an earth-shattering event. Who was it? Who was so reckless? They investigated and found that it was 2 young people, a man and a woman. Their strength was terrifying. The leader of the Yu family said in a deep voice, "These 2 people are secretly watching them. We can't let them escape. When Tianqian breaks through and becomes a great emperor, it will be time for us to fight back. Now, we must gather the family's resources and quickly restore Tianqian to his peak." Originally, there were several immortal artifact fragments in the Soul Valley. After he got them, he could start to prove his Tao. Now that he didn't succeed, we can only use other methods. We spent a lot of money to exchange for 3 immortal chi fragments from the Suspense family. Now, let's give them all to Tianqian. With these 3 immortal chi fragments, he should be able to break through and prove his Tao. Thank you, leader. I will not let you down. Tianqian's eyes shone with a cold light. Next, he went into seclusion. Several great emperors personally helped him recover from his injuries. Next, he swallowed the 3 immortal chi fragments and began to prove his Tao and become a great emperor. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xueqi also returned to the 9th peak. Sensing Xia Jirio's aura, they were surprised. It's about time. He should be able to prove his Tao in a month. I have to be careful during this month, Lin Xian said. Then, he entered the sword world and began to cultivate. After obtaining 5 immortal chi fragments, Lin Xian had to absorb them well. The immortal chi seed in his left eye shone brightly and began to absorb the power of the immortal chi fragments. Many things happened in this month. For example, after the news of what happened in the Soul Valley spread, countless families and sects in the 9th underworld were shocked. The 2 great emperors of the Yu family were scared away, and Yu Tiancheng was injured. Who did it? I don't know. Which force did those 2 young people belong to? Will Tian Chen's Tao be affected and become a great emperor? Who knows? However, on this day, a piece of news came: Tian Chen was going to prove his Tao. After the news spread, the world was in an uproar. The people of the 9 serenities were stunned. What? He's going to prove his Tao? That's fast, right? Didn't they say that he was injured? I originally estimated that he wouldn't be able to prove his Tao within 3 years. I didn't expect that he would start to prove his Tao within a month. The foundation of the Yu family is really strong. As expected of the people living in the ancient city. Countless people were envious. At the same time, the Yu family also became nervous. They had already informed a few of the major clans in the ancient city in advance. They asked them not to make a move. The few big families had received benefits from the Yu family, so they acquiesced in it. After all, there would also be geniuses in their families who would prove their Tao in the future. If the 2 sides launched a sneak attack, the consequences would be endless and would last for many years. If the people of these families didn't make a move, the people outside were nothing to be afraid of. The people of the Yu family were completely relaxed. This time, Yu Tiancheng would definitely succeed in proving his Tao. An extremely cold aura came from the Yu family. In the sky, 2 moons appeared, and they kept rotating. Under the moonlight, it seemed to cover the entire ancient city and swept in all directions. Above the 9 serenities, dark clouds filled the sky, and a monstrous aura condensed. Those dark clouds seemed to cover the moon, and there were large amounts of lightning spreading. Proving one's Tao and becoming a great emperor was extremely dangerous because one had to resist the lightning of the heavenly path. Only by enduring it could one become a great emperor. They had made a lot of preparations. After all, the Yu family had more than one great emperor, so they were very experienced. In their opinion, although it was dangerous to accept the heavenly path this time, in the end, it would be more daunting than dangerous. More and more lightning bolts filled the air. They were just waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Countless clans and sects raised their heads to look at the ancient city in the distance and the thick, dark clouds. The lightning that Prince Tianchen attracted is too terrifying. A new great emperor is going to appear in the 9 serenities. Countless exclamations were heard. At the same time, a figure stood on the peak of the 9th summit. His black robe fluttered, and his incomparably handsome face was frowning slightly at this moment. He was Lin Xian. What a terrifying lightning. Is someone going to prove his Tao? Xueqi, who was wearing snow-white clothes, walked over. He said, "That's right. This is the thunder of the heavenly Tao. I have experienced it before. From the looks of it, it should be that person from the Yu family who was going to affirm his Tao." Then, he looked at Elder Xia. "Is that okay?" Lin Xian said, "Believe in Elder Xia. This time, he will definitely be the one to affirm his Tao and become an emperor." Right after he finished speaking, a roar rang out. A furious roar came from the 9th summit. Following that, a figure soared into the sky. His body was surrounded by a terrifying light as he soared into the clouds. Immediately, above the 9 heavens, starlight flickered, resonating with each other. A terrifying and vast power spread out in all directions from the 9th summit. Countless dark clouds quickly gathered together, letting out rumbling sounds of thunder. It was as if a destructive power was about to appear. In the 9th summit, the 9 underworld spirit was trembling in fear. That youth was also shocked. His name was Butian. He raised his head and exclaimed, "What a terrifying thunder! Big brother, what happened?" "Grandpa." Beside him, Xianxia also exclaimed, "Are you going to prove your Tao?" He was really excited. Lin Xian's figure flashed and he came to the ninth summit. He said, "Don't be afraid. Elder Xia is going to break through. I'll protect you first." After that, Lin Xian waved his hand and formed two vortexes, enveloping Butian and Xiaoxingchen. The two of them were enveloped in the vortexes by the extreme power. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. The two of them looked outside with their cute big eyes. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His expression was extremely serious. He took out the immortal slaying sword. He said to Xueqi, "Elder Xia is going to break through. The Xia family won't come for the time being. However, the Yu family will definitely not let this go. At that time, there might be an earth-shattering battle." Xueqi said, "Don't worry, husband. I'm not afraid of anything." Sure enough, Xia Jiuyo's aura also spread out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding families and sects were stunned. What's going on? Why do I feel a super strong power again? Look, what's that in the south? Those are dark clouds. Monstrous dark clouds are gathering. What a terrifying thunder. That's the thunder of heavenly Tao. Someone is going to prove his Tao and break through to become a great emperor. No way. On the same day, at the same time, two thunder of heavenly Tao were going to fall. The two of them were going to break through and become great emperors together. It was incredible. Even the people in the ancient city were alarmed. The people of the Nanling family looked into the distance. They were surprised. Someone is going to challenge the Yu family. It's obviously because of Yu Tiancheng. Although there are two thunder of heavenly Tao, in the end, only one of them can prove his Tao and become a great emperor. Who will succeed? Interesting. The people of the Xianning family also laughed. It's not us who want to fight. Someone else wants to challenge you. Can you handle it? These big families were discussing among themselves. When the Yu family heard the news, their faces became gloomy. Obviously, this person didn't give them face. He didn't come early or late, but he just had to prove his Tao with the Yu family. What was he trying to do? Who was proving his Tao? Kill him in advance. They absolutely couldn't let him affect Tiancheng. The Yu family issued an order. Immediately, the great emperor soared into the sky. It was the Moonlight Great Emperor and the old demon of the Yu family. The two of them were very fast. With infinite starlight of the great Tao, they flew toward the ninth peak. Before they arrived, the two of them slapped out a shocking palm. Two big hands broke through the air. As if they had descended from the immortal realm, they were going to suppress all directions. Buzz, Xia Jiuyo's body shook. The nine nether soul below also exclaimed, "Oh no, someone is coming to attack." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "I've been waiting for this." With a wave of his hand, the immortal slaying sword slashed out. Xueqi also took out the nine nether sword and slashed out. The two of them were very strong. Immediately, the big hands in the sky were sent flying. In the next moment, they soared into the sky. "You two again." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. After seeing Lin Xian, the Moonlight Great Emperor and the Yu family's old demon's eyelids twitched wildly. Previously, they were scared away by Lin Xian. They didn't expect to see him again. Could it be that he was going to break through and become a great emperor? No, it wasn't him. It was that old man. They saw Xia Jiuyo. They went around to stop him. The two of them flew quickly, wanting to attack Xia Jiuyo. They waved their long swords and used the Qianquan sword technique. Everything was a sword. The sword of heaven and earth, 100,000 swords, swept across the world. The Yu family's old demon was sent flying by the sword chi. A few cracks appeared on his body. He was extremely frightened. On the other side, the Moonlight Great Emperor was also sent flying by a pitch-black long sword. The power of the nine nether on it made him vomit blood. How could it be? The two of them were so strong. He found that the two of them were much stronger than a month ago. Could it be that they didn't use their full strength before? No one could stop Elder Xia from breaking through. Lin Xian waved his long sword and split the world. Those who crossed the line would die. His voice was filled with infinite killing intent. Damn it. Go back to the family and ask the great emperors to come here. The Yu family's foundation was extremely powerful. After 300,000 years, the Yu family was still standing. They were definitely not comparable to the Yu family. You want to leave? Lin Xian raised his sword and charged over. He and Xueqi used the combination of yin and yang and launched a peerless attack together. The two of them were torn apart and spat out mouthfuls of blood. They roared in horror, "Kid, just you wait." The two of them quickly fled. Lin Xian said, "Qi, you stay here and guard Elder Xia. I'll go and kill them." Lin Xian rushed into the distance with his sword. He fought against the entire Yu family alone. "Husband, be careful," Xueqi shouted from behind. In the next moment, she waved her hand, and endless 9 mysterious ice covered the entire ninth peak. She wouldn't let anyone take another step forward. In the void, 2 blood-red lights danced. They were the 2 great emperors of the Yu family. They were seriously injured. The combination of the 9 yin and 9 yang made them unable to resist. They were ready to return to their families. "Old demon," you said, "damn it. He's here again. That kid is here." The Moonlight Great Emperor also roared, "He's going too far." The two of them kept burning their immortal energy and sped up. They saw the ancient castle in front of them. In the next moment, they rushed into the ancient city. Great! The ancient city was their family's territory. No matter how strong the other party was, he couldn't behave atrociously here. Next, they would take revenge. They would pay back 10 times, or even 100 times. They would let the other party know what despair was. The people in the ancient city were also stunned. 2 great emperors were injured. And they were in such a sorry state. Who was the expert that did this? The people of the Xianyin family and the Nanling family were even more shocked. Could it be the force of another Dao verifier? They were so powerful. "Kid, come in if you have the guts." "Old demon," you roared crazily. Outside the ancient city, a cold voice came. "Do you think you can challenge me after entering the ancient city? How stupid." Hearing this voice, the people in the ancient city looked outside. There was a figure standing in the void outside. It was a young figure surrounded by sword energy. He looked like a sword god. Not only that, but there was also a kind of flame energy on his body. The other party was high up in the air, like a sun shining down on the world. The gloomy and cold aura above the pitch-black Jiuyou ancient city became much dimmer. Inside the ancient city, countless people frowned. "I hate the light. This power made me very uncomfortable. How could the 9 serenities have such a pure and masculine power? Who was he?" Countless voices could be heard. The faces of the people of the major clans also changed drastically. "This guy doesn't seem to be from the 9th serenity." Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. Slapping out with his palm, he transformed into a sun that descended directly into the ancient city. The old demon of the Yu clan was sent flying. The body that the old demon of the Yu clan had just reformed was torn apart once again. This scene was extremely shocking. In the ancient city, countless experts went crazy. Since when was the great emperor so weak? The other party actually dared to make a move. The Moonlight Emperor also exclaimed, "Retreat, retreat quickly, let's go back to the family." They hurriedly called for help. The people of the Yu clan were all nervously paying attention to the situation in Moon Sky City. They didn't care about the other Dao verifier. They sent out 2 great emperors, but they still couldn't kill the other party. But at this moment, they heard screams outside the family. Outside the ancient city, there was a golden radiance that was like the sun. What was going on? Did someone come to the ancient city to behave atrociously? For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to come to the ancient city to behave atrociously. Because there were too many experts here, and there was more than one great emperor. Whoever came here was courting death. In the next moment, 2 figures flew into the courtyard of the Yu clan. The people of the Yu clan were all stunned. These 2 ancestors were injured. Who injured them? The patriarch of the Yu clan even walked out. He frowned tightly. "What's going on?" The Moonlight Emperor said, "He's here." That kid is here. He's outside the city. He wants to kill us. Soon, the people of the Yu clan understood that another Dao verifier's force had come. How many people were there? They watched nervously. But when they found that there was only one person, they were all stunned. A man with a sword came to the ancient city to behave atrociously. He was really reckless. I'm going to kill him. Another figure walked out. This was a tall man. He was the third great emperor of the Yu clan. His name was Yu Lei. His voice carried a thunderous aura as he soared into the sky. Before Xiaoqin could leave the clan, a lightning hammer ruthlessly smashed down, heading for the outside of the ancient city. With a bang, the void outside the ancient city kept shattering. The great emperor made another move. Countless people exclaimed. This was the great emperor Yu Lei, who was famous in the ancient city. Buzz, the divine fire on Lin Xian's body was like the sun, burning continuously. His fists danced. 9 suns divine fist. Thousands of suns fell, enveloping the ancient city. The ancient city shook violently. The people inside were shocked. This feeling was like the end of the world. The light expelled the darkness. The thunder god's hammer in the sky was instantly blasted out. The entire Yu clan was affected. This sun-like power. The Yu clan's array began to defend. Many array formations were broken through. This was too much. The old demon of the Yu clan and the Moonlight Emperor joined forces to resist. Damn it, this kid was so strong. Impossible, our clan has 4 great emperors, can't we kill him? The 3 of you go together. The patriarch of the Yu clan was also a great emperor. However, he disdained to make a move. With a wave of his hand, the 3 great emperors charged out again. The old demon of the Yu clan snorted coldly. Kid, Yu Ninein and Nine Yang were very powerful when you joined forces. But now, there's only you. Let's see how you can make a move. The 3 sneered. Everyone in the ancient city was also watching. That kid was dead for sure. Yes, even if he was a great emperor, facing the siege of 3 people, he would definitely be defeated. Not only would he be defeated, he might not even be able to escape. He might very well die here. Indeed, it was very difficult for a great emperor to die. However, if it was an absolute kill, the other party would definitely not be able to survive. 3 great emperors, this was a power that exceeded how many times? This person would definitely die. Buzz, Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the universe ring flew out. He directly charged into the old demon of the Yu clan. The old demon of the Yu clan's body was pierced through. The great emperor's blood stained the sky. He let out a miserable cry. Attack, the other party actually dared to launch a sneak attack. The Moonlight Great Emperor charged over, and the moonlight blades that filled the sky slashed down from the sky. Lin Xian waved the immortal slaying sword, combined with the power of the great dragon's sword, and cut off the other party's arm with one sword. When the second sword fell, there was a dragon-like roar between heaven and earth. The body that was split into 2 halves. He found that he couldn't heal. That pain had caused permanent damage to him. Damn it, what kind of power was this? Boom, the 3rd great emperor of the Moon Thunder made a move. The thunder hammer hit Lin Xian's body, sending him flying. He landed below. It was a kill. Everyone exclaimed. But soon, Lin Xian walked out of the crack. Cracks appeared on his body. However, the 9 Yang divine body instantly healed. Was this a monster? 3 great emperors working together couldn't kill him. On the contrary, the other party seriously injured 2 great emperors as soon as he made a move. Who are you? The leader of the Yu family was no longer calm. He had never heard of such strength. I am Lin Wudi. What an arrogant name. Never heard of it. Never heard of it before. It didn't matter. In the future, this name would shine like the sun in the sky. He would become a legend. Arrogant. Many experts snorted. They felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. The leader of the Yu family also said, "Are you here to stop Tianchen from proving his Dao?" "I won't agree." Lin Xian smiled. "I have a suggestion. I hope you can accept it." That was to have two people from the righteous path engage in a huge battle. The winner proves his Tao, and the loser scram. Do you dare? The people in the ancient city below were shocked when they heard this. It was unbelievable. Proving one's Tao was already very dangerous. After all, one had to undergo the baptism of the heavenly Tao. It was a narrow escape. A big battle at this time would be even more dangerous. Was this kid crazy? The leader of the Yu family also snorted. We have the absolute advantage. Why should we fight with you? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Xian laughed. Absolute advantage, are you sure? I have ways to stop him from proving his Tao. If you don't believe me, feel it. Lin Xian activated the power of the great dragon sword soul. Suddenly, countless dragon roars sounded between heaven and earth. The terrifying power shook the entire ancient city. Damn it. What kind of energy is this? It's so sharp. The people around were shocked. Not to mention the Yu family, the Nanling family, and the Xianning family were also facing a big enemy. This person had a transcendent power. I admit that the Yu family has 4 great emperors. It's not easy for me to kill you, but it's much easier for me to stop him from proving his Tao. Are you sure you want to continue? What should we do? The other 3 great emperors looked at the leader of the Yu family. The leader of the Yu family said, wait, let's see if we can join forces with the other families. The other 2 families were not weaker than them. If any of the families joined forces with them, it would be easy to kill the other party. As if he had seen through the other party's intentions, Lin Xian said in a low voice, today's matter is between me and the Yu clan. I hope that no one else will interfere. If anyone wants to join hands with the Yu family, then they are my enemy. I will use the rest of my life to hunt down the entire family and ensure that not a single one of them will be left alive. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the ancient city to feel their scalps go numb. The Xianning clan and the Nanlin clan were originally considering whether or not to join forces. Hearing this, they immediately shook their heads. If they couldn't kill him in one strike and let him escape, he would become their family's nightmare. Therefore, they all refused. Damn it, the Yu clan leader also gritted his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. Lin Xian smiled. You have no other choice. Alright, I'll do as you say. When the time came, it would only be a battle between the 2 of them. No one else was allowed to make a move. No problem. I'll choose the location between the 9th summit and the ancient city. Tell your men to come out. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and a spatial array appeared. The next moment, it disappeared. So dangerous. The Nanlin clan and the Xianning clan were shocked. Fortunately, they didn't join forces before. Otherwise, if they joined forces and the other party escaped using the spatial array, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the 9th summit, Xueqi was nervously guarding it. When she saw Lin Xian return, she heaved a sigh of relief. How did it go? She asked. Lin Xian said, the Yu family agreed. Elder Xia, you and Yu Tiancheng can fight. This battle will be absolutely fair. They won't interfere. Lin Gongzi, thank you. Xia Jiuyo roared at the sky. The great Tao on his body was even more terrifying. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the world. Then, he flew into the distance. At the same time, a figure also flew out from the Yu family. It was Yu Tianchen. Yu Tianchen was surrounded by 4 Saint Beast totems. At this moment, countless people looked into the distance. Heavens, these 2 people were about to prove their Tao. They were about to fight. They didn't know who would be stronger in this battle. The people in the ancient city had also arrived, except for the 4 great emperors of the Yu family. The people from the other 2 clans had also arrived. After all, this was a rare Tao-proving battle. It was an old man. Yu Tianchen's face was cold. He had thought that his Tao-proving battle would be very smooth. But he didn't expect that someone would want to compete with him. Moreover, when he saw that the other party was just an old man, he sneered. Old man, you don't have much time left. You want to prove your Tao, what do you have to compete with me? I'm young and full of vigor. My blood is boiling. My strength and soul are all at the youngest and most powerful state. How can you be my opponent? He roared at the sky, and a moon appeared in the sky. This huge moon seemed to cover the entire land. Countless people were terrified. So strong. Young Master Xianxia was really too strong. Yes, he was right. Being young and full of vigor was the biggest advantage. Would this old man be able to withstand it? Don't die in the process of the battle. It was useless to say more. They would know after the battle. Xiaojiryo said coldly. He had been waiting for this day for many years. So this time, he wouldn't fail. Old man, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Tianchen roared in anger and flew forward. The moonlight in the sky fell and turned into a moonlight sword. It flickered continuously. The Tao-proving battle broke out in an instant, and everyone retreated. Even the great emperors retreated frantically. No one dared to make a move at this time. Because the heavenly Tao lightning in the sky had already descended. If the great emperors were to enter, they would probably trigger the great emperor lightning tribulation. If they weren't careful, the great emperors would be turned into ashes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. This way, no one would dare to make a move. This was also the reason why he dared to let Xiaojiryo make a move. Because although they had fewer great emperors on their side, they were under the heavenly Tao. Even the great emperors couldn't interfere. The Yu family's clan leader said in a deep voice. Tianchen could only rely on himself. The Yu family's old demon said. Don't worry, clan leader. Tianchen will definitely not let us down. As soon as he said that, Xiaojiryo roared. Then, a 9 underworld gate seemed to be opened. An endless cold aura swept across. The moonlight sword in the sky shattered continuously. Xiaojiryo sent Yu Tianchen flying with a punch. Half of Yu Tianchen's body cracked open, and fresh blood dripped down. He roared crazily. Impossible. The Yu family was stunned. The 4 great emperors were dumbfounded. How could this be? The others exclaimed in shock. This old man was too strong. Didn't they say that he didn't have much life left and his blood qi had dried up? Why did it feel so terrifying? Damn it, I don't believe it. Yu Tianchen rushed over again. He blocked the lightning in the sky and attacked Xiaojiryo. Immortal sword under the moon. He shouted angrily. The great Dao Law in his hand formed into a first-grade sword light and stabbed forward. This was his ultimate move. Below the 9 underworlds made a strange sound. It was as if an ancient god had awakened. The great Tao heavenly sound shook everyone and made their blood boil. Even the martial monarchs were astounded. This bloodline was the bloodline of the Xia family. How was this possible? Was she from the Xia family? Everyone went crazy. The experts from the Yu family were dumbfounded as well. The Xia family was an existence that was even more terrifying than them. The Yu family had existed for 300,000 years. In these 300,000 years, they had 4 great emperors. Relying on this powerful force, they entered the ancient city. They could be said to be the overlord of this area. However, compared to the Xia family, they were nothing. Because the Xia family had existed for millions of years. They had more great emperors than them. It was even said that the Xia family had an Earth Immortal Realm expert. That was the real giant in the 9 underworlds. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was an existence that they could not afford to provoke. But they did not expect that this old man had the bloodline of the Xia family. This made them feel like they were going crazy. So what if he was from the Xia family? This was a fair battle. Yu Tianchen attacked with all his might. The Yu family leader roared crazily. Yu Tianchen heard and said, I know. Family leader, trust me. I will not lose. He rushed over again. All kinds of great Tao starlight danced. He had unleashed his strongest attack. Clang, the moon in the sky suddenly fell and formed a long sword, falling in front of Yu Tianchen. The killing intent in Yu Tianchen's eyes was extremely strong. He had split the heavenly lightning apart. Xiaojiryo's expression was cold as he performed the 9 nether song. He used his 9 underworlds body again. He attacked quickly. He punched out, and the black fist seemed to open up the gates of hell, descending from the sky. It shattered all the sword chi in the sky. The Moonlight Immortal Sword was also swaying non-stop. It was as if it was unable to withstand the attacks at all. In the end, the Moon Sword was shattered by the Black Fist. Yuetian City was also punched through. He was half-kneeling in the void. He was going crazy. What kind of physique was this? Why was he so powerful? For sacred beast totems, attack! The 4 animals beside him suddenly roared angrily and rushed over. However, Xiaojiu suppressed the 4 Saint Beast totems with a single palm strike. His physique was really too strong. It was so powerful that the 4 Saint Beast totems prostrated themselves on the ground. Impossible? Yu Tianchen's body started to tremble. The leader of the Yu family also roared, "Why is your bloodline so terrifying?" He had met the people from the Xia family before, and he also knew some of the Xia family's experts. However, he had never seen anyone with such a terrifying bloodline. It was even more terrifying than some of the emperor bloodlines of the Xia clan. Who exactly was this person? The leader of the Nanling family said, "I heard that the Xia family has a super powerful physique called the 9 Underworld Physique. However, it had not appeared for tens of thousands of years." Could this person have the 9 Underworld Physique? What? Was it the legendary physique? Damn it. How could this be? Tian Chen's luck was too bad. The great emperors of the Yu family looked terrible. Xiaojiu was old and experienced. The 9 Underworld Physique was extremely terrifying. The right time, the right place, and the right people were all on the other side. Could it be that this time, Tian Chen was going to fail? If he failed this time, he would suffer a terrible fate. It would be a huge blow to Yuetian City. It was very likely that he would never be able to become a great emperor again. Did he still want to fight? Xiaojiu became more and more courageous as he fought. The power in his body kept exploding, and the lightning around him was split open by him. He seemed to have turned into the 9 Underworld God. He was extremely powerful. On the other hand, Yuetian City's aura was extremely weak. His confidence had collapsed. But I don't believe it. Even if I fail, I won't let you succeed. At this point, he roared. A moon formed between his eyebrows. The bloodline in his body quickly condensed into the moon. It turned into a moon saber. On the other hand, the moon saber was completely condensed from the bloodline. In an instant, it cut through the sky. It carried an incomparable murderous intent and soared into the sky. Go to hell. Not good. Hurry up and attack. The Yu family's patriarch roared crazily. The power of the bloodline had been used up. Was Yuetian City prepared to die? He was too young. Couldn't he bear such a small setback? At worst, he could start all over again. They rushed over, wanting to stop him. But it was too late. The lightning in the sky scared them so much that they kept retreating. The great emperor's faces were extremely ugly. Was the worst-case scenario to perish together? Not good. Xiaojiu was also in danger. Lin Xian frowned and shook his head slightly. I can't do anything. You can only rely on yourself. He chose to believe in Xiaojiu. The bloodline sword shrouded Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's body shook violently. Cracks appeared on his body. Go to hell. A ferocious voice sounded. Xiaojiu roared angrily. 9 Underworld's gate, open for me. Xiaojiu roared angrily. He exerted his physique to the extreme. Behind him, 9 black doors appeared and slowly opened. A gloomy aura that could cover the sky and the earth emerged from within. It was as if 9 colossal monsters had awoken. That terrifying attack and defense caused everyone to retreat. Even the great emperors felt their hair stand on end at this moment. Heavens, is this the legendary 9 Underworld's body? It's too scary. What did he open? Why do I feel that the power of the entire 9 Underworlds has been mobilized by him? Countless cries of alarm sounded. The power that rushed out of the 9 black doors circled in front of Xiaojiu, forming a huge shield. It blocked the bloodline sword. Not only that, the endless power gathered again and formed a war halberd. The 9 Underworlds' war halberd was swung fiercely. The sound of metal clashing resounded. The bloodline sword was instantly shattered. Everyone was stunned. The 9 Underworlds' war halberd pierced through the sky and tore Yuetian City's body apart. He won. Lin Xian smiled when he saw this scene. Xia Jiuyo had won this battle. He had completely suppressed Yuetian City. On the other hand, the people of the Yuetian clan went crazy. Yuetian City's broken body fell from the sky. Yuetian City was badly damaged. The others were even more shocked. Was the victor decided? They had thought that this battle would last for a long time. After all, the two Dao conformations were on par with each other. It was very likely that this fierce battle would last for several years, or even decades. Such a thing had happened before. There had been a battle between two great emperors of similar strength. It had lasted for hundreds of years. But who would have thought that the victor would be decided so quickly? The gap between the two was ridiculously huge. Tianchen, how are you? The Yuetian clan's clan leader caught the broken body. He could feel that Yuetian City's aura was extremely weak. Even if he recovered, he would probably be half crippled. Damn it. He suddenly raised his head. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. I won't forgive you. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard the resentful voice. Was the Yu family going crazy this time? If the four great emperors attacked him together, even if he became a great emperor, what could he do? Lin Xian sneered. He was not worried at all. In the sky, two dark clouds merged and formed a violent thunder of the way of the heavens. No one dared to attack him in the thunder, so he was absolutely safe. However, the four great emperors of the Yu family fixed their eyes on Lin Xian. He said, "Boy, I'll kill you first, then I'll kill that old thing. I'll kill all of you. Irrelevant people, get out of my way." The four great emperors landed and surrounded Lin Xian. Who dares to attack him? Xueqi came to Lin Xian's side and shouted coldly. So what if there's one more? We have absolute power. The surrounding people were talking among themselves. This boy is dead for sure. Yes, these two top geniuses are probably going to die here. There's no other way. That old man can't save them. Countless voices of justice could be heard. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, you? You want to attack me? Qi fused her yin and yang. Xueqi nodded. In the next moment, the two of them used their super strong physiques and punched out with the 9 yin and 9 yang. The clan leader retreated quickly. The old demon of the Yu family behind him roared angrily. He wanted to warn the clan leader, but it was too late. After the fusion of the 9 yin and 9 yang, they were extremely terrifying. They sent the clan leader of the Yu family flying with one punch. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes were wide open and they were incomparably shocked. They saw a huge bloody hole appear in the sky. Standing in the void, the terrifying blood of the moon dyed the 9 heavens. Following this, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Countless people were terrified. Is the clan leader of the Yu family injured? These two young people can injure a great emperor. Who are they? In the broken mountain in the distance, the clan leader of the Yu family stood up. His immortal qi kept spreading out, and his armor shone with cold light. However, a corner of the armor was already broken. Not only that, one of his shoulders was dripping with blood. The wound had split open, and many of the bones inside had been shattered. He was actually injured by a single punch. Unforgivable. I want you to die. The killing intent in his eyes turned into a shocking sword light that tore the void apart. When the great emperor raged, countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. Quickly retreat, the Yu family has gone crazy. The following great battle will definitely be at the level of Armageddon. He didn't know what was good for him. Lin Xian sneered. The 9 yan 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 9 yang. The diagram surrounded by the power of yin and yang. It was as if a diagram of the Xiantian realm had appeared, and it pressed down fiercely. With a loud boom, the clan leader of the Yu clan was sent flying again. Heavens, this was an absolute suppression. If one were to say that the Yu clan's clan leader had been careless before, then the Yu clan's clan leader had been careless. However, this time around, there was simply no way to use carelessness as an explanation. It could only be said that the strength of these two youths had already surpassed that of a great emperor. Clan leader, don't act blindly without thinking. Both of them have divine bodies. They are the 9 Yin divine body and the 9 Yang divine body, which are not weaker than the 9 Netherworld divine body. The voice of the old demon of the Yu family was heard. Countless people were in an uproar. What? Another divine body. A super strong physique under the starry sky. A super bloodline that was rarely seen in 10,000 years in all the worlds in the universe. Today, 3 of them appeared at the same time. It was too unbelievable. What kind of day was this? They were actually lucky enough to meet 3 divine bodies in their lives. 2 of them were the 9 Yin divine body and the 9 Yang divine body. Impossible, the great emperor of the south roared crazily. It was normal for the 9 Yin divine body to appear. However, he had the 9 Yang divine body. How could he appear in the 9 Netherworld? The 9 Netherworld had been closed for more than 1,000,000 years. How did he cultivate to the great success stage? Everyone was going crazy. Until now, they still didn't know that Lin Xian came in from the outside. Because in their opinion, the 9 Netherworld was closed, and people from the outside couldn't enter at all. You are not stupid. At least you have some knowledge. Since you know, with our physiques, you should know that you are no match for him at all if you join forces. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, I will destroy you. Damn it. The leader of the Yu family was so angry that he vomited blood. He said, I am no match for him alone, but what if the 4 of us join forces? I don't believe that you can fight against 4 great emperors. The leader of the Yu family walked up. His broken body quickly merged. Then, it was perfect as before. The other 3 great emperors also cooperated and went up together. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, Lin Xian snorted. He slashed out with his sword, and the power of the great dragon sword soul burst out. In the sky, a giant dragon appeared. The terrifying power condensed, and it was invincible. The extreme weapons in the surroundings began to sway. What kind of power was this? The people of the Yu family were stunned. The other 2 families were also trembling in fear. They felt a chill down their spines. The great emperor of the South Spirit looked up at the sky. Then he said, why does it look so similar to the portrait hanging in our family? The mystic Yin great emperor also gasped. It is the legendary great dragon sword. Heavens, am I blind? The great dragon sword actually appeared here. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, countless people were stunned. Some of the younger people were originally here to watch the Tao-proving battle. They were puzzled. What was the great dragon sword? They couldn't help it. These people were very young. They didn't know about the battle 1,000,000 years ago. However, these great emperors knew. Although they might not have been born 1,000,000 years ago and hadn't become great emperors. However, once they became martial monarchs, they would have a better understanding of the ancient war. They knew that in that battle, there were some extremely terrifying existences that they couldn't provoke. After seeing them, they had to immediately kneel down. One of them was the great dragon sword. In the Nanling family, there was even a portrait drawn by the first generation of the family. That was the portrait of the great dragon sword. In the portrait, the earth below was shattered. Above the great emperor, the sky cracked, and a dragon star divine sword pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless great emperors prostrated themselves in worship. Now, the sword shadow in the sky was very similar to the portrait left behind by the first generation of the family. Therefore, the Nanling great emperor instantly walked out. Junior Nanling greets senior great dragon sword. Junior Xian Yin greets senior great dragon sword. The 2 great emperors lowered their heads. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, even those young people didn't know what the great dragon sword was. However, when they saw the great emperors bow so respectfully, they were dumbfounded. Who could make the great emperors bow their heads? The answer was no. But now, there was a sword that made the great emperors bow their noble heads. The great dragon sword spirit returned to Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian held the sword like a sword god. He said, I am the successor of the great dragon sword. Do you still dare to fight with me? The successor of the great dragon sword, Not only did he have a super strong starry sky physique, but he was also the successor of the great dragon sword. No wonder he was so strong. He didn't become a great emperor, but he had the battle strength of a great emperor. He even surpassed ordinary great emperors. The legend of the great dragon sword was indeed worthy of its reputation. If he became a great emperor, he could easily kill us. At this moment, the great emperors of the two families were terrified. The people of the Yu family had extremely ugly expressions. The faces of the Yu family members became extremely ugly. The four great emperors' bodies trembled a little. They felt a chill on their backs. Millions of years ago, their Yu family didn't have it. However, they had also heard of what happened back then. The prestige of the great dragon sword had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Even if they were great emperors, they were now facing a great enemy. Should they bow down? Old Demon Yu and the others all looked at the family. The family leader's face was cold. He was high and mighty. He had become a great emperor 100,000 years ago. In these 100,000 years, he would no longer bow his head. So what if he was the successor of the great dragon sword? He hadn't become a great emperor yet. He couldn't use the full power of the great dragon sword. This was a good opportunity. If we join forces to kill him, our Yu family will have the great dragon sword. At that time, the entire 9 serenities will be ruled by our Yu family. Hearing this, the Southern Spirit Great Emperor and the others all gasped. Was the Yu family crazy? Old Demon Yu and the others also took a deep breath. This was too crazy. But thinking about it, it was really possible. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't become a great emperor yet, this was a great opportunity. Okay, let's do it. The Moon Thunder Great Emperor nodded in agreement. I have no objection. The Moonlight Great Emperor also gritted his teeth. Wealth came from danger. This was their only chance. Extremely terrifying light burst out of the 4 great emperors. They took out their extreme weapons. The Yu family leader even said, "Burn your immortal energy. We only have one chance to attack. We can't fail." The immortal energy of the 4 burst out. Endless great emperor energy surged in all directions. Everyone went crazy at this moment. Lin Xian also frowned tightly. Were they going to fight to the death? He snorted coldly and prepared to use the power in the sword world to fully recover the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he prepared to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to summon the palm in the Sun Valley. He would let the other party know what regret was. The battle was about to break out in an instant. However, at this moment, there was a change. In the distance, an extremely cold light streaked over. At the same time, there was an extremely terrifying aura of death. Feeling this aura, the surrounding great emperors all trembled in fear. Below, the endless forest and mountains were all shattered. Some of the spectators were also instantly reduced to ashes. Not good, run quickly. What kind of aura was that? This was the aura of death. It was too terrifying. Who was it? The 4 great emperors of the Yu clan also felt a chill down their spines as if they were facing a great enemy. In the next instant, they saw a giant white bone snake circling in the sky. Standing on top of the snake's head was a figure. It was a zombie-like figure. 2 godly flames were flickering in his eyes. He was a martial emperor. Furthermore, he was a martial emperor who had managed to cultivate 2 divine flames. His strength had completely surpassed theirs. This was an expert. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The leader of the Yu family also said, "Greetings, senior. How should I address you? What can we do for you?" Although they were incomparably arrogant, they did not dare to act impudently before the zombie-like figures. The people from the Nanling clan and Xianin clan were also extremely respectful. However, the zombie-like figure did not pay any attention to them at all. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. He said, "Kid, I've finally found you. Come with me. I need your help." Everyone was stunned. This martial emperor with 2 divine flames actually knew Lin Xian. And it seemed that they were very familiar with each other. Especially the last sentence, "I need your help." Heavens, even a powerhouse with 2 divine flames needed his help? Countless people were shocked. The leader of the Yu family's face changed drastically. Their hearts thumped, not good. They had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, Lin Xian said, I can't go with you because they plan to kill me. Who was so reckless? The zombie-like figure was none other than the zombie emperor that Lin Xian had rescued. After hearing this, he was immediately furious. Who was so reckless? Who dared to attack my savior? What? My savior? The great emperors on the opposite side were even more crazy. This is impossible. The people of the Yu family also roared, how could a powerhouse with 2 divine flames need someone else's help? It's you, right? The zombie emperor turned his head and stared at the leader of the Yu family. In the next moment, he attacked aggressively. The death chi on his body kept condensing as if he had turned into the god of death. No. The leader of the Yu family roared. The 4 great emperors resisted together, but they were still sent flying in an instant. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The 4 of them vomited blood, and cracks appeared on their bodies. You want to fight me? You don't know what's good for you. The zombie emperor reached out his hand again. The zombie-like hand aimed at the leader of the Yu family and grabbed forward fiercely. Not good. The leader of the Yu family's face changed drastically. The previous attack had already injured them. Facing the second attack, he had no time to resist at all. He could only mobilize all his strength and waved his extreme weapon fiercely. However, the gap between the 2 sides was really too big. In an instant, the leader of the Yu family was enveloped by this hand. All the bones in his body were broken, and he let out a miserable cry, Senior, please spare my life. He quickly begged for mercy. The other 3 great emperors also looked anxious. They looked at Lin Xian and said, Young master, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. We are willing to pay any price. Kid, what do you think we should do? The zombie emperor looked at Lin Xian. Everyone's eyes also looked at Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, this great emperor would probably be destroyed in body and soul. The leader of the Yu family also said, Young master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please spare my life. It's not impossible to spare your lives. Hearing this, the leader of the Yu family breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank sharply. Because Lin Xian said, I need you 4 great emperors to let me see your immortal chi origin. What? The great emperors of the Yu family went crazy. The immortal chi origin was their most fundamental secret. How could they give it out so easily? If you don't want to, then I have no choice. I can only let you go to hell. Your Yu family has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. You don't want it to be destroyed, right? It was a threat, and a very direct threat. However, who told him to be so powerful? Knowing an elite with 2 divine flames, the leader of the Yu family had no choice but to say, okay, we are willing to take out the immortal artifact origin. Very good. Lin Xian raised the corner of his mouth. He looked at the zombie emperor and said, Senior, please protect me. I want to see the immortal chi origin of the 4 of them immediately. No problem. The zombie emperor waved his hand and threw the leader of the Yu family aside. He said, in front of me, they don't dare to behave atrociously. The 4 great emperors of the Yu family had no choice but to come in front of Lin Xian. The immortal chi on their bodies appeared and hovered in the air. This immortal chi was extremely mysterious. It was their most fundamental power. It was formed after they experienced the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. Every strand of immortal chi contained a different amount of power. This was their greatest secret. But now, they wanted others to see it carefully. The Moonlight Great Emperor snorted coldly in his heart, You are so young and not even a great emperor. Can you understand it? These great emperors all had the same thought in their hearts. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. The immortal chi seed in his left eye jumped, and the Rinnegan in his right eye bloomed. This was an excellent opportunity for him. Lin Xian had the seed of divine fire and the seed of immortal chi. His cultivation of the seed of divine fire was going smoothly. Moreover, he felt that in his current state, it would be no problem for him to become a great emperor with the seed of divine fire. However, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the seed of immortal chi. Therefore, Lin Xian focused on cultivating the seed of immortal chi. Previously, Lin Xian had obtained a few fragments of immortal qi. Now, he had the opportunity to see the immortal qi of the four great emperors. This was an extremely precious opportunity for him. He used the Eye of Rinnegan to the extreme and enveloped the four streams of immortal qi. This eye is so mysterious, and it has such terrifying power. The four great emperors were surprised. They originally thought that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to understand it. However, they didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a mysterious eye. Perhaps the other party was truly able to see their source. So that's how it is. It's so magical. Lin Xian was surprised. Although the immortal qi looked simple, it was extremely complicated. However, the inside was complicated to the extreme. It was much more mysterious than the previous great Daos. For a moment, Lin Xian stood there in a daze, as if he were staring blankly. The corpse emperor narrowed his eyes and thought, when will this end? Xueqi said, Senior, it's no use being anxious. The one who has attained Tao is our friend. We have to wait until he has attained Tao and is no longer in danger. Only then will our husband leave with you. Hearing this, the corpse emperor was also stunned. In the next moment, he looked forward and narrowed his eyes. Oh, is that the person from the Xia family? He has the 9 underworlds body. At this moment, Xiaojiu's physique was fully displayed. The powerful 9 underworlds energy surrounded him. It formed all kinds of laws to resist the thunder of heavenly Tao. Fortunately, Lin Xian had told him that Xiaojiu and the Xia family were not on good terms. Otherwise, the corpse emperor would have already made a move to eliminate the other party. Once this 9 underworlds body attained Tao and became a great emperor, his strength would be extremely powerful. He would be far stronger than ordinary great emperors. More importantly, 10 Crown King had corroborated his Tao. His future prospects were limitless. However, with Lin Xian's reminder, the corpse emperor knew that this person would be a huge headache for the Xia family. The great emperor proved his Tao and resisted the lightning of the heavenly Tao. This process would not be short. It could be as little as a few months, or as long as a few years. As such, Lin Xian had plenty of time to comprehend the 4 streams of immortal qi. The 4 great emperors of the Yu clan stood there, not daring to move. This feeling was extremely sullen. Needless to say, they would become the laughingstock of the 9 underworlds. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The heavenly Tao lightning continued, and Xiaojiu was still resisting it. Lin Xian was also meditating. Another year passed. 2 years had passed. The spectators from afar had all left. More people had to arrive. They were only waiting for the final result. Most likely, the person in front of him was not in any danger. After all, none of the emperors around him dared to make a move. However, they did not know how strong he would become after corroborating his Tao. 3 months later, Xiaojiu roared. Boundless energy from the 9 heavens and 10 earths gathered on his body. Then, it turned into a ball of black flame that surrounded him. The information on Xiaojiu's body continued to rise, reaching a new height. This was the aura of a great emperor. The terrifying aura of a great emperor spread out from his body and swept out in all directions. He was the ruler of the world. He had succeeded. Xueqi was overjoyed to see this. The 9 underworld soul also exclaimed, he really did it. Grandpa! Xiaoxingchen exclaimed. Butian and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. 2 years and 3 months had not been easy. Was this the power of a great emperor? Was this the true divine fire? Xiaojiu clenched his fists. He was so excited that he trembled. After waiting for so many years, he had finally broken through and become a great emperor. He punched and kicked in the sky. Each of his attacks contained the power of the divine fire. The great emperors below were dumbfounded. The Southern Spirit Great Emperor and the Mystic Yin Great Emperor exclaimed. How was this possible? He had just attained his Tao. Why did they feel that his strength had surpassed theirs? This was the power of the 10 Crown King. It was too terrifying after attaining his Tao. The people of the Yu family were also trembling in despair. Yu Tianqing had recuperated in the past 2 years. However, his strength had not recovered to its peak. He was only a great emperor. At this moment, when he sensed this scene, he coughed out a mouthful of old blood. He was so angry that he fainted again. There was nothing he could do. Under normal circumstances, he should be the one to show his prowess and sweep through the world. But now, he could only be a spectator. What was worse was that he had damaged the foundation of his bloodline when he fought with his life. He probably had no hope of becoming a great emperor in this lifetime. There was no hope. To a martial artist, this was despair. Xiaojioyo descended from the sky. He put away the nomological laws and divine fire that filled the sky and came to Lin Xian's side. He was stunned. Lin Gongzi, he saw that Lin Xian seemed to be in the midst of an epiphany. Xueqi gave him a simple explanation. Xiaojioyo also frowned. Did Lin Gongzi really want to walk that path? He knew that Lin Xian wanted to walk the divine path and immortal path together. When the time came, it would be 10 times harder for Lin Xian to become a great emperor. He wondered if Lin Xian could succeed. After another 3 months, Lin Xian closed his eyes. A few days later, he exhaled. He said, "It's about time." Old Xia, you've become a great emperor? What a powerful aura. Lin Xian saw Xiaojioyo beside him and exclaimed. He could clearly feel that Xiaojioyo's aura was too powerful. It was more terrifying than the other great emperors around him. As expected of the 14-crown king. No wonder countless people were afraid of the 10-crown king. Once the 10-crown king broke through and became a great emperor, he would be able to catch up with others. "Young master, can you let us go now?" the Yu family head asked softly. Now, he didn't dare to fight against him at all. Not to mention the corpse emperor with 2 divine fires, even Lin Xueqi and Xiaojioyo were enough to sweep them away. Lin Xian looked at the 4 great emperors of the Yu family. He smiled, "Your immortal qi is of great help to me, so I can let you go." This time, after 2.5 years of watching, Lin Xian felt deeply. So this was what immortal qi was like. It seemed that in the future, his path of cultivating immortal qi would be much smoother. "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, senior." The great emperors of the Yu family quickly bowed and left as if they were escaping. This time, they were really screwed. "Let's go somewhere else to talk." Lin Xian and the others rose into the air and left with the corpse emperor. When they reached a quiet mountain range, Lin Xian asked, "Senior, why are you back? What do you need my help with?" "It's about the Xia family." Speaking of this, the corpse emperor snorted, "It's been going well. But later, I found out that the Xia family didn't do anything to me. They didn't show up because they found a good place. Now, many of the Xia family's experts are deciphering that place. It's said that place is of great help to a great emperor's strength. So, I want you to help me go to that place. Let me recover to my peak. I might even be able to improve further." Since the last great battle, the 9 serenities had been closed for more than 1,000,000 years. In these millions of years, it had no contact with the outside world. The 9 serenities contained countless cold auras. In these millions of years, many magical places were formed. Among them, there was a place called the Bone Burial Ground. This place was an ancient battlefield where the great battle took place more than 1,000,000 years ago. In the past, countless experts had fallen here. Later, after 1,000,000 years, this place had become a forest. In the forest, there were dark trees. From time to time, the bones of some experts could be dug out from the ground. There were also some broken rings of holding, all kinds of cracked weapons, and treasures of heaven and earth. There were many demonic beasts in this bone burial ground. Moreover, it was also a place that many cultivators liked to come. Because here, one might be lucky enough to pick up a treasure. Of course, all of this was talking about the bone burial ground. Outside, very few people could go in. Because those who went in had a slim chance of survival. Inside the bone burial ground was a forbidden land of death. At this moment, there was a group of people heading towards the bone burial ground. These people were Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian followed the corpse emperor here. Along the way, the corpse emperor also told them some things, allowing them to understand that there was an extraordinary place in the burial grounds. It contained a mysterious power that could allow the great emperor to break through again. However, that place was very dangerous. The corpse emperor couldn't go in alone. He thought of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was the successor of the great dragon sword and had invincible power. Perhaps, with the power of the great dragon sword, he could enter that place. Everyone, be careful. There were many demonic beasts here, but there was nothing to be afraid of. However, there was one demonic beast that must not be offended. It was extremely terrifying. What demonic beast? Lin Xian was surprised. It could actually make the great emperor with 2 divine fires so afraid. It was the torch dragon. After hearing this, everyone was also surprised. Dragons were originally bloodlines and extremely terrifying existences. The torch dragon was a dragon that liked to live in dark places. Moreover, this torch dragon had also cultivated 2 strands of immortal qi. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. In this place, the other party was the king, high and mighty. Even the corpse emperor was unwilling to offend the other party. However, there was no need for everyone to be too worried. Zhulang would usually go into deep slumber to cultivate under normal circumstances. As long as it wasn't a particularly earth-shattering battle, it shouldn't be alarmed. As they spoke, they suppressed their auras. Some of the demonic beasts they encountered along the way were instantly killed by them. The lineup of these people was extremely terrifying. There were 4 great emperors, and one of them had 2 divine flames. Thus, no one had been able to stand in his way. Finally, they entered the depths of the land of bones. The corpse emperor heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We are lucky that we didn't meet Torch Dragon this time." They continued walking forward, and before long, they came to a halt. They discovered that there was a figure lying before them. The blood even converged into a sea of blood, which emitted a rumbling sound. It turned out to be a demonic beast. Its body was huge, more than 500 meters long. Its body was covered with extremely frightening black scales, giving it a sinister appearance. From the looks of it, it should be a rhinoceros. Moreover, it was a rhinoceros that had reached the quasi-emperor level. Such an existence had boundless strength. But now, it was split in half by someone's saber. It seemed to have been killed in one move. What a terrifying saber technique. Is someone already here? Xueqi glanced at it and said with a frown. The corpse emperor also frowned. It seems to be someone from the Xia family. I also followed the Xia family and found this place. Hearing this, Xia Jiuyo walked over and carefully sensed it. He said, "From this saber technique, I can indeed feel a trace of bloodline aura. It should be someone from the Xia family, and it should be someone at the great emperor level. Let's go, let's speed up." Next, the group of people moved forward quickly. But before long, they encountered another demonic beast. It was also at the quasi-emperor level, and it was split in half by someone's saber. In a short time, they encountered another 3 demonic beasts. It seemed that the person who came was in front of them. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Xian reminded them. After all, the Xiao family was an existence that was even more terrifying than the Yu family. This was a family that had existed for more than 1,000,000 years. Its strength and foundation were ridiculously strong. The group sped up again. Finally, they arrived at a deeper place. There was a lake here. The lake was the largest. It was as big as an ancient city. The surface of the lake was calm, without any ripples. It was like a sapphire embedded in the earth. I can feel an unusual aura. When Xueqi looked at the lake, she frowned deeply. The corpse emperor said, "You're right. The treasure I mentioned is in this lake." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Let's seize the treasure and leave quickly," the 9 nether souls said. The corpse emperor glanced at him and said, "Little ant, you're too naive." As he spoke, the corpse emperor waved his hand and caught a demonic beast from afar. This demonic beast was also at the quasi-emperor level. At this moment, it was trembling in fear. The corpse emperor threw this demonic beast into the lake. With a splash, the beast dived into the lake and sank to the bottom in an instant. Lin Xian and the others all arrived near the lake and looked down. Then, they all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Although a quasi-emperor level demonic beast was not as strong as them, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. Logically speaking, not to mention falling into a lake, even if it fell into the abyss of the universe, it should be able to crawl out. However, after this demonic beast fell into the lake, it did not resist at all. It was as if the laws on its body were instantly extinguished. Then, this demonic beast sank to the bottom of the lake and disappeared. It was so terrifying. The nine nether soul trembled in fear. If he had jumped into the lake just now, he would have probably died. What a strange lake. Xueqi waved her hand and the nine mysterious ice appeared. She wanted to freeze the lake. However, when her ice power entered the lake, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This was impossible, right? Xueqi was completely stunned. She possessed the nine body. How powerful and terrifying was she? There was nothing that she could not freeze. Unexpectedly, this lake did not form any ice. Not only that. Xiaojiu also tried. He struck out with his palm, and the terrifying palm entered the lake. However, as soon as he entered the lake, he felt that his laws had instantly disappeared. It was so strange. Xiaojiu was also shocked. He sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Although he had just become a great emperor, he was a great emperor who had become a 10-crown king. His strength was very powerful. However, now, it made her hair stand on end. The corpse emperor said, "You all have seen it. This lake is very strange. Even if a great emperor level power enters it, it will not be of any use. So, as of now, there is nothing I can do." The Xiao family was also helpless. "Boy, you have the power of the great dragon sword. It is invincible. Give it a try. Can your sword energy enter the lake?" Hearing this, Xueqi and the others also looked at Lin Xian. End of chapter 6044. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.